Chapter 401 Yakalan's Attack at Night. Tell us, how many 100,000-year soul beast soul rings did you get in the sea? Bibi Dong, Shui Langzhen and others looked at the red soul ring on Dugubo and were very curious about how this little guy got it, so they pulled Yeliang Chen away and asked curiously. Blood-Eye Douluo led 300,000-year-old island guardian beasts to attack Poseidon Island, including the Megalodon silver-striped shark, silver moon three-headed dragon, and black-scale demon dragon. I captured them all alive. Later, we helped the Poseidon Island guardian beasts to eliminate the evil killer whale king. On the way to investigate, we met Wen Yao Fish King, Bull Shark King, Sea Eagle King. The deep sea is so terrifying. When those 100,000-year-old soul beasts saw us, they started fighting without saying a word. Faced with the 100,000-year soul rings delivered to my door, I had to accept them without hesitation. In that operation, we killed a total of 1,400,000-year soul beasts. Some of them were reserved by Feng Xiaotian, Hu Lina and others and kept in my space treasure. Yeliang Chen had to explain to the girls to let everyone know the horror in the deep sea. Hiss. You kid is ruthless enough. When the girls heard that Yeliang Chen had so many 100,000-year soul rings, they all took a breath of cold air. Dean Grandma, Aunt Ling Yuan, I have 100,000-year soul beast spirit rings and God-given spirit rings here, which one do you choose? Yeliang Chen asked the two women for their opinions. Anyway, his 100,000 spirit rings were enough, you can choose whatever you want. Xiao Chen, please arrange it for us. Shui Lingfeng and Ling Yuan felt that there was no need to choose a 100,000-year soul ring. After all, this kind of soul ring is a rare treasure for soul masters. Then absorb the God-given soul ring. Yeliang Chen thought about it and directly replaced the two women with God-given soul rings. They're martial souls, one has ice attribute and the other has fire attribute. Absorbing God-given soul rings has the best effect. Okay then. Let's start peeling off the soul rings. Shui Lingfeng and Ling Yuan sat cross-legged, showing their 9 soul rings and began to peel off the soul rings. Click click. Puff. With 2 crisp sounds, the 9th soul rings of the two women were shaken open one after another. It hurts too much. You little brat, hurry, use your skill to heal grandma. When the soul ring was peeled off, Shui Lingfeng and Ling Yuan immediately felt what it was like to be cut into pieces, especially the pain of the soul being torn apart, which was simply worse than death. Hiss. It hurts so much just to watch. When Bibi Dong and Shui Langzhen saw the miserable state of the two women, they felt numb on their backs. Shua. Holy Light Healing Technique. Yeliang Chen put the soul rings peeled off by the two women into the game backpack again, and then immediately used the healing skill to heal the two women. Wenjing. If it weren't for Xiaokan's powerful healing skill, I really wouldn't dare to forcibly peel off the soul ring. Under the treatment of the Holy Light Healing Technique, Shui Lingfeng and Ling Yuan were immediately revived with full health, and the trauma of their souls was perfectly repaired. Stinky boy, I don't know how you managed to get through it. Shui Lingfeng remembered what Yeliang Chen said before. In order to replace the first Azure Ivy soul ring, he peeled off 8 soul rings at once. He couldn't even imagine the pain. Chief Shui, Xiao Chen is a demon. Naturally, we can't compare to him. Ling Yuan smiled sweetly. She was in so much pain just peeling off the 9th soul ring. If she peeled off all the soul rings, she would definitely rather die. Only those who endure the most hardships can become the best. Back then, I peeled off 8 soul rings at once, but you couldn't bear it after peeling off only 1 soul ring. Yeliang Chen smiled calmly. It was indeed very painful for him to peel off 8 soul rings at once. Now when he thinks back, his scalp tingles. Okay, you are awesome. I am going to absorb the soul ring. In the past few years, my soul power has risen from level 94 to level 95. I hope this God-given soul ring can help me go further. Shui Lingfeng looked at Yeliang Chen's smug look, smiled helplessly, and then took out the God-given soul ring bead and prepared to absorb it. Grandma, work harder. Sister Binger has pushed the 9th soul ring to 200,000 years. You should at least make the 9th soul ring more than 130,000 years. In order to let Shui Lingfeng push the God-given soul ring to a higher age, Yeliang Chen reported the age of Shui Binger's 9th soul ring to stimulate her. 200,000 years. Shui Langzhen and others did not expect that Shui Binger was so fierce. I'll try my best. Anyway, I can't compare to my sister Chiao Niju Sishu. Crack. Shui Lingfeng nodded, then crushed the God-given soul ring beads and began to absorb the soul ring with all her strength, thinking, my granddaughter is so powerful, and the grandmother can't fall behind. Crack. Ling Yuan followed up and tried her best to hit the soul ring age. Shua. 3 hours later, Dugubo was the first to successfully absorb the 100,000-year soul ring, and his soul power reached the peak of level 96, just a little bit away from breaking through to level 97. After the soul master's cultivation reaches the super Douluo, it is extremely difficult to upgrade each level. A 100,000-year soul ring did not increase Dugubo's soul power much. Senior, how is it? Is this 100,000 year soul ring okay? Liang Chen came to Dugubo and asked about his situation. That's quite good. Dugubo nodded excitedly. A titled Douluo with a 100,000 year soul ring, regardless of his skills, this red soul ring alone can bring him great face. Senior, I now have a better space treasure, and I will return this Ruyi Bibeo Nang soul guide to you. Liang Chen took out the Ruyi Bibeo Nang and returned it to Dugubo. After all, the old man needs this soul guide to make pills with brother Yang Wudi. Oh, you don't need it. Dugubo put away the soul guide with a smile. When he is making pills and collecting herbs in the mountains, he really needs to use this thing to hold the medicinal materials to ensure that the medicinal effect is not lost. Senior. It's really not necessary. My space treasure can also hold living things. Liang Chen nodded. Okay. Dugubo laughed. Although he gave this treasure to Liang Chen, he felt a little embarrassed to take it back now, but he really needed it now. Shua. 3 more hours passed, and Ling Yuan and Shui Lingfeng absorbed it and successfully obtained a 100,000 year soul ring. Shui Lingfeng's soul ring age reached 140,000 years. Since Ling Yuan only had 2 soul bones, when the soul ring age reached 120,000 years, it had reached its limit. So far, Shui Lingfeng's soul power has also reached the peak of level 95, and the soul Yuan had reached the peak of level 95 before, and now he has directly broken through to level 96. This feeling is really good. At this moment, Shui Lingfeng and Ling Yuan felt the effect of the 100,000 year soul ring, which was different. Shui Langzhen, Bibi Dong and others watched the scene of Shui Lingfeng and the other two getting the 100,000 year soul ring. They felt that nothing in the world could be difficult for Liang Chen, a monster. He could change the soul ring at will, and he could also prevent others from being harmed. This method was simply possessed by gods. After successfully replacing the 100,000 soul rings for Shui Lingfeng and the other two, Liang Chen began to arrange a large 9-star spirit gathering array in this small forest. Shua. When the 9-star spirit gathering array was formed, energy from all directions began to flow into the forest, making people feel particularly comfortable. It's amazing. Bibi Dong, Shui Langzhen and others felt the rich energy in the forest and were immediately amazed. Master, this formation is better than the one you set up on Sea God Island. At this moment, Ying Mei and Xiao Lan were extremely excited. Being able to practice in such an environment would help them improve their cultivation faster. Of course, the combination of the super mimicking environment and the 9-star gathering spirit formation will definitely be better. Liang Chen nodded. Xiao Chen, build one for the Tianshui Sect's mountain gate. Shui Langzhen took Liang Chen directly into the air and flew towards the Tianshui Sect. With the gathering spirit formation, the disciples in the sect could practice faster. After Liang Chen arranged the formation, he gathered Shui Langzhen's sisters, Shui Lingfeng, Ye Suling, Bibi Dong, Ye Kailan, and Dugubo, and passed the Kaishan seal to them to strengthen their overall strength. As for the later flipping sea seal and covering earth seal, there was no time to teach them now. It took Liang Chen 3 days and 3 nights for Shui Langzhen and the others to find a clue. After finishing these things, Liang Chen returned to his residence and began to sleep soundly. After sleeping for a day, Liang Chen felt someone quietly coming to his room in a daze. Then Liang Chen used his spiritual sense to check and found that the person was Ye Kailan. He simply ignored her and continued to sleep. After all, this woman used to get into his bed and sleep with him. But then, Liang Chen found that his mouth was blocked by something, and found that Ye Kailan began to touch him, which was different from before. Sister Lan, what are you doing in the middle of the night? Liang Chen opened his eyes helplessly, thinking, I can't even sleep peacefully, it seems that this woman is going to make trouble now. Xiao Chen, of course I'm here to discuss cultivation with you. Didn't you teach me a move of Kaishan seal these few days? I still don't understand a lot of things, you have to help me. Ye Kailan smiled coquettishly, then directly removed the equipment of the two, transformed into a female gangster, and began to play games with Liang Chen. Ha! As a super Douluo, Ye Kailan turned into a female war god at this moment, venting all her emotions on Liang Chen. Sister Lan, are you going to challenge me? Liang Chen was very surprised to see Ye Kailan so tough, and then he didn't hesitate to start to counter her moves and compete with this woman. Puff! Xiao Chen, how strong am I? Ye Kailan attacked fiercely while launching the blue-silver emperor martial spirit, wrapping the two tightly in it. Not bad. But I'm a demigod, Sister Lan, you have to be careful. Liang Chen smiled calmly. Xiao Chen, I am a 96th level peak Douluo. If you dare to look down on me, I will make you look bad. Cultivators, cultivating souls, people who cultivate are all superior to others. After the two started practicing, they immersed themselves in it. Xiao Chen, I am exhausted. Come on, help me. 2 hours later, Ye Kailan didn't know how many times she had been defeated. At this moment, she had no strength in her body and begged for mercy from Liang Chen pitifully. Haha. Sister Lan, didn't you say you were a 96th level peak Douluo? That's not good enough. Yeliang Chen teased, saying that he had fused the million-year-old torso soul bone of the mountain dragon king, and even Gu Yuina could be defeated. Ye Kailan still wanted to challenge him, which was simply overestimating her own abilities. I am only at the 96th level peak, of course I am not your opponent. Ye Kailan rolled her eyes coquettishly, and said in her heart, the little guy is so amazing, I don't know how Binger and the others can handle it. Shua. Holy Light Healing Technique. Yeliang Chen directly used the 9th soul skill to heal Ye Kailan. Ying Ning. This feeling is so good, Xiao Chen, come on, let's fight for another 300 rounds. After Ye Kailan was fully revived, she was instantly full of fighting spirit, and then launched a fierce attack on Yeliang Chen again. Kailan, take it easy. At this time, Bibi Dong's voice sounded in Ye Kailan's mind, making her shudder. Pope, you how did you know? Ye Kailan immediately understood that this was Bibi Dong's mental transmission to her, so she immediately replied, but she did not stop. Nonsense. I live next door to you, how can I not know? If you know, then no. Pope, you can't object. Cai Lan, what do I object to? But you can't hurt him. Otherwise, I will be angry with you. Pope, don't worry, I am not his opponent, how can I hurt him? I tell you. Ah. So powerful. Pope, too I'm busy now, so I won't chat with you anymore. Ye Kailan cut off the communication with Bibi Dong and continued to practice with Yeliang Chen. This woman is really... At this moment, Bibi Dong's mind flashed with the scene of her and that guy performing martial soul fusion skills, and her heart suddenly became hot. Kailan, you have made me angry, let's see how I will punish you in the future. If the heart is as clear as ice, the sky will not be shocked. Bibi Dong said coquettishly in her heart, drew a few small circles for Ye Kailan in her heart, and then immediately recited the Ice Heart Sutra silently to suppress the heat in her heart. Chapter 402 Working Man Ghost Chrysanthemum Douluo. After Ye Kailan and Yeliang Chen finished their practice, a breath burst out from their bodies, and their soul power directly broke through to level 97. Xiao Chen, I broke through. Ye Kailan was extremely surprised at this moment. If she knew that there were such benefits in practicing with this evildoer, she should have taken action long ago. Sister Lan, don't be surprised. You have been stuck at the peak of level 96 for a long time. This time, you are nourished by the divine power in my body. It is normal to break through to level 97. Yeliang Chen smiled calmly, then got up and took Ye Kailan to take a bath together. Lying in the bathtub, Yeliang Chen felt extremely comfortable. Thinking back to Ye Kailan's actions, it really fits the saying, when there is something to do, the secretary does it, and when there is nothing to do. Shua. At this moment, a golden light shot into Yeliang Chen's room, and then condensed into a beautiful female figure, standing in front of the two. Ah! Ye Kailan was startled by the sudden change and went directly into the water. She was extremely embarrassed and thought, this is so embarrassing. Oh my god! Goddess sister, can gods do whatever they want? They broke into my room early in the morning without notifying me. Yeliang Chen looked at the strange beauty in front of him and felt a little embarrassed, but then he thought, it was this beauty who broke into his room, so why should I be embarrassed? As long as I am not embarrassed, others will be embarrassed. I seem to have come at the wrong time, the inheritor of the goddess of life, hello. The woman stared at Yeliang Chen with an awkward smile on her face, but she said in her heart, as expected of the inheritor of the goddess of life, he is so handsome, this goddess is a little moved. Goddess sister came to see me, what's the matter? Yeliang Chen asked calmly. I came to see her. The beauty stretched out her hand and pointed into the water. Sister Lan, don't hide, this goddess sister is here to see you. Yeliang Chen stretched out his hand and lifted Ye Kailan out of the water. Ah! Excuse me, what does this goddess want to see me for? Ye Kailan covered her chest and asked the beauty weakly, praying in her heart that she would leave quickly, otherwise it would be embarrassing. Puff! Don't worry, I have no ill intentions. Let me introduce myself. My name is the Goddess of Nature. You are very good. You have reached the 97th level of titled Douluo. You are qualified to inherit my throne. Are you willing? The Goddess of Nature saw Ye Kailan's embarrassment and couldn't help but smile. She then told Ye Kailan her intention. I do. Ye Kailan agreed without thinking. Besides, the other party was also a great beauty and so gentle. Her throne must be good. Okay. After a while, you will go to the depths of Panlong Great Forest. I will stay there to inherit the temple. The Goddess of Nature stretched out her hand and touched Ye Kailan's brow, leaving a soul mark and passing some information about the Goddess of Nature to the other party. Work hard. The Goddess of Nature was very happy to see Ye Kailan willing to inherit her throne. Now she could finally leave the realm of gods without worry. Shua. Looking at Ye Kailan who was digesting the information, the Goddess of Nature showed a gentle smile on her face, and then turned into a ray of light and disappeared. Xiao Chen, Am I lucky? Yakalan accepted the information conveyed by the goddess of nature, then took a mirror and looked at the mark between her eyebrows, feeling extremely excited. Yes, Sister Lan. The goddess of nature is a first-level god. Of course it's very good. Liang Chen saw that the goddess of nature also passed down the throne. It seems that there are more gods who want to run away than imagined. After breakfast, Liang Chen said goodbye to Shui Langzhen, Yakalan and others, and then used the flying sword skill to leave Tenglong City with Bibi Dong. Have a good trip. Shui Langzhen, Yakalan and others stood on the top of Tenglong Pavilion, watching Liang Chen leave until he disappeared into the horizon. Thousands of meters above the sky, Bibi Dong stood behind Liang Chen, watching the mountains and rivers under her feet quickly retreat, feeling particularly beautiful. So beautiful. At this moment, Bibi Dong completely let go, cheering excitedly like a girl. Godmother. You are the most beautiful female pope, can you pay attention to your image? Liang Chen looked at Bibi Dong's self-indulgent demeanor and felt helpless. Xiao Chen, can't you let me be happy for a while? Bibi Dong hugged Liang Chen's waist tightly from behind, smelling the mysterious fragrance emanating from him, feeling particularly comfortable. If it weren't for Qian Rongxiu's relationship, she would definitely pull this little guy into the secret room and transform into a secret room Douluo. Okay. As long as you are happy. Liang Chen smiled and urged his soul power to fly forward quickly. Xiao Chen, Kalen's soul power seems to have broken through to level 97, and there is a mark on her forehead, it seems that she has also inherited the divine position. Bibi Dong recalled the happy look of Yakalan when she was having breakfast, and she felt a little Diudio was jealous. Yes, after Sister Lan's soul power broke through level 97, she was chosen by the goddess of nature, and she was a first-level god. Liang Chen nodded. Inheritance of the goddess of nature? Kalen is really lucky. Bibi Dong felt the mysterious power on Liang Chen at this moment, and guessed that Yakalan's breakthrough must be related to the aura on the little guy. Godmother. You are the inheritance of Shura God, more powerful than Sister Lan. Liang Chen felt a sense of jealousy from Bibi Dong, and was speechless. What kind of jealousy is this woman? You are right. After Liang Chen's reminder, Bibi Dong made a decision in her heart. After becoming a god, her strength became stronger, and she could do something. A few days later, Liang Chen and Bibi Dong came to the Pope's palace in Wuhun City leisurely. Greetings to His Holiness the Pope, and to Mr. Yat. At this moment, in the Pope's hall, Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo, who were handling the Pope's work, saw Liang Chen and Bibi Dong coming back, and immediately stepped forward and knelt down to the two. His Holiness the Pope is finally back, and now we can finally be free, old ghost, let's go to Chunfenglu Hotel tonight, and we won't return until we are drunk. Of course, the work of the Pope is really not something that ordinary people can do. At this moment, Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo saw Bibi Dong coming back, and suddenly felt that they could finally be free, so they used soul power to transmit their voices and made an appointment to drink together at Chunfenglu. Yuegwen, Gai Mei, thank you for your hard work. But I have to trouble you to ask Ben Ayu. I have to leave for a while this time to complete the assessment. Bibi Dong saw the excitement on the faces of Guiju and the others, and thought to herself, are you happy too early? Do your work honestly for this emperor. Kaka. After hearing Bibi Dong's order, Guiju felt like a thunderbolt from the blue sky, shattering their dreams. Yes, Your Holiness. I will do my best to do my job and share the worries of Your Holiness. Bibi Dong's order, Guiju had to listen to, so they had to obey respectfully, but they prayed in their hearts, Heaven. Earth. When will this day end? Two seniors, don't be unhappy. Although the work of the Pope is a bit boring, as the saying goes, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. The two seniors are now 96 level titled Douluo, and you must bravely take on the responsibility. Liang Chen looked at the faces of the two good friends, from excitement to depression, and felt very funny, so he immediately said a bunch of encouraging words to them. Yu Guan, Gui Mei, do you have any opinions on this emperor's arrangement? Bibi Dong also showed a meaningful smile at this moment, looking at Guiju and Guiju. No. I will do my best to help the Pope. Gui and Ju were shocked. If they dared to say no, the female Pope would slap them in the face. That's better. Bibi Dong nodded, showing a beautiful smile, laughing wildly in her heart, what are you two old men afraid of? This emperor will not hit you. Thank you, two seniors, for helping the Pope. I will play a song for you. Liang Chen took out the flute and planned to use the Soundwave to let Gui Douluo and Zhu Douluo dance to relax. Godmother. Don't move. I will use my soul power to help you seal your hearing. Today, I will let you see another magical skill of mine, Soundwave. Seeing Bibi Dong present, Liang Chen immediately used soul transmission to her, quickly tapped her a few times, and sealed her hearing. Tick tick. Then Liang Chen activated the sonic power and began to play the song Butterfly Dance. In an instant, a cheerful melody sounded in the Pope's hall. The magic-like melody instantly pulled Ghost Chrysanthemum Douluo into a poetic and picturesque world. Wow! So beautiful! Chrysanthemum Douluo was a man who loved flowers. Seeing such a beautiful world, he was extremely excited and began to dance for a while. Where is this? How can there be such a beautiful world? Ghost Douluo was the same. Looking at this poetic and picturesque world, a happy smile appeared on his face, and all his troubles had disappeared. Old ghost! Come and play with us! Ha ha ha! Okay! La 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 la! At this moment, Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo held hands and jumped happily like two children. Puff! Bibi Dong looked at Ghost Chrysanthemum and the others holding hands and jumping in the Pope's hall, and was immediately amused and laughed. Stinky boy, what kind of magical skill is your Soundwave skill? How come it's so powerful? At this moment, Bibi Dong quietly used her soul power to remove her hearing. In an instant, she was immediately pulled into a poetic and picturesque illusion by the music played by Yeliang Chen. Fortunately, she reacted quickly and then used her mental power to shake it away and regain her consciousness. Tick! La la la! After the song Butterfly Dance was played, Yeliang Chen saw that Guiju and the other two were still immersed in the illusion and couldn't extricate themselves. They hugged each other and danced. It was so fun. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Bibi Dong was laughing so hard that she was rolling back and forth, and she didn't look like a pope at all. Ah! Ahohwagwan, why are you holding me? What do you mean I hold you? Aaron trademark T you holding me? Gui and Ju were awakened by Bibi Dong trademark's laughter. They found that the two were holding hands and holding each other. They were embarrassed and let go of each other. Etwo seniors, we didn't trademark T see anything and heard nothing. Eyes. Yes. Elder Gui, Elder Ju, we didn't trademark T see anything, haha. Yeliang Chen and Bibi Dong were talking nonsense seriously, which was very funny. Yeah, what is your skill? It actually let us enter a poetic and picturesque fantasy world. Guiju and Guiju immediately remembered what Yeliang Chen said before, that he would play a song for them, and then they began to dance in the illusion. That is my sonic power, using the sound of the flute as a weapon. I will use a song Butterfly Dance to relax you and make up for everything you have done for His Holiness the Pope. Don't worry, we won't tell anyone about your dancing. Yeliang Chen explained to Guiju and Guiju. Although they seemed a little embarrassed at the moment, they were in a very happy mood. Thank you, sir. Guiju Douluo was shocked to hear that Yeliang Chen could use the sound of the flute as a weapon. He was beyond their cognition that he could display such a magical ability without using martial spirits and spirit rings. Two elders, I will have to trouble you again in the next period of time. Bibi Dong took Yeliang Chen and walked towards the manor where she lived, leaving Guiju and the others in a mess in the Pope's hall. Chapter 403 The Girl Next Door Grows Up. Old ghost, it's bad, won't they find out what we just did? Ju Douluo glanced at the door of the Pope's hall and found that the two palace knights outside the door just retracted their heads and stood on both sides of the door seriously. It's over, it's over. Now that Ju Douluo saw the guard just peeking, he felt that he and Gui Douluo were dancing together, and if it got out, he and Old Ghost would definitely be laughed at by other strong men. Yu Guan, what are you worried about? The song that Mr. Ye played just now even affected us. The two guards at the door were only Soul King level strength. Do you think they didn't get affected? Ghost Douluo reminded his old friend not to worry, and then walked to the desk without taking care of himself and began to check various memorials. Did you two see anything just now? Ju Douluo flashed to the door and asked the two guards. Report to Elder Ju, we just heard a beautiful song coming from the hall, and then we entered a beautiful illusion, and we don't know what happened. The guard reported to Ju Douluo truthfully. To be honest, they still wanted to listen to the cheerful song. Oh. That was Master Ye showing us his self-created soul skills. After hearing this, Ju Douluo heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the guards outside didn't see him dancing with Ghost Douluo, otherwise where would he put his face in the future? On the other side, when Bibi Dong and Yeliang Chen returned to the gate of their manor, they found a very beautiful girl cleaning the manor with several maids. Miss, when will the Pope come back? I don't know. The teacher hasn't been seen for several months. Senior sister and brother Chen went to Poseidon Island for almost 4 years. I don't know how they are doing. Miss, every time you talk about Mr. Ye, your eyes light up, and stars are shining. Do you like him? He he he. Ah. What are you talking about? Brother Chen is my great benefactor. Miss, why are you blushing? He he. At this moment, the beautiful girl was cleaning and talking to several maids, and she laughed happily from time to time. This beautiful girl is Jinsai Xuzu, Bibi Dong's apprentice. Now that Bibi Dong and Hulina are not at home, she often comes back from the Wuhun Hall Academy and cleans the villa with a group of maids. Ah. Bibi Dong coughed, and then led Yeliang Chen into the manor. Ah. Old teacher? Brother Chen. I'm not dreaming, am I? When Jin Xuzu saw Bibi Dong and Yeliang Chen walk into the manor, the broom in her hand fell to the ground, and then she ran towards them happily. Looking at Jin Xuzu running all the way, it was simply turbulent. Yeliang Chen sighed in his heart, the girl next door has grown up. Greetings to the Pope Crown, greetings to Mr. Yat. Several maids immediately knelt on the ground and saluted Bibi Dong and Yeliang Chen. Ladies, get up quickly. Yeliang Chen waved his hand and used his soul power to help the 8 maids in front of him up. Thank you, master. Several maids were lifted up by Yeliang Chen, their faces flushed instantly, their hearts thumped, their eyes showed admiration and infatuation. At this moment, all the girls exclaimed in their hearts, Master Yet is so handsome. So gentle, so elegant. I really want to be close to him. These maids of Bibi Dong are all around 20 years old, and they are also soul masters, but their strength is not high, they are all great soul masters. Because of their sweet looks, tall figures, and they are orphans adopted by the spirit hall, they were chosen by Bibi Dong as her maids. You guys go out first. Bibi Dong asked several maids to go out first. Seeing the expressions on their faces, he then asked them to leave the manor first. Now that his godson was here, there was no need for these maids to serve him, lest these girls always become obsessed with him. Yes, your holiness. The maids respectfully accepted the order and returned to their own residences. Although they wanted to stay here and serve Mr. Yat, they dared not disobey the order of the Pope. Xuzu, come here, let the master hold you. Bibi Dong opened her arms and held the little apprentice in her arms. Teacher. Being held in Bibi Dong's arms, Jin Xuzu felt particularly happy. I haven't seen you for a few years. I didn't expect that Sister Xuzu has grown into a beautiful girl. I almost don't recognize her. Yeliang Chen looked at Jin Xuzu now. She had changed so much. Her willow-shaped eyebrows, cherry mouth, and slightly chubby face were blushing, making her look cute. Her big eyes seemed to be able to speak. Her tall figure and curvy body exuded a youthful atmosphere all the time, making people feel very comfortable. This girl's appearance is second only to Hulina. She is also a rare beauty. It must be said that there seems to be no ugly female soul master in this world, of course, except for the snake woman Chao Tianxiang. Xiao Chen. How is it? Isn't my little apprentice beautiful? Bibi Dong looked at Yeliang Chen with a smile, with a hint of pride on her face. Of course, she must be beautiful. Yeliang Chen nodded, lamenting that time has passed so quickly. In the blink of an eye, this little girl has become an adult. Brother Chen, you are getting more and more handsome. Jin Xuzu's face flushed instantly after being praised by Yeliang Chen, and then she immediately praised him. This is called reciprocity. The little girl will never forget Yeliang Chen's kindness. If this evil boy had not passed through the Emperor's Soul Village, she would not have become the apprentice of the Pope of the Spirit Hall. You are so sweet. Here, I will give you a soul bone as a reward. Yeliang Chen felt that the little girl was now a high-level soul master, and her cultivation speed was really terrifying, so he took out the golden eagle trunk soul bone that Yelingling had replaced from the soul guide and gave it to the little girl. Ah! Brother Chen, too can't have your soul bone. Seeing that Yeliang Chen actually gave her such a precious treasure, Jin Xuzu was stunned, and then reacted, and immediately shook her head to refuse, not daring to take this soul bone. This is just a piece of 10,000-year soul bone. In your brother Chen's eyes, it is just a broken stone. Xuzu, just accept it. Bibi Dong reached out her hand, took the soul bone handed over by Yeliang Chen, and stuffed it into the hands of the little apprentice. If she didn't take the initiative, the little girl would not dare to take it. Teacher, is this brother Chen's treasure? Jin Xuzu was numb at this moment. Such a precious soul bone was given to her like this. What can she use to repay brother Chen's kindness? Although her appearance is also outstanding, it is still a little worse than those beautiful sisters around brother Chen. I don't know if brother Chen likes it. If he likes it, she is willing to do it. At this moment, Jin Xuzu has fantasized about herself in her mind, and a shy expression appeared on her face. Sister Xuzu, this is a 23,000-year-old golden eagle trunk soul bone, which has the ability to fly. Take it. Just think of it as a gift from your teacher, and don't have any psychological burden. Yeliang Chen rubbed Jin Xuzu's little head, urging her to quickly absorb the soul bone. 23,000-year-old golden eagle trunk bone? This seems to be the soul bone you gave to Yelingling before, right? When Bibi Dong heard about the golden eagle trunk bone, she immediately thought of the source of this soul bone, because she knew that Yeliang Chen's fourth soul came from a 23,000-year-old golden eagle soul ring, and also got a soul bone, and later the little guy gave this soul bone to Yelingling. You are right. This trunk bone is indeed Sister Ling's. But later we hunted the 100,000-year-old sea eagle king in the sea and got another trunk bone. Then I directly replaced it for Sister Ling. Yeliang Chen nodded and slowly told Bibi Dong about this matter. Brother Chen, Sister Ye peeled off her soul bone. Doesn't she feel pain? I heard from the teacher that peeling off soul bones will cause great damage. Jin Xuzu looked at the golden soul bone in her hand. It turned out that Brother Chen had peeled it off from a beautiful sister. She was shocked. How painful it must be. It's okay. Your sister Ling is very well now. Liang Chen smiled calmly. It was the goddess of life who helped Lingling peel off this soul bone. He didn't dare to do it himself. Haha. You are really good. Bibi Dong sighed that this little guy was so powerful that he dared to peel off the trunk soul bone. Xuzu, this kind of soul bone is trash in your brother Chen's eyes, so you should absorb it quickly. In order to let Jin Xuzu absorb the soul bone, Bibi Dong deliberately said that this soul bone is trash, so that the little girl would not have any psychological burden. Teacher, I am already 14 years old, and I am not a fool. Jin Xuzu curled her lips. Who would believe that the soul bone of more than 20,000 years was called trash by the teacher? Absorb it quickly, your soul power is now level 45, after absorbing this soul bone, it is estimated that after about a year and a half, you will become a soul king. Xiao Chen, you stay here with the little girl, I'll go cook first. After Bibi Dong gave a few instructions, she walked into the kitchen, tied an apron, turned into a beautiful cook, and started cooking. Thank you, Brother Chen, thank you, teacher. Jin Xuzu was not polite, and then sat cross-legged on the ground and began to absorb the first soul bone in her life. Shua. Liang Chen waved his hand and shot out a soul shield, covering Jin Xuzu to prevent others from disturbing her. Then Liang Chen observed the entire manor and prepared to set up a 9-star spirit gathering array here. The place where Bibi Dong lived covered an area of more than 10,000 square meters, with fragrant grass, green trees and a small lake, which was almost like a garden. Shua. Liang Chen spent an hour to set up the array eyes around Bibi Dong's palace, and then activated the 9-star spirit gathering array. In an instant, rich energy continued to gather here. Well. Did Xiao Chen set up the array so quickly? Bibi Dong, who was cooking, felt the energy from all directions constantly converging to her palace, which made her very surprised. After arranging the 9-star gathering spirit array, Liang Chen returned to Jin Xuzu and found that the little girl had absorbed all the soul bones and her soul power had almost reached level 47. Thank you, Brother Chen. The little girl thanked Liang Chen respectfully. You're welcome. Liang Chen rubbed Jin Xuzu's head and told her not to take it to heart. The little girl had taken Xian Sheng pills and practiced Xian Tian Gong. She was able to reach the high-level soul sect at the age of 14. This training speed was much better than Hulina back then. At this training speed, this girl can step into the Soul King before she is 16 years old. Come here quickly, you two, it's time to eat. At this time, Bibi Dong came out of the house and invited the two to enjoy the food. Xiao Chen, can you teach Xiao Xuzu your Wan Ye Fei Hualu skill? After dinner, Bibi Dong asked Liang Chen for help. The little girl had a rose martial soul, which was very suitable for practicing that skill. No problem. Liang Chen nodded. Teacher. Jin Xuzu felt a little embarrassed. She took Brother Chen's soul bone and had to learn his skills. The more she owed him, the bigger the favor. Teacher, this is also for your own good. You become stronger and you can manage the spirit hall in the future. After Bibi Dong learned that Hulina had obtained the inheritance of the charming goddess, she planned to pass the position of the spirit hall to her little apprentice. The little girl is only 14 years old now, and she has reached the high-level soul sect. Sooner or later, she will become a titled Douluo, and then she will be qualified to sit on the position of Pope. Ah! Teacher, how can I be the Pope? Jin Xuzu was shocked when she heard Bibi Dong's words. What? It's decided. Your two senior sisters have other tasks. They will not be popes in the future. In the future, you will follow Elder Gui and Elder Ju to learn and accumulate management experience. Bibi Dong directly arranged for the little girl. Qianrongxiu, Hulina and herself will become gods in the future. After thinking about it, only this girl is the most suitable candidate. However, if you want this girl to become the Pope, you have to cultivate her management ability. Okay. I will listen to the teacher's arrangement. Jin Xuzu nodded and had to agree to Bibi Dong. Now she is just a soul sect, and she is still a long way from being a titled Douluo. Sister Xuzu, come on. Liang Chen understood Bibi Dong's arrangement, so he encouraged the little girl. Xiao Chen, go outside and show it to the little girl. Bibi Dong led Liang Chen and Jin Xuzu to the lawn outside and asked Liang Chen to work. Sister Xuzu, if you want to practice the 10,000 leaves flying flowers, you must master the power of life attributes. For soul masters, it is very suitable to practice with a martial soul with plant attributes. Shua Shua. Liang Chen explained the method of practicing the 10,000 leaves flying flowers to Jin Xuzu in detail, and then made a hand gesture, turning into thousands of green leaves, interweaving into several green giant pythons, flying in the air. Wow! So powerful! The little girl was dazzled by what she saw, and her eyes kept showing little stars. She made up her mind that she must learn this skill from Brother Chen in order to share the worries of her teacher. Yangchen also wrote down the method of cultivation and gave it to Bibi Dong for safekeeping, asking her to urge the little girl to practice diligently in the future. Chapter 404 Qian Rongxiu doubted her life. After the little girl got the method of cultivation of Wanyi Fihualiu, it seemed as if a new world had opened up, and she was fascinated by it. In order to let the little girl practice this skill with peace of mind, Bibi Dong directly let her graduate from the Wuhan Hall Academy. Anyway, the little girl is now level 47 and has learned everything she should learn. There is no need to stay in the academy. It is better to let her stay in her own manor to practice. There is a 9-star spirit gathering array arranged by Yangchen here. The little girl will practice here and her soul power will increase very quickly. This little girl is also fascinated by practice. Xiao Chen, if I could practice your Wanyi Fihualiu skill, I would also be fascinated. In the evening, Bibi Dong and Yangchen sat in the pavilion drinking tea and chatting. Seeing the little girl practicing Wanyi Fihualiu attentively in the distance, both of them showed gratified smiles on their faces. When are you going to teach me to practice the following magical skills such as the flipping sea seal and the covering earth seal? And I also want to learn your Soundwave skill. Bibi Dong saw Yangchen's magical skills and wanted to learn them very much. You have just mastered the Kaishan seal, why are you in such a hurry? As for the Soundwave skill, it is even more difficult to learn. Now we have to complete the God test first, and then we will have plenty of time to practice. Yangchen smiled calmly. This woman is really impatient. She is so impatient, but she can't eat hot tofu. Okay. Then I will do it step by step and master the Kaishan seal first, but you have to teach me in the future. Bibi Dong nodded. She wanted to learn other skills before she learned the Kaishan seal. She felt that she was too anxious. There was no conversation all night. The next morning, Bibi Dong asked Jin Zaiza to look after the house, and then took Yangchen to the Pope's palace and asked several golden knights to prepare a luxurious carriage to carry herself and Yangchen to the direction of the Angel Mountain. Can't we just fly over there? Why do we have to make such a big show? In the carriage, Yangchen was speechless as he watched Bibi Dong put out the fruit plate. It was just a trip to the Angel Mountain, but this woman still wanted to make a big show. Xiao Chen, we have status and position now, so we should know how to enjoy life. Besides, flying over Wuhan city is prohibited. This rule was set by me. Do you want me to break the rule? Bibi Dong smiled brightly, and then stuffed the peeled grapes into Yangchen's mouth. Okay. You have the final say. Seeing this, Yangchen felt that Bibi Dong was right, so let's enjoy it. That's right. The Pope's palace is still a long way from the Angel Mountain. Just think of it as accompanying me to relax, and by the way, let you see the changes in Wuhan city over the years. Come. Have a drink with me. Bibi Dong laughed, then took out a bottle of grape wine and poured it for the two. Bang. Cheers. The crisp sound of glass cups colliding rang out, and the two drank while enjoying the scenery outside the car window. Outside the carriage, the two palace knights saw that their own pope was drinking with Mr. Ye in the carriage, and their heads were buzzing, but they dared not say anything or ask anything, so they had to drive the carriage honestly. Wuhan city has now been expanded, half the size of the original, and a weapons city has been built. The god General Lu Gao led a group of blacksmiths to forge Zhuzh's divine crossbow, flying claws, sleeve arrows, etc. The weapons and equipment of all the armies of the 3 elemental cities were all provided by the weapons city of Wuhan Hall. 2 hours later, Bibi Dong and Yangchen came to the foot of the Angel Mountain. Sister Qiangfu Aida Dang, go back to the Pope's palace, we don't need it now. Bibi Dong asked the Golden Knight to return to the Pope's palace, and then took Yangchen and walked up the mountain. Yes, Your Holiness. Tap tap. Several knights received the order respectfully, and then drove the carriage towards the direction of the Pope's palace. The Angel Mountain is several thousand meters high and is a forbidden area of Wuhan city. Ordinary people are not allowed to climb this mountain. Even soul masters who are qualified to climb this mountain are not allowed to fly. Although Bibi Dong and Yangchen cannot abide by this rule, in order to enjoy the scenery of this mountain, the two have to slowly climb to the top of the mountain. Bang bang. When he arrived at the top of the mountain, Yangchen heard the sound of fighting in the distance, and then saw Qian Rongxiu fighting Qian Daoliu in the square in front of the Angel Temple. The other 6 priests watched from a distance, cheering from time to time to cheer Qian Rongxiu. Godmother, let's not disturb Sister Shui for the time being. If she defeats Senior Qian Daoliu now, she can complete the 6th test. Okay. After hearing what Yangchen said, Bibi Dong immediately pulled the little guy behind several big trees and hid him, so as not to let Qian Rongxiu see him and get distracted. And Qian Rongxiu, who was far away, was trying her best to challenge her grandfather at the moment, and did not notice that Bibi Dong had come. Even Qian Daoliu and several other priests did not notice it. 9th Soul Skill, Angel Judgment. After more than a dozen rounds, Qian Rongxiu's 9th Red Soul Ring lit up, and the Angel Judgment skill was activated. Shua. In an instant, a huge sword appeared in the sky, with a blazing light, slashing towards Qian Daoliu. Guardian Light. A black soul ring lit up on Qian Daoliu's body, and the whole body lit up with golden light, covering himself in it. Bang crack! Qian Rongxiu's angel judgment skill hit Qian Daoliu's guardian light, and only a cracking sound was heard, and the golden light shattered. Qian Daoliu was directly repelled 20 meters away under the action of this powerful force. Haha! Grandpa, I won! After seeing her grandfather being repelled, Qian Rongxiu cheered excitedly. Zioxiu, congratulations on passing the level. Qian Daoliu showed a relieved smile on his face and announced that his granddaughter passed the test. Swish! 6th test passed, reward soul power level 1, all soul rings increase 6,000 years, angel power affinity reaches 60%. At this time, Qian Rongxiu's body lit up with golden light, and a voice sounded in his mind, and the god test reward was officially obtained. Pa pa pa! Zioxiu is really amazing. Several great priests in the distance saw Qian Daoliu being repelled, and immediately applauded excitedly to celebrate for Qian Rongxiu. At this moment, Qian Daoliu felt that a strong man was spying on him, and immediately used his mental power to scan all directions. Who is it? When Qian Daoliu trademark S mental power scanned the hiding place of Yeliang Chen and Bibi Dong, he was immediately shocked. When did two super strong men come, and he didn't trademark T even know? Ixioxiu, you did a good job. Bibi Dong saw that Qian Daoliu had found her. Simply pulled Yeliang Chen out, walked slowly forward, and praised Qian Rongxiu by the way. Are you here? Swoosh. Qian Rongxiu was extremely surprised to see Bibi Dong and Yeliang Chen, and then quickly flew over, opened her arms and hugged the two in her arms. Sister Shuet, are you so enthusiastic? Looking at Qian Rongxiu, who has become a titled Douluo, who is more beautiful and more elegant than before, Yeliang Chen's eyes suddenly brightened. I miss you so much. Mwah. Qian Rongxiu kissed Yeliang Chen on the face, and then kissed Bibi Dong on the face, and then took the two of them and walked towards the angel temple. Hello, seniors. Yeliang Chen greeted Qian Daoliu and the 6 great priests. Young master Yat, you are back from Sea God Island, where are the others? Several great priests saw Yeliang Chen coming back, but did not see their grandson coming back, and they were stunned. What's the hurry? Jin Yaoer, Nana and their gang are still on Sea God Island. This time I'm going to Sea God Island to pick up Xiao Chen and help me purify the city of slaughter. Bibi Dong explained to the old men so that they would not think that something happened to their grandson. Mr. Yat, my grandson did not cause you any trouble, did he? Seeing Liang Chen coming back, Jin Yu, Qing Luan and others immediately surrounded him and asked him questions. Everyone is fine. Now they have all completed the 5 black level tests. Jin Yaoer, Qing Ming and Qian Gu brothers have all reached level 85 Soul Douluo, second only to the golden generation of the Spirit Hall. Hulina and others are now level 87. It won't be long before they can catch up with you old title Douluo. Facing the eager eyes of these old men, Yeliang Chen had to tell them the strength of Jin Yaoer, Qing Ming and others to make them happy. Level 85 Soul Douluo. In less than 4 years, these young people have become Soul Douluo. It feels like we old guys have been practicing like dogs all our lives. When several old men heard that the young geniuses in the worship hall had all become high-level Soul Douluo, they were immediately shocked. This was too fucking terrifying. You have to know that those young people were only in their 20s. Just Soul Douluo, are you so happy? Do you know that the girls from Tianshui College have all become title Douluo, all over level 93, including Shui Yu at level 97, Shui Bing at level 95, and Ling at level 96. It can be said that the world is ruled by young people now, and you old guys can't do it. Bibi Dong looked at the smug looks of the old men and couldn't help but pour a basin of cold water on them. Hiss. So powerful. Are all the young people now so terrible? What opportunities are there on the Sea God Island that can make these girls grow so fast? When several old men heard that all the girls from Tianshui College had become titled Douluo, they immediately doubted their lives. I heard from Schwetter that the 2 girls from the Shui family seemed to be 2 years older than Xiao Chen. Now they are only about 22 years old, and they have become super Douluo. I can't imagine it. Qian Daoliu's head was buzzing at this moment. He had participated in the God examination before, and when he reached the titled Douluo, he was over 50 or 60 years old. Now these young people have reached super Douluo in their 20s. It's incredible. How did Sister Binger and the others become so powerful? Qian Rongxiu was doubting her life at this moment, feeling sour in her heart. When she started the God test, her soul power was level 68, while Shui Binger, Shui Yuer and Jin Linger were only high-level soul kings at that time. She didn't expect that the 3 girls would leave her far behind now. Qian Rongxiu's self-confidence suffered a critical blow. She was the young master of the Wuhun Hall, the inheritor of the angel god, and had an innate soul power of level 20. But now she couldn't even compare with the 3 little girls. She wanted to feel superior in front of them, but she couldn't do it. Sister Shuet. Because they cheated. Yeliang Chen smiled calmly. With a cheater like him, it would be hard for Shui Binger and the others to not want to fly. Xiao Chen, then you can help me cheat too. Qian Rongxiu looked at Yeliang Chen, revealing a begging look. This little guy helped Shui Binger and the others become so powerful, so she couldn't be too bad. Xiaoxiu, you are now level 93, finish the rest of the test first. If you can't reach level 99, Xiao Chen will find a way to help you. This time you have to go to the Slaughter City with us to help evolve the evil power inside. Bibi Dong reminded Qian Rongxiu not to worry. Okay. Let me see what the 7th test is. Hey. My 7th test is also to help Xiao Chen purify the Slaughter City. Qian Rongxiu used her mental power to communicate with the angel mark on her forehead. When she learned about the content of the 7th test, she was immediately very surprised. Sister Shuet, don't be surprised. This must be because the goddess of life changed the content of the test for you. Your 8th test should be to pull out the angel's holy sword, and your 9th test should be to merge all the traditions. The soul bone will be inherited to form the angel god armor. When the strength reaches the semi-god level, the angel god position can be inherited. Yeliang Chen is very clear about the content of Qian Rongxiu's later divine test. It is just a few things. As long as the strength is enough and the angel god armor is integrated, you can become a god. This is all arranged by the previous generation of heavenly gods. Yeliang Chen's words made Qian Rongxiu, Qian Daoliu and several major priests doubt their lives. It feels like this monster knows everything. Chapter 405 The Spirit Hall's worshippers are just scumbags. Yeliang Chen looked at the old guys like Golden Crocodile Douluo and found that no one had obtained the inheritance of the god's position. Logically, the strength of these old guys was over level 96. The two leaders, Golden Crocodile and Blue Luan, were level 98 and 97 respectively, and their strength was not low. Why didn't the gods take a fancy to them? Could it be because of their identities? It seems that none of the guardians of the 7 sacred pillars of Sea God Island had obtained the inheritance of the god's position. Thinking of this, Yeliang Chen felt that it must be because of their identities. Qian Daoliu and his gang were the guardians of the angel god and believed in the angel god, while Sea Dragon Douluo and his gang were the guardians of the 7 sacred pillars of Sea God and believed in Sea God, so the gods would definitely not pass the god's position to the guardians of these two gods. Your soul power seems to have reached level 99 now. Qian Daoliu felt the breath of Yeliang Chen's soul power and was immediately shocked. He thought that Yeliang Chen was only level 97 or 98 at most, but he didn't expect that he was the same as himself. Yes, I am also level 99 now. Yeliang Chen nodded. What? Master Ye has reached level 99? How is this possible? The eyes of Jin Crocodile Douluo and others almost popped out. When they heard that Shui Yuer had reached level 97, they had already doubted their lives. Now Yeliang Chen has become a demigod. This is simply a miracle. Why is it impossible? Even Jin Yaoer and others can become soul Douluos. Isn't it reasonable for Xiao Chen to reach demigod? Bibi Dong looked at the incredible expressions of these old men and understood their feelings. After all, when Yeliang Chen rushed to the Sea God Island, he was not even a soul saint. In just a few years, he has reached the peak of the soul master world. It is really incredible. Brother Xiao Chen, is this what you said before? It really broadened my horizons. Qian Rongxiu stretched out her hand and rubbed Yeliang Chen's face. She felt a little sour in her heart. She had thought that she could bully him after she became stronger after passing the god test. Now it seems that she thought too much. However, fortunately, she can bully him in another way. Thinking of this, Qian Rongxiu's mouth corners slightly raised, and her heart was balanced. Great priest, I heard that you are an invincible strong man in the sky. Do you want to compete with Xiao Chen? Bibi Dong looked at Qian Daoliu and instigated the old man to challenge Yeliang Chen. In this way, she could see the scene of the old man being beaten. Being targeted by this old man, Bibi Dong suffered a lot. Although she has let go of her hatred now, it is also very interesting to see Qian Daoliu being beaten. Bibi Dong did not tell about Yeliang Chen's defeat of Poseidon, lest Qian Daoliu knew and directly admitted his weakness. In that case, she would not be able to watch the show. Okay, then I will see it. Qian Daoliu also wanted to see how powerful Yeliang Chen, the newly promoted demigod, was. Grandfathers, do you dare to fight with Xiao Chen brother? Qian Rongxiu looked at Jin Crocodile Douluo and the others with a smile. She had suffered a lot when she challenged these old men in the 5th test before. Now she let the little guy beat them up, which was also a way to help her vent her anger. Then we must see the strength of Master Yet. The 6 of us can fight against the great priest together. No matter how powerful Master Yet is, he only has 2 hands. Golden Crocodile Douluo and the others were also eager to fight. They felt that Yeliang Chen had just reached level 99 and was definitely not as powerful as an old demigod like Qian Daoliu. Besides, the brothers Zhang Mo and Qian Jun also had martial soul fusion skills. They were invincible under the gods, and the advantage was mine. Seniors, do you really want to compete with me? Yeliang Chen didn't really want to fight with these old guys. If he made a move, they would have to kneel down, or even be seriously injured. Xiao Chen, come on. I'm close to level 100, and my strength is not bad, just feel free to attack. Qian Daoliu said he could take it, and let Yeliang Chen come at me. Okay then. We have to go to the wilderness to fight. We can't move freely here. If we damage the buildings here, it won't be good. Space Shuttle. Yeliang Chen summoned his martial soul and activated the Space Dragon King skill, preparing to take everyone to the wilderness 10,000 meters away. Sizzle. As a green gold soul ring lit up on Yeliang Chen's body, a space channel appeared in front of everyone in an instant. Ah! Is this a space channel? Qian Daoliu and his group looked at the space channel in front of them and were stunned. They didn't expect that this little guy actually had such a powerful soul skill. Shua. Yeliang Chen waved his hand and led the stunned people into the space channel. Shua. The next moment, a space channel suddenly appeared in a valley 10,000 meters away, and then Yeliang Chen and his group jumped out of it. Brother Xiao Chen, is this a million-year soul skill? It's too powerful. Qian Rongxue was extremely excited when she saw the power of the million-year soul skill. She showed a crazy look on her face and stared at Yeliang Chen intently, with little stars constantly appearing in her eyes. Sister Shuet, be calm. Yeliang Chen reminded Qian Rongxue, thinking, your grandfather and these old men are here, can't you be more reserved? How can you be so crazy? Bibi Dong, the Emperor's spear room is full of badger models. Qian Daoliu saw that Yeliang Chen had such a powerful million-year soul skill, and thought, Bibi Dong must be taking revenge on him, and the purpose is to let Yeliang Chen, this monster, beat him up. Qian Daoliu had already boasted before, if he didn't dare to fight now, he would definitely be laughed at by Bibi Dong, and his granddaughter would also say that he was timid. You insisted on fighting? Now you blame me again. Great priest, you are scared now. Bibi Dong looked at Qian Daoliu's timid look, and felt very happy in her heart. Seniors, if you are afraid, then we won't compete. We will take Sister Shuet to the slaughter city directly. Yeliang Chen smiled calmly. These old guys were eager to compete with him before, but now he just showed a million-year soul skill and scared them. Of course we have to fight, but you show us your soul rings. Qian Daoliu has never seen what combination of Yeliang Chen's soul rings is now. Shua. Yeliang Chen spread his hands, and 9 soul rings rose slowly on the left and right. 18 colorful soul rings flashed, extremely gorgeous. White gold, green gold, grey gold, red gold, blue gold, these are all million-year soul rings. Qian Rongxue counted them and found that Yeliang Chen had a total of 9 golden soul rings of different colors, which were simply blinding. Her 7 black and 2 red soul rings were simply garbage in front of this little guy's soul rings. Now, only 3 of Yeliang Chen's soul rings are black, which are the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th soul rings of the goddess's martial spirit. After the blessing of the divine test reward, these soul rings are at least more than 50,000 years old. The rest are either red or gold. Big brother, we think it's better for you to fight against Mr. Ye in this battle. Jin Yu, Qing Luan, and others looked at Yeliang Chen's cool soul ring combination at this moment, and immediately became timid, so they directly went up to Yang Qian Daolu. Anyway, this old guy is also a demigod, and he is not much different from Yeliang Chen. Haha. If you don't dare to fight, then go back. We will take Xioxiu to complete the 7th test first. However, the title of cowards of the worshippers will probably spread in the spirit hall. Bibi Dong saw that the old guys were scared and laughed heartily. You used to bully me, but now you know you are afraid. Humph. Bibi Dong, stop looking down on others. Who said we don't dare to fight Mr. Yet? After Bibi Dong provoked them, the old men were immediately unhappy. Even if they lost, they had to fight. Seniors, I once challenged the 7 guardians of the Sea God Island. They are all super Douluo, and the Sea Dragon Douluo is as high as level 97. We had a very pleasant battle. Seniors have stayed in the Angel Temple for decades. If you don't have a good fight, your body will probably rust. How about this? I won't bully you because of your low soul power. I will assist you first. I have a super auxiliary skill that can increase all your attributes by 110%. Second soul skill, Blessing of Life. Yeliang Chen used the 7 guardians of the Sea God Island to stimulate these old guys, and then gave them a super auxiliary to arouse everyone's fighting spirit. Qian Daoliu was stunned at this moment. This kid is too good at playing. He actually assisted his opponent? Haha. Bibi Dong and Qian Rongxue laughed at this moment. The little guy's move was simply a murderous move. Haha. This feeling is so good. I feel like I can fight against a demigod now. Yeah. Golden Crocodile Douluo and the others didn't care about anything. Anyway, they couldn't beat Yeliang Chen. They just took this opportunity to let go and fight. Otherwise, as the evil boy said, their bodies would be rusty. Roar. Roar. Shoo. Hoo hoo. Shua. Golden Crocodile, Golden Lion, Blue Luan, Guangling, Jianjun, and Zhang Mo received super assistance from Yeliang Chen. They felt that their strength had increased several times in an instant, so they showed their martial spirits and prepared to challenge Yeliang Chen. Except for Golden Crocodile Douluo, who had a 100,000-year spirit ring, the other titled Douluos all had standard spirit rings. Xiao Chen, you have to be careful. The second grandfather's soul power is at the peak of level 98, second only to grandfather. The soul power of the third and fourth grandfathers is also at level 97. The soul power of the remaining three grandfathers is at the peak of level 96. Qianrongxiu introduced the soul power levels of several major worshippers to Yeliang Chen, and then flew a few hundred meters away with Bibi Dong and Qian Daoliu to watch the show. Dear seniors, I'm going to take action. 3,000 feathers kill. The second red soul ring of Yeliang Chen's sword martial soul lit up, and he used the group attack skill of the 100,000-year bald eagle king. Shua Shua. In an instant, dense sword rain shot towards the old man Jin Crocodile and others. Yeliang Chen's soul power has now reached level 99, and the 100,000-year soul skills he used are more powerful than before. 100,000 years of group attack soul skills. Roar. Golden Crocodile swing tail. Stick sweeps thousands of pounds. Golden Lion roars 10,000 feathers pierce the heart. Bang bang. The six great priests looked at the rain of swords shooting at them, and they all used their own soul skills, some defending, some attacking. For a moment, dust flew, rocks flew, and the whole valley became a mess. The scene was very intense. Shua Shua. Plum blossoms bloomed all over the sky. 3,000 flowers fell. Yeliang Chen did not move. Instead of using the million-year soul skills, he held the Chunjun sword, stepped on the 5 elements mysterious steps, and performed the Wanmi I Ying Feng sword skill to deal with these old men. To be honest, the soul power of the Wuhun Hall's worshippers is quite high, but no one has created their own soul skills. It feels like these old guys are wasting their time. Shua Shua. At this moment, Yeliang Chen's body was like a swimming dragon, and the Chunjun sword turned into sword flowers, which made the old men overwhelmed. What a mysterious body movement, what a wonderful sword move. Jiandao Jinexen's swordsmanship is like a child playing in front of this kid. Jiandao Liu looked at Yeliang Chen's dazzling sword moves and couldn't help nodding and praising him. The strength of this little guy was beyond his imagination. Brother Xiao Chen seems to be letting him win. Qianrongxiu saw Yeliang Chen strolling leisurely, and he didn't use his full strength at all, he was just playing. If he used his full strength, the old men would have died. Bibi Dong laughed, and her eyes were fixed on Yeliang Chen's exquisite sword moves, which was simply a visual enjoyment. Grandpa, do you still dare to fight Xiao Chen? Qianrongxiu encouraged her grandfather to challenge her boyfriend to see how many moves he could last. Fight. Must fight. Qian Daoliu nodded. The words had been spoken. If he didn't dare to fight now, it would be very embarrassing. 10,000 plums facing the wind. Hoo hoo. At this moment, Yeliang Chen urged the power of the ice element in his body and swung his sword with all his strength. In an instant, the temperature of the entire valley dropped sharply. Countless snowflakes floated in the air, like plum blossoms. In a few breaths, the 6 great priests were frozen into a large block of ice. Roar. Golden Crocodile swallows the sky. Golden Lion roars for the 9 heavens. A stick to the sky. Green feather spin kill. I am also good at playing with ice, Mr. Yat, your trick is ineffective against me, break snap. Bang bang snap. The biting cold almost froze the blood of several old men. At the critical moment, several of them launched the 9th soul skill and shattered the ice. Martial soul fusion skill. Panlong combined attack technique breaking heaven stick. At this time, the 2 old men Qianjun and Jiangmo quickly performed the martial soul fusion skill. Whoosh. A huge panlong stick smashed towards Yeliang Chen. Qianjun and Jiangmo's martial soul fusion skill can fight Qiandao Lu. At this moment, the 2 brothers are very confident that this move can defeat Yeliang Chen. Flipping sea seal. OM. Facing the fierce and shocking stick, Yeliang Chen's hand turned into a golden disc seal hundreds of meters in size and slapped it towards the 6 great priests. Boom! When the flipping sea seal collided with the soul skills of several old men, only a loud noise was heard, and several old men were directly slapped 100 meters away by the powerful aftermath. They lay on the ground and spit out blood. What skill is this? Why is it so powerful? If Master Ye had used this move before, we would have been defeated in an instant. The several great priests were convinced of their defeat. Yeliang Chen, this evildoer, defeated them with one move. His strength was stronger than Qiandao Liu. Shua Shua. Grandpas, are you all right? Qianrongxiu flew over and helped the old men up. Ahem. Zioxiu, we are fine. We are just a little injured. The faces of the several great priests were red at this moment. They were a little embarrassed to be defeated so quickly. Life resurrection. Yeliang Chen summoned the first martial soul and used the 5th soul skill to treat the old men. Xiao Chen, what is the skill of the golden seal you just cast? Qian Daoliu recalled Ye Liangchen's previous move and felt that it was stronger than his own Angel's Descend move. Turning Sea Seal, as the name suggests, has the power to turn the river and the sea upside down. It is a magical skill I tinkered with 2 years ago. Ye Liangchen explained. Self-created magical skill? Qian Daoliu and several major worshippers took a deep breath. Sure enough, the evil genius cannot be treated with common sense. Senior, I am bullying you when I use my million-year soul skill. 2 years ago, I cultivated a magical skill called Soundwave skill. It is quite powerful. Are you interested in seeing it? Ye Liangchen did not intend to bully Qian Daoliu with his million-year soul skill, so he took out a flute from his soul guide and prepared to fight the old man with Soundwave skill. Soundwave skill? What skill is this? Qian Rongxiu looked at Ye Liangchen taking out a bamboo flute and was immediately confused. Soundwave skill, as the name suggests, is to use sound as a weapon. My Soundwave skill has both spiritual and physical attacks, which can also be said to be a magical skill. Ye Liangchen slowly explained the Soundwave skill to increase everyone's knowledge. You can attack the enemy without using martial souls, just using flute sound? This can indeed be called a magical skill. Everyone didn't understand how Ye Liangchen could create such a magical skill. Xiao Chen, let me try the power of your Soundwave skill. Bibi Dong had long wanted to experience Ye Liangchen's Soundwave skill. Once this magical skill, once you learn it, you can kill enemies gracefully. Just thinking about it makes you feel refreshed. Come and experience it. My Song of the Rising Sea is a ranged move. The sound of this song can attack your spirit, and the sound waves can also turn into sharp blades to attack your body. Everyone must resist with all their strength. Ye Liangchen activated the wind and thunder wings to fly into the air, activated the sound wave power, and played Song of the Rising Sea. Tick tick. In an instant, passionate, high-pitched, and exciting flute sounds rang out. Swish bang bang. One after another, the sound waves turned into sharp blades and kept slashing at everyone. Branches were constantly cut off and stones were smashed in the valley. Especially the high-pitched and exciting flute sound, like a magic sound, made everyone seem to be on the endless sea, with huge waves hitting everyone, shaking everyone's head buzzing. Martial Soul True Body. Clang clang. Everyone immediately used their martial soul true bodies to resist the sound wave attacks from all directions, but under the dual attack of spirit and physics, how could it be so easy to resist? Ah! After more than a dozen breaths, Qian Rongxiu, Zhang Emo, Qian Jun, Guangling and other weaker people were the first to be unable to bear it. They held their heads and screamed, and began to spit blood from their mouths and noses. Angel Divine Light! Qian Daoliu shouted loudly, and the red soul ring on his body lit up, bursting out with golden light, covering everyone. Clang clang! At this time, the sharp blade transformed by Ye Liangchen's sound waves kept slashing on the protective shield, making a crisp metallic sound, and then cracks began to appear. Xiao Chen, it's enough. Bibi Dong immediately shouted to Ye Liangchen, signaling him to stop, otherwise everyone's souls might be severely damaged. Ye Liangchen finished his work and saw Qian Rongxiu and the other worshippers spitting blood, which made him feel a little miserable. Holy Light Healing Technique. So he immediately summoned the Goddess of Life Martial Spirit, activated the healing skill, and healed everyone. Buzz. Under the treatment of the Holy Light Healing Technique, the trauma of everyone's soul was quickly recovered, and they felt warm and comfortable. Chapter 406 Yua Gang vs Stinky Pig. Ye Liangchen saw that everyone had been revived with full blood, so he took back his martial spirit. He didn't expect that after his soul power reached level 99, the power of the sound wave skill would become so great. Xiao Chen, I want to learn your sound wave skill. After seeing the power of the sound wave skill, Qian Rongxiu suddenly felt that her soul skill seemed a little weak. If she could learn Ye Liangchen's sound wave skill, it would definitely be better than her soul skills. Sister Shuet, wait until you become a god before you learn. You don't have time to practice the sound wave skill now. The sound wave skill is full of mysteries. If you want to practice the sound wave skill, you must first master the way of music. This threshold alone has stumped many people. Ye Liangchen told Qian Rongxiu not to be too anxious, and there would be plenty of time to practice in the future. Zioxiu, listen to Ziokin's arrangements. Bibi Dong reminded beside her. Okay then. Qian Rongxiu nodded. Now her primary task is to become a god, and she really doesn't have time. You kid have shown me something today. Qian Daoliu just saw that the music played by Ye Liangchen could be turned into a sharp blade to attack, which simply broke his cognition. With Mr. Yi's current strength, no one can defeat him in the entire continent. Needless to say, Golden Crocodile, Qingluan and others felt that their super Douluo cultivation was too small in front of Ye Liangchen. Thank you for your praise, seniors. Actually, it's not as exaggerated as you say. In the world of cultivators, there is no strongest, only stronger. As the saying goes, there is always someone stronger than the strongest. There is always someone stronger than the strongest. With my cultivation level, I am a weakling in front of the real strong. Yeliang Chen smiled modestly. After these old guys lost to him, they boasted about him to the sky, making him a little embarrassed. Several old men were almost unable to cope with Yeliang Chen's modesty. Xiao Chen, being too modest is pride. Qian Rongxiu stretched out her hand and rubbed Yeliang Chen's face. She always felt that this little guy was pretending, but she had no evidence. Godmother, we have to leave. Yeliang Chen reminded Bibi Dong that it was time to leave. Okay. Great worshipper, go back to the spirit hall and count the spirit masters who need to absorb 10,000-year spirit rings. When we come back from the slaughter city, I will let Xiao Chen contribute some spirit rings. Xiao Chen, fly with the sword. Bibi Dong told Jian Daoliu a few words, and then signaled Yeliang Chen to activate the sword flying skill. Shua. Seniors, let's go. Swoosh. Yeliang Chen immediately summoned the sword spirit, activated the sword flying skill, and took the two women to the sky and flew to the horizon. That kid actually has the sword flying skill, which is amazing. Kendao Chen Xin seems to have such a flying skill. Chen Xin's flying skill is 1,000 years, while Ziokin's is 100,000 years, which is not at the same level at all. Qian Daoliu and his group looked at Yeliang Chen's cool flying skill and envied him. We should go back. Then several old men returned to Wuhun city and completed the Bibi Dong exchange. The mission of the generation, there are many high-level soul masters in the Wuhun hall who need 10,000-year soul rings. If they can get soul rings from Yeliang Chen, it will save a lot of trouble. A few days later, Yeliang Chen and Bibi Dong came to a city in the east of the Tiandu Empire. This city is called Or City, a small city in the east of the Tiandu Empire. Although this city is small, it is very prosperous. Yeliang Chen also stopped here when he planned the fairy grass. From Wuhan city to the east of the Tiandu Empire, the distance is nearly 3,000 kilometers. Yeliang Chen and his 3 people have been traveling for several days, so they plan to rest here for a day. After dinner, Yeliang Chen suddenly remembered that this place is only 100 kilometers away from the Sunset Forest, so he plans to go to the Yin-Yang Eye of Ice and Fire to take a look and grab some spiritual medicine. Xiao Chen, since you are going to the Yin-Yang Eye of Ice and Fire, then help Zioxiu get an Ice and Fire immune golden body. Seeing this, Bibi Dong decided to help Qian Rongxiu strengthen her strength. No problem, it won't take long to help Sister Shui make an Ice and Fire alchemy body. Yeliang Chen nodded. Although the dragon bones of the Ice and Fire Dragon King had been taken away by Guyuina, the remaining Ice and Fire energy could still last for about 100 years. Then Bibi Dong took Qian Rongxiu into a women's clothing store and bought more than a dozen skirts and bikinis, which made Qian Rongxiu look confused. Why do we buy so many clothes? After returning to the hotel, Qian Rongxiu asked Bibi Dong curiously. Zioxiu, the powerful energy in the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye will corrode the I1/2 E trademark C copyright C superscript 3A I1/2, and I am also doing this so that you have clothes to wear. Bibi Dong said with a smile, thinking of the scene when she and Shui Langzhen sisters were doing Ice and Fire body refining. All the women were naked in the water, which felt very fun. Haha. Then I can take off all my clothes before I go into the water. Qian Rongxiu must be very fun when she heard that there was such an exciting thing. Sister Shui, are you planning to dive naked? Yeliang Chen, who was making tea, was almost shocked when he heard Qian Rongxiu's fierce words. Haha. Xiao Chen, you can dive with your sister when the time comes. Qian Rongxiu rolled her eyes and immediately thought of an exciting thing. You. After all, you are the princess of the spirit hall, how come you have lost your image? Bibi Dong looked at Qian Rongxiu and shook her head helplessly. This girl has let herself go since she pulled her godson into the secret room. You and brother Xiao Chen are my favorites. In front of you, I don't need to pretend to be aloof, haha. Qian Rongxiu stood up, kissed Bibi Dong on the face, then leaned into her arms and began to act coquettishly. You are in your 30s, but you still look like a little girl. Bibi Dong rubbed Qian Rongxiu's head and smiled dotingly. Qian Rongxiu now loves her all the time. She used to hate the little girl because of hatred. Thinking about it now, Bibi Dong feels quite pathetic. 2 days later, Yeliang Chen and the other 2 stepped into the Sunset Forest. When passing by a lake, Qian Rongxiu remembered the first time she met Yeliang Chen. At that time, the little guy was still wearing a camouflage mask. In order not to be exposed, she wanted her men to catch him. As a result, the 2 elders, Snake Spear and Thorn Porpoise, almost died under this guy's artifact. If the little guy used the artifact to kill her at that time, she would probably have turned into a pile of yellow earth by now. Thinking of this, Qian Rongxiu patted her chest and felt a little scared. Sister Shui, what's wrong with you? Yeliang Chen looked at Qian Rongxiu's face and was very curious. Nothing, just remembering some past events, let's go. Qian Rongxiu smiled and then took Yeliang Chen and Bibi Dong's hands and walked into the depths of the forest. The little guy is now her boyfriend, so let's not mention the misunderstandings of the past. Bibi Dong was also confused at the moment. She didn't know what Qian Rongxiu was thinking, but this girl was already a 30-year-old girl, and she was too lazy to ask about her little secrets. Bang bang roar. When the three of them came to the depths of the sunset forest, they heard fighting and beast roars from 1,000 meters away. It seems that someone is hunting soul beasts. Let's go and see who it is. Bibi Dong and Qian Rongxiu said in unison, and then pulled Yang and flew away. Shua, it's them. When Yang and the other two came 100 meters away from the fighting place, they found that it was the Shrek brothers and the fart master Yua Gang who hunted the soul beasts. At this moment, everyone seemed to be hunting soul beasts for Yua Gang, and their target was actually a stinky pig soul beast. Then Yang and the other two quietly hid on a big tree and watched the actions of the Shrek brothers. In order not to expose her face, Bibi Dong also wore a veil to cover her beautiful face. The cultivation of the farting master seems to be about to reach the soul Douluo. It seems that he has also gained a great opportunity from the assessment of the Rakshasa god. Tang San seems to have reached the titled Douluo. Dai Mubai, Oscar, Ma Hung Jun, and Tai Long have also reached the soul Douluo. Their improvement speed is also very fast. Xiao Chen, didn't you say before? With the help of God, even a pig can become a strong man. Yua Gang is that pig. Now the 8th soul ring he hunted is also a stinky pig soul beast. It's really weird. Haha. Yang Chen and the other two looked at the scene in front of them, and hurriedly used soul power to transmit to each other, discussing the changes of the Shrek brothers and Yua Gang. 3 Cannon's true body. 6th soul skill, stinky farts. At this moment, Yua Gang activated his martial soul, transformed into a pig dog, and then aimed his butt at the 50,000-year-old stinky pig soul beast in front of him. Puff puff puff. Instantly, a shocking fart sounded, and streams of shit green smoke gushed out from behind Yua Gang, instantly filling the area within a radius of dozens of meters. Stinky pig, let me show you the power of the master's stinky fart. Master's fart is smelly and loud, ha ha ha. The stinky fart pig's attack method is also farting. This spirit ring is very suitable for the master, ha ha ha. Ma Hung Jun, Dai Mubai, Oscar Tyrone, and others quickly retreated before Yua Gang farted, and then burst into laughter. Although Tang San wanted to laugh at this moment, he was embarrassed to laugh because of the relationship between master and disciple. His gloomy face was as ugly as a pig's liver. Tang San and his party didn't understand why Yua Gang's 6th test was to hunt a stinky fart pig spirit beast. And he used the stinky fart pig spirit ring as the 8th ring. For in order to help Yua Gang complete the 6th test, Tang San and his party wandered around in the sunset forest for more than 20 days before they found a 50,000-year-old stinky pig. Roar. The stinky pig soul beast was irritated by Yua Gang's fart and immediately became angry. He didn't expect that a human could have such a stinky fart. This was a provocation to its dignity as a stinky pig. Bang! In an instant, the stinky pig's belly swelled up, and it pointed its butt at Yua Gang, Tang San, and others, and then let out a loud fart that shook the earth. A stream of yellow-green smoke instantly gushed out, covering Yua Gang and the Shrek brothers and their party. Ugh! It's too stinky, it's worthy of being a stinky pig. The power of this fart is comparable to that of the master's fart. Dai Mubai, Ma Hung Jun, and others immediately ran to the side and vomited crazily. Yua Gang liked to fart, so he didn't think the fart of the stinky pig was that smelly. Beast. The 9th soul skill, magic scale strangulation. Tang San couldn't help it at this moment, and directly activated the magic pattern vine martial soul, and the 9th red soul ring lit up, strangling the stinky pig into a dumpling. Roar. Teacher, do it, the last blow. Seeing that the stinky pig was dying, Tang San immediately yelled at Yua Gang. Xiao San, I'm coming. Puff. Yua Gang took out a long knife and stabbed it into the top of the pig's head, ending its life. Chapter 407 Qian Rongxiu beats up the Shrek brothers. Ha ha ha. Yang Chen and the other two who were hiding in the distance couldn't help laughing when they saw Yua Gang and the pig farting at each other. Who? Tang San and his group, who were getting carried away, heard the laughter from afar and immediately became alert. Shua. Tang San used the purple demon pupil, his eyes immediately turned purple, and scanned the 4 directions. Mother and child chasing souls and taking life gall. Shua. After discovering the hiding place of the 3 strange strong men, Tang San rushed over without saying a word, threw out the soul chasing and life taking pills, and threw them towards Yang Chen. Tang San had experienced the strange 7 tests of the Rakshasa god in recent years, which made him extremely resentful of the world. Facing unknown strong men, Tang San focused on taking the initiative. Bang Shua. The soul-chasing and life-taking pills exploded in front of Yang Chen and the other two, and many small poisonous needles shot out. Shua. Yang Chen waved his hand, and the powerful soul power instantly repelled those poisonous needles and reflected them towards Tang San. Ghost Shadow Phantom Step. Tang San immediately launched the Ghost Shadow Phantom Step to avoid those poisonous needles. You are looking for death. First soul skill, Angel Assault. Qian Rongxiu couldn't help it, and directly summoned the angel spirit to kill Tang San. Xiao Chen, Don't attack for now, let Xiaoxiu fight and train her. Okay. Originally, Liang Chen was going to assist Jianrongxiu, but was pulled back by Bibi Dong, so he could only continue to hide on the treetop and watch Jianrongxiu's performance. Xiaoxiu, be 12 points alert, Tang San is also a titled Douluo, you can't fail. Bibi Dong used her mental power to send a voice to Jianrongxiu to cheer her up. You and Xiao Chen brother just watch the show with peace of mind. Jianrongxiu replied in her mind, and then fought Tang San with all her heart and soul. Magic Pattern Vine, out. First soul skill, Entanglement. Tang San saw a murderous beauty coming and immediately summoned his spirit to fight back. Angel Guardian. Devil Vine Binding. Angel Wings. Swish swish. Tang San's spirit power is only level 92 now, about the same as Jianrongxiu's. Once the two sides started fighting, they fought back and forth. Fifth spirit skill, Sword of Judgment. Swish swish. At this time, a black spirit ring on Jianrongxiu's body lit up and turned into a holy sword. It burst out with sun-like light and slashed towards Tang San. Fifth spirit skill, Shield of Darkness. Facing the sun-like light, Tang San felt very uncomfortable, so he immediately activated his spirit skills. In an instant, the magic pattern vines immediately formed a series of black shields to protect himself. Bang bang! With a sound the explosion sounded, and Jianrongxiu and Tang San's spirit skills also disappeared one after another. The powerful aftermath of the explosion caused the surrounding rocks to fly and dust to fly. Angel True Body. Sixth spirit skill, Angel Roar. Seeing that Tang San was also very strong, Jianrongxiu immediately activated the spirit True Body and activated the sixth spirit skill. Swish! In an instant, a stronger light burst out from Jianrongxiu's body, and the area within a radius of dozens of meters was shrouded in the blazing light. Soul True Body. Sixth spirit skill, Black Prison Light. Swish! Tang San immediately used the spirit True Body, and the magic pattern vine burst out a black light to resist Jianrongxiu's Angel Roar. Tang San's hammer spirit now has only 4 spirit rings, and he can't activate the hammer True Body. He can only use the magic pattern vine spirit to deal with Jianrongxiu. As early as when Tang San accepted the inheritance of the Rakshasa god, the clear sky hammer was transformed into a bamboo shoot-like hammer by the Rakshasa god with divine power, and was renamed the Rakshasa hammer. Tang San also integrated the clear sky 9 absolutes he had learned from Tang Dachui into it. Because he hated the clear sky sect, he named the clear sky 9 absolutes the Rakshasa 9 absolutes. Now Tang San has completed 7 tests, his soul power has reached level 92, and the soul ring combination of the demon pattern vine martial spirit has also become 8 black and 1 red. The first 4 purple soul rings of the Rakshasa hammer martial spirit have become black 10,000-year soul rings after being blessed by the divine test reward. The improvement of strength makes Tang San very confident. This time when Shrek and his party came to the Sunset Forest, in addition to helping Yua Gang obtain the Stinky Pig soul ring, they also added the last 5 soul rings to their Rakshasa hammer martial spirit. After completing the 8th test, when the soul power reaches level 99, they can inherit the Rakshasa god and the Yin Sha god. At that time, they will destroy the Spirit Hall and Liang Chen, and the whole world will be theirs. Tang San did not expect that he would meet a female Douluo during this trip to Sunset Forest. Her spirit rings were 7 black and 2 red. She also had angelic power, which could restrain his Rakshasa power. It seemed that this woman was the descendant of the angel god mentioned by Rakshasa god, and was destined to be his enemy. Xiao San, we are here to help you. 6th spirit skill, Tiger Roaring in the Forest. 6th spirit skill, Dark Flame. 6th spirit skill, Violent Power. At this moment, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Tai Long rushed over with their outward 8-character steps, and launched their spirit skills to support Tang San. Oscar, as an auxiliary spirit master, could not fight, but he had already thrown the firm golden fly and crystal field he had made to Dai Mubai. 8-winged angel spirit. When Yua Gang saw Jianrongxiu's beautiful 8-winged angel spirit, he was stunned and thought, what kind of spirit is this? Why has this master never seen it before? It doesn't look like the 6-winged angel spirit of the Qian family of the Spirit Hall. Where did this woman come from? Shua. At this moment, Yua Gang saw a black light on the body of the stinky fart pig that was more than 50,000 years old, condensing into a black 10,000-year soul ring. Oscar. Protect me, I have to absorb this soul ring. Yua Gang immediately ran over, sat cross-legged beside the stinky fart pig, and began to absorb this 10,000-year soul ring to complete the 6th test. Master, don't worry, Xiao San and the others should be able to hold on. Oscar stayed by Yua Gang's side, looking at the battle situation in the distance from time to time, and found that Tang San and the other 4 were fighting fiercely with the beautiful woman with golden light all over her body. Bang bang bang, the explosions continued to sound, and for a while, within a radius of 100 meters, dust flew and rocks flew everywhere. Sister Shuet, do you need help? Seeing Dai Mubai and the others coming to support Tang San, Liang Chen immediately used soul transmission to Jianrongxiu. Little brother Xiao Chen, no need, let me fight first. Jianrongxiu refused Ye Liangchen's help, and then saw that her sixth soul skill did not hurt Tang San and the others, so she directly used the 100,000 year soul skill. Eighth soul skill, Holy Light Slash. A red soul ring lit up from Jianrongxiu, and the long sword in her hand turned into a huge light blade, slashing towards the Shrek brothers. Ninth soul skill, Demonic Spirit soaring to the sky. Seeing this, Tang San immediately launched a big move to meet it. His roar. A red soul ring lit up on Tang San's body, and a series of skeleton monsters appeared, making a terrifying roar, and rushed towards Jianrongxiu. Martial Soul True Body. Eighth soul skill, Overlord Strike. Eighth soul skill, Black Flame Violent Killing. Eighth soul skill, Force to Shock Mountains and Rivers. Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Tai Long all activated their eighth soul skills to resist Jianrongxiu's 100,000 year soul skill. Bang bang bang. The huge holy light blade collided with the soul skills of the Shrek brothers, and a violent explosion occurred again. Deng deng deng. Both sides also retreated 20 to 30 meters in the powerful aftermath of the explosion. Eighth soul skill, Holy Light Judgment. Seeing this, Jianrongxiu's eighth red soul ring lit up again, and activated another 100,000 year soul skill. Shua Shua. The powerful sacred light emanated from Jianrongxiu, immediately suppressing the dark power in Tang San's body, making him crawl on the ground. Who is this beauty? Why is she so powerful? Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Tai Long, and others were also very uncomfortable at this moment, because they all accepted the test of the Rakshasa god and had the power of darkness in their bodies. Facing Jianrongxiu's holy light judgment that specifically restrained the power of darkness, they were also affected. Xiao San, Fatty, Tai Long, continue. Shua Shua. At this time, Dai Mubai immediately took out several soul guides from his soul guide. A solid golden fly and a crystal intestine, thrown to Tang San and the others. Gurgle. Several people quickly swallowed the solid golden fly and crystal intestine made by Oscar, and in an instant, the strength of Tang San and others was instantly improved. Ninth soul skill, Magic Scale Strangling. Tang San's ninth red soul ring lit up again, and the magic pattern vine martial soul turned into a black dragon, strangling Jianrongxiu. Eighth soul skill, Dominant Strike. Eighth soul skill, Black Flame Violent Killing. Eighth soul skill, Force Shocking Mountains and Rivers. Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Tai Long also instantly launched the eighth soul skill to attack Jianrongxiu. Angel Domain. Buzz. Jianrongxiu quickly displayed the domain, and in an instant, her own strength instantly increased, and the golden light enveloped the area within 100 meters. Tang Shan and his party felt dizzy and their soul power began to drain. Rakshasa Devouring Domain. At the critical moment, Tang San immediately used the domain he awakened when he was a soul saint. In an instant, the dark light enveloped the Shrek brothers. Shua Shua. Under the black light, the soul powers of Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Tai Long were extracted by Tang San. Xiao San, why did you devour our soul power? Dai Mubai and the other two were stunned. Tang San's dark domain even devoured the soul power of his teammates. It was really speechless. Dai Boss, Fatty, Tai Long, help me break the opponent's domain. At this moment, Tang San couldn't care less. Breaking the domain of the opponent's enemy was the best strategy. As for the soul power of his teammates, he would just swallow it. Life Blessing. At this moment, Ye Liangchen's consciousness felt that Jianrongxiu's soul power was too much, so he quietly flew out, whispered a soul spell, and directly applied a super assist to Jianrongxiu, and then hit again on a big tree in the distance. Who is that? At this moment, Tang San and his party were shrouded in black light, and Jianrongxiu's golden light was covering them outside. In addition, the speed was too fast, so they didn't see Ye Liangchen's true face at this moment, but they felt very bad. Ninth soul skill, Light of Judgment. Under the blessing of Ye Liangchen's super assist, Jianrongxiu's strength instantly increased several times, the ninth red soul ring lit up, and directly launched an ultimate move, slashing towards the Shrek brothers. Buzz. Seeing that the Light of Judgment was about to fall, Tang San immediately used his mental power to communicate with the artifact Luosha Demon Scythe. If he didn't use his trump card, he might die. Clang. Shua. A black sickle with purple-black light flew out from Tang San, and then burst out with powerful black light, blocking Jianrongxiu's Light of Judgment. Sister Shui, this is the artifact of the Rakshasa god, the Rakshasa Demon Scythe, you have to be careful. Ye Liangchen, who was hiding in the distance watching the show, saw the purple-black sickle appear and immediately reminded Jianrongxiu. Xiao Chen, let me try first. Ninth soul skill, Angel Light. Purification. Jianrongxiu's ninth red soul ring lit up again, and launched another soul skill, preparing to purify the divine power of the Rakshasa Demon Scythe. Chapter 408 Bibi Dong beats Yua Gang. He he he. Overestimate your ability. At this time, the divine consciousness in the Rakshasa Demon Scythe was stimulated by Jianrongxiu's angelic divine light, and it laughed disdainfully. Buzz. In an instant, a stronger evil black light burst out from the Rakshasa demon scythe, drowning Qianrongxiu's angelic divine light. Shua. Seeing this, Tang San immediately waved the Rakshasa demon scythe and slashed at Qianrongxiu. Swoosh. Facing the artifact full of evil power, Qianrongxiu was a little stretched at the moment, and kept retreating quickly to avoid the attack of the Rakshasa demon scythe. Xiao San, come on. Third Master. Daimyo Bai and the others were relieved when they saw Tang San using the artifact to fight back against the female Douluo. Then they took Oscar's recovery sausage again to replenish the soul power that Tang San had extracted before. Boss Dai, that beauty is too hot. Yes, yes. I haven't seen such a beautiful beauty. I feel she is more beautiful than the beauty next to Yeliang Chen. Speaking of that pervert Yeliang Chen, I don't know how strong he is. It must be higher than Xiao San, but when I become a god, I will definitely not lose to him. I must kill him and take back the dignity of our Dai family. Boss Dai, if Xiao San defeats the beauty in front of us, then we are, hehe. Fatty, I like this, hehe. At this moment, Ma Hongjun and Daimyo Bai looked at Qianrongxiu's fighting and retreating appearance, and their faces showed obscene expressions. Fatty Ma even drooled directly. Shua. 10,000 leaves flying flowers. At this moment, Yeliang Chen, who was watching the battle from a distance, flew out and blocked Qianrongxiu, transforming into thousands of green blades and strangling Tang San. Xiao Chen, do you want me to summon the Shura demon sword? Bibi Dong was a little worried, so she used her mental power to transmit a message to Yeliang Chen. Godmother. Don't worry. Yeliang Chen replied calmly. Hoo. Facing the sudden appearance of Yeliang Chen, Tang San immediately waved the Rakshasa demon scythe to block the green giant python formed by the 10,000 leaves flying flowers. Bang bang Yeliang Chen? How come you are here? After a burst of explosions, Tang San was knocked back, gnashing his teeth in anger, staring at Yeliang Chen viciously, wanting to eat him alive. That beauty is actually Yeliang Chen's woman. Looking at Qianrongxiu standing behind Yeliang Chen, staring at the enchanting boy with tender eyes, Ma Hongjun was jealous to the point of madness. Damn! How come all these beauties are related to Yeliang Chen? Daimyo Bai was also very jealous at this moment. When he thought that all the Zhu sisters were taken away by Yeliang Chen, and the blonde beauty in front was the woman of this enchanting boy, this was simply the peak of life. Now that he was the prince of the Xingluo Empire, there was no decent beauty around him. Why was the gap between people so big? Yo! Tang San, Daimyo Bai, each of you has become stronger, not bad. Yeliang Chen looked at the Shrek brothers calmly. These guys all had soul seals planted by God on their foreheads. As the goddess of life said, they were also chosen by the monsters. Yeliang Chen, you came at the right time. I will return the humiliation I suffered from you in the past to you today. Tang San held the Rakshasa sickle and prepared to fight Yeliang Chen to the death. His intuition told him that everything he was experiencing now must be related to this evildoer. Although he had a strong strength, it was obtained by selling his dignity and soul, which made him unbearable. Tang San, after becoming a titled Douluo, do you think you are good enough again? Opening mountain seal. Yeliang Chen formed a golden disc seal and slapped it directly at Tang San. Shua. What is this? Looking at the golden seal that was hundreds of meters long, covered with runes and containing powerful power, Tang San was stunned for a moment. Tang San, this is a divine skill, get out of the way quickly, otherwise you will die. The divine consciousness in the Rakshasa demon scythe felt that the golden disc seal contained powerful power, and immediately urged Tang San to escape. Ah! But before Tang San could react, the golden disc seal hit him. Rakshasa demon scythe, disaster curse destruction. At the critical moment, the Rakshasa divine consciousness controlled the Rakshasa demon scythe, activated the divine skill, and blocked the power of the Kaishan seal. Boom! Shua! After the explosion, the Rakshasa demon scythe shook violently. Obviously, this attack consumed a lot of her energy. See flip seal. Seeing this, Yeliang Chen quickly slapped out another seal and slapped it towards the Rakshasa demon scythe. Rakshasa destroying world slash. Rakshasa god once again sent out another divine skill to counter Yeliang Chen's sea seal. Boom! Bang crack crack. After the two divine skills collided, there was a violent explosion. Tang San was directly blown away dozens of meters by the aftermath of the explosion, breaking many branches along the way, and then lying on the ground, spitting blood. Puff! At this moment, Tang San's bones seemed to be broken, and he kept spitting out large mouthfuls of blood, looking very miserable. Xiao San. Third Master. Daimyo Bai, Fatima, Tai Long, Oscar and others were dumbfounded and immediately ran towards Tang San. Super Recovery Sausage. Oscar activated his soul skill, creating a 20 cm long sausage and stuffed it directly into Tang San's mouth. Ahem. Xiao Ao, do you want to choke me to death? Tang San couldn't stand the 20 cm sausage stuck in his throat, and quickly pulled out the recovery sausage, and then ate it bite by bite to restore his physical strength. Hee. Xiao-san, I'm sorry. Oscar laughed, thinking that this guy used to eat bigger sausages when he practiced with the wolf bandits in order to complete the assessment, and the recovery sausage he made was simply a small one compared to the big one. Let's run away quickly. After eating a super recovery sausage, Tang-san recovered some of his injuries and quickly called a few people to run away. Xiao-san, your teacher is still absorbing spirit rings, we don't care about him. Oscar was stunned when he saw Tang-san running away, thinking, good guy, even his teacher abandoned, so cruel. When I become a god in the future, I will help my teacher revenge. Tang-san's heart sank, and he ran into the depths of the dense forest without looking back. I support the third master. I also support the little San. If you keep the Green Mountains, you will not be afraid of running out of firewood. Yes. Yes. Tyrone, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun immediately ran away. If they stayed here, they would be finished if Yeliang Chen, the monster, came to kill them. Master, you can only pray for the best. Oscar saw this, looked back at Yua Gang who was absorbing the spirit ring, shook his head helplessly, and then followed Tang San and the others into the depths of the dense forest. On the other side, the Rakshasa demon scythe that fell to the ground gave off a black light, condensing into a woman with a green face and fangs mask. Inheritor of the goddess of life, please give me a favor and don't kill Tang San for the time being, okay? Rakshasa blocked two magical skills of this monster boy, but didn't know if the other party had a bigger trump card, so he could only put down his posture and ask Yeliangchen not to take action for the time being. Rakshasa god, I will definitely give you face. Yeliangchen also understood what Rakshasa god meant. He just wanted Tang San to take his place so that he could run away. So he agreed to Rakshasa god's request. To be honest, Yeliangchen had no grudges against Rakshasa god. Moreover, the other party chose Tang San as the successor according to his own idea. He felt that this evil the demon queen was just cooperating with him. Thank you. Rakshasa thanked Yeliangchen. He had finally made Tang San a titled Douluo. If he was really killed by this guy, it would take a long time for him to train another successor. It would not be worth it. Shua. At this time, Bibi Dong and Qian Rongxiu also flew to the front of the incarnation of Rakshasa. Rakshasa, how are you? We meet again. Bibi Dong looked at the woman in front of her with a green-faced fang mask, and recalled the time when she was bewitched by this evil god. It was simply unbearable to look back. Bibi Dong, you are so proud now. Rakshasa said in a weird tone. If Yeliangchen had not intervened, Bibi Dong would be his successor now. What a disgusting aura. Qian Rongxiu, as the successor of the angel god, disliked Rakshasa very much. He. Angel god's successor, I hate you too. Rakshasa and angels are opposites, just like justice and evil. Rakshasa god, I like you setting all of Yu Xiaogang's soul skills to fart. Yeliangchen gave Rakshasa god a thumbs up and praised her. It must be said that this demon queen is really good at playing. He. Yeliangchen, it seems that you hate Yu Xiaogang as much as I do. Then I will make him a farting Douluo in the future. Rakshasa god laughed like a devil. The reason why she set all of Yu Xiaogang's soul skills to fart was that she heard Yeliangchen named Yu Xiaogang farting Douluo, so Rakshasa god deliberately tricked Yu Xiaogang. Rakshasa god, which side are you on? Qian Rongxiu and Bibi Dong always felt that this Rakshasa god was trying to please Yeliangchen. I just want to find someone to replace my position as a god, so that I can leave the god realm. Tang San is the most suitable person at present. As for whether he lives or dies in the future, it has nothing to do with this god. Yeliangchen, I'm leaving first. When you become a god in the future, maybe we will meet. Rakshasa god took the Rakshasa demon scythe and flew in the direction where Tang San escaped. Xiao Chen, why don't you kill her? Qian Rongxiu hated Rakshasa god very much and wanted to kill him. Sister Shuet, I can't kill her. Although this is just the incarnation of Rakshasa god's divine consciousness, its strength is still stronger than that of demigods like us. Zioxiu, the reason why Rakshasa god gave in is because Xiao Chen has the divine consciousness left by the goddess of life. Yeliangchen and Bibi Dong reminded Qian Rongxiu not to be too anxious. Shua. At this moment, Yu Xiaogang successfully absorbed the 50,000-year-old stinky pig soul ring, and a breath burst out from him, which made him promoted to Soul Douluo. Pass the 6th test, and you will be awarded Soul Power Level 1. Shua. After Yu Xiaogang was promoted to Soul Douluo, a voice sounded in his mind, and the Rakshasa soul mark on his forehead turned into black light, merged into his body, and turned into soul power to reward him. Master Fart, congratulations on becoming a Soul Douluo. Now you can bring honor to your family. Work hard and you will soon become a Fart Douluo. When you return to the sect, you may be able to lead the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect to prosperity. Yeliangchen found it very funny to see that Yu Xiaogang got another fart skill after absorbing the stinky fart pig soul ring. Ha. At this moment, Bibi Dong and Qian Rongxu remembered the scene of Yu Gang farting with the stinky fart pig before, and they laughed so hard that they fell backwards. Yeliang Chen? Where's Xiao San? What happened to him? Yu Gang was shocked when he saw Yeliang Chen appear. Now that Tang San and his group were gone, Yu Gang was extremely frightened and thought they were killed by Yeliang Chen. Hehe. Yu Gang, Tang San has been killed by us. Bibi Dong directly lifted the veil and deliberately said that Tang San was dead to attack Yu Gang. Bibi Dong? You killed Xiao San. Yu Gang never expected that Bibi Dong was with the evildoer Yeliang Chen. It was too difficult for him to get revenge. At this moment, he heard that Tang San was killed, and he was so scared that he retreated again and again. Hehe. Yu Gang, you came to the spirit hall to ask me for the method of practicing twin spirits, but you were very brave. Why are you so cowardly now? Think about it, you are no longer a man after becoming a eunuch, and it is normal to become cowardly. Yu Gang, in order to gain strength, you are willing to practice with evil beasts like wolf bandits and wind wolf. You are such a ruthless person. No wonder you and the Shrek brothers are walking a little abnormally now, ha 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 ha. Bibi Dong attacked Yu Gang with a murderous and heartbreaking attack, hitting his dignity. Ah! Bibi Dong, you are so cruel. 3 cannons true body. Yu Gang was furious when he heard Bibi Dong mock him like this, and then he activated his spirit body to attack Yeliang Chen and the other two to avenge Tang San. Farting is like thunder, a thunderous fart in the plain. Yu Gang turned into a pig and dog at this moment, the 8th spirit ring lit up, his stomach began to swell, and he began to fart. Shua. Bibi Dong quickly picked up a stick as thick as an arm from the ground and stabbed it fiercely behind Yu Gang. Puff. In order to prevent Yu Gang from using his fart trick, Bibi Dong acted quickly, only seeing a residual image, the stick stabbed into Yu Gang's back and hit the bullseye. Ah! Instantly, Yu Gang jumped up in pain, and his martial soul body and soul skills were interrupted. Bang bang! I'll make you fart, and make you disgusting. Bibi Dong showed an evil smile, then picked up a long stick from the ground and beat Yu Gang fiercely. Bang! Go away! A few minutes later, Yu Gang was beaten into a pig's head, and Bibi Dong kicked Yu Gang directly 100 meters away. Ah! After being kicked away, Yu Gang fell to the ground, and the stick pierced deep into the wound again. For a while, Yu Gang's pig-like screams rang out again in the woods. Chapter 409 Ning Fengzi's Ambition. It feels so good. After Bibi Dong beat Yu Gang, she felt an inexplicable sense of pleasure in her heart. Yu Gang is probably going to break apart now. Qian Rongxu thought of Bibi Dong using a stick as thick as an arm to pierce Yu Gang's weak spot, and her scalp suddenly felt numb. What? Do you still sympathize with that shameless guy? Bibi Dong looked at Qian Rongxu and showed a wicked smile, like a demon queen. No, I like your methods very much. Qian Rongxu smiled sweetly, how could she sympathize with Yu Gang? If she let herself do it, it might be even worse. Ah! At this moment, Yu Gang's screams could be heard from a distance, which was even worse than killing a pig. Buzz! Yeliang Chen immediately used his spiritual sense to scan the direction of Yu Gang and found that the guy was jumping up from the ground at this moment, reaching out to pull out the wooden stick from the wound behind him, and the wooden stick seemed to have been pushed in completely. Hiss! It can be described as horrible. Xiao Chen, what did you see? Tell me quickly. Bibi Dong and Qian Rongxu saw Yeliang Chen close his eyes, and they knew that the little guy was using his spiritual sense to check Yu Gang. The mother and daughter were also very curious about Yu Gang's miserable appearance at this moment. Godmother, after you kicked Yu Gang away, when he landed, it seemed that his buttocks landed first. Anyway, it was horrible. Yeliang Chen had to tell the two girls about Yu Gang's current appearance to make them happy. Ha ha ha. This is enough for him. Bibi Dong and Qian Rongxu laughed out loud and were in a very happy mood. At this moment, the two women imagined the scene, Yu Gang was hit by the wooden stick, it must be very painful. Yeliang Chen looked at the two women laughing, they had no image at all, just like two female hooligans. Should we kill him directly? Qian Rongxu put forward her own idea, anyway, she felt disgusted when she saw Yu Gang. Zioxu, Luoshigod said before that he wanted to make Yu Gang a fart Douluo. Xiao Chen said that with Yu Gang's personality, he will definitely return to the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect after becoming stronger and take back his own glory. Well, at that time, the entire Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect will be in chaos. Bibi Dong described to Qian Rongxu that keeping Yu Gang was just to split the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect. Brother Xiao Chen, it feels like being your enemy will be miserable. After listening to this, Qian Rongxu stretched out her hand and pinched Yeliang Chen's face, thinking, this little guy is simply a little devil. But I like him very much. Sister Shuet, this is just my idea, I don't know if it can be realized. Yeliang Chen said calmly, if Yu Gang becomes a titled Douluo, whether he will return to the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect is still unknown. Yua Gang will definitely go back. He left because he was scolded as a waste by the sect. Now that he has become stronger, he will definitely prove to the sect that he is not a waste. In addition, he is the son of Yu Yuanzhen, so he may even be able to sit on the position of the sect master. A sect master who can only fart is simply a shame for the proud Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect. At that time, many people will definitely not accept it. Then Yua Gang will fart and make those people in the sect faint. That scene is simply spectacular. Ha ha ha. Bibi Dong and her daughter imagined the scene of Yua Gang's king returning to the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect, and then laughed again. Let's go, let's leave here first. Shua. Yeliang Chen summoned the sword martial soul, activated the sword flying skill, and rushed into the sky with the two women, flying away. On the other side, the incarnation of the Rakshasa divine mind returned to Tang San with the artifact, and fooled him, saying that Yeliang Chen had been beaten away by him. Let's go find the teacher. Hearing that Yeliang Chen had escaped, Tang San immediately returned to look for Yua Gang. Ao. Master is still alive. When they came to 100 meters away from Yua Gang, they heard a pig-like scream from a distance, and were immediately surprised. Teacher. Master, how did you become like this? Tang San, Dai Mubai and others ran over quickly, and saw Yua Gang turned into a pig head, and they were shocked. If it weren't for Yua Gang's iconic crew cut, they almost couldn't recognize him. Super recovery sausage. Master, eat one of my sausages first. Oscar immediately activated the sausage martial spirit, made a super recovery sausage, and stuffed it into Yua Gang's mouth. Xiao San, you are not dead. At this moment, Yua Gang had just pulled out the stick, and the sour pain made him feel like he was about to split. Seeing Tang San when the pedestrians returned, they were so surprised that they didn't even feel the pain on their buttocks. Teacher, we are not dead. Tang San didn't understand why Yua Gang said that. Damn it, Bibi Dong lied to me and said you were killed. At this moment, Yua Gang finally reacted. Bibi Dong had deliberately angered him before so that she could beat him up openly. Teacher, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, is here too. Master, what's going on? When Tang San, Dai Mubai and others heard Bibi Dong, they were stunned. It's like this. After I absorbed the 8th soul ring, I saw that my sister was sick. I thought you had been killed by Yeliang Chen. Then he, Bibi Dong, and the blonde woman came over and mocked me. Yua Gang described his experience in tears. The way he cried and snot gave Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Oscar and others goosebumps all over their bodies. Master, so you were beaten up by Bibi Dong for revenge for us. Dai Mubai and the others saw Yua Gang crying, although it was a bit corny, but they were still a little moved to hear that he was avenging everyone. Teacher, you have suffered. Tang San felt a little guilty at this moment, feeling a little sorry for the teacher, who helped him wholeheartedly. How could he bear to abandon him? Bibi Dong, sooner or later, I will destroy the spirit hall and grind you to ashes. Yua Gang was full of anger at this moment, but he had nowhere to vent, which made him extremely angry. Puff. The next moment, a pool of blood spurted out from the wound behind Yua Gang, mixed with some yellow-green things, emitting bursts of stench. Sniff. Master, you are bleeding. Why is it so smelly? Seeing the blood spurting from behind Yua Gang, which was also covered with red and yellow things and exuded a foul smell, Dai Mubai and others immediately understood that Yua Gang had suffered a critical hit. No wonder he screamed like a pig being slaughtered before. Dai Mubai, Tang San and others imagined the scene in his mind. It must be that Yua Gang had used the fart skill to attack Yeliang Chen before, but was directly stabbed by the other party with a wooden stick. Hiss. This is a cruel move. Thinking of this, the Shrek brothers were shocked and felt numb on their backs. Teacher, I will definitely avenge you and kill Yeliang Chen in the future. Tang San was extremely angry at this moment, and his gloomy face became hideous, like a man-eating demon. Xiao San, it's okay. The teacher can still bear this little bit of suffering. Yua Gang quickly used the castrated version of Xian Tian Gong taught by Tang San to recover from his injuries. Oshua. At this moment, 3 figures came galloping from a distance, immediately attracting the attention of Tang San and his party. Erongrong, when Oscar saw a girl full of nobility, he was immediately surprised. Emister, why are you here? The people who came were Jian Douluo, Ning Fengzi and Ning Rongrong. When they saw Yua Gang and his party, they were stunned for a moment, and then the 3 of them showed a strange expression on their faces. These people in front of them were the ruthless people who fought with the wolf bandits and the Gale Wolf. Ezenir Jian Douluo, Sect Master Ning, Rongrong. Tang San, Dai Mubai and others saw Jian Douluo and his party coming, and immediately stood up to greet them. Tang San, you have reached the level of title Douluo, that's not easy. You guys have also become Soul Douluo. Jian Douluo used his mental power to scan Tang San and his group, and found that all of them had become strong men, even Yua Gang, a waste, had become a Soul Douluo. Sure enough, it was different with the help of God. Senior, you have good vision. Tang San, Daimyo Bai and others nodded, and then released their soul rings to show their strength to Douluo to win his favor. 8 black and 1 red. It's amazing. Douluo, Ning Fengzi and Ning Rongrong were stunned when they saw Tang San's exaggerated soul ring combination. Senior Douluo, you seem to have also received the inheritance of God. Tang San saw the mark of a sword on Douluo's forehead, and immediately understood that this was the mark of the soul planted by God. Yes. 10 days ago, I got the inheritance of the sword god and became a level 2 god. Douluo nodded. After getting the inheritance of the sword god, he was very happy. Now his soul power has also broken through to level 97. Congratulations, Senior Douluo. Tang San and his party immediately congratulated Senior Douluo. What's that smell? Why is it so stinky? Ning Rongrong smelled a stench at this moment and took a few steps back involuntarily. When she saw a large piece of blood under Yua Gang, she immediately took a breath of cold air. Ning Fengzi and Douluo looked at each other and felt a little funny. At this moment, Yua Gang had a pig-headed face, and it was obvious that he had been beaten up. I don't know who this guy offended. Master Ning, please treat my teacher. Tang San immediately begged Ning Fengzi to heal Yua Gang. Okay. 7 treasures true body. Buzz. Although Yua Gang was a bit disgusting, he was still a member of the top 3 sects. Ning Fengzi had no choice but to summon the 7 treasures glazed tower martial spirit and activate the healing light, to heal Yua Gang. Ning Fengzi intended to use the Shrek brothers and Yua Gang to achieve his great goal. Even if he disliked them in his heart, he could not show it. Thank you, Sect Master Ning. After Ning Fengzi's treatment, Yua Gang's injuries finally healed. You're welcome. Ning Fengzi waved his hand indifferently. Wrong, what level of soul power are you now? Has your martial soul evolved into the 9 treasures glazed tower? Oscar came over and asked Ning Rongrong curiously. Oscar didn't know how Ning Rongrong viewed him now. After all, what he did on Luosha Island had spread all over the continent, and his reputation was ruined. I just got the 6th ring, and now I'm level 61. My martial soul has evolved into the 9 treasures glazed tower. Ning Rongrong said happily. Although she didn't know why the 9 colors goddess passed the throne to her, it was already a great fortune for her. That's good. Oscar was very happy when he saw this. Sure enough, being a bootlicker also has a future. Oscar, stay away from me. At this time, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but step back. Kaka. Oscar, who was just very surprised, felt 1,000 bursts of anger in his heart after hearing what Ning Rongrong said. It was too heartbreaking. Tang San, Yua Gang, Daimyo Bai and the other 9 people couldn't stand it anymore. They knew that Ning Rongrong was able to get the inheritance of the 9-colored goddess because of Oscar's request to the god of food. Now Ning Rongrong actually despised Oscar. However, they couldn't say it clearly. After all, Douluo was still there. If he was unhappy and chopped him with a sword, it would be terrible. Tang San and Yua Gang didn't want to have a conflict with the 7 treasures glazed sect yet. After all, the master and apprentice would use them for revenge in the future. However, the master and the apprentice had no good feelings towards Ning Rongrong at this moment, thinking, this girl is really ungrateful. Since Oscar helped you obtain the inheritance of the divine throne, you should repay him well. Besides, the god of food and the 9-colored goddess are still husband and wife, and you, Ning Rongrong, should be with Oscar. Master, it stands to reason that you are so strong now, and it seems that no one can hurt you. Ning Fengzi felt that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, so he took the initiative to change the subject. At this moment, Yua Gang and Tang San's clothes were torn and tattered. I really want to know who beat them up. Master Ning, it's like this. We got the 8th soul ring for the teacher, and then we met Yeliang Chen. Tang San babbled about his previous experience, and even exaggerate it, saying that Yeliang Chen and Bibi Dong were the big villains who took action first. Good fellow. He doesn't even think before he lies. Daimyo Bai, Oscar and Ma Hongjun looked at each other and complained about Tang San in their hearts. It was obviously him who attacked Yeliang Chen and the others with the mother and child soul chasing gallbladder, and the blonde beauty fought back, but now she said that Yeliang Chen was the first to attack. But they didn't expose Tang San, after all, they were all in the same boat now. Master Ning, Bibi Dong and Yeliang Chen are together, which means they have an unusual relationship. The thing that Yua Gang was most worried about before still happened. Now that Pope Bibi Dong is with Yeliang Chen, the monster, it will be very difficult for him to take revenge in the future. Master, the Spirit Hall and Tenglong Pavilion have jointly established a fleet and do business with the Sea God Island. They are in a cooperative relationship. Plus, Yeliang Chen has twin spirits, and Bibi Dong will definitely teach him how to practice. It's normal for them to be together. Ning Fengzi felt that Yua Gang's brain was a little slow to react. Speaking of the fleet, I have to say that Yeliang Chen's move is really powerful. He pulled the Spirit Hall and the Sea God Island in. We can't move his fleet at all, otherwise we will be openly enemies with the Spirit Hall and the Sea God Island. Daimyo Bai is now the prince of the Xingluo Empire. He also knows that the Tiandu Empire and the three upper sects have coveted Yeliangchen's fleet for a long time, and even the Xingluo Empire wants to get a piece of it. I thought we could defeat Yeliangchen after we passed the god test, but now it seems that it's just wishful thinking. Ma Hongjun used to fantasize about robbing a few beauties after defeating Yeliangchen, but now this dream is probably impossible to realize. Before, Yeliangchen's golden seal directly killed the third brother in seconds. It was so powerful. Thinking of this, Ma Hongjun suddenly sat on the ground like a deflated ball. Yeliangchen should be a super Douluo now, with the soul power of at least level 96. Tang San said with a gloomy face. He thought he could defeat Yeliangchen after becoming a titled Douluo, but he didn't expect that he was still vulnerable in front of that guy. This feeling made him feel very uncomfortable. Super Douluo. Yua Gang, Ning Fengzi, Jian Douluo and others took a breath of cold air when they saw this. Damn, how can he be so powerful? Daimyo Bai knew that Yeliangchen seemed to be the same age as Xuzu. Now, he was less than 20 years old and had reached Super Douluo. It would be a bit difficult for him to take revenge. Oscar backed down in his heart at this moment. If he really wanted to join Tang San and his gang to fight against Yeliangchen, he might die. Don't be discouraged, as long as we become gods, we will definitely be able to defeat Yeliangchen. Tang San immediately cheered everyone up. He couldn't let everyone get scared at this time, otherwise he wouldn't be able to use everyone to take revenge in the future. What Tang San said yes. We also have gods here, and it is still uncertain who will win or lose. Ning Fengzi also spoke at this time. Now that his daughter and Jian Douluo have inherited the divine throne, the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect will truly take off. As long as his daughter and Jian Douluo become gods, they can dominate the world. It must be said that since the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect became the behind-the-scenes controller of the Tiandu royal family, Ning Fengzi has become a little arrogant. He also plans to use Tang San's hatred for the Spirit Hall and Yeliangchen to make the other party fight to a loss. At that time, the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect will come forward to clean up the mess and unify the world. It is just around the corner. But Ning Fengzi didn't know that when he was thinking about using Tang San was also using him. Both of them were old foxes. Chapter 410 Rakshasa God once again controlled Tang San's mentality. By the way, Sect Master Ning, we met a blonde woman with an 8-winged angel spirit before. Do you know the information about this woman? At this time, Yua Gang remembered the blonde who had beaten Tang San and his men before, and was very curious about her identity. 8-winged angel. Ning Fengzi was stunned. He only knew 6-winged angels, but what the hell was this 8-winged angel? Third brother, what does that blonde look like? Ning Rongrong was very curious about the blonde's appearance. She is a beautiful blonde beauty. Her martial spirit has 4 pairs of wings, and her spirit power is equal to mine. From the information given to me by Luosha God, I learned that the blonde is the inheritor of the angel god. Not only that, the blonde's spirit ring combination is 7 black and 2 red, which is more powerful than Xiao San's spirit ring combination. Tang San, Daimyo Bai and others described the blonde who had beaten them before. Frankly speaking, if Luosha God hadn't controlled the artifact to help, everyone would have been killed by the beauty. 7 black and 2 red spirit ring combination? Ning Fengzi, Jian Douluo and Ning Rongrong were stunned. This level of title Douluo was incredible. It was comparable to Yeliangchen. Although the three did not know Yeliangchen's current strength or his spirit ring combination, he was definitely stronger than Tang San. Angel God's successor? Now it seems that the Spirit Hall is going to produce another god. Yua Gang muttered to himself. If the Spirit Hall produced a god, it would be a bit difficult for him to destroy the Spirit Hall. It is rumored that the previous Pope Kyungsunji had a daughter, but I heard that she died young. If she is still alive, she must be in her 30s. Now it seems that the daughter of the previous Pope Kyungsunji is very likely the blonde woman you met before. Kyungsunji's spirit is a 6-winged angel. If it is his daughter, it is also a 6-winged angel spirit. When did the 8-winged angel spirit appear? Ning Fengzi and Jian Douluo also have some understanding of the affairs of the angel family of the Spirit Hall, but now a woman with an 8-winged angel spirit has appeared, which makes them more and more confused. Dad, Grandpa Jian, is there a possibility that the blonde woman got the help of Yeliangchen, and the 6-winged angel spirit evolved into 8 wings? At this time, Ning Rongrong expressed her opinion. If she had not gone to that rubbish Shrek Academy, but went to Tianshui Academy, she would definitely take off now. But now that she has the help of the 9-colored goddess, it is not too late. Rongrong, you are so right, it must be like this. Seeing Ning Rongrong express her opinion, Oscar's dog-licking attribute was possessed, and he was the first to like it. How could I forget about this? With Yeliangchen's help, this is not a difficult task. Ning Fengzi slapped his thigh and immediately remembered that Yeliangchen had the elixir for evolving martial spirits. If he could get some of the elixir, he wouldn't be stuck at level 79 for life. Boss Dai, Yeliangchen is rich now. I heard that the angel family is the real controller of the spirit hall. He can be considered to have hooked up with a beautiful, rich woman. Yes. Yeliyangchen now has the support of the entire spirit hall. It will be even more difficult to defeat him in the future. At this moment, Daimyo Bai and Ma Hongzhen had to admire Yeliyangchen. To hook up with the princess of the spirit hall was simply the pinnacle of life. So, Yeliyangchen might have joined the spirit hall camp long before the soul master competition. Shui Langzhen said at the founding ceremony of the Tianshui sect that she would not participate in any disputes on the mainland. It turned out that she was deceiving everyone. She had already reached a secret agreement with Bibi Dong behind the scenes. This woman is really good at tricks. Yu Xiaogang and Ning Fengzi sighed. They used to be most afraid of Yeliyangchen joining the spirit hall, but now he has really come. No. Teacher, Sect Master Ning, you are all wrong. Yeliyangchen did not join the spirit hall. Dad said that Yeliyangchen was a real evildoer and no one could control him. Now it seems that the spirit hall wants to have a good relationship with him. At this time, Tang San calmly expressed his opinion. Based on his opinion of Yeliyangchen, he felt that it was impossible for that guy to join the spirit hall. Third brother, after hearing what you said, the blonde beauty from the angel family of the spirit hall must have taken the initiative to stick to Yeliyangchen. Ma Hongzhen remembered that when Yeliyangchen appeared before, the blonde beauty's eyes were full of tenderness, which made him envious and jealous. Fatty, it's useless for you to envy him. He is handsome, strong, and capable. It's normal for beautiful women to like him. Oscar teased Ma Hongzhen at the side. He also knew that this guy had been very jealous of Yeliyangchen since the Soul Master competition and felt unbalanced. To be honest, Oscar was also a little envious of Yeliyangchen, but he knew himself, and Ning Rongrong was not seduced by Yeliyangchen, so he felt that he still had a chance. Dad said before that if the blonde woman was really the daughter of the previous pope, she would be in her 30s now. She was still chasing Yeliyangchen. This was simply an old cow eating young grass. Ning Rongrong remembered that Yeliyangchen was a little younger than herself. She was not even 20 years old, but she was liked by a 30-year-old woman. This taste was quite unique. Haha. Wrong, if you saw that blonde beauty, you wouldn't say that. Daimyo Bai and Ma Hongzhen were immediately amused by Ning Rongrong's words. They thought to themselves, if a beauty of that level were to chase me, I would wake up laughing even in my dreams. Boss Dai, how beautiful is that woman? She can make my sister fall in love with her. Ning Rongrong asked curiously. She is prettier than Shui Binger and the others, and even Zhu Zuking can't compare to her. She can be regarded as the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. Daimyo Bai nodded, but when he mentioned the beauty around Yeliyangchen, he immediately thought of the Fian copyrightee who abandoned him, which made him feel very aggrieved. Puff. Boss Dai, are you still thinking about Zhu Zuking? Ning Rongrong couldn't help laughing when she heard the strong taste of jealousy in Daimyo Bai's words. The Xingluo royal family had already cancelled the engagement between Daimyo Bai and Zhu Zuking a few years ago. This guy is still thinking about Zhu Zuking. It's speechless. Even Jian Douluo and Ning Fengzi almost couldn't help laughing, but as elders, they had to force themselves to hold back and couldn't laugh in front of the younger generation. Wrong, stop talking. If you keep talking, Dai boss can't stand it. Ma Hongzhen and Oscar reminded Ning Rongrong. Dai boss, I'm sorry. Ning Rongrong felt that her words should have hurt Daimyo Bai's dignity, so she apologized immediately. Wrong, it's okay. Daimyo Bai smiled bitterly. With Jian Douluo present, he couldn't get angry with Ning Rongrong. Myo Bai, women are a disaster. They will only affect your cultivation speed. Teacher is right. Women are a disaster. As soul masters, we can't indulge in women. Master Yu Xiaogang and his apprentice were a little unhappy when they saw Daimyo Bai and Ma Hongzhen so obsessed with women. The master and apprentice are now eunuchs, and coupled with the word test set by Luosha God, after a few years the master and apprentice especially hate women. Master, third brother, do you look down on us women? Ning Rongrong was speechless when she saw that Yu Xiaogang and Tang San hated women very much. She complained in her heart, Yu Xiaogang, a guy who can only fart, became a eunuch. It is understandable that he doesn't like women, but Tang San also hates women, which is strange. Did Xiao Wu kick Tang San impotent? Ha ha ha. At this moment, Daimyo Bai, Oscar and Ma Hongzhen couldn't help laughing. They knew the real situation of Yu Xiaogang and his apprentice. During the fifth test, Tang San challenged an 80,000-year-old demon ape and was bitten off by the opponent. Now Tang San, like Yu Xiaogang, has become a eunuch, so they hate women so much. Shua. Seeing that Daimyo Bai and the others were still laughing, Tang San immediately turned around and glared at them coldly, thinking, if I didn't want to use you to take revenge, you would have found a way to die long ago. Wrong, stop talking. Ning Fengzi saw that Yu Xiaogang and Tang San looked very unhappy, so he immediately stopped the little girl. Tang San, what are your plans now? If necessary, the 7 treasures glazed sect is willing to provide help. Our three sects are of the same blood and should form an alliance to fight the enemy together. Ning Fengzi changed the subject and decided to make good use of Tang San. Whether the 7 treasures glazed sect can unify the world depends on whether this guy can give it enough. Master Ning, the most urgent task now is to develop our strength, and then wait for us to become gods. Once I achieve dual godhood, I can defeat Yeliang Chen and overthrow the Spirit Hall. We still have a demigod and several super Douluo on Luosha Island. We will definitely win. Tang San was very happy that the 7 treasures glazed sect was willing to stand on his side, so he expressed his thoughts and gave everyone some spiritual chicken soup. Everyone discussed it and decided to integrate the power of the 2 empires and the 3 sects, and concentrate all their strength to deal with the Spirit Hall and Yeliang Chen. Rakshasa God's 8th test, destroy Haoshan sect. Just after Tang San confidently discussed countermeasures with everyone, the voice of Rakshasa God also sounded in Tang San's mind, announcing the content of the 8th test to him. Rakshasa God also reproduced the humiliating scene that Tang San and Tang Dachui suffered in the sect in Tang San's mind, allowing Tang San to recall the past and stimulate the hatred in Tang San's heart. Rakshasa God is very good at bewitching people. The more hatred Tang San has, the more negative emotional power he will generate, and he can inherit the position of Rakshasa God as soon as possible. Ah! No, father! Haoshan sect, what a Haoshan sect! I, Tang San, swear that I will not be a human being if I don't destroy you in this life, he he he. At this moment, the humiliating scene that he and his father suffered emerged in Tang San's mind, making him feel desperate. Until he jumped off the cliff, Tang San shouted out the revenge oath of that year. At this moment, Tang San was extremely resentful, and the terrifying black surrounded him. The aura of color and extreme resentment made his face hideous, as if he was a man-eating demon, and the air around him became cold. How terrible! Ning Rongrong was frightened and quickly hid behind Jian Douluo, stretched out her little head and looked at Tang San curiously, thinking that this guy was crazy. Xiao San, Xiao San. San Xiao. Yu Xiao Gang, Dai Mubai, Oscar, Ma Hung Jun, Tai Long, and others saw that Tang San seemed to be possessed by a demon, and immediately felt that something was wrong, so they hurriedly shouted to wake Tang San up. Who? What's wrong with me? After a while, the picture in Tang San's mind disappeared, and when he heard the voices of Yu Xiao Gang and others, he finally came back to his senses. Fengzi, it seems that this kid was humiliated in Haoshanzong back then. Uncle Jian, everyone knows what kind of people Haoshanzong is. Ning Fengzi and Jian Douluo used soul power to communicate and discuss with each other. At this moment, they were very curious about Tang San's experience in Haoshanzong that year, which made this guy shout such treasonous words. They didn't know what the Haoshanzong guys did. Xiao San, are you still going to destroy Haoshanzong? What's going on? Yes. San Xiao, we are short of horses now. If Haoshanzong is destroyed, how can we defeat Wuhun Hall? Yu Xiao Gang, Dai Mubai, and Tai Long were a little confused. This guy has been abnormal since he accepted the inheritance of Rakshasa God. What's wrong with Xiao San? Ma Hongjun and Oscar were also confused at this moment. They haven't even started the war with Wuhun Hall and Yeliang Chen, but Tang San himself is crazy. What's the point of fighting? It's okay, I just recalled some bad things. What you just heard was just what I said in anger when I left Haoshan sect. Tang San didn't tell everyone about the content of his 8th test, so he turned a blind eye to everyone. Rakshasa God, I still want to use Haoshan sect for revenge, why do you want me to destroy them now? Tang San used his mental power to communicate with Rakshasa God's thoughts and asked what his 8th test was about. Although he wanted to kill some people from Haoshan sect, he had to use the power of Haoshan sect for revenge first, because there were several titled Douluo. Tang San, this is an assessment of your character and ability. You must complete it, otherwise you know the consequences. Perhaps you can come up with another way to satisfy this god, and then this god will decide based on the situation. Rakshasa God deliberately gave Tang San a difficult problem to see if this guy could come up with any way to solve this problem. Lord Luosha God, I will definitely complete the assessment. Faced with the difficult question given by Luosha God, Tang San thought for a while and showed a firm look. The people of Haoshan sect hated him and his father so much, it was okay to destroy them. It was nothing more than a few less titled Douluo. Tang San was already very resentful of the elders of Haoshan sect. Even if Luosha God did not set up this assessment, Tang San did not intend to let Haoshan sect go. Sooner or later, he would return the humiliation he and his father suffered to the other party, otherwise it would be difficult to relieve his hatred. Chapter 411 Ning Fengzi added fuel to the fire. Xiao San, the teacher can understand the humiliation you suffered in Haoshan sect. But Haoshan sect now has several titled Douluo, which is very important to us. You must not be impulsive. It will not be too late to seek justice for your father after overthrowing the Spirit Hall. Yu Xiao Gang looked at Tang San's uncertain face, so he persuaded him earnestly to let him put aside his hatred for Haoshan sect temporarily. Teacher, I understand. I just want justice for my father, not to destroy the Haoshan sect. Tang San racked his brains and decided to come up with a way to have the best of both worlds. He could use the power of the Haoshan sect for his own benefit and remove the Haoshan sect from the mainland. This should be enough to complete the test of the Rakshasa god. Tang San, in the face of the overall situation, you should put aside your personal grievances. You can solve your grievances with the Haoshan sect behind closed doors. After all, your father is still alive and well in the Haoshan sect. If you destroy the Haoshan sect, how will he look at you? Ning Fengzi was also beside him, advising Tang San not to act too impulsively. Otherwise, an internal conflict would break out before the war against the Spirit Hall. What the hell is this? I understand. Senior Sword Douluo, Sect Master Ning, wrong, I still have to find the remaining 5 soul rings, so I'll say goodbye. Teacher, Dai Laude, Fatty, Xiaoao, Tai Long, everyone help me. Swoosh. Tang San said goodbye to Ning Fengzi and the other two, and then called his teacher and companions to escape into the depths of the forest. Tang San also planned to go to the Stardow Forest to see if he could encounter the legendary Azure Bull Python and Titan Giant Ape. If he could get the soul rings and soul bones of the 200,000-year soul beasts, it would be of great help to him. Sect Master Ning, Senior Sword Douluo, goodbye. Shua. Yua Gang, Yua Bai and others quickly followed Tang San. For Tang San's request, everyone had to help now. After all, they were all from Luosha Island. If they didn't help, Tang San would definitely hate them. Wrong, goodbye. Oscar reluctantly said goodbye to Ning Wrong. Although she didn't like him, Oscar still treated her as his first love. Goodbye. Ning Wrong waved to Oscar calmly, without any emotion, just as a farewell between classmates. Wrong, you can like anyone, but you can't like Shrek guys, even if Oscar is a fan of them. After seeing Tang San's group disappear, Ning Fengzi immediately reminded Ning Wrong not to have anything to do with Oscar, otherwise the reputation of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect would be implicated. Dad, I understand. Oscar had fought with the wolf bandits on Rakshasa Island. No matter how stupid my daughter is, she can't like him. Ning Wrong nodded. If Oscar hadn't fought with the wolf bandits, she might still consider it, but now it's not possible. Haha. Don't worry, Wrong. Grandpa will definitely find you a perfect husband in the future. Jian Douluo was very relieved to see that Ning Wrong was very clear-headed. Uncle Jian, we have been out for almost half a month, let's return to the sect first. Okay. Shua. The 3 of them quickly flew away. Now that Ning Wrong successfully obtained the 6th soul ring, it was time to return to the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect. Half an hour later, Ning Fengzi and his friends came to a forest full of streams. Ning Wrong was tired from running and suggested taking a rest. Hoo. Sniff. What a nice smell. Grandpa Jian, Dad, it seems someone is grilling fish in the distance. At this moment, a breeze blew, and Ning Wrong smelled the aroma of grilled fish in the distance, which made her drool. Who is so bold? Aren't you afraid of attracting those powerful soul beasts? Jian Douluo has driven away many powerful 10,000-year soul beasts to protect Ning Fengzi and his daughter. He didn't expect that someone would dare to make such a big fire and grill meat in the depths of the forest. Uncle Jian, let's go and take a look. Ning Fengzi was also very curious about who the other party was at this moment. He was so brave. You know, this is the terrifying Sunset Forest. The degree of danger is second only to the Stardow Great Forest. Swoosh. The 3 thought that it was an inexperienced soul master grilling meat, so they walked in the direction of the fragrance to take a look. It's them. When Ning Fengzi and the other 2 tiptoed to the far side of a lake, they saw Yang Chen and a blonde beauty grilling fish by the fire. Bibi Dong sat beside them, carefully preparing a fruit plate, and from time to time looked at the handsome man and beautiful woman next to her with a doting smile on her face. Such a beautiful picture made Ning Fengzi and Jian Douluo feel incredible, and felt that Bibi Dong was taking a baby on a trip. Fengzi, what are Bibi Dong and Yang Chen doing in the Sunset Forest? Uncle Jian, I don't know either. Jian Douluo and Ning Fengzi looked at the scene in the distance and didn't understand what Yang Chen and Bibi Dong were doing. Someone is coming. Yang Chen and the other 2 who were having a barbecue by the lake also felt that someone was spying on them in the woods 100 meters away. Who are you? You're sneaking around. If you don't come out, don't blame me for being ruthless. Bibi Dong used her mental power to scan the hiding place of Ning Fengzi and the others, and then warned them coldly. Your Holiness, we are just passing by. Please forgive us for disturbing you. Seeing that the other party had discovered him, Ning Fengzi was too embarrassed to hide anymore, so he had to show up openly. Hehe. I didn't expect that the leader of the 2nd largest sect in the world, Ning Fengzi, actually has the habit of peeping at others. This really broadens my horizons. Seeing that the person who came was actually the old fox Ning Fengzi, Bibi Dong immediately mocked him in a yin-yang tone. To be honest, Bibi Dong didn't have a good impression of Ning Fengzi, the old fox who jumped up and down. During the Soul Master competition, Ning Fengzi and Bone Douluo had been coveting Ye Liangchen's fortune, which was simply courting death. In the past 2 years, they had asked the non-direct disciples of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect and the soldiers of the Empire to pretend to be pirates to harass Ye Liangchen's fleet business. Ning Fengzi's series of operations made Bibi Dong very angry, and she wanted to destroy the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect directly. Your Highness, we have no ill intentions, we are just passing by. Ning Fengzi's face was very embarrassed after Bibi Dong said this. This woman really didn't give face to the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. Jian Douluo's face was normal. At this moment, he stared at Ye Liangchen and the other two with a sharp gaze, guarding against Bibi Dong, this woman. Puff. Seeing Ning Fengzi's frustrated look, Jian Rongxiu and Ye Liangchen couldn't help laughing. Hey! Jian Douluo seems to have also inherited the throne of God. Ye Liangchen used his divine sense to casually glance at Jian Douluo and found a mark on his forehead. It was obvious that he was favored by some god again. Are you sure? Bibi Dong and Jian Rongxiu were stunned. If it was true, 2 gods would appear in the Seven Treasures Glaze. It was really not simple. Sure. Ye Liangchen nodded. Interesting, things are getting more and more interesting. Bibi Dong and Jian Rongxiu looked at each other and felt that it was quite interesting. Now the inheritance of the throne of God is everywhere. Your Holiness, we were attracted by the smell of grilled fish, so we came to take a look. Please forgive us. At this time, Ning Rongrong saw that her father was so embarrassed, and hurried out to apologize to Bibi Dong and take all the responsibilities. Ning Rongrong, since you are here, come and eat something. Ye Liangchen watched Ning Rongrong staring at his grilled fish and swallowing his saliva, so he invited her to eat something. Ye Liangchen, is this really possible? You don't blame us for disturbing you? Ning Rongrong said weakly asked. With Pope Bibi Dong present, she didn't dare to approach casually. Ning Rongrong, do you think we are such stingy people? Jian Rongxiu spoke at this moment. When she was undercover in the Tiandu Empire, this little girl often called her prince brother. Now it was quite interesting to think about it. Ning Rongrong, come if you want to eat. There are not many people on the mainland who can eat Ziogan's grilled fish. Bibi Dong also wanted to take this opportunity to find out what kind of divine inheritance Jian Douluo had obtained. Thank you, Your Majesty the Pope. Ning Fengzi wanted to take this opportunity to find out the strength of Bibi Dong and Ye Liangchen, and find out the identity of the blonde beauty. Uncle Jian, let's go over. Okay. The two of them took Ning Rongrong and walked towards Ye Liangchen. Wow! When Ning Rongrong walked in front of Ye Liangchen and the other two, she was immediately stunned by Jian Rongxiu's beautiful face and curvy figure. She is so beautiful. Daimyo Bai and the others really didn't lie. At this moment, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but admire in her heart. The blonde beauty in front of her had a perfect face and figure, and she also exuded a noble temperament. If she were a man, she would definitely like this kind of beauty. Ning Rongrong thought she was also a beauty, but her figure was a little petite. In front of Jian Rongxiu's big figure, she felt a little inferior. Why does this woman look a bit like Bibi Dong? Could she be Bibi Dong's daughter? I haven't heard that Bibi Dong got married. Looking at Jian Rongxiu and Bibi Dong's somewhat similar appearance, Ning Fengzi and Jian Douluo were full of question marks in their minds. Greetings, His Holiness the Pope. Ning Rongrong walked in front of Bibi Dong and bowed respectfully. In front of this beautiful female Pope, Ning Rongrong dared not lose her manners. This is not the spirit hall, no need to be polite. Master Ning, I didn't expect to meet you in the Sunset Forest. Bibi Dong used her soul power to help Ning Rongrong up. Seeing the mark between Jian Douluo and Ning Rongrong's eyebrows, she really felt the breath of God. This time we are also trying to obtain spirit rings for my daughter. We accidentally came here. Please forgive us, His Holiness the Pope. What is this lady's name? Ning Fengzi exchanged pleasantries with Bibi Dong, and then asked Jian Rongxiu curiously. My name is Jian Rongxiu, my grandfather is Jian Daoliu. Jian Rongxiu admitted her identity openly. Anyway, there was nothing to hide. She used to call the other party teacher as Shui King He, and now she met the other party as Jian Rongxiu. It felt quite interesting at the moment. Jian Rongxiu did not have much good feelings for Ning Fengzi, her former teacher, because that was just a political identity, and the other party had never taught her anything at all. It turns out that the daughter of the previous pope is still alive. It's really a cause for celebration. Ning Fengzi was stunned when he heard that this woman was actually Jian Sunji's daughter. The spirit hall hid it very well. Master Ning, you don't have to feel strange. Zioxu is a genius of the 20th level of innateness. If she doesn't hide it well, it will inevitably attract the attention of other enemies. Bibi Dong was talking nonsense seriously beside her. As for whether the other party believed it or not, that was their business. Innate level 20. When Ning Fengzi and the other two heard that Jian Rongxiu was a genius with innate level 20 soul power, they were shocked. This was too scary. Senior Sword Douluo, Sect Master Ning, you don't have to be surprised. My innate level 20 soul power has not achieved as much as brother Xiao Chen. Jian Rongxiu smiled modestly, and then poured tea for Ning Fengzi and the others. Thank you, Miss Jian. Jian Douluo and Ning Fengzi thanked Jian Rongxiu. Since she was the granddaughter of Jian Daoliu. Sister Shuet, thank you. You are so beautiful. Ning Rongrong took the teacup and praised Jian Rongxiu. Sister Rongrong, thank you for the compliment. You are also very beautiful and cute. It is impolite not to reciprocate. Jian Rongxiu also praised Ning Rongrong. Although the Spirit Hall and the upper three sects are hostile forces, they are not real enemies before everyone has turned against each other. As the saying goes, live by the mountain, eat by the mountain, live by the water, eat by the water. Since we are in this soul beast forest, I can only treat you to some wild game. Your Holiness, Senior Jian Douluo, Sect Master Ning, have a taste. Yeliang Chen took out the grilled fish and handed it to Bibi Dong, Jian Douluo and Ning Fengzi. Thank you, little friend Yet. Jian Douluo and Ning Fengzi thanked Yeliang Chen. To be honest, they had never enjoyed such a life before. Xiao Chen, the taste is still as good as always. Bibi Dong started eating elegantly, and praised Yeliang Chen by the way. As a soul master, if you don't know how to eat, it's simply a waste of life. Sister Shuet, Ning Rongrong, do it. If you pretend to be reserved, you won't even be able to eat the bones later. Yeliang Chen smiled calmly, then grabbed the grilled fish and began to enjoy the delicious food. Xiao Chen, do I need to tell you this? Sister Rongrong, let's eat. Jian Rongxiu asked Ning Rongrong to start. She had been busy for a long time and had to reward herself. Thank you, Sister Shuet. Ning Rongrong was not polite and quickly grabbed a grilled fish from the fire pit and tasted it. It tasted delicious. Senior Jian Douluo, you seem to have inherited the divine position. Yeliang Chen looked at the mark on Jian Douluo's forehead and asked him tentatively. Friend Ye has a good eye. Yes, I have indeed inherited the divine position, and my name is Sword God. Sword Douluo nodded. Since Yeliang Chen saw it, he simply admitted it. Sword God. Yeliang Chen thought about it. There seemed to be no such position among the first-level gods. It must be a second-level god. Master Yat, we just met Yu Xiaogang and Tang San and found that they seemed to hate you very much, especially Tang San, who wanted to get rid of you as soon as possible. Master Yat, be careful. Ning Fengzi told about the encounter with Tang San in order to stir up trouble and stimulate the conflict between Yeliang Chen and Tang San. Hehe. That Tang San is really shameless. It was obviously him who attacked us first with the mother and child soul chasing gallbladder, and now he actually said that we attacked first. Brother Xiao Chen, we beat them too lightly just now. Let's go. Let's beat them again. Jian Rongxiu was so angry that she almost exploded when she saw this. She directly pulled Yeliang Chen and prepared to kill again. Sister Shuet, Tang San has a grudge against us, so of course he has to say bad things about us. Come, drink some tea first and calm down. Yeliang Chen poured a cup of tea for Jian Rongxiu and told her not to take it to heart. Judging from Ning Fengzi's tone, Yeliang Chen felt that this guy seemed to want him and Tang San to fight each other to a loss, and then he could reap the benefits. It seems that Jian Douluo and Ning Rongrong got the inheritance of the divine position, which also stimulated Ning Fengzi's ambition. However, Yeliang Chen did not take Ning Fengzi to heart. This guy was a two-faced old fox. Now he wanted to play tricks on him. He was really showing off his sword in front of Guangong. Master Yat, can you tell us what's going on? Ning Fengzi asked curiously. Before, we were walking around in the sunset forest and heard someone fighting with a soul beast, so we went to take a look out of curiosity. Then we found Yu Xiaogang and a 50,000-year-old stinky pig farting at each other. That scene almost made us laugh to death. Tang San heard our laughter and threw the mother and son soul chasing gall at us without saying a word. Jian Rongxiu had no choice but to tell Ning Fengzi and the others what happened so that they could understand. So that's how it is. Ning Fengzi suddenly realized that Tang San was really unlucky. Master Ning, I tell you, Yu Xiaogang will become a titled Douluo in the future. A few years ago, Yu Xiaogang and Tang San came to Tenglong City. At that time, I found that Yu Xiaogang had passed the Rakshasa divine test. At that time, I asked him to show his third soul skill, but he was embarrassed and his face turned liver-colored instantly. I guessed that his third soul skill was the same as the previous two soul skills, still farting. I gave him several titles at that time, Stinky Douluo, Farting Douluo and Loud Fart Douluo. Now he has become a soul Douluo. All his soul skills are farting except farting, which confirms the names I gave him a few years ago. From now on, you can call him Farting Douluo, Stinky Douluo or Loud Fart Douluo. Yeliang Chen solemnly introduced Farting Douluo Yu Xiaogang to Ning Fengzi and others. Ha ha ha. The name of the farting master is now completely famous. I wonder what expression Yu Yuanzhen will have when he knows that his son has become like this. After hearing Yeliang Chen's words, Ning Fengzi and Jian Douluo burst into laughter. Even if they were well educated, they couldn't help laughing under Ye Liangchen's exaggerated tone. Haha. Qian Rongxiu and Ning Rongrong were already laughing, especially Ning Rongrong, who almost rolled on the ground. Bibi Dong was better, she didn't laugh out loud, after all, she had to maintain the image of the Pope. Chapter 412 Soul Bone Fusion Skill, Dragon Shocking the Sky. It's hard to imagine that Yua Gang, who can't break through level 29 in his life, has also received the God's test and now has become a soul Douluo. Although Ning Fengzi thought Yua Gang's soul skills were funny, he had to admit that his soul power was higher than his own, while he would always stop at level 79. With the help of God, even a pig can become a strong man, and Yua Gang is that pig. Ye Liangchen thought of Yua Gang's martial spirit body, which looked like a pig and a dog, which was so funny. Puchi. Qian Rongxiu and Bibi Dong laughed, this little guy's mouth was really poisonous. Haha. Ye Xiao is right. Jian Douluo agreed with Ye Liangchen's statement, that Yua Gang was indeed like a pig. Ye Liangchen, do you think I was sick in the brain before? I actually ran to Shrek Academy. Thinking that Yua Gang has now become a eunuch who can only fart, Ning Rongrong regretted her willfulness at the moment. You have to accept your own choice with tears. Ye Liangchen nodded, thinking, if the Shrek 7 devils were the protagonists, it would be okay for you to run there. Wrong, this is the price of willfulness, and your father's inaction. Jian Douluo reached out and rubbed Ning Rongrong's little head, and glared at Ning Fengzi. He opposed this little girl to go to Shrek Academy, but Ning Fengzi didn't listen, so that later the little girl's reputation was also implicated by Tang San and others. Uncle Jian. After being glared at by Jian Douluo, Ning Fengzi lowered his head in shame. The thing he regretted most in his life was probably that let the little witch enter Shrek Academy. What is the current soul power level of Ye Xiao? After chatting for a while, Jian Douluo asked about Ye Liangchen's strength. Level 98. Ye Liangchen did not say that he was level 99, anyway, Jian Douluo did not know how much soul power he had. Using his spiritual sense to scan Jian Douluo, Ye Liangchen found that the other party's soul power was already level 97. It seems that the inheritance of the sword god should be of some help to him. This little guy is really cautious. Seeing that Ye Liangchen was deliberately hiding his shortcomings, Bibi Dong and Qian Rongxiu could not help but praise him in their hearts, but when they thought that Ning Fengzi and Jian Douluo came here, they just wanted to find out the strength of the little guy, so they could only talk nonsense. Level 98? It's incredible. Jian Douluo and Ning Fengzi looked at each other and thought, he is indeed the most evil genius. No wonder Tang San was defeated so thoroughly. Senior Jian Douluo, haven't you reached level 97? As long as you start the god test, becoming a god is just a matter of time. Ye Liangchen smiled calmly. Now all the gods were frightened by his disaster prophecy. Anyone who inherited the throne of God would definitely pass it. Little friend Ye actually knows my soul power level. Jian Douluo was immediately upset. What kind of monster is this little guy? He didn't release his martial soul and soul ring, but he was seen through by the other party at once. Bibi Dong and Qian Rongxiu were surprised to hear that Jian Douluo had broken through to level 97. No wonder he dared to bring Ning Fengzi and Ning Rongrong here. It turned out that he was bold and skilled. Senior, don't be surprised, because I have also been through the 97th level. Ye Liangchen said nonsense seriously. Has Her Holiness reached that realm? Jian Douluo looked at Bibi Dong. This woman was stronger than him during the Soul Master competition. Now she may have reached the level of Jian Daoliu. No, I am only at the peak of level 98 now. At this level, it is extremely difficult to increase the soul power by 1 level. Bibi Dong also talked nonsense seriously, saying that her semi-god level strength is level 98 to fool the other party. Her Holiness is worthy of being a heroine. After learning that Bibi Dong's soul power reached the peak of level 98, Jian Douluo and Ning Fengzi admired her very much. Ye Liangchen, how did you improve so fast? Ning Rongrong felt like she was dreaming. She and this evildoer were geniuses of the same generation. Now she is a super Douluo, while she is just a small soul emperor. The gap is too big. Of course it's the divine test. With the divine test reward, upgrading soul power is as easy as drinking water. Ye Liangchen explained that if you want to upgrade quickly, you have to rely on the divine test to cheat. Now the soul mark on Ye Liangchen's forehead has long been hidden by the goddess of life. It will only appear after passing the divine test. Bibi Dong and Qian Rongxiu simply wear a headdress with a gem on it to cover the soul mark on their foreheads, so that others can't see it. After chatting for a while, Jian Douluo learned some things about the divine test from Ye Liangchen, and then left with Ning Fengzi and his daughter. Mr. Ye, Tang San is now adding the last few soul rings to the hammer spirit. When the soul rings are full, maybe his soul power will be about the same as yours. With his hatred for you, he will definitely look for you after he becomes stronger. Before leaving, Ning Fengzi reminded Ye Liangchen to be careful of Tang San. Thank you, Sect Master Ning, for reminding me. I will be careful. Ye Liangchen nodded. Bibi Dong and Qian Rongxiu also realized at this time that Ning Fengzi wanted Ye Liangchen and Tang San to fight each other to a loss, and then he could sit back and reap the benefits. He is really an old fox. Xiao Chen, Ning Fengzi, this old fox, is very ambitious. Bibi Dong looked at Ning Fengzi and the others and smiled disdainfully. Jian Douluo and Ning Rongrong have obtained the inheritance of the godhood. For the 7 treasures glazed sect, this is a great opportunity, and Ning Fengzi naturally became proud. But he didn't know that once Tang San became a god, the 7 treasures glazed sect would be immediately kidnapped by Tang San on the wheel of war, so Ning Fengzi's dream was like a flower in the water and a moon in the mirror. Of course Ye Liangchen knew Ning Fengzi's ambition. This old fox emphasized twice in front of him that Tang San would seek revenge on him. It was clearly fanning the flames. He thought he couldn't see it. After the death of Emperor Shuiyat, the Tiandu Empire was controlled by the Haoshan sect and the Kaibao Liulai sect. Ning Fengzi is indeed a little bit arrogant now. Then let him be arrogant. He will understand in the future that he is just a clown. Xiao Chen, we should go to the Yin-Yang Eye of Ice and Fire. Bibi Dong and Qian Rongxiu smiled at each other and felt that Ning Fengzi was quite funny. Swoosh. Ye Liangchen activated the flying skill of the sword and took Bibi Dong and her daughter to fly towards the Yin-Yang Eye of Ice and Fire. Half an hour later, the 3 of them arrived at the valley of Yin-Yang Eye of Ice and Fire. Wow! So magical! Qian Rongxiu looked at the red and white pools in the center of the valley and felt very curious. Xiao Chen, what should I do? Should I jump in directly? Qian Rongxiu stood not far away, feeling the 2 energies emanating from the deep pool, and was already a little impatient. Don't worry, wait for me to refine a yin-yang pill for you first. Ye Liangchen began to pull out the spiritual herbs. He hadn't been here for a few years, and the spiritual herbs here were full again. Although the bones of the Ice and Fire Dragon King were taken away by Guyuina, the energy in the valley had not disappeared in a short time. It can still last for about 100 years. At this time, Bibi Dong took out a small jade bottle, cut her finger, and began to bleed. Her blood now also has both ice and fire energies, so it is no problem to use it to refine ice and fire yin and yang pills for Qian Rongxiu. What are you doing? Qian Rongxiu was stunned when she saw Bibi Dong bleeding. Zioxiu, my blood contains both ice and fire energies, which can be used to refine pills for you. Cai Lan once told me that when Xiao Chen first came here, he encountered 2 extremely cold and extremely hot fairy herbs, and then he used those 2 fairy herbs to refine ice and fire yin and yang pills. After taking them, he entered the water to refine his body, and then he had the ability to be immune to ice and fire. Bibi Dong explained to Qian Rongxiu, then collected the blood and waited quietly for Ye Liangchen. In other words, so many of you have the ability to be immune to ice and fire, and it is all because Ziokin's brother used his blood to refine pills. Qian Rongxiu felt very distressed when she heard this. Isn't this equivalent to sucking the little guy's blood? Yes. Bibi Dong deliberately let Qian Rongxiu know about this, in order to make this girl feel guilty, so that she would not have any temper when she gets along with Shui Binger and others in the future. This little guy. Qian Rongxiu's face was covered with tears, and then she lay in Bibi Dong's arms, quietly looking at Ye Liangchen who was picking spiritual herbs, with tenderness in her eyes. Are you very touched? Bibi Dong wiped the tears from Qian Rongxiu's face, and tricked the girl into crying a few more tears, feeling very fun. Touched. At this moment, I really want to pull him into the secret room and love him well. Qian Rongxiu smiled brightly, thinking of how she had pulled that guy into the secret room to practice dual cultivation, and felt very fun. Pa! You just think about doing bad things every day, and now you have to take the divine test. If you are caught by accident, it will affect your divine test. When Bibi Dong heard the word secret room, she immediately slapped Qian Rongxiu's buttocks. She was locked in the secret room by this girl's dead father, and now his daughter is in the secret room with her godson. It's really passed down from generation to generation. I know. Qian Rongxiu gave Bibi Dong a charming look, always feeling that her mother was jealous of her. On the other side, Ye Liangchen put the picked spiritual medicine in the game space, then walked to the ice and fire yin-yang spring, took out the medicine cauldron, and put some of his blood in it. Xiao Chen, enough. Seeing Ye Liangchen desperately putting his blood into the medicine cauldron, Qian Rongxiu was moved and confused, tears streaming down. Xiao Chen, use mine. Seeing this, Bibi Dong immediately gave Ye Liangchen the blood she had put in. Godmother, I have to make an enhanced version of ice and fire yin-yang pill for Sister Shuet, and try to let her complete the ice and fire body refining within 5 days. Ye Liangchen took the blood handed over by Bibi Dong, poured it into the cauldron, and then poured his own blood into it, and then added a lot of neutral medicinal materials, and then put the medicine cauldron into the hot spring water and began to refine the pill. Buzz. Thinking that Qian Rongxiu now has a part of the angel power, Ye Liangchen directly operated the Hunyuan Ju, mobilized the 2 energies in the ice and fire spring water, injected them into the medicine cauldron, and refined an enhanced version of ice and fire yin-yang pill for Qian Rongxiu. Hey! Don't be sad, hurry up and work with me. Bibi Dong took Qian Rongxiu, who was in tears, to the foot of the mountain, took out the tent from the soul guide, and began to build it. Buzz. An hour later, Yangchen finally refined an enhanced version of Ice and Fire Yin-Yang pill. Sister Shuet, be prepared. This is an enhanced version of the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang pill. After you take it, the ice and fire energy will instantly flow into your body, making your body half cold and half hot. That feeling is very sour and refreshing. You must hold it in. Yangchen handed the pill to Jianrongxiu, letting her experience the feeling of ice and fire. Swoosh. Godmother, take Sister Shui into the water, I'll go outside to help you guard. After Yangchen finished instructing Jianrongxiu, he flew directly to the top of the mountain. With Bibi Dong present, he was embarrassed to go into the water with Jianrongxiu. It would be a bit embarrassing if that woman played games with him. Hey, why did you run away? Jianrongxiu originally wanted to drag Yangchen into the water together. Without this guy around, she was unsure. Zioxiu, take the pill quickly. Bibi Dong took down Jianrongxiu and her soul guide and put them outside to avoid damage after going into the water. Gilyalu. Jianrongxiu took a deep breath and swallowed the yin-yang pill of ice and fire. Ah! Instantly, Jianrongxiu felt the extreme cold and extreme heat running wild in her body, making her miserable. Her clothes were corroded in an instant, and half of her body was frozen and half was on fire. Swoosh! Plop! Bibi Dong took Jianrongxiu and jumped into the yin-yang eye of ice and fire. Ah! I'm going to die. When she jumped into the yin-yang eye of ice and fire, Jianrongxiu suddenly felt like she was being cut into pieces by 1,000 knives, and it was simply worse than death. Pa! Stop shouting, and quickly practice the skills to sort out the ice and fire energy in your body. Bibi Dong looked at Jianrongxiu hugging her tightly like an octopus, slapped her on the buttocks, and then the girl pulled it apart and practiced the Hunyuan Ju to help her practice body training. It hurts so much. Jianrongxiu practiced the technique and gritted her teeth. At this moment, it was hard for her to imagine how the little guy had survived. Zioxiu, it's your first time. It's a little painful, just bear with it. Bibi Dong teased. Puff. There's something wrong with what you said. Hearing Bibi Dong say this, Jianrongxiu couldn't help laughing. It's already this time, and you're still thinking about it. Bibi Dong rolled her eyes at Jianrongxiu, looking at the girl's curvy and delicate body, she felt very proud in her heart. She was worthy of being my daughter, and she had perfectly inherited her genes. Yangchen was guarding outside the valley, and heard Jianrongxiu's screams from time to time, which was very interesting. With nothing to do, Yangchen began to practice the third volume of Hunyuan Ju. Since his soul power reached level 99, he had been busy with various things and had not practiced properly. Hunyuan Wuji, Kyunkan creates, all things return to one. Yangchen silently recited the formula while circulating the soul power in his body and began to practice this mysterious Hunyuan formula. Buzz. As the soul power ran in his body, Yangchen entered a mysterious state of mind, surrounded by golden energy, the Tai Chi Yin-Yang fish soul core also kept rotating, and energy from all directions kept pouring into his body. Kaka. Yangchen didn't know how long it had been, and suddenly felt that the 6 million-year soul bones in his body began to heat up, and then emerged, connected into a whole, forming a set of dragon-shaped armor. Shua Shua. At this time, 9 colorful lights flew out of the dragon-shaped armor, intertwined together, and formed a huge 9-color dragon. Ang. The 9-color dragon roared to the sky, then rushed straight into the sky, flying thousands of meters high. Shua. Then the 9-colored dragon slowly descended and circled around Yangchen. The 9-colored light radiated, extremely gorgeous, illuminating the area within a few kilometers, emitting a powerful dragon's might. Woo woo. At this moment, all the soul beasts in the sunset forest, under the powerful dragon's might, all fell to the ground and worshipped the 9-colored dragon 1,000 meters high. Fuck. This is a soul bone fusion skill. Yangchen also woke up at this moment. Seeing the dragon-shaped armor on his body, he immediately felt very cool. Buzz hum. Yangchen used his mental power to retract the soul bone fusion skill. Ang. Then Yangchen used his mental power to activate the soul bone fusion skill. The next moment, the dragon-shaped armor appeared again, and the 9-colored light intertwined into a 9-colored dragon. What is Xiao Chen doing? Bibi Dong and Jianrongxiu, who were taking a bath, saw the 9-color light emanating from the top of the mountain, and immediately flew out of the water, put on their clothes, and then flew to the top of the mountain. Is this a soul bone fusion skill? When Bibi Dong and Jianrongxiu saw the dragon-shaped armor on Yangchen, a 9-color dragon surrounded his body, which was extremely cool. At this moment, the pressure emitted by the 9-color dragon made Bibi Dong and Jianrongxiu feel very depressed. Godmother, Sister Shuet, I just practiced a little to facilitate the soul bone fusion skill. I also gave it a name, called Shenlong Zhentian. Yangchen used his mental power to sense it. Once this soul bone fusion skill was performed, no matter it was a human or a soul beast, they would have to surrender under the dragon's might. Is this the dragon god? At the same time, Gu Yuina, who was practicing Xian Gong far away in the center of Xingde forest, felt the breath of the nine-color dragon and was stunned. My lord, what's going on? Why do I feel the breath of the dragon god? Ditian, Baiji and others excitedly ran to Gu Yuina, trying to figure out what was going on. It's not the dragon god, it's Xiao Chen who did it. You stay here, I'll go take a look first. SHH. As a peak first level god, Gu Yuina naturally felt that Yeliang Chen was in the sunset forest at the moment, so she directly used the power of space and rushed to the sunset forest. SHH. The next moment, Gu Yuina appeared on the top of the ice and fire Yin-Yang Eye mountain. Sister Na, why are you here? Yeliang Chen didn't expect that he would attract Gu Yuina by creating a soul bone fusion skill. However, when he thought about the breath emitted by the nine-colored dragon, it was indeed a bit similar to the dragon god, which would definitely attract Gu Yuina's attention. You made such a big noise, how can I not come? Gu Yuina nodded with a smile, and then looked at the nine-color dragon surrounding Yeliang Chen. It turned out to be just the soul bone fusion skill created by this little guy. Sister Na, how is it? Is my soul bone fusion skill cool? Yeliang Chen showed his dragon god armor to Gu Yuina proudly. Cool. Gu Yuina smiled brightly. She didn't expect that after the 9 Dragon King soul bones were fused together, a 9-color dragon would appear. It was incredible. Hello, I'm Bibi Dong, the godmother of Ling'er. Hello, I'm Qian Rongxiu, the god sister of Ling'er. Bibi Dong and Qian Rongxiu came over immediately and greeted Gu Yuina. This is a god, so the mother and daughter naturally have to build a good relationship. Hello. I am Gu Yuina, thank you for taking care of Ling'er. Gu Yuina stretched out her hand and shook hands with Bibi Dong and her daughter cordially. Chapter 413 Purifying the Killing City. At this moment, Bibi Dong and her daughter were attracted by Gu Yuina's perfect face and her otherworldly temperament. Sister. Na, you are so beautiful. Qian Rongxiu couldn't help but praise Gu Yuina. This woman was definitely the most beautiful woman she had ever seen. You are not bad either. Gu Yuina smiled brightly. In an instant, she was as beautiful as a blooming flower. Sister Na, the Pope has the soul imprint of the Shura god on him. Will it be okay for you to come out? Yeliang Chen used his soul to send a voice to Gu Yuina, reminding her to be careful. Now the Pope Bibi Dong is the inheritor of the Shura god and has the Shura demon sword on him. Who knows if that old bachelor will control the magic sword to attack? Don't worry, I will be careful. Gu Yuina smiled brightly. She is now at the peak of the first level god, so she has nothing to worry about. You are now at the demigod level. How is Ling'er? Gu Yuina felt that Yeliang Chen's soul power had reached the peak of human soul masters. She didn't know how Jin Ling'er was doing. It has been almost 4 years since she left the Star Do forest. She still misses her a little. Ling'er has one last test left, and her soul power has reached level 96. I came back this time to complete the 7th test and evolve the evil power of the killing city. After that, I have to return to the Sea God Island. After completing the 8th test, I will take everyone back to the mainland. I came to the Yin-Yang Eyes of Ice and Fire this time to help Sister Shui do an ice and fire body refining. Yeliang Chen told Gu Yuina the purpose of his trip. Haha, little girl is really good. She has reached level 96 so quickly. Then you go ahead and do your work. After completing the 7th test, remember to come find me. SHH. After chatting with Yeliang Chen for a few words, Gu Yuina returned to the Star Forest. Is this the power of God? She is so strong. After watching Gu Yuina disappear, Bibi Dong and Qian Rongxiu looked at each other and felt that they were very small in front of this woman. Sister Na is at the peak of the first level god, close to the existence of the God King, so her strength is naturally very strong. Yeliang Chen nodded. With Gu Yuina's current strength, if she had another super artifact in her hand, she would probably be able to destroy Douluo Star. A few days later, Qian Rongxiu completed the ice and fire alchemy body and successfully mastered the power of the 2 elements of ice and fire. This feeling is so good. Xiao Chen, thank you, Mua. Qian Rongxiu felt the power of ice and fire in her body, which was very wonderful. Then she hugged Yeliang Chen and kissed him fiercely. Sister Shui, why are you being polite to me? Yeliang Chen smiled. Qian Rongxiu showed her affection with him in front of Bibi Dong, which was a bit exciting. Okay. Stop showing off. Zioxiu, we have wasted nearly 10 days to help you get an ice and fire alchemy body. It's time to leave. At this time, Bibi Dong packed up the tent and found Qian Rongxiu taking advantage of the little guy. She smiled helplessly, then walked over and took the 2 of them to the top of the mountain, heading towards the killing city. 3 days later, Yeliang Chen and his party had arrived at the town of Killing City. Now, a Wuhan Hall law enforcement team is secretly stationed outside the town of Killing City, guarding the entrance of Killing City. This group is like prison guards. The criminals caught by the Wuhan Hall law enforcement team are sent to Killing City by them. Bibi Dong brought Qian Rongxiu and Yeliang Chen to the secret base of the Wuhan Hall law enforcement team, intending to bring some food into Killing City. Greetings to His Holiness the Pope, young master, and master yet. At this moment, the law enforcement team saw Bibi Dong and the other two coming and immediately saluted respectfully. This law enforcement team is composed of soul masters from the Angel Legion. Because their martial spirits have the attribute of light, the purpose is also to restrain those soul masters with evil martial spirits. Most of the soul masters sent to the slaughter city are affected by evil martial spirits and then commit crimes. The law enforcement team of the Spirit Hall secretly patrols the mainland every year. Once discovered, those soul masters who make mistakes are arrested and sent to the slaughter city. Everyone get up. Is everything normal recently? Did the strong men from Rakshasa Island not sneak into the slaughter city? Bibi Dong waved her hand and used her soul power to help everyone up. Report to the Pope. The strong men from Rakshasa Island have not sneaked into the slaughter city since more than 2 years ago. Now everything is normal here. The leader of the law enforcement team reported the situation in the past 2 years to Bibi Dong. That's good. Bibi Dong then asked Yang Chen to put some dry food and water into the treasure space, and then the three of them rushed to the entrance of the slaughter city and jumped down. It's so dark. Rongxue was in the slaughter city for the first time, and she was a little nervous when she saw the darkness in front of her. Sister Xuet, you are now a titled Douluo, what are you afraid of? Yang Chen felt that Rongxue was a little nervous, so he told her not to worry. Who said I was afraid? Rongxue retorted proudly. Xiaoxiu, my hands are almost sweating from being hit by Misami. Bibi Dong teased beside her. This girl said she was not afraid, but her body had betrayed her. Okay. Okay, I admit that I am a little nervous. How long do we have to walk? Rongxue simply admitted it, feeling that the corridor continued to extend diagonally downward, which made her a little curious. About a few hundred meters. Bibi Dong nodded and pulled the two people to walk quickly towards the corridor below. After a while, the three walked out of the corridor, and what came into view was a dark world interwoven with purple and red. The breath of evil and darkness came towards them, making people feel a little uncomfortable. This breath is really disgusting. Rongxue, as the inheritor of the angel god, is very sensitive to the evil breath of the Rakshasa god. Welcome to the city of slaughter. At this time, a female voice sounded, from far to near, introducing the rules of the city of slaughter. Tap tap. Then Mou, the ruler of the city of slaughter, appeared in front of the three people, and the Terror Knights got followed with a team of law enforcement teams. My lord, young master, you are here. When Mou saw that the people coming were Bibi Dong and Yang Chen, he immediately saluted respectfully. Mou, the purpose of our coming this time is to purify the evil forces in the city of slaughter and let it return to normal. Bibi Dong explained to Mou, and then took Yang Chen and Rongxue to the deepest part of the Killing City. Are they going to purify the evil power of the Killing City? Looking at the disappeared Bibi Dong and the other two, Mou and his group were stunned. Scott, tell Captain Sterling to take care of all the fallen and not to disturb the three adults. After Mou explained to Scott, he quickly returned to his palace to prepare accommodation for Bibi Dong and the other two. Goddess sister, I have come to the Killing City. You talk to the old bachelor Shura god and ask him to give me and sister Shui the authority, otherwise we can't use soul skills. After arriving at the Killing City, Yang Chen immediately used his soul to communicate with the goddess of life in the Soul Sea. Don't worry. We are watching in the center of the God realm and have helped you and Rongxue to remove the authority. Remember to use your life field and cast the light of purification together, so that the effect is best. After the goddess of life's divine consciousness was awakened by Yang Chen, she immediately helped the little guy to get everything done, so that he could use the soul ring skills normally during this period. Thank you, goddess sister. Shua. Yang Chen immediately released his martial soul and soul ring, and he was indeed not bound by the rules of the city of slaughter. Xiao Chen, can you release your soul ring? Bibi Dong and Rongxue were surprised to see the 9 soul rings on Yang Chen. Yes. The goddess of life has helped us get it done. Yang Chen nodded. Shua. It can be used. Seeing this, Rongxue immediately released the angel martial soul and soul ring, and finally didn't have to worry about anything. Xiao Chen, Xiaoxiu, let's start. Kaka. Bibi Dong summoned the Shura demon sword and inserted it into the ground. In an instant, the Shura demon sword exuded red Shura power, suppressing the evil breath within a radius of 1 kilometer. Life domain. Buzz. Yang Chen flew to the sky and cast a domain. In an instant, green light enveloped the area within a radius of 1 kilometer, and the land was full of vitality. Martial Soul True Body. 9th Soul Skill, Purifying Light. In order to make the purifying light more powerful, Yang Chen also cast his true body to bless it. Shua Shua. The 9th golden soul ring lit up, and in an instant, the sacred golden light enveloped the land. Shua Shua. Wherever the sacred golden light went, the black evil power made a Shua Shua sound and began to be continuously purified. Wow! Xiao Chen, you have become the goddess of life, so beautiful. At this moment, Bibi Dong and Qian Rongxi were stunned when they saw Yeliang Chen transform into the goddess of life when he displayed his martial soul. Haha! These feet are so beautiful. Qian Rongxi even flew up and played with Yeliang Chen's feet with her hands, having a lot of fun. Puchi! This girl is so unruly. Bibi Dong looked at Qian Rongxi and smiled helplessly, but at this moment, she also wanted to play with the little girl's crystal clear feet, which were really wonderful. Sister Shuet, stop playing. Yeliang Chen reminded Qian Rongxi to work quickly. Oh! Remember to play with me tonight. Martial Soul True Body. Qian Rongxi immediately summoned the 8-winged angel Martial Soul, used the Martial Soul True Body, blessed her own state, and then activated the 9th soul skill again. Angel Divine Light, Purification. Shua Shua. Qian Rongxi's 9th red soul ring lit up, also emitting a sacred golden light, purifying the dark evil power within a radius of 1 kilometer. The area of the killing city is very large. It is not so easy to fully evolve the evil power of the Rakshasa god. Yeliang Chen and Qian Rongxi worked hard for a day, but only evolved 1/4 of the area. The soul power consumption is very large. Let's rest for a night. Xiao Chen, you are better. I am only level 93. Continuously using the Angel Divine Light skill consumes too much soul power. After using their soul skills intermittently for a day, Yeliang Chen and Qian Rongxi were a little tired. At this moment, they were sitting cross-legged on the ground, swallowing a handful of soul pills and starting to recover their soul power. Bibi Dong was fine, she just used her mental power to activate the Shura demon sword and did not lose any soul power. My 3 lords, I have prepared a place for you to stay, please follow me. After a while, Mou came to where Yeliang Chen and the other 2 were and asked them to rest. Okay. Seeing this, Bibi Dong and the other 2 immediately followed Mou back to the central palace of the slaughter city. After dinner, Qian Rongxi couldn't wait to pull Yeliang Chen into the room. Little brother, show your spirit body to your sister. Qian Rongxi felt very excited when she thought of Yeliang Chen showing his spirit body. Little Shuet, stop playing, and recover your spirit power quickly. Seeing this, Bibi Dong immediately came in to stop Qian Rongxi, lest this girl get angry. Okay. I won't play. Qian Rongxi rolled her eyes at Bibi Dong, thinking, my mother is too controlling, I just want to play with my boyfriend. In order to prevent Qian Rongxi from harming her godson, Bibi Dong stayed by their side and urged them to recover their spirit power. A few days later, with the efforts of Yeliang Chen and Qian Rongxi, the evil power of the killing city was purified. Now the entire killing city is no longer dark, and it is almost the same as the outside world. At best, it is just a pure prison. Yeliang Chen also asked Mou to gather the fallen in the killing city, and then used the purifying light and holy light healing to treat them. These people have lived in the killing city for a long time, and their bodies have been eroded by evil forces. Thank you, sir. Without the erosion of darkness and evil forces, the minds of these fallen people are clear, and they are no longer as bloodthirsty as before. Purify the killing city, perfect clearance, the affinity of the sea god's power reaches 70%, and the age of all soul rings is increased by 7,000 years. Rewards are superimposed, the affinity of the life god's power is 90%, and the age of all soul rings is increased by 9,000 years. At this time, 2 rays of light lit up on Yeliang Chen's eyebrows, and the rewards from the sea god and the goddess of life were officially received. Purify the killing city, pass. At the same time, Bibi Dong and Qian Rongxi also passed the 7th assessment. Qian Rongxi's soul power was upgraded to level 94, the age of the soul rings was also increased by 7,000 years, and the affinity of the god power reached 70%. Except for the fact that her soul power did not increase, Bibi Dong received the same rewards as Qian Rongxi. The assessment is completed, we should go out. Bibi Dong completed the 7th test, and the 8th test was to comprehend the 8 magical skills behind the Shura demon sword, so there was no need to stay in the slaughter city, so she took Yeliang Chen and Qian Rongxi and rushed towards the exit. Thank you, 3 adults, for saving the slaughter city. Mou and Law Enforcement Captain Sterling knelt in the direction where Yeliang Chen and the other 2 disappeared. The air in the slaughter city is now fresh, and this living environment is much better than before. Chapter 414, Good Man Jian De Oliu. After coming out of the slaughter city, Bibi Dong gathered the fallen people in the slaughter town again, and then asked Yeliang Chen and Qian Rongxi to purify the dark power in them so that these people can live normally in this town. After working for a long time, the 3 returned to the Wuhun Hall. Little brother Xiao Chen, my martial soul is also in human form. When I use the martial soul's true body, it's not as beautiful as yours. Show me now. After leaving the killing town, Qian Rongxi pestered Yeliang Chen all the way, wanting to see his martial soul's true body. What's so strange about this? It's just the martial soul's true body. Yeliang Chen shook his head helplessly. Little Chen, to be honest, if you use the martial soul's true body when fighting the enemy may be fascinated by you. Bibi Dong smiled charmingly, and you could imagine how beautiful that scene was. Haha. Little Chen, remember to use that move when fighting the enemy in the future. Rongxiu laughed beside her. At this moment, she was thinking in her heart that she would let Liang Chen use the martial soul to play the secret room game with her in the future, which would be absolutely exciting. How can it be as exaggerated as you say? When I fight the enemy, I usually use the sword spirit or directly use the magic skills. Liang Chen smiled helplessly. To be honest, he had never used the spirit body of the goddess of life when fighting others. A few days later, the three returned to the spirit city. They are back, Yuegwen, Gai Mei, hurry up and gather the spirit masters who need 10,000 spirit rings in the square of the Pope's palace. Qian Daoliu, who had been waiting in the Pope's palace for a long time, received the report from the spies and immediately ordered Guizhou and the others to work. Yes, great worshipper. Ghost Douluo and Zhu Douluo quickly flew out of the hall of the Pope's palace to inform those people that there were 50 people who only needed 10,000 year spirit rings. Except for the 8 quasi-soul Douluos, the rest were quasi-soul kings, quasi-soul emperors, and quasi-soul saints. It's still more comfortable in our Wuhun city. Let's go to the hotel and have a good meal. After returning to Wuhun city, Qian Rongxi was very excited, so she took Bibi Dong and Liang Chen to a luxury hotel called Yupanxiang to prepare for a big meal. It took the three of them more than an hour to eat, and then they opened 3 of the most luxurious guest rooms and took a hot bath. Why haven't they come back yet? At the same time, Qian Daoliu and his group, who had been waiting for a long time in the Pope's palace square, were speechless when they saw that Liang Chen and his group had not returned to the Pope's palace. Swoosh! A flying soul master scout at the soul saint level immediately flew towards Wuhun city. Report to the great priest, the young master is dining with the Pope and Mr. Ye in the Yupanxiang restaurant. Half an hour later, the flying soul master scout came to the Pope's palace square and reported to Qian Daoliu. This girl. Yuegwen, go and urge them. Qian Daoliu was speechless at the moment, so he immediately asked Zhu Douluo to notify them, so that everyone wouldn't wait until the flowers withered. Yes, High Priest. Swoosh. Yu Guan received the order, and then turned into a residual shadow and disappeared in front of everyone. High Priest, let Mr. Ye and the young master have a good meal first, we have time to wait. Yes. High Priest, we are not in a hurry. The soul masters in the square persuaded him one after another, not to mention waiting for 2 hours, even if they were asked to wait for a day, they would be willing. When Yu Guan came to the lobby of Yupanxiang restaurant, he happened to see Liang Chen and the other 2 coming down from the hotel upstairs. See the Pope. Zhu Douluo saw this and immediately saluted Liang Chen and the other 2 respectfully. Yu Guan, what's the matter? Bibi Dong asked curiously. Your Majesty the Pope, it's like this. Zhu Douluo quickly told what Qian Daoliu had told him. Grandpa is really a fool. He is so anxious. Can't he let me have some fun? Qian Rongxiu felt a little dissatisfied when she saw this. At this moment, she wanted to take Liang Chen to play in Wuhun city. In that case, let's go back quickly. Otherwise, everyone will wait too anxiously. Space shuttle. Swish. Swoosh. Liang Chen summoned his spirit and activated the space skill. With a final wave of his hand, he brought Zhu Douluo and Bibi Dong's mother and daughter into the space channel. Swish. The next moment, a space channel appeared above the square of the Pope's palace, and then Liang Chen and his party jumped out directly from it. Wow! Greetings to His Majesty the Pope, Mr. Ye, and young master. The soul masters on the square were shocked at first, and then they knelt down and saluted Bibi Dong and the other 2. Sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. Liang Chen waved his hand and used his soul power to help the group of soul masters up. At this moment, there were only Qian Daoliu, Guizhou Douluo and the 50 soul masters who needed to absorb soul rings on the square of the Pope's palace. Qian Daoliu had already given orders that other people who wanted to watch the fun did not dare to approach the square. Your trick was so elusive that it scared me. Qian Daoliu looked at Liang Chen with a smile. This little guy's space skills were getting better and better. Xiao Chen, you arrange soul rings for them. We have a lot of people. First take out the 50,000-year-old human-faced demon spider soul ring and give it to Bishop Mabas. His martial soul is the tiger-tailed scorpion. The 50,000-year-old human-faced demon spider soul ring is his 8th soul ring. It's enough. Bibi Dong looked at the 50 people on the square. All of them needed 10,000-year soul rings. I don't know if Liang Chen has so many space treasures. Thank you, Mr. Ye. I, Mabas, am very grateful. Mabas stepped forward and saluted Liang Chen respectfully. Hearing that he would get a 50,000-year-old human-faced demon spider soul ring, he was so excited that he trembled all over. Bishop Mabas, the 50,000-year-old human-faced demon spider soul ring has a very strong energy impact. You have to go all out. Shua. Liang Chen's mind moved, and he immediately summoned the human-faced demon spider soul ring bead. In an instant, the bead instantly turned into a pitch-black soul ring, filled with powerful energy. How magical! Everyone looked at Ye Liangchen's operation and felt incredible. Thank you, Mr. Yat. I will go all out and live up to Mr. Yi's expectations. Mobaz immediately summoned his martial soul, communicated with the 10,000-year soul ring with his mind, and began to absorb it. Oshua. Iha. When the soul ring was put on his body, powerful energy instantly filled Mobaz's body, making him unable to help but shout. Ibuzz. Ye Liangchen waved his hand and cast a soul power shield to cover Mobaz to prevent others from interfering with his absorption of the soul ring. Everyone come one by one and report your name. I 1/2. Ye Liangchen asked others to show their martial souls so that they could choose soul rings for everyone. Young Master Yat, my martial soul is the unicorn rhino. A sturdy old man who was about to become a soul Douluo took the lead in saying his martial soul. Ethan, you absorb this bull shark soul ring. This is a 57,000-year soul ring. It is very suitable as your 8th soul ring. Ye Liangchen immediately selected a top-grade 10,000-year soul ring for the old man. Then Ye Liangchen spent nearly an hour selecting suitable soul rings for the remaining people. Buzz. 50 soul masters sat in various places in the square of the Pope's palace, trying their best to absorb their own soul rings. The scene was very shocking. It's really shocking. Qianrongxiu, Qiandaoliu, Guiju, and others watched the scene of 50 people absorbing soul rings at the same time. It was simply spectacular. How many soul rings do you have? Qiandaoliu came over and asked Ye Liangchen. This little guy took out 50,000-year soul rings at a time, which was beyond his imagination. In the past, we killed more than 500 soul beasts in the deep sea. Later, the people of the Sea God Island also absorbed dozens of soul rings. Tenglong Pavilion and Tianshui also absorbed some. Now, it seems that there are more than 300 soul rings, hundreds of thousands of years old, and there are several soul rings with a lifespan of more than 80,000 years, which can be used as the 9th soul ring of the title Douluo. Ye Liangchen checked the game backpack space with his mind, and it seemed that there were more than 300 soul rings. More than 500 soul beasts? Including 100,000 year soul beasts. Take out a 100,000 year soul ring and show it to me. Qian. Daoliu took a breath of cold air immediately. This kid was really ruthless. This is a deep-sea dragon wolf soul ring that is more than 120,000 years old, but it has been reserved by Feng Xiaotian to be used as a 9-spirit ring. Ye Liangchen directly took out the 120,000-year-old deep-sea dragon wolf soul ring and showed it to everyone. In an instant, the golden bead turned into a rose-red soul ring, blinding everyone's eyes. 120,000-year-old deep-sea dragon wolf? Such a rare soul beast, you can actually encounter it, Mr. Yat. Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo looked at the rose-red soul ring in Ye Liangchen's hand and couldn't help swallowing their saliva. It was too tempting, but it was a pity that they couldn't absorb it now. It's incredible. Qiandaoliu stretched out his hand and felt the powerful energy brought by the rose-red soul ring. He was a little excited. We killed 1,400,000-year soul beasts that time, but they already have owners. Jin Yaoer, Qingming, Hulina and others have already reserved them. When they become title Douluo, they will absorb these 100,000-year soul rings. Senior, don't think about my 100,000-year soul rings. Ye Liangchen looked at Qiandaoliu's eager eyes and knew that this old guy wanted the 100,000-year soul rings in his treasure space. Grandpa, you are so shameless. Qianrongxiu gave Qiandaoliu a white look. Hey. I don't mean that. Qiandaoliu smiled awkwardly. In fact, he really wanted to get a few 100,000-year soul rings from Ye Liangchen, because there were several soul Douluos in the Angel Legion who were already level 88, and maybe they would break through to level 90 in a few years. As the leader of the Angel family, he had to seek some benefits for his people. Xiao Chen, tell us about the situation in the deep sea. Qianrongxiu pestered Ye Liangchen and asked him to tell a story. The depths of the sea are very cruel. There are countless 100,000-year soul beasts there, and they are very brutal. When they see us humans, they start fighting without saying a word. Let me tell you about the most exciting battle. It was the 4th test given to us by the sea god. The test content was to destroy the evil killer whale clan and avenge the king of the devil soul great white shark, the guardian beast of the sea god island. In that battle, although I had the strength of a titled Douluo, I couldn't take action. I could only assist everyone and keep them alive. We fought against 300 evil killer whales, including 100,000-year-old the demonic killer whale king. Its strength is equivalent to the peak of human level 96, and there are 200 demonic killer whales with more than 10,000 years of cultivation, among which there are dozens of more than 50,000 years of cultivation. Their strength is equivalent to that of human soul Douluo. In the sea, their combat power is extremely strong. The two sides fought fiercely in that battle. It was either you or I. The sea water within a radius of several kilometers was dyed red, and finally the demonic killer whale clan was destroyed. Ye Liangchen described the process of killing the demonic killer whale clan to everyone, so that everyone knew the cruelest survival law in the deep sea. Killed 300 sea soul beasts at a time. After listening to Ye Liangchen's description, Qian Daoliu took a breath of cold air. It can be imagined how shocking the scene was. Qian Daoliu, you stay in the angel temple all day, how do you know the cruelty of the outside world? Bibi Dong gave Qian Daoliu a sarcastic look, thinking, without the efforts of her godson, the soul masters of the spirit hall would have to go to the Star Forest and Sunset Forest to take risks and perhaps even risk their lives if they wanted to obtain the 10,000-year spirit ring. Bibi Dong, what are you thinking about now? Qian Daoliu thought Bibi Dong blamed him for having a saintly heart and felt extremely embarrassed. Great worshipper, you should protect everyone here first, don't guard the angel temple every day, and do more for the younger generations. Yuegwen, Gai Mei, you continue to work for the Pope. Xiao Chen, Zioxiu, let's go. After Bibi Dong gave a few instructions, she led Ye Liangchen and Qian Rongxiu to her residence. Grandpa. Brother Xiao Chen is going back to see God Island soon. I have to hurry up and meet him. Qian Rongxiu quietly used her soul power to force the sound into a line to Qian Daoliu, and then happily followed Bibi Dong and Ye Liangchen. Shuer, go. Have a good time with Xiao Chen. Seeing that Bibi Dong and Qian Rongxiu are now on such a good relationship, Qian Daoliu is extremely relieved and sighs in his heart, silly son, you can rest in peace in the underworld. Now your daughter has found a perfect husband and motherly love, which can be regarded as a happy life. Qian Daoliu felt very embarrassed about Qian Sunji's silly son's wave of operations. If it weren't for Ye Liangchen, the evildoer, who rescued Bibi Dong, the spirit hall would still be in a state of division and would be destroyed sooner or later. Chapter 415 Xiao Wu's soul has grown up when returning to Bibi Dong's manor. Ye Liangchen and the other two happened to see Jin Zaihuzu practicing Wanyi Fi Hualiu on the lawn. Shua shua. Dozens of petals were seen flying in the air, like fairies scattering flowers, very beautiful. This girl is good. She has a good comprehension ability. Seeing that her little apprentice had already practiced the skills of Wanyi Fi Hualiu, Bibi Dong was very pleased. Without soul rings or martial souls, how can this skill be similar to Ye Lingling's Wanyi Fi Hualiu? Xiao Chen, you taught me this, right? Qian Rongxiu couldn't help but give Jin Zaihuzu a thumbs up. She would have to practice Ye Liangchen's magical skills in the future. Teacher, Brother Chen, senior sister, you are back. When the little girl saw Bibi Dong and the other two coming back, she stopped practicing immediately and then excitedly came to greet them. Sister Zaihuzu, I haven't seen you for a few years. You have grown into a beautiful girl. Come on, let me hug you. Qian Rongxiu dodged and hugged the little girl. She hadn't seen her for several years since she took the God exam. Now she has grown into a beautiful girl. Senior sister Jin Zaihuzu was hugged tightly by Qian Rongxiu at this moment, feeling a little embarrassed. Bibi Dong and the other two came back, and Zaihuzu immediately rushed around to boil water and make tea, like a maid. Ye Liangchen and the other two sat in the pavilion and chatted, discussing the future situation of the continent. Through Bibi, according to Bibi Dong's introduction, the forces controlled by the Spirit Hall now include several kingdoms and principalities, the 4 lower sects and the Dragon Snake Mansion. There are also 2 small forces, named Yanling Sect and Quifeng Sect. These 2 are mini sects. The leaders of the sects are 2 female soul saints of level 78 and 77. Bibi Dong also plans to use the soul masters of Quifeng Sect as scouts to get information. The Dragon Snake Mansion can be regarded as a major force in the Barak Kingdom. Lord Long and Lady Snake have a martial soul fusion skill. I heard that the power can reach the level of titled Douluo. Ye Liangchen did not expect that Lord Long and Lady Snake were actually subdued by the Spirit Hall. However, when he thought that the ruling class of the Barak Kingdom was infiltrated by the Spirit Hall, it was no problem to subdue the Dragon Snake Mansion. Xiao Chen, you are right. At that time, I personally invited the virtuous couple to join the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong nodded, with a proud look on her face. If the sect ranking is reselected, I think Ziokan's Tenglong Pavilion should be ranked first, our Wuhun Hall will be second, and the third place will be Tianshui Sect. As for Haoshan Sect, Kai Bao Liulai Sect, and Landian Tyrannosaurus Sect, they have to stand behind. At this time, Qian Rongxiu put forward a bold idea. Zioxiu, your suggestion is very correct. All the titled Douluos in our Wuhun Hall are not enough to beat Xiao Chen alone. It can only be ranked second. Now Kalin is level 97, Shuyu Er is level 97, Jinling Er is level 96, Dugubo is level 96, Ling Yuan is also level 96, Shobing Er is level 95, Yesuling is level 94, Yu Hero, Zhu Zuking and their group of girls are all level 93, and Yingmei and Xiaolan are also super Douluo. In terms of titled Douluo alone, our Wuhun Hall can't compare. Bibi Dong thought of the titled Douluo under Ye Liangchen, all of whom had 100,000 year spirit rings. Who in the entire continent could compare? Godmother, Sister Shuet, you are exaggerating. I only have a few thousand spirit masters. Compared with the tens of thousands of spirit masters in the Spirit Hall, they are simply a drop in the bucket. How can they be ranked first in the world? Ye Liangchen shook his head and didn't care about the ranking. Who are Yingmei and Xiaolan? Qian Rongxiu asked curiously, because she had never asked Yeliang Chen to mention these two titled Douluo. Yingmei is a dark demon evil god tiger with a cultivation base of 100,000 years, and Xiaolan is also a blue-scaled dragon with a cultivation base of 100,000 years. The two 100,000-year spirit beasts are pets that Xiao Chen has subdued. Among them, Yingmei's real combat power is equivalent to the peak of human level 97, and Xiaolan is at least level 96. They can temporarily transform into human form. Bibi Dong introduced Yeliang Chen's two pet soul beasts to Qian Rongxiu. To be honest, she was a little envious, especially Yingmei's tigress. When she transformed into a human form, she was also a hot beauty. Xiao Chen, I heard from your mother that the tigress has feelings for you. Qian Rongxiu was immediately curious when she heard that the 100,000-year-old dark demon evil god tiger turned into a hot beauty after transforming into a human form. Sister Shuet, what are you thinking about? Yingmei is just my pet soul beast. Yeliang Chen smiled helplessly. This woman's brain is really good at thinking. Zioxiu, although Yingmei can transform into a beautiful woman, she has not transformed into a human form. She is just a tigress. A1/2 I'm thinking too much. Bibi Dong rubbed Qian Rongxiu's head to dispel the girl's messy thoughts. Puchi. Qian Rongxiu smiled and felt that she had thought too much. Xiao Chen, you subdued 200,000-year soul beasts as pets. If this spreads out, the major forces will be jealous. Qian Rongxiu learned that Yeliang Chen put the 200,000-year pet soul beasts in Tenglong City as city guardian beasts, and was a little worried that other powerful forces would covet them. Zioxiu, you think too much. With Yingmei's abnormal strength, even the old man Jin Crocodile is not his opponent. Bibi Dong laughed. With the current strength of Tenglong Pavilion, which major force dares to provoke it? So powerful? Then I have to go and see that tigress in the future. Qian Rongxiu was a little bit unconvinced. How could a 100,000-year-old dark demon evil god tiger have such a strong strength? After resting for a day in Bibi Dong's manor, Yeliang Chen said goodbye to the mother and daughter, then left Wuhun City and flew towards the Star Forest. The Star Forest is not very far from Wuhun City, only a few hundred kilometers away, and Yeliang Chen soon arrived at the Lake of Life. Huala huala. Human, Leva. Yeliang Chen, you are here. The sky blue bull Mang felt the arrival of the super strong man, and immediately a huge bull head emerged from the lake. When he saw Yeliang Chen's figure, he was stunned. Haha. Daming, are you surprised? Not surprised. The Titan giant ape was sitting on the shore, and when he saw the azure bull python in a daze, he burst into laughter. Daming, have any powerful human beings come here before? Yeliang Chen asked curiously. Yes, two titled Douluo with hammers broke in here, wanting to kill us to get the 100,000-year soul bone. One of them was still level 96, but we injured the other weaker titled Douluo, and then they retreated. Daming explained to Yeliang Chen that among the powerful humans, probably only the evil boy in front of him would not hurt himself and Erming. Well, that is Xiao Tian Douluo of Haoshan Sect. He is Tang Hao's brother. His soul power is at the peak of level 96. His strength is also very strong. You should be careful in the future. Yeliang Chen reminded the two 100,000-year soul beasts that since the titled Douluo of Haoshan Sect found this place, they might come again in the future. Don't worry, if we can't beat them, we will ask the adults for help. Deming nodded. As a 100,000-year-old soul beast, he also knew the truth of running away if he couldn't win. Swoosh. After chatting with Daming for a few words, Yeliang Chen flew directly to the deepest part of the Lake of Life. Hello, everyone. When he arrived at the island in the deepest part of the Star Forest, Yeliang Chen saw Ditian, Baiji, Zig Xiangjun and others sitting in the pavilion drinking tea and chatting, and hurriedly greeted them. Xiao Chen, you are here. The master said that you have reached the limit of Douluo, come and show us. Seeing Yeliang Chen coming, Ditian and others were immediately surprised. Swish. Swish. Suddenly, a space channel appeared in front of them, and a jade hand stretched out from it and grabbed Yeliang Chen in. Ditian, Baiji, prepare dinner for us. Then an ethereal female voice came, ordering Ditian and others to work. Haha. The master has captured Xiao Chen into the Dragon Palace again. Stop laughing, hurry up and prepare the food. Ditian, Baiji and others saw that Yeliang Chen was captured by Guyuina and taken to the Dragon Palace again, and they laughed immediately, and then they all started to get busy, preparing dinner for the master and Yeliang Chen. Sister Na, every time I come, you capture me in. At this moment, in the Dragon Palace under the Lake of Life, Yeliang Chen just fell down, and was immediately caught by Guyuina and held tightly in her arms. Don't talk, come into the house with me, I want to see how strong the fighting power of my Dragon Knight is after reaching the semi-god. Guyuina smiled, carried the little guy into the dormitory, and then kissed him domineeringly. Sister Na, this is what you said, I have to go all out. Liang Chen saw that Gu Yuina was still so domineering, and today he would let her see how powerful he was. Come on. This king has been waiting for this day for a long time. When I practiced with you before, I had to suppress my realm for fear of hurting you. Now I can let go. Gu Yuina smiled charmingly, then directly removed the equipment of the two and began to practice. Bang bang. Soon, the two entered a fierce battle state, fighting until the sky was dark, and the whole dragon palace was left with traces of their battle. As expected of this king's dragon knight, this fighting power is so fierce, I like it. 4 hours later, Gu Yuina quietly lay in Liang Chen's arms, enjoying the refreshing feeling brought by the battle, feeling extremely happy. Sister Na, did the goddess of life tell you the current situation of the god realm? Liang Chen asked Gu Yuina curiously. Now that the gods have run away, it is also a great thing for her. No. Some time ago, many gods' divine thoughts incarnations descended on the sea god island. Linger seemed to have also inherited the gods, and there was more than one. However, since the sea god island is the sea god's dojo, I don't have the divine sense to investigate and cannot understand the specific situation. You came at the right time. Tell me quickly, what happened? Gu Yuina was very curious about the gods coming to the mainland, and seemed to feel that something big had happened in the god realm. I once met a white-bearded grandfather in a dream. Now the gods have been scared away by my prophecy of disaster in the god realm, so they are in a hurry to run away now. Liang Chen seriously fooled Gu Yuina to make her happy. The heavens and the worlds? So magical. Xiao Chen, take me to see it later. After hearing what Liang Chen said, Gu Yuina's vision was instantly opened up. The goals she pursued before now felt too small. Sister Na, I will. At that time, the 7 element gods came down. Linger has now inherited the 3 element gods of light, darkness, and fire. Her future achievements will be very high. Liang Chen shared with Gu Yuina the story of Jin Linger's inheritance of the divine throne. Xiao Chen, thank you for everything you have done for Linger. Gu Yuina was very excited now, and then hugged Liang Chen tightly and kissed him domineeringly, thanking the little guy for helping Linger. Sister Na, you're welcome. Didn't you say that Tian and the others would prepare dinner for us? We should go out, lest they can't wait any longer. Liang Chen reminded Gu Yuina that if she continued to play, she would probably have to fight until tomorrow. Okay. Let's take a bath first. Gu Yuina smiled and pulled Liang Chen into a large bathtub, urging the power of the water element to wash their bodies. Sizzle. Half an hour later, the two put on their clothes. Gu Yuina opened the transmission channel, and pulled Liang Chen in. Sizzle. The next moment, the two appeared on the island in the center of the lake of life. Master, we've been waiting for so long that the flowers have all withered. Baiji and Ziji, who were arranging various delicacies, saw that the master and Liang Chen had finally arrived, and immediately came over with a smile and pulled the two to sit next to the table. Haha. Tian, Xiangjun and others standing by couldn't help laughing. What are you laughing at? Everyone, eat quickly. Let me tell you, the structure of the god realm has been changed by Xiao Chen now, Linger. Gu Yuina glared at Tian and the others, and then told everyone about Liang Chen's change of the structure of the god realm and Linger's acquisition of the 3 elements inheritance. Master, so we won't be suppressed anymore. Linger actually got the inheritance of the 3 elements? It's incredible. It seems that the little girl was right to choose to transform. Xiao Chen, thank you, cheers. Tian, Baiji and others were very surprised to see that the Soul Beast clan finally welcomed a new life, and they all raised their glasses to toast Liang Chen. Tap tap shua shua. Baiji and Zig also danced gracefully to liven up the dinner. After the banquet, Tian, Xiangjun, Qi Wang, Wang Yao Wang and several other guys were drunk, so Liang Chen had to send them back to their residence. Although these guys were fierce beasts, under the influence of Liang Chen, everyone also learned the living habits of humans and built a house each. Not bad. Liang Chen looked at all this and thought it was very interesting. Then he returned to the pavilion in the center of the island and had tea and chatted with Gu Yuina, Baiji and Zig. Sister Na, help me make some god-given soul rings. I have 2 friends who were given martial spirits by the flower god and the music god. They now have twin martial spirits and need some soul rings. Just help me make 20, that's all. Liang Chen poured tea for the 3 girls, and then asked Gu Yuina to help get some god-given soul rings. No problem, I'll help you. Buzz. Gu Yuina hurriedly urged her divine power and began to make soul rings. She was also happy to help this little guy's request, after all, it could greatly reduce human hunting of soul beasts. Liang Chen spent 2 days with Gu Yuina and the others on the island, and decided to leave and rush to the Sea God Island to complete the 8th test. Goodbye, everyone. I'll bring Linger back to see you after a while. Swoosh. Liang Chen said goodbye to Gu Yuina and the others, and then flew outside. Tian, can you still beat him now? Xiangjun looked at the disappearing Liang Chen and said to Tian in a sarcastic tone. Xiangjun, what are you kidding? With Xiao Chen's abnormal strength, How could I be his opponent? Tian hurriedly shook his head. When Yangchen was a level 95 titled Douluo, he resolved the battle between him and Douluo Poseidon with one move. Now the little guy is an extreme Douluo, and his combat power has definitely reached the god level. Tian, let alone you, even if the four demigods Jiande Oliu, Bibidong, Poseidon, and Blood-Eye Douluo are added together, they are not Xiao Chen's opponent. Gu Yuina laughed. She had personally experienced the combat power of the little guy, which was simply terrifying. Well, my lord, it seems that some human warriors are coming to the Lake of Life. At this moment, Tian felt that several warriors broke into the core area of the Star Forest. Obviously, they were coming for the 200,000-year soul beasts guarding the gate. That's Tang San, the successor of the Rakshasa god. Don't worry about that. Xiao Chen happens to go out and will definitely run into him. He will solve it. Gu Yuina used her mental power to scan and immediately felt the group of people who broke into the core area of the Star Forest. Then she didn't care about anything. Splash! On the other side, Yangchen flew to the periphery of the Lake of Life and saw the head of the azure bull python emerging from the water. After seeing Yangchen, it immediately sank the head back into the water. Yangchen, are you leaving? The Titan giant ape stood in the distance and waved to Yangchen. Daming, Erming, come and chat with Xiaohu. I believe you miss her too. Shua. Xiaohu, come out. Yangchen showed the first soul ring of the sword martial soul and awakened Xiaohu's soul with his spiritual sense, allowing her to meet with the two licking beasts. Yangchen, I was sleeping soundly, why did you wake me up? Ah. Daming, Erming. Xiaohu's soul came out of the red soul ring, and was stunned when she saw Daming and Erming. Sister Xiaohu, you have grown up. Daming and Erming stared at Xiaohu, who had changed a lot, with huge eyes, as if they were dreaming. Why don't you recognize me? I was nourished by Yangchen's divine power to become what I am now. Xiaohu's soul floated in front of the azure bull python and the Titan giant ape, and touched their heads with her hands. Xiaohu has indeed grown up now, with a tall figure and long legs. The little buns have also grown bigger. Even Yangchen was surprised. It seems that the power of Hunyuan in his body is more magical than he imagined. It actually made the little rabbit's soul grow from a little girl to an adult. Not bad, really good. I also know what kind of expression Tang San would have when he saw Xiaohu now. Sister Xiaohu. Feeling Xiaohu's touch, the two soul beasts were extremely excited, and tears flowed down. Why are you crying? I can't be better now. It was such a correct choice to sacrifice to him at the beginning. Xiaohu turned and flew to Yangchen, smiling, looking at this handsome demon boy, she was very grateful. Yangchen, since I sacrificed to you, you have never used the soul ring skills I gave you. What do you mean? Do you look down on the soul skills I gave you? However, Xiaohu was a little dissatisfied with Yangchen for never using the skills of the first soul ring of the sword martial soul. She always felt that this guy was pitying herself. Xiaohu, I created a lot of magic skills by myself. Do you think I can still use the two garbage soul skills you gave me? Yangchen curled his lips in disdain. There was even a hint of resentment in the eyes of this little girl. It was really interesting. Sister Xiaohu, you can't say that about Yangchen. He did this to help your soul grow. Yes. Yes. Sister Xiaohu, I think so too. The Titan giant ape and the azure bull python shouted beside them, thinking, Sister Xiaohu, Yangchen doesn't use the soul skills you gave him because he can't bear to hurt your soul, so that you can grow up with peace of mind. Don't be ungrateful. Thank you, Yangchen. Xiaohu knew that Yangchen looked down on her soul skills, but she was still very grateful to Yangchen. Without his divine power, her soul would not have grown to what it is now. Chapter 416 De Ming and Er Ming mock Tang San. Xiaohu's soul strength has increased now, so she talked a lot with the Titan giant ape and the azure bull python, including many things from her childhood. Sister Xiaohu, back then The Titan giant ape and the azure bull python regretted Xiaohu's words. If they had stopped Xiaohu from going to that nodding college, they wouldn't be like this now. This is my fate. But it's not bad for me to live this way now. Xiaohu smiled bitterly. Since being targeted by Tang Dachui, she had no choice at all. Even if Tang Dachui could really save her and Tang San at the beginning, she might become Tang San's spirit ring one day in the future. Yangchen was bored and caught a few fish from the lake and grilled them by the lake. Xiaohu, De Ming and Er Ming like you so much, but you abandoned them. Do you know how painful they are? Seeing the sentimental scene between Xiaohu and the two spirit beasts, Yangchen couldn't help but tease. Yangchen, don't talk nonsense, I didn't. Yes. Yes. Sister Xiaohu is my family, I don't have the kind of thoughts you said, Yangchen. The Titan giant ape and the azure bull python hurriedly shook their heads and kept winking at Yangchen, thinking, we do have thoughts about Sister Xiaohu, but you can't say it out. How embarrassing. Haha. Explanation is covering up, this is not something that can't be seen in the light, what is there to cover up? Liang Chen continued to tease that these 200,000-year soul beasts were originally Xiaohu's licking dogs, saying that they didn't like Xiaohu, that was a lie. Well. Daming, Erming, is what he said true? Xiaohu's head was buzzing at this moment. These two little brothers actually dared to covet her body. This was too outrageous. Sister Xiaowu, I just like you. Liang Chen is right. You abandoned us and ran to that human world, which made us feel very painful. Especially when the Shrek Academy came to the Star Doe Forest, I wanted to pick you up, but you ran back for that Tang-san, and this is the result. Woo woo. The two soul beasts saw Xiaowu's kind eyes and simply didn't hide their thoughts. They said what they thought and started crying. Haha. Liang Chen looked at the two licking beasts crying and felt very funny. A big monkey and a big python fell in love with a rabbit at the same time. This is simply outrageous. It's outrageous to the extreme. Liang Chen, stop laughing. Hurry up and wipe your tears. Also, you are my younger brothers, you can't have that kind of thought about me, otherwise I will ignore you. Xiaowu rolled her eyes at Liang Chen, then played the role of a big sister, with her hands on her waist, preaching to the two younger brothers, saying that the relationship between them is just family affection, not love. Sister Xiaowu. After being lectured by Xiaowu, the two soul beasts lowered their heads like two punching bags. Yet. At this time, Liang Chen's mental power felt that there was a strong soul power fluctuation in the core area outside the Lake of Life. SHH. Everyone, don't talk, Xiaowu will return to my soul ring first. Liang Chen reminded Daming and Erming, and then put away the soul ring. Liang Chen, what's wrong? Is there a strong man coming? Seeing this, Daming and Erming immediately rubbed their hands and prepared for battle. Don't worry, I'll take a look first. Swoosh. Liang Chen immediately transformed into a spiritual incarnation and flew towards the core area outside the Lake of Life. After a while, he found Tang-san absorbing the spirit ring, and next to him lay the corpse of a 90,000-year-old sky-splitting tiger. Shua. At this moment, a powerful aura burst out from Tang-san's body, and he successfully absorbed the 90,000-year-old spirit ring. His hammer, the spirit of the child martial spirit, lit up 7 spirit rings, and the spirit power reached level 96. Xiao-san, what is the spirit power level now? Yua Gang asked curiously, with an anxious look in his eyes. I guess Brother San must have reached level 96. Ma Hongjun said sourly. During this period of time, everyone has made great efforts to help Tang-san obtain spirit rings. Tang-san now has 3 powerful 10,000-year spirit rings, namely the 85,000-year demon bear and the 88,000-year ghost leopard. The 2 spirit beasts also dropped spirit bones. His luck is so good that Tang-san now has the 90,000-year spirit ring of the sky-splitting tiger, which makes everyone very envious. Fatty is right. I have reached level 96 now. Tang-san is very excited at this moment. With the blessing of 3 powerful 10,000-year spirit rings and 2 80,000-year spirit bones, he directly pushed himself to the level 96 titled Douluo. This feeling is really great. Third Master, you are so awesome. Tai Long immediately flattered him. As a servant, he felt proud that his master had become stronger. Xiao-san, that's great. Yua Gang was extremely excited at this moment. His disciple became a 96 level titled Douluo. If anyone dared to laugh at him in the future, he would let Xiao-san beat him. I am going to the Lake of Life to hunt those 200,000-year soul beasts and complete my last 2 soul rings. Teacher, Dai Laude, Fatty, Xiao Ao, Tai Long, help me, as long as you can help me hold it off. Although Tang-san's strength has reached Super Douluo, he is not absolutely sure of facing 200,000-year soul beasts, so he immediately asked everyone for help. Xiao-san, don't worry, we will help you. Yua Gang nodded excitedly. Only when Tang-san becomes stronger can his dream of revenge come true. Let's go. Let's meet those 200,000-year soul beasts. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun will never forget the scene when they were scared to death by the Titan giant ape. Now with Tang-san, the Super Douluo, they can definitely get back at him. During this period, in order to win people's hearts, Tang-san killed dozens of 10,000-year soul beasts in the Sunset Forest and the Star Forest. Yua Gang, Dai Mubai and others each obtained a soul bone. Although the soul bone is only about 30,000 years old, it is a great opportunity for them. As the saying goes, if you take money from someone, you will be short-handed. Tang-san now has a request, and everyone has to help. Although everyone also wants to have a 100,000-year soul ring, they know that they can't do it now, so they can only help Tang-san kill the 200,000-year soul beasts. Everyone will need this guy's help in the future. This guy actually reached the Super Douluo so quickly, which is pretty good. Liang Chen learned about Tang-san's current details and then took back the incarnation of his consciousness. Liang Chen, who is here? Daming and Erming came over immediately and asked curiously. It's Tang San, he is now level 96, and is rushing here, and his target is you too. Liang Chen nodded. Humph. He came just in time, just for Xiao Wu to vent her anger. Liang Chen, don't do anything this time, we will solve it ourselves. Daming and Erming were furious when they heard that the person coming was Tang San. Be careful, that guy has a magic weapon on him, and he can't be killed now. How about this, you transform into human form first, and then do this. Liang Chen asked Daming and Erming to transform into human form, intending to tease Tang San. Haha. This is cool. Buzz. After listening to Liang Chen's suggestion, Daming and Erming's eyes suddenly lit up, and then light burst out from their bodies, transforming into two men. The Titan ape transformed into a muscular man, his muscles full of explosive power, even more powerful than a bodybuilder. The Azure Bull Python also transformed into a sturdy man, and his tall body was also full of powerful power. Liang Chen, you hide first, the two of us brothers will deal with Tang San first. Deming and Erming felt that they had enough strength to deal with Tang San, and there was no need for Liang Chen to take action. Then you guys be careful. Swoosh. Liang Chen also knew that these two guys wanted to vent their anger for Xiao Wu, so he flew directly to a 100-meter high tree and hid in the leaves to watch the show. Daming, Liang Chen's grilled fish is really delicious. That's right. We will also transform into human form and eat grilled fish like this. But we can only last for 2 hours after transforming into human form. That's enough. Daming and Erming saw that Liang Chen had already hidden, and then sat by the fire and began to eat grilled fish with relish. While eating, they discussed their future lifestyle. Shua. After half an hour, Tang San and his party finally arrived at the Lake of Life. This should be the legendary Lake of Life. Looking at the beautiful lake in front of him, Tang San felt like he had arrived in a fairyland. Where are the Titan Giant Ape and the Azure Bull Python? Hey! Someone is eating grilled fish over there. At this moment, Tang San and his party were confused. They didn't see the Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape, but saw two burly men grilling fish by the lake. Who are you? Where are the Titan Ape and the Azure Bull Python? Yua Gang asked Deming and Erming curiously, thinking, who are these two people? How can they be so bold? Those two, the 10,000-year soul beast has been killed by us. Deming said nonsense seriously, and then he began to eat grilled fish leisurely, ignoring Tang San and the others. Good fellow. Killing himself. Erming was almost shocked by Daming's words at this moment, this is too cruel. What? Hearing that the two men killed the Sky Blue Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun and others were stunned. So, the two men in front of them are also Super Douluo. I wonder which force the two your majesties are from. Yua Gang saw that the two strange strong men were both titled Douluo, and did not dare to offend them, so he stepped forward and asked humbly. Who do you think you are? Do I need to explain to you? Get lost. Deming waved his hand and used his powerful spirit power to slap Yua Gang 20 meters away. Bang ah! Yua Gang was slapped away by Daming, and he broke several trees along the way. He was in great pain and screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Xiao Ao. Tang San immediately reminded Oscar to make recovery sausages quickly. Super recovery sausages. Master, eat one of my sausages first. Seeing this, Oscar immediately activated his first spirit skill, made a super sausage, and stuffed it into Yua Gang's mouth. Damn it! How dare you kill the Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape? Tang San was not calm at this moment. He just needed the spirit rings and spirit bones of the 200,000-year spirit beasts, but they were intercepted by these two guys. He couldn't stand it. Who do you think you are? Do I need your consent to kill a 100,000-year spirit beast? Boy, I've been holding you back for a long time. Today I'm going to beat you so hard that even your mother won't recognize you. Take my punch. Seeing Tang San's eyes turn purple and his body exudes a cold aura like a demon, Erming's temper could not stand it and he punched Tang San directly. I'm itching to show off my skills, you guys come at me together. Bang. Deming grabbed 1,000 Jin boulder and smashed it towards Yua Gang, Dai Mubai and the others. Martial Soul Body. Raksha Hammer, Shock. Tang San immediately summoned the Raksha Hammer spirit body, transformed into a huge hammer, and attacked Daming and Erming. Bang bang. The collision of the two forces made a violent explosion. Shua. Soul Body. 8th Soul Skill, Overlord Strike. Dai Mubai and others also immediately used their soul body to support Tang San. Xiao San, they just killed the Azure Bull Python and Titan Giant Ape, and I guess the 100,000-year soul bones are still on them. Yua Gang also reminded Tang San that he must kill the two strange strong men in front of him, and the 100,000-year soul bones must not be missed. Well. You are not human. Due to Daming and Erming's attack, the soul beast aura on their bodies emanated, and was directly seen through by Tang San. Haha. You are not stupid. Roar. Tang San, today I want to seek justice for Xiaowu and kill you, the hypocritical guy. Ming directly showed the true form of the Titan Giant Ape, waved his huge fist, and smashed towards Tang San. Titan Giant Ape. The other person couldn't be the Azure Bull Python. Yua Gang, Bai, and others looked at the mountain-like body of the Titan Giant Ape and were stunned. They didn't expect that a 100,000-year soul beast could still transform into a human form. This was beyond their cognition. Tang San, your father Tang Hao has always regarded Xiaowu as your reserve soul ring. He knew that there were many titled Douluo in the Spirit Hall, but he still let Xiaowu participate in the Soul Master competition. It was obvious that he wanted to take advantage of Xiaowu's feelings for you and let her sacrifice to you. What a good calculation, we will kill you first today, and then kill your father later. The Sky Blue Bull Python also returned to its original form at this time, staring down at Tang San. Sky Blue Bull Python. Yua Gang and others were stunned by the huge body of the Sky Blue Bull Python at this moment. The strong sense of oppression made them tremble. Ma Hongjun was frightened and peed directly, and fell to the ground. Wait. Xiaowu sacrificed herself to Yeliangchen, he is your enemy. Xiaowu's soul is still in Yeliangchen's soul ring. If you two really want to avenge Xiaowu, help me kill Yeliangchen and get Xiaowu's soul. I will revive her later. Seeing this, Tang San began to argue with the two soul beasts and fooled the two soul beasts. Humph. Tang San, do you think we are 3-year-old children? Deming and Ming stared at Tang San like they wanted to see a fool, thinking, this idiot is still daydreaming. Hey. Good guy. Yeliangchen, who was hiding in the tree, scanned Tang San with his spiritual sense and found that the guy had become a eunuch like Yua Gang. It was really unexpected. Daming, Tang San has become a eunuch now, and before they were on Luosha Island, they also fought with wolf bandits and Gale Wolf. Then Yeliangchen immediately used soul transmission to Daming and asking them to taunt Tang San. Tang San, what you did with wolf bandits and Gale Wolf has spread all over the continent. Do you still want to covet Sister Xiaowu? Don't you take a piss and look at yourself. That's right, you have become a eunuch like Yua Gang, and you still want our sister Xiaowu, are you worthy? What kind of teacher, what kind of apprentice, it's just a joke, ha ha ha. I have to admire the mouth of you guys' taste, actually fighting with the wolf bandits, even more beastly than beasts, I am dying of laughter, ha ha ha. Deming and Ming received Yeliangchen's voice transmission, and immediately felt very funny, and then began to attack Tang San and his party with murderous mouth cannons. Is this still a soul beast? At this moment, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and others were also confused. These two soul beasts actually mocked them, which was incredible. Damn it. In that case, don't blame me for being ruthless today. Your soul rings and soul bones, Tang San, will definitely take them. 9th soul skill, Demon Scale Strangulation. Faced with the ridicule of the 200,000-year soul beasts, Tang San could not help it and directly launched the magic pattern Vine Martial Spirit to attack the 200,000-year soul beasts. Chapter 417 Xiaowu appeared, Tang San collapsed. Sky Blue Destruction Thunder. Faced with Tang San's 100,000-year soul skills, Daming did not dare to be careless and directly launched a big move to attack Tang San. ZZ Boom. A wave of attack with lightning and thunder spewed out from Daming's mouth, and sparks and lightning shot towards Tang San all the way, which was very cool. Bang. A violent explosion sounded, and the black dragon transformed by Tang San's magic pattern Vine Martial Spirit was directly blown to pieces. Gravity Swamp. At this time, the Titan Giant Ape immediately used the gravity field and pressed towards Tang San and others. This is the field. Dai Mubai, Yua Gang, and others suddenly felt like they were trapped in a quagmire and could not move. Everyone, eat Xiao Ao's firm golden fly quickly. Tang San reminded Dai Mubai and others. Gilu. 8th soul skill, Overlord Strike. 4th soul skill, Force Shock. 8th soul skill, Black Flame Critical Strike. Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Tai Long swallowed Oscar's firm golden fly and struggled to resist the gravity field of the Titan Giant Ape. Rakshasa Field, Devour. A powerful black aura burst out from Tang San's body, and the Rakshasa field spread out, confronting the Titan Giant Ape's field. Rakshasa Hammer, out. Power of the Earth. Tang San instantly summoned the Hammer Martial Spirit, a black soul ring lit up on his body, and smashed the hammer towards the Titan Giant Ape. Bang. The explosion sounded, and the fields of both sides disappeared. This kid actually has a field? Deming and Ming looked at each other and felt that Tang San was quite strong, at least much stronger than Tang Xiao a year ago. Take my sky cannon. Ming's body glowed, and a powerful attack wave shot towards Tang San. Sky-splitting strike. Tang San immediately used his hammer true body, transformed into a huge sharp hammer, and attacked Ming's Titan sky cannon. Bang. The two's attack waves collided, and the explosion sounded again. Martial Soul True Body. 6th soul skill, Stinky Fart. At this time, Yua Gang used his martial soul true body, turned into a pig and dog, and his belly became big, and then aimed his butt at Deming and Ming. Puff puff. In an instant, a fart sounded like thunder, and a series of green and yellow smoke sprayed towards Deming and Ming. This dead eunuch's soul skill is actually a fart. It stinks. Ugh. Deming and Ming were stunned by the scene before their eyes. They had never thought that Yua Gang's soul skills would be like this. Haha. You guys can enjoy the master's stinky fart. Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and others immediately retreated dozens of meters away when Yua Gang farted. Gravity swamp. Ming immediately activated the gravity field to suppress the stinking smoke. Deming, Ming, you two pretend to use your soul skills to cover me. I will use the power of wind to blow the poisonous smoke over, let them enjoy the smell of the stinky fart. At this moment, Yeliang Chen, who was hiding in the distance watching the show, used soul transmission to send a message to the two soul beasts, asking them to cooperate. Roar. After receiving Yeliang Chen's message, the two soul beasts immediately shouted, bursting out powerful soul power, pretending to attack Tang San. Hoo. Yeliang Chen immediately activated the power of the wind element and rolled towards the pile of stinky fart smoke sprayed by Yua Gang. Why is there a strong wind? Ugh. Dai Mubai and others, who were feeling proud, were instantly enveloped by the poisonous smoke blown by the strong wind, and then vomited crazily. Ugh. Tang San was also dizzy by the stench at this moment, his stomach was churning, and he couldn't help vomiting. Ha ha ha. Sorry, you guys should enjoy the stinky fart by yourselves. This strong wind came too timely, ha ha ha. Deming and Ming looked at Dai Mubai and the others vomiting crazily, and couldn't help laughing. 8th soul skill, fart like thunder, a fart that makes a thunderous sound in the plain. Yua Gang was already used to his own farts. Seeing the two soul beasts laughing, he quickly aimed his butt at the enemy and launched a loud fart attack. Shua. Just as Yua Gang was farting, Yeliang Chen, who was hiding in the distance, directly cut a wooden stick from a branch and shot it at Yua Gang's vitals. Puff. The short stick as thick as an arm was like an arrow shot from a string, directly hitting Yua Gang's vitals and instantly interrupting his loud fart soul skill. Ah! The sudden damage caused Yua Gang to suffer 10,000 critical hits, and he screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Ha ha ha. Ming, I am laughing to death, ha ha ha. Me too, my stomach hurts from laughing, ha ha ha. Looking at Yua Gang jumping up and down, Ming rolled on the ground with laughter, while Ming pounded the ground and laughed loudly. The scene was very exaggerated. Master was hit again. Hiss. Whose hand is this? Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and others were attracted by Yua Gang's screams like a pig being slaughtered, and when they saw a wooden stick as thick as an arm inserted into the opponent's vital point, they all took a breath of cold air. Teacher, bear with it, I will pull it out for you. Tang San rushed to Yua Gang's back and pulled the stick out of Yua Gang's wound. Ah! Tang San exerted force, and the spikes on the stick scratched Yua Gang's vitals again, causing him to grimace in pain and scream. Xiaoao, recovery sausage. When Tang San saw the stick 20 centimeters deep into Yua Gang's wound, he felt his scalp tingling, and then immediately ordered Oscar to make recovery sausage. First soul skill, super recovery sausage. Master, eat sausage. Oscar immediately activated his soul skill, made a super recovery sausage, and stuffed it into Yua Gang's mouth. This familiar method seems to be exactly the same as Bibi Dong's method. At this time, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun remembered Yua Gang's experience in the Sunset Forest some time ago, which was exactly the same as this time. Bibi Dong? After Dai Mubai and the others reminded him, Yua Gang immediately thought of the injuries Bibi Dong had caused him in the Sunset Forest. Ah! Bibi Dong, you devil must die a miserable death. One day, this master will destroy the spirit hall, peel off your skin, and pull out your tendons. Yua Gang was extremely angry at this moment, thinking that Bibi Dong was hiding in the dark and attacking him again. She attacked his vitals again and again, which was even more vicious than a devil. Swish! Tang San activated the purple demon eye and shot in all directions. Who? Come out! Soon Tang San found a strong man hiding in a big tree 100 meters away. Haha! Tang San, you are already a super Douluo, not bad. Swoosh! Seeing that Tang San had discovered him, Yeliang Chen directly activated the wind and thunder wings and flew over. Yeah, Yeliang Chen! How did you appear here? When Tang San and the others saw that the person coming was Yeliang Chen, they were shocked. Tang San! Surprised? Unexpected. Deming and Ming transformed into human form again, standing behind Yeliang Chen, looking at Tang San and the others teasingly. Yeliang Chen, you are the best. Tang San looked at the 200,000-year soul beast standing behind Yeliang Chen, as if they were his little followers, which made him very puzzled. I came here to see the scenery. Yeliang Chen smiled calmly. Yeliang Chen, You actually colluded with soul beasts? What do you want to do? Yu Gang covered his buttocks and cursed at Yeliang Chen. Master Fart, it seems that I was a little light on you just now. Go. Yeliang Chen waved his hand, and the powerful soul power directly knocked Yu Gang 20 meters away. Bang. Puff. When Yu Gang fell to the ground, his butt hit a conical stone and was hit by 10,000 critical hits again. Ao ao. Yu Gang jumped up as if he was electrocuted, screaming like a pig being slaughtered. Hiss. This hurts too much. Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun and others felt numb on their backs when they saw Yu Xiaogang's miserable appearance. Ha ha ha. Deming and Ming laughed again. Xiao Ao, hurry. Tang San looked at Yu Gang bleeding all over the floor and hurriedly urged Oscar to make recovery sausages. Super recovery sausages. Oscar had to force himself to hold back his laughter and activated his soul skills again to make recovery sausages and throw them to Yu Gang. Master Fart, how is it? Does it taste good? Yeliang Chen smiled kindly and looked at Yu Xiaogang's pale face, feeling particularly amused. You don't come over here. Seeing Yeliang Chen's kind smile, Yu Gang was scared. This guy was just like Bibi Dong, a demon. If Bibi Dong was a big demon, this guy was a little demon. Yeliang Chen, you bully my teacher like this, take your life. 9th soul skill, demon spirit soaring to the sky. Tang San couldn't stand it, and immediately summoned the demon pattern vine martial soul, launching the 9th soul skill to attack Yeliang Chen. At this moment, Tang San wanted to test Yeliang Chen's true strength, so he directly launched the 100,000 year soul skill to see how the other party would react. Hiss. As the red soul ring on Tang San's body lit up, countless skull monsters waved their weapons, making terrifying roars, and rushed towards Yeliang Chen. Titan Sky Break. Without waiting for Yeliang Chen to make a move, Ming rushed out directly and launched a big move to meet Tang San's soul skill. Bang bang! After a burst of explosions, Tang San was knocked back, and his 9th soul skill was also shattered by Ming's Titan Sky Breaker. That's it. Yeliang Chen smiled contemptuously. As early as the moment when the soul skills of both sides collided, he used his soul power to protect himself and the two soul beast, not even a speck of dust on his body. Haha. Tang San, your strength is not good enough. With this little strength, you can't even pass the level of our brothers, and you still want to kill Yeliang Chen, it's just a daydream. Deming and Ming still maintained their human form at this moment, showing a teasing expression to mock Tang San. Yeliang Chen, what is your strength? Tang San's heart began to collapse at this moment. He thought that after reaching the level of Super Douluo, he could fight with Yeliang Chen, but he didn't expect that he couldn't even take down 200,000 year soul beasts. Guess. Yeliang Chen smiled mysteriously at Tang San. Xiao Wu, come out. Then he showed the red soul ring that Xiao Wu sacrificed, and called Xiao Wu out with his spiritual sense. Buzz buzz. Yeliang Chen, who is here? Hey. It's Tang San? Getting uglier and uglier. Xiao Wu came out of the soul ring, and when she saw Tang San, she was stunned for a moment, and then showed a look of disgust. Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, why are you still following Tang San? When Xiao Wu saw Dai Mubai and the others, she felt a little disappointed. These people were actually hanging out with Tang San. They were really degenerate. Xiao Wu. Tang San didn't care that Xiao Wu said he was ugly at the moment. He immediately rushed over and wanted to pull her hand. Now when he saw Xiao Wu again, Tang San seemed to be dreaming. After Xiao Wu sacrificed herself to Yeliang Chen, her soul could still grow up. Xiao Wu is now a beautiful woman. Yu Gang, Dai Mubai and others looked at Xiao Wu in disbelief. Tang San, don't look at me with that look. I feel sick. Xiao Wu couldn't stand Tang San's hypocritical look. She immediately floated behind Yeliang Chen, stretched out her little head, and looked at Tang San with disgust. Xiao Wu, why? Xiao Wu's disgust made Tang San feel very painful. Tang San, stay away from our Xiao Wu. Yes. You are just a eunuch now, you will disgust Xiao Wu. Deming and Ming teased beside him, and once again gave Tang San a heartbreaking blow. No wonder it's so disgusting, Tang San, it turns out that you are the same as the fart master Yu Gang, worthy of being a master and apprentice, like a teacher, like a disciple. Xiao Wu heard that Tang San had also become a eunuch, and suddenly felt very funny, so she made another heartbreaking ridicule. Yeliang Chen, you must have bewitched Xiao Wu, give my Xiao Wu back to me. Rakshasa Hammer, out. 6th soul skill, Crazy Leopard Hammer. Tang San looked at Xiao Wu's beautiful appearance, but he hated himself so much, and couldn't stand it, so he immediately summoned the Rakshasa Hammer martial spirit and used the soul skill to smash Yeliang Chen. Tang San, do you dare? Invincible Golden Body. Seeing this, Xiao Wu's soul immediately merged into the soul ring, actively activating the Invincible Golden Body soul skill, instantly turning Yeliangchen into a golden man and entering an invincible defense state. Bang! When Tang San hit Yeliangchen with a hammer, the powerful recoil force directly knocked him away, and the hammer martial spirit also flew out of his hand. Roar! Tang San! Deming and Ming were angry at this moment, rolling up their sleeves and preparing to fight. Deming, Ming, calm down. Yeliangchen waved his hand, asking the two guys to stay calm. Tang San, this is the invincible golden body skill Xiaowu gave me. Under the gods, the defense is invincible. Since Xiaowu sacrificed herself to me, I have never used the soul skills she gave me, and her soul was nourished by the divine power in my body, growing from a little girl to an adult. Now you know why she hates you so much, right? Looking at Tang San who was blown away, Yeliangchen said a few more words to attack the other party's mentality. Tang San, you disgusting guy, you dare to attack Yeliangchen, I will never let you go. At this time, Xiaowu came out of the soul ring on Yeliangchen's body again, staring at Tang San with a pair of beautiful eyes, showing a look of disgust. No. Xiaowu, why? Tang San really collapsed at this moment. Xiaowu really betrayed him, which was even more painful than killing him. Ah! Tang San held his head and squatted on the ground wailing, recalling the 6 years in Notting College. Xiaowu still called him brother, but now she turned against him to save others. How could Tang San bear it? Chapter 418 The Unlucky Three Brothers of Qunjun and King. You still have the nerve to ask why? I became what I am today, isn't it because of you and your son? Since I entered Notting College, I have been targeted by your father when I was caught by Pope Bibi Dong and others. Your father Tang Hao didn't take action, the purpose was to let me sacrifice to you. So later I willingly sacrificed myself to Yeliangchen, leaving you and your son with nothing. Xiaowu said everything Tang Hao said when he saw her in Tiandu City with emotion, letting Tang San know what kind of person his father was. No. It's not like that, Xiaowu, you lied to me, didn't you? Tang San shook his head frantically at this moment. Xiaowu's murderous words had made him doubt his life. It is my honor to sacrifice to Yeliangchen. It is my only chance. When he becomes a god, he will recast my body for me. I am willing to be a maid and serve him forever. Seeing that Tang San was about to go crazy, Xiaowu directly said what she was thinking, and hit the other party's mentality again. Ah! Xiaowu! Don't I will become a god in the future, and I will also revive you. Looking at Xiaowu's deep love and loyalty to Yeliangchen, Tang San's heart was about to break, it was too painful. Haha! I 1/2 AE degree AE EN AE superscript 2 AE trademark AE degree C 1/2 CA 1/4 YA 1/2. Hearing Tang San's ridiculous idea, Xiaowu was immediately amused. Hiss! Xiaowu's move is really cruel. It's just killing people and destroying their hearts. Daimyo Bai, Oscar and Ma Hongjun saw that Xiaowu had driven Tang San crazy, and they felt a sense of gloating in their hearts. Xiao San, don't listen to Xiaowu's nonsense. She is a soul beast and we are human beings. Since ancient times, soul beasts and humans are incompatible. Your father is right. At this moment, Yu Xiaogang walked to Tang San with duck steps, reminding him not to take Xiaowu's words to heart. Yu Xiaogang, it seems that your injury is not serious enough. You, the ignorant fart master, are like the frog at the bottom of the well, and will never know the vastness of the sky. Go. Yeliangchen waved his hand and slapped Yu Xiaogang away with his soul power. Puff. It is not known whether Yeliangchen did it intentionally or unintentionally. When Yu Xiaogang fell to the ground, he happened to fall on the small conical stone before. The old injury had not healed yet, and a new injury was immediately added. Ah! The severe pain made Yu Xiaogang scream like a pig being slaughtered again. It was too painful. Hiss! Master, this time it's probably going to break apart. Daimyo Bai, Ma Hongjun and others couldn't bear to watch it anymore, thinking, does Yu Xiaogang have a masochistic tendency? He repeatedly provoked Yeliangchen, isn't he asking for a beating? Master, eat the sausage quickly. Oscar shook his head helplessly, made another recovery sausage, stuffed it into the other's mouth, and then pulled Yu Xiaogang up again. Ha ha ha. Xiaowu looked at Yu Xiaogang's miserable appearance and laughed continuously. She had never felt so relieved. Yeliangchen, give me your life. Rakshasa demon scythe, cut. Seeing this, Tang San directly summoned the artifact and cut towards Yeliangchen. Daming, Erming, retreat. Seeing Daming and Erming preparing to step forward to meet the enemy, Yeliangchen immediately asked them to retreat. Mountain opening seal. Then Yeliangchen calmly formed a golden seal and slapped it towards Tang San. Buzz. Bang. The golden seal of hundreds of meters rushed over with great force, directly knocking Tang San away dozens of meters. Tang San, you are looking for death again, run away quickly. At the critical moment, Luoxia's divine consciousness revived and blocked Yeliangchen's mountain opening seal. Shua. Tang San immediately rushed to the periphery of the Lake of Life. If he didn't run away, his life might be in danger. Brother San ran away again. Let's go quickly. Ma Hongzhen, Dai Mubai, Yua Gang, and others saw this and immediately chased Tang San frantically. Yeliang Chen, why didn't you kill them? Deming and Ming couldn't understand why Yeliang Chen had the absolute strength to kill Tang San and his group, but he let those guys escape. Except Yua Gang, they are also chosen as inheritors by the gods in the god realm. They all have soul seals planted by the gods. The opportunity to kill them is not ripe at present. Did you see the big seal I shot just now? That is my divine skill, which has the power to split mountains and rocks. If it were normal, Tang San would be dead or disabled. Now he is still alive, and it is also because the divine consciousness in the artifact in his hand has revived and activated the artifact to block the attack for him. Yeliang Chen explained slowly that before the gods in the god realm officially passed the throne to the Shrek brothers, there was no need to kill them for the time being, lest the gods be dissatisfied and do some tricks in secret. So that's it. Daming and Erming suddenly realized that the gods were really powerful. Yeliang Chen, what should we do if Tang San and others come to kill Daming and Erming later? Xiao Wu was very worried about the safety of Daming and Erming when she saw this. Sister Xiaowu, don't worry. The adults in the depths of the Lake of Life might be watching. They didn't take action because Yeliang Chen was here this time. Daming and Erming told Xiaowu not to worry, and that they could protect themselves with their strength. Xiaowu, go back to the soul ring first. Daming, Erming, I'm leaving first. Yeliang Chen put away the soul ring, said goodbye to the two soul beasts, and then flew away. Swoosh. Just after Yeliang Chen left, Ditian appeared beside Daming and Erming. My lord. The two soul beasts immediately saluted Ditian respectfully. What does Xiao Chen have to say? Ditian asked the two soul beasts curiously. Young master Ye said. Seeing this, Daming immediately told Ditian exactly what Yeliang Chen said. In that case, then follow his instructions. You guard this place well. If you encounter a strong enemy in the future and cannot defeat him, immediately ask us for help. Swoosh. Ditian nodded, gave a few instructions, and then returned to the depths of the Lake of Life. After Yeliang Chen left the Lake of Life, he picked up some spiritual herbs in the core area of the Star Forest. Swoosh. After working for an hour, Yeliang Chen flew directly to a height of 1,000 meters, ready to leave the Star Forest. Ihei. Could it be Tang San and his group again? At this moment, Yeliang Chen trademark's consciousness sensed a strong soul power fluctuation coming from a few thousand meters away, as if there were strong men fighting. Swoosh. Seeing this, Yeliang Chen immediately flew in that direction to see who it was. When Yeliang Chen came to the outside of a valley, he found that Tang San was absorbing soul rings in the valley, and there were 3 corpses of Qunjun ants lying beside him. And Tang San was absorbing 2 soul rings at the same time, both of which were black with a hint of red. Obviously, these 2 soul rings were almost 100,000 years old. The powerful energy turned him into a bloody man, with blood coming out of his mouth, nose, and ears. Xiao San. Third Master. Yua Gang and Tai Long were anxiously running around, but they didn't dare to interrupt Tang San. Buzz. At the critical moment, the divine consciousness in the Rakshasa demon scythe on Tang San's body took action, emitting a black divine power and injecting it into Tang San's body, which allowed him to hold on. Because Tang San can only absorb 2 soul rings now, the remaining soul ring has been floating on the corpse of the Qunjun Ant King next to him, flashing. It's a pity for this soul ring. Dai Mubai, Yua Gang, and others looked at the soul ring that was nearly 100,000 years old, shook their heads and sighed. Fuck. Aren't these the 3 Qunjun emperors that Tang San killed in the original plot? He is so lucky. Yeliang Chen, who was hiding on the top of the mountain outside the valley, was very surprised when he saw the 3 Qunjun ant corpses next to Tang San. That black and red soul ring is not bad, we have to collect it. Swoosh. Yeliang Chen rushed into the valley quickly, put his hand on the soul ring, and put it into the game backpack with a thought. Yeah, Yeliang Chen. The sudden change scared Dai Mubai and others. Yeliang Chen, you can actually put the soul ring away. Yua Gang clearly saw Yeliang Chen put his hand on the soul ring, and then the soul ring disappeared out of thin air. Such a method is simply unheard of. This world is too small, I will meet you wherever I go. Seeing Dai Mubai and others being scared by him, Yeliang Chen thought, am I that scary? You guys play slowly. I'm leaving first. Swoosh. Then Yeliang Chen soared into the sky and flew far away, hiding on a high mountain in the distance to see what these guys will do next. Come without a shadow, go without a trace, is this his strength? Boss Dai, do you still have the confidence to challenge him? Ma Hongzhen and Oscar looked at Dai Mubai, thinking that this guy wanted to challenge Yeliang Chen, it was just a daydream. I can't beat him. Dai Mubai shook his head quickly, throwing away the bold words he had said some time ago. Mubai, Ma Hongzhen, Oscar, Yeliang Chen is just relying on his strength to be stronger than us. You are also inheritors of the godly position, and you can also become peerless strong men in the future. Xiao San is a double godly inheritor, and his strength will definitely exceed Yue Chen in the future. Yua Gang saw that Dai Mubai and the other two began to retreat, and then immediately gave them some spiritual chicken soup. Master, have you ever thought that Xiao San, even if he became a god, would still not be able to beat Yue Chen? Since Xiao San fought with Yue Chen in the Soul Master competition, he has never won once, and each time he lost more miserably. At this time, Oscar put forward his own opinion. His intuition told him that even if Tang San achieved the dual god status, he could not beat Yue Chen. Nonsense, Xiao San is the inheritance of dual gods, he will definitely win. Yue Chen is just more powerful than us now. Have you noticed? Yue Chen is afraid to kill now. He must be worried about the gods behind you. This is also an opportunity for us to grow. So everyone should work hard to practice in the future. Yua Gang glared at Oscar. Tang San is his favorite student and his hope for revenge. He will never allow others to question him. Master, you are right. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun remembered that Tang San had fought with Yue Chen twice, and he escaped by relying on the divine thoughts in the artifact. Obviously, Yue Chen did not want to offend the gods behind everyone now, so he left. As expected of the Fart Master, you really guessed it. On a mountain 1,000 meters away, Yue Chen heard the conversation between Yua Gang and his group through his spiritual sense and was quite surprised. Shua. As time went by, 2 hours later, Tang San finally absorbed the 2 soul rings of the 1,000 Tian Ant King, and his soul power broke through to level 97. Xiao San, did you succeed? Third Master. Yua Gang and his lackey Tai Long saw that the 2 black and red soul rings on Tang San's body no longer fluctuated, and immediately came over excitedly. Yes, I successfully broke through to level 97. Tang San nodded excitedly. After his soul power reached level 97, he felt very comfortable. Xiao San, Yue Chen came here again just now. I don't know what method he used to take away the nearly 100,000-year-old 1,000 Tian Ant King soul ring. Yue Chen's methods are too magical, just like a god. Just when Tang San was happy, Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun came over and told him about Yue Chen's previous magical operations. Can the soul ring be taken away? Does he also have a magic weapon? That must be the case. Hearing that Yue Chen had such a skill, Tang San was stunned, and then thought that the monster also obtained the inheritance of the god position, and it was normal to have a magic weapon. Then can your magic weapon take away the soul ring? Dai Mubai, Oscar, and others asked half doubtfully. No. The functions of the magic weapon are different. Maybe his magic weapon is a little more special. Don't worry about him. Now that my soul power has reached the 97th level, it's time to go to the Haoshan Sect and complete the 8th test. Tang San thought about it for a while and decided to kill the Haoshan Sect by removing the Haoshan Sect from the continent in order to complete the 8th test, so he decided to kill the Haoshan Sect. Chapter 419 Tang San kills the Haoshan Sect. Xiao San, are you really determined to destroy the Haoshan Sect? Although he already knew that the 8th test for his apprentice was to destroy the Haoshan Sect, when Tang San really wanted to take action, Yua Gang sighed in his heart. It was really a bit sad that the world's #1 sect disappeared in this way on this continent. Xiao San, is there no way to have the best of both worlds? Dai Mubai, as the prince of Xingluo Empire, also needs the power of the Haoshan Sect. He doesn't want Tang San to destroy the Haoshan Sect. Now there are 2 titled Douluo in the Haoshan Sect who are royal worshippers. Master, Dai Boss, this is the test given to the 3rd brother by Lord Rakshasa. If he can't complete it, he will die. Ma Hongjun reminded beside him that facing the assessment task arranged by the gods, everyone had no choice. Oscar did not speak. Anyway, the Haoshan Sect had nothing to do with him, so he was too lazy to care so much. Fatty is right. I must complete the provincial examination arranged by Lord Luoshigod, but I have a best of both worlds in my mind. Tang San had no feelings for the Haoshan Sect. Thinking of the faces of the elders, he was extremely resentful, especially the scene of the 7th elder wielding a knife to peel off his father's soul bone, which made him never forget it. He must get back the place, otherwise it would be difficult to eliminate the hatred in his heart. I support the decision of the 3rd young master. As Tang San's lackey, Tai Long supported his master no matter what he did. Teacher, you go back to Luosha Island first, I am enough alone. This time, Tang San will fight against several title Douluo alone in the Haoshan Sect, especially his uncle Tang Xiao is still a 96 level strongman, and he doesn't want Yua Gang, Dai Mubai and others to participate. 3rd young master, I will go with you. As a servant, Tai Long has to serve his master at all times. No, you are just sole Douluo cultivation, you can't help me much, so you should return to Luosha Island and practice hard first. Tang San refused anyone to follow him to the Haoshan Sect. With his 97 level strength and a Luosha artifact, it was enough to deal with the Haoshan Sect. Xiao San is right. Yue Chen, the pervert, has returned to the mainland now. Let's avoid him for the time being. Otherwise, once he targets us, we will suffer again. After we become gods, we will fight him again. Yua Gang felt his spine tingling when he thought of the fear of being dominated by Yeliang Chen, so he suggested that Dai Mubai and others return to Luosha Island temporarily. Xiao San, be careful. Third Master, we'll wait for you on the island. Dai Mubai and the others didn't want to get involved in the mess of the Haoshan sect, so they simply returned to Luosha Island. Fuck. Tang San's 8th test is to destroy the Haoshan sect? This drama must be very exciting. Yeliang Chen, who was hiding a few thousand meters away, learned about Tang San's 8th test through his spiritual incarnation. He immediately felt very interesting and decided to go and watch the show. It wouldn't take much time anyway. Swoosh. Yeliang Chen quickly flew to the outskirts of the Star Forest and decided to notify Bibi Dong to see if she was interested in watching this show. When he arrived 200 miles away from Wuhun City, Yeliang Chen was too lazy to rush to Wuhun City, so he used his spiritual incarnation to turn into an aureole to notify Bibi Dong. Shua. Half an hour later, Yeliang Chen's spiritual incarnation flew into Bibi Dong's manor and found that she was practicing playing the flute on the lawn, so he stood quietly on the treetop and looked at Bibi Dong. Since Yeliang Chen's spiritual incarnation was an aureole at the moment, Bibi Dong didn't notice anything. Tick. Various out-of-tune flute sounds continued to sound, like noise, very unpleasant. Too difficult. I have to learn from Xiao Chen in the future. After playing a messy song, Bibi Dong couldn't help but mock herself. Little bird, you also think my flute is ugly. Sorry. When Bibi Dong saw a yellow aureole staring at her blankly on the treetop, she felt very amused. She must have been scared by the sound of her flute. Buzz. Godmother. What are you doing? At this moment, the aureole directly changed into the appearance of Yeliang Chen, floated down from the tree, and flew in front of Bibi Dong. Xiao Ziokin. Bibi Dong was stunned when she saw the aureole change into the appearance of Yeliang Chen. Xiao Chen, why are you here? Then Bibi Dong felt a familiar breath and confirmed that the little guy in front of her was indeed her godson, so she hugged Yeliang Chen directly. This is just my spiritual incarnation, my original body is 200 miles away. Yeliang Chen had no choice but to explain to Bibi Dong. Explain. This incarnation is just like those gods' divine consciousness incarnations. Although my soul has reached the god level strength, I can't do it like you. Bibi Dong was very surprised to see that Yeliang Chen actually had such a magical ability. At this moment, she felt that the divine consciousness incarnation in her arms was the same as the little guy's real body. Godmother, I met Tang San before and accidentally heard that he was going to kill Haoshan sect. Do you want to go to watch the show? Yeliang Chen's divine consciousness incarnation came out of Bibi Dong's arms and then asked her if she wanted to go to Haoshan sect together. Of course I have to go. How can I miss such a fun thing? Bibi Dong learned that Tang San's 8th test was to destroy Haoshan sect, and she immediately felt it was too exciting. Swoosh. After a simple packing, Bibi Dong and Yeliang Chen's divine consciousness incarnation flew away from the Pope Mountain and flew towards the direction of Yeliang Chen's original body. Now the work of the Spirit Hall Pope is taken care of by Ghost Chrysanthemum Douluo and Bibi Dong only checks it regularly. In this way, she has a lot of time to enjoy life. Even if she leaves the Pope Hall for a while, it will not have any impact. Shua. After a while, Bibi Dong came to the place where Yeliang Chen was. Xiao Chen, what is Tang San's current strength? Bibi Dong was a little curious about Tang San's strength. When he met him in the Sunset Forest some time ago, that guy was only level 92. Now he dared to kill the Clear Sky Sect, which means that his strength has reached Super Douluo. Before, he wanted to kill the Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape. At that time, his hammer spirit had absorbed 7 spirit rings and his spirit power was level 96. After I beat him away, he killed 3 nearly 100,000-year-old Thousand Titan Ant Kings in the depths of the Star Dough Forest and absorbed 2,000 Titan Ant King spirit rings. Now he is level 97, which is more than enough to defeat Tang Xiao. Yeliang Chen slowly introduced Tang San's strength. That guy, like himself, also had twin spirits, so his strength naturally improved very quickly. I didn't expect Tang San's strength to be so strong. So, the last 2 spirit rings of his hammer spirit are infinitely close to 100,000 years. After completing the god test, it will become 100,000 years. After listening to Yeliang Chen's description, Bibi Dong also admired Tang San's luck. This strength is much stronger than that of her naive daughter. It's okay. No matter how strong he is, he can't escape from my palm. Yeliang Chen smiled calmly. If he hadn't promised Luosha God, Tang San would have been wiped out long ago. I know you are powerful. Let's go. Let's go see how Tang San destroys Haoshan sect. Bibi Dong smiled and then took Yeliang Chen to the direction of Haoshan sect. Since the Spirit Hall has stopped suppressing it in recent years, Haoshan sect has come out of the mountain in recent years, and has also established a mountain gate on the periphery and accepted hundreds of outer disciples. However, the core of the sect is still hidden on the top of the Great Snow Mountain. In order to prevent Tang San from killing the sect for revenge, Haoshan sect has established another stronghold to prevent accidents. When Liang Chen and Bibi Dong came to the small mountain village of Haoshan sect's outer gate, they found that the small mountain village had become a small town. Because the clear sky hammer spirit is extremely powerful, and the core disciples of the sect have practiced the chaos cloak hammer technique, they are naturally destined to be blacksmiths, so the clear sky sect directly built this small mountain village into a small town and opened hundreds of blacksmith shops. It is simply a miniature version of the Zhengzin capital. The Tiandu Empire purchases a large number of weapons from here every year, making the business of this town very hot. Even Tang Hao picked up his old business, installed a metal prosthetic leg, disguised himself as a blacksmith, forged various weapons, farm tools, etc. in the blacksmith shop every day, and worked for the sect. His life was very comfortable. Godmother, Tang San doesn't seem to have come yet, and I don't know what he is waiting for. Liang Chen scanned the town with his spiritual sense and found that Tang Hao was swinging a hammer in the blacksmith shop, and did not find Tang San's figure. Obviously, the Clear Sky sect has not been robbed at present. Then let's go to the headquarters of Haoshan sect first. Bibi Dong thought about it, and then sneaked into the deep mountains next to the town with Liang Chen and flew towards the headquarters of Haoshan sect. In the past few years, Wuhun Hall had already found out the gate of Haoshan sect, but because Bibi Dong wanted to see Tang San's revenge on Haoshan sect, she did not suppress Haoshan sect. Shua when Bibi Dong and Liang Chen flew to the top of the snow mountain 2,000 meters away from the headquarters of Haoshan sect, they found that the interior of Haoshan sect was safe and sound. Hey! There are only 2 titled Douluo in the sect, and there are only 50 or 60 core personnel. Liang Chen used his spiritual sense to check the headquarters of Haoshan sect and soon learned the details. Then wait a while, I guess Tang San is also waiting for an opportunity. During this time, you can teach me to practice the way of music. Bibi Dong saw this and directly pulled Liang Chen to fly to a high mountain in the distance. At the same time, Tang San was still hiding in Tiandu city. He accidentally heard that in half a month, the Haoshan sect was going to hold a sect meeting, and the 4 titled Douluo and core disciples would return to the sect. He. The opportunity has finally come. When Tang San heard the news, he was immediately surprised. He had been thinking about how to gather the direct disciples of the Haoshan sect, but he didn't expect the opportunity to come immediately. Then Tang San hurriedly sneaked towards the Haoshan sect during this time. He also thought of a way to have the best of both worlds. He decided to bring all the people of the Haoshan sect back to Luosha Island and remove the Haoshan sect from the list. Luosha God was very satisfied with Tang San's idea. However, if Tang San wanted to complete this task, he had to defeat several titled Douluo of the Haoshan sect first. Half a month later, 4 titled Douluo of the Haoshan sect and hundreds of core disciples came to the blacksmith town one after another, and Tang Yuehua was also in this large group. These 4 titled Douluo were the 3rd elder, the 4th elder, the 5th elder and the 7th elder, who served as the 2 royal families respectively. After receiving Tang Xiao's message, they immediately recalled the core disciples scattered in the 2 empires. Very good. Haha. Let's go. Let's go back to the section. The 4 elders looked at this prosperous town with a gratified smile on their faces, and then called the core disciples of the Haoshan sect and rushed towards the sect's base camp. Second brother, stop fighting and come back with us. Tang Yuehua called Tang Hao, who was forging iron. The sect held a meeting, and the second brother could not be missing. Okay. Tang Hao put down his work and followed the Haoshan sect's army back to the sect. He also knew that the Haoshan sect held a meeting this time, which was actually to celebrate the second elder's birthday. In the past few years, because the spirit hall did not suppress them, the people of the Haoshan sect received a lot of wealth from the 2 empires, and they lived a comfortable life. Everyone gradually forgot the oath Tang San made when he jumped off the cliff. 7th elder, you really made me wait for so long. Tang San, who was hiding in the dark, was extremely resentful when he saw the fiery son Douluo Tang Lai. Tang San had come to this town several days ago, but he had not recognized Tang Hao for a long time. Due to the training and bewitching of the Rakshasa god, Tang San had already looked down on his father's image. In his heart, Tang Hao was always just a cowardly and incompetent person, otherwise he would not have become what he is now. Tang San was drinking in a small hotel at the moment, and was not in a hurry to rush to the headquarters of the Haoshan sect. He decided to wait until everyone in the Haoshan sect was happy before attacking the sect and giving everyone a surprise. Hey! What's going on? At the same time, on the top of a mountain 1,000 meters away, Bibi Dong, holding a soul-guided telescope in her hand, found that the Haoshan sect's large army was traveling between the mountains. Xiao Chen, take a look. Seeing all this, Bibi Dong hurried into the cave and pulled up Liang Chen who was snoring. Is this the large army of the Haoshan sect? Tang San has been slow to act. It turns out that the core disciples of the Haoshan sect have not returned. Seeing this, Liang Chen immediately walked out of the cave and used his spiritual sense to check. When he found the large army of the Haoshan sect, he immediately guessed Tang San's intention. This guy is really patient. Bibi Dong also guessed Tang San's thoughts. If he wanted to destroy the Haoshan sect, he had to gather the sect together before he could start. Buzz Yangchen closed his eyes, and his spiritual consciousness transformed into a snow eagle, flying towards the direction of Haoshanzong, and soon found out the situation. Decorating? It turns out to celebrate the birthday of that old man. Then Yangchen's spiritual consciousness flew towards the town again, and found out that Tang San was still living in a small hotel drinking and eating meat. This guy is really patient. Seeing that Tang San had not made a move, Yangchen had to retract his spiritual consciousness and continue to wait. 2 hours later, Tang San's figure finally appeared. He was seen flying quickly between the mountains and rushed towards the Haoshanzong headquarters. Now Tang San is already a 97th level titled Douluo, and his speed is very fast. In less than half an hour, he has arrived at the mountain opposite the Haoshanzong mountain gate. Haoshanzong. This name should also be removed from the mainland. Shua. Tang San looked at the huge stone castle opposite, his eyes showing murderous intent, and then flew directly to the gate of Haoshan Sect. At the same time, Haoshan Sect was holding a birthday banquet for the second elder, and the whole sect was jubilant. Everyone, today is the 102nd birthday of the second elder, let's toast to him. Tang Xiao held a glass of wine and stood up to lecture everyone in the sect. Happy birthday, second elder. Everyone stood up and toasted the second elder with a glass of wine. Boom. Just at this moment, a loud noise suddenly came from outside the gate, interrupting the banquet of everyone in Haoshan Sect. Bang bang. Immediately afterwards, the gate of Haoshan Sect opened, and the bodies of the 2 disciples guarding the gate were thrown into the hall from outside. Who is so bold? Dare to offend our Haoshan Sect? The sudden change made everyone in Haoshan Sect extremely angry. Bang crash. I am Tang San. I came here today to destroy Haoshan Sect. Old Tang Lai, you brought me humiliation back then, today I will start with you, come out and die. Bang. Tang San smashed the 3 characters Haoshan Sect with a hammer, and then arrogantly spoke to everyone in Haoshan Sect. Xiao San. It's over. It's over. Tang Hao and Tang Yuehua were so scared when they heard Tang San's cold voice that they fell to the ground. At this moment, they finally remembered the oath Tang San made when he jumped off the cliff that year, and the retribution of the sect finally came. Chapter 420 Haoshan Sect was changed to Hammer Sect. Tang San, such a treasonous act should be executed. Tang San, you evil beast, today I will definitely grind you to ashes. Shua. The 5 elders were very angry at this moment, and they summoned their spirits and rushed out. The second elder was even more furious. Tang San actually killed people at his birthday banquet. This was unbearable. It's ridiculous that a few ordinary titled Douluo dared to say such arrogant words. Tang San watched the 5 elders rush out, and directly showed the magic pattern vine spirit and 8 black and 1 red spirit rings, and took the initiative. 4th soul skill, magic vine cage. Shua Shua. In an instant, dense black magic vines emerged from the ground, instantly trapping the 5 elders inside. Now Tang San's strength has reached level 97, and he doesn't take any titled Douluo of the Haoshan Sect seriously at all. 8 black and 1 red. How is it possible? Everyone was stunned when they saw the 8 black and 1 red soul rings on Tang San's body. Hammer to shake the heaven and earth. Bang bang crack. Several elders swung the clear sky hammer and hammered Tang San's magic vine cage with all their might. After more than 10 hits, they finally broke Tang San's cage. Xiao San, stop it. Don't do anything to betray your teacher and ancestors. Tang Hao, Tang Xiao and Tang Yuehua rushed over and pleaded with Tang San. If they could let this guy let go of his hatred, it would be a real takeoff for the Clear Sky Sect. He he he. What's the treason? My martial soul is not the trash spirit of Clear Sky Hammer. My martial soul is called Rakshasa Hammer. The useless spirit of blue silver grass has become the top spirit of demon pattern vine. I have nothing to do with your Clear Sky Sect now. I can achieve what I have today. I have to thank you for forcing me to jump off the cliff. Otherwise, I would not have inherited the Rakshasa god. Father, you are so pitiful. Don't stay in this trash sect. Come back to Rakshasa Island with me this time. I will help you recover your strength. Tang San raised his right hand and summoned the bamboo shoot like Rakshasa hammer martial soul and 9 black spirit rings. The last 2 spirit rings were still black with red. He showed everyone his hammer martial soul. Ah this. Everyone in the Clear Sky Sect looked at Tang San's bamboo shoot like hammer martial soul and the exaggerated spirit ring combination, and was so shocked that their jaws dropped. Xiao San, we were wrong at the beginning. Tang Xiao and others regretted it so much that they hurried to show their goodwill to Tang San. He he he. It's too late to say anything now. Tang San recalled that when he and his father returned to the sect, everyone hated him, but now these people are afraid of him. It's really a matter of time. Tang San has already thought about it. He plans to crush several titled Douluo of Haoshan Sect with absolute strength, and then subdue them. Let the Rakshasa god use his divine power to turn everyone's Haoshan hammer martial spirit into Rakshasa hammer, and also remove the 3 words Haoshan sect from the mainland. This method has been agreed by the Rakshasa god, so he decided to help Tang San. Xiao San, don't do this, don't do anything to betray your teacher and ancestors. Yes. Xiao San, now you have become a titled Douluo, let the past be the past. Tang Hao and Tang Yuehua begged hard, hoping that Tang San would let go of the old grudges. Shut up. I said, Haoshan sect has nothing to do with me, there is only hatred. Tang San shouted and stopped Tang Hao and Tang Yuehua. Thinking back to his childhood, his father was addicted to drinking all day and ignored him. If it weren't for Grandpa Jack's help, he might have starved to death. Now when Tang San saw his father again, he felt particularly disgusted. Unconsciously, Tang San had been bewitched by the Rakshasa god and became a person who didn't recognize his relatives. In addition, he had lost everything now and hated this world very much. As for family affection, it didn't matter. Xiao San, we were wrong back then. We shouldn't have treated you like that. Uncle has also been looking for soul bones in the past 2 years, trying to find a way to restore your father's strength. Tang Xiao felt that Tang San's aura was stronger than his own, so he quickly played the emotional card to influence the other party. He. Tang Xiao, stop pretending, I'm not a 3-year-old child. Today, the Haoshan sect must be removed from the mainland, no matter who comes. Tang San sneered. When his affairs on Luosha Island were exposed, the Haoshan sect immediately distanced themselves from him, and now they are pretending to lick him. How can there be such a good thing in the world? Shua. Tang San directly communicated with the Luosha demon scythe with his mental power, and the next moment, a black sickle full of evil spirit appeared in his hand. Old Tang Lai, watch this. Tang San waved the Luosha demon scythe, stepped on the ghost shadow step, and killed Liang Douluo. Form a formation. Haoshan formation. The 5 elders immediately stood in 5 different directions, and the 5 Haoshan hammer martial spirits combined into a combined attack formation. He. Just a small formation, break it for me. Tang San smiled evilly, swung the Rakshasa demon scythe and slashed directly at Liang Douluo. Crack. The Rakshasa demon scythe was a divine weapon, and it shattered Liang Douluo's hammer in an instant. Puff ah. The moment the martial spirit was broken, Liang Douluo felt as if his soul was torn apart, and a mouthful of old blood spurted out 3 meters high. Old 7. The remaining 4 elders saw Liang Douluo defeated in an instant, and instantly felt the scalp was hairy, and the Haoshan formation was broken at this moment. Woo. Tang Yuehua and a group of female disciples and children were directly scared and cried. Tang San, stop. Tang Xiao and Tang Hao were dumbfounded. This kid destroyed the martial spirit of the 7 elders with one move. It was too terrible. Shua. 9th soul skill, demon spirit soaring to the sky. After breaking the Haoshan formation of the 5 elders, Tang San quickly summoned the demon pattern vine martial soul and launched another 100,000 year soul skill. Hiss. As the red soul ring lit up, countless skeleton monsters waved swords, spears, and halberds in an instant, killing the remaining 4 elders. Bang bang ah ah. Puff. Several old men hurriedly waved hammers to defend, but their strength was too low, and they could not resist the destructive power of the 100,000 year soul skill at all. They were knocked away and fell to the ground spitting blood. Clear sky hammer, out. Empty, seal, penetrate, entangle, shock, control, stop, collapse. Tang Xiao immediately summoned his martial soul, performed the 9 wonders of clear sky, and killed Tang San. Shua. Tang Hao also summoned his martial soul, ready to clean up the mess. Although he was only level 75 now, he had to take action, otherwise he would be sorry for his ancestors. He. Facing Tang Xiao's 9 wonders of clear sky, Tang San smiled evilly and immediately summoned his hammer martial soul to fight back. Rakshasa hammer, out. 8th soul skill, 1000 Jin power. As a black and red soul ring lit up on Tang San's body, the hammer suddenly became more than 10 meters in size and smashed directly at Tang Xiao's hammer. Boom. Puff. The violent explosion sounded, shaking the entire gate of the Clear Sky sect, and Tang Hao was also blown away in the aftermath of the explosion and was seriously injured. Bang bang. Then Tang San swung his hammer and started fighting with Tang Xiao. Ah! After more than a dozen rounds, Tang Xiao was seriously injured by Tang San's magic weapon. The evil spirit in the Rakshasa power ran wildly in his body, which was more painful than death. Ah woo woo. Tang Xiao's defeat made everyone despair. The whole sect was in chaos, with screams and crying everywhere. Shua ah ah. Then Tang San killed the others, punching one cute kid after another, and injured the remaining core disciples of Haoshan sect. Heaven. Earth. Several elders lay on the ground and roared in anger. They could do nothing when they saw the core disciples of the sect being injured by Tang San. Tang Yuehua took this opportunity to quietly take a dozen young people and prepare to escape to the secret base of Haoshan sect. Shua. Aunt, where are you taking them? Because of the crying of several girls, Tang Yuehua and her group were intercepted by Tang San before they escaped from the sect. Xiao San, are you really going to kill them all? Tang Yuehua looked at Tang San's devilish face and couldn't help trembling all over. And, stop being hypocritical, do you know? You are very hypocritical in my eyes. Tang San sneered disdainfully. Although the woman in front of him said that she was his aunt, she also looked down on him when he first went to Haoshan sect. Shua. Tang San rushed over directly and injured the remaining young people, and then gathered all the direct descendants of Haoshan sect in the mountain gate square. Lord Rakshasa, turn all their martial spirits into Rakshasa hammers. Tang San used his mental power to communicate with the divine thoughts in the Rakshasa demon scythe, and decided to turn all the people in Haoshan sect into Rakshasa believers so that they could be used for his own purposes. No problem. Shua Shua. The Rakshasa demon scythe floated above, shooting out black rays of light that sank into the bodies of everyone in the clear sky sect. Ah! Instantly, screams came from the mountain gate square. This kind of twisted pain in the soul made everyone live a life worse than death. Tang San, you beast, unfilial son. Tang Hao and Tang Yuehua had not been killed yet, but at this moment the brother and sister were desperate. They didn't know what Tang San was going to do now. Ah! Shua! After a while, Tang Xiao shouted a few times, and a bamboo shoot-like hammer appeared in his hand. After the transformation of the Rakshasa god, the clear sky hammer martial spirit had changed. Ah! Shua Shua! Then other clear sky hammers appeared one after another, becoming exactly the same as Tang San's Rakshasa hammer. Even the broken martial spirit of Liang Douluo was repaired into the shape of a bamboo shoot by the Rakshasa god with divine power. Ha 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 ha! The Haoshan sect no longer exists. From now on, the Haoshan sect will be renamed the Hammer sect. Tang San flew directly to the stone wall of the Haoshan sect's mountain gate and carved the 3 words Hammer sect with the sharp end of the Rakshasa hammer. Meet the sect master. Tang Xiao and others were stamped with the thoughts of the Rakshasa god, and with the influence of the Haoshan hammer martial spirit turning into the Rakshasa hammer, at this moment, everyone seemed to have changed and respected Tang San as their master. Rakshasa god, is my assessment completed? Tang San used his mental power to communicate with the Rakshasa god. Assessment completed, reward soul power level 1, divine power affinity increased to 80%, and all soul rings increased by 8,000 years. Seeing this, the Rakshasa god directly issued the divine test reward to Tang San. From today on, you will be called Hammer sect, and you will be a subsidiary sect of Rakshasa Island. You will continue to do what you did before. Without my order, you are not allowed to cause trouble on the mainland. Tang San saw that everyone in the Haoshan sect was controlled by the Rakshasa god, so directly ordered Tang Xiao and others to continue to maintain the operation of the Hammer sect. Yes, sect master. Tang Xiao and others saluted Tang San like puppets. Let's go to the feast. Tang San was very satisfied with this, so he told everyone to continue to eat the second elder's feast. Yes. Sect master. Everyone immediately swarmed in, ran into the hall, and continued to eat. Boom. In order not to disturb everyone's feast, Tang San also closed the mountain gate of the Hammer sect. Xiao San, why did you do this? Tang Hao and Tang Yuehua looked at the Haoshan sect and roared at Tang San in despair. This is God's will. Father, you will come back to Luosha Island with me later, don't stay in Hammer sect, and, you will continue to go back to Yuexuan to teach your music. Our enemies are always Yeliangchen and Wuhun Hall. When I become a god, the whole continent will be mine. Tang San nodded indifferently, then grabbed Tang Hao and Tang Yuehua, and flew directly to the top of the opposite mountain, ready to take the two away from Hammer sect. This guy is quite smart, he actually used the power of Luosha to corrode the people of Haoshan sect. I thought he would kill everyone in Haoshan sect, but I didn't expect him to turn those people into believers of Luosha god. On a mountain 1,000 meters away, Yeliangchen and Bibi Dong sat on a small bench, eating melon seeds, drinking wine, and watching Tang San's operation with relish. Xiao Chen, there are still 4 soul bones in Tang Hao's body, which cannot fall into Tang San's hands. Then grab them, anyway, the old guy has lived to this day, it's almost the same. Bibi Dong and Yeliangchen looked at each other, then flew directly over and landed in front of Tang San. Tang San, your operation is really wonderful. Pa pa pa. Yeliangchen couldn't help but applaud Tang San, he didn't expect that he actually solved the 8th test set by the Rakshasa god in this way. Yeliangchen? Bibi Dong. You came at the right time, I'm already level 98 now, Yeliangchen, come and fight. Tang San was shocked when he saw his 2 enemies suddenly coming, then thought, he was already level 98, he was not afraid of anything, so he immediately challenged Yeliangchen. Tang San, level 98, do you think you can do it again? Yeliangchen smiled calmly. Tang San, I'll meet you. Shua. Bibi Dong summoned the first humanoid martial spirit, 8 black and 1 red, 9 soul rings rose up, and killed Tang San. 8 black and 1 red? Bibi Dong, you also got the inheritance of the godhood. Let's fight. Tang San summoned the hammer martial spirit, showing 7 black and 2 red 9 soul rings, to fight Bibi Dong. Bang bang. In an instant, the two started fighting, and for a while, all kinds of cool soul skills flew, and the scene was extremely fierce. Yeliang Chen, please kill Tang San, he is a demon. Seeing this, Tang Hao and Tang Yuehua directly begged Yeliang Chen to kill Tang San. Tang Dachui, isn't he your son? Do you have the heart to let me kill him? Yeliang Chen didn't expect Tang Dachui to ask him to kill his own son for the sake of justice, which was really interesting. Yeliang Chen, I killed a couple in Xingde Forest that year. They should be your parents and Shui Langzhen's husband. I only ask you to kill Tang San after killing me, otherwise there will be endless troubles. Tang Hao didn't pretend at this moment, and directly told what he did that year. Now that Haoshan Sect has been completely ruined by Tang San, he has no ability to clean up the mess, so he can only ask Yeliang Chen to help. Second brother Yu. Tang Yuehua looked at Tang Hao in disbelief. She didn't expect that her guess a few years ago was correct. Yeliang Chen's parents really died at the hands of her second brother. Tang Dachui, I already knew about this. Otherwise, why do you think I crippled your left hand and right leg in the finals of the Soul Master Tournament? You plotted against your wife's soul ring, and then plotted against Xiaowu's soul ring. Now, you have lost everything, and the Haoshan Sect was destroyed by Tang San because of you. If Senior Tang Chen knew what you did, he would get up from the ground and beat you to death. Yeliang Chen smiled calmly, and directly gave Tang Dachui a heartbreaking blow. He. I understand. Puff. After listening to Yeliang Chen's words, Tang Hao laughed a few times, and then slapped his head with a palm, and died on the spot. Second brother. Is this retribution? Tang Yuehua shed a line of tears, looking at Tang Hao's body. She didn't feel too sad, but felt that this guy deserved to die. Bang ah. At this moment, Tang San was knocked away by Bibi Dong's Kaishan seal. Shua. Seeing this, Tang San fled without stopping. I can't stay on the mainland. I have to return to Luosha Island first and come back after I become a god. At this moment, Tang San felt extremely frustrated. He was already level 98, but he couldn't even beat Bibi Dong, let alone Yeliang Chen, the pervert. Chapter 421, Subjugating Tang Yuehua. Seeing Tang San fleeing into the depths of the forest, Bibi Dong simply stopped chasing him. Xiao Chen, Tang San has escaped. Should we still chase him? When Bibi Dong flew back to Yeliang Chen, he asked for his opinion. Don't worry about it. He came to the mainland this time just to add spirit rings and complete the 8th test. Yeliang Chen used his spiritual sense to investigate and found that Tang San was hiding in the deep mountains a few thousand meters away. It seemed that the guy was a little scared. He probably wanted to wait until he and Bibi Dong left before returning to the Hammer Sect. Okay then. I'll listen to your arrangements. Bibi Dong nodded. Anyway, we have absolute strength now, so we don't have to worry about anything. Tang Dachui, you have had a glorious life. Now you have ended up like this. It's ridiculous to think about it. Bibi Dong saw Tang Hao's body lying straight on the top of the mountain, and couldn't help but complain a few words. Tang Yuehua, Xiao Chen killed Tang Dachui, you are so calm? Shouldn't it be hatred? Bibi Dong looked at Tang Yuehua next to her and found that there was no hatred in the woman's eyes for Yeliang Chen, which was very strange. My second brother committed suicide. He got his retribution. He deserved to die. No one can be blamed. Tang Yuehua said calmly, thinking, if I have the ability, I want to stab Tang Hao twice. If it weren't for this guy causing trouble, the sect wouldn't be in trouble. Hehe. You are quite self-aware. Bibi Dong smiled brightly, very satisfied with Tang Yuehua's performance. If this woman dared to hate Xiao Chen, she would have killed her directly. Tang Dachui couldn't accept the reality and committed suicide. Yeliang Chen smiled calmly. Mr. Yet, you exposed my second brother's scandals. Do you think he still has the face to live in the world? Tang Yuehua smiled bitterly beside him, recalling what this monster said before, that the Haoshan Sect was in decline after its peak, and now it has finally come true. It's better to die. Living is also a pain for Tang Dachui. Tang Yuehua, we took away the 4 soul bones of Tang Dachui. Do you have any objection? Bibi Dong took the 4 soul bones floating above Tang Hao's body in her hand, and then looked at Tang Yuehua who was looking miserable. Your Holiness, do you still have to ask me? Tang Yuehua looked at Bibi Dong with resentment, thinking, I am a weak woman, how can I have a say? You are the sister of the Emperor, and the princess of the Hammer Sect. I took Tang Dachui's soul bones, so naturally I have to get your consent. Bibi Dong smiled. In fact, she had a good impression of Tang Yuehua, after all, she was also a great beauty. Your Holiness, I think you are laughing at me. Tang Yuehua rolled her eyes at Bibi Dong. This woman was just rubbing salt into her wounds. Xiao Chen, put the soul bones away. Bibi Dong stuffed the 4 soul bones of Tang the hammer into Ye Liangchen's hands. I don't need them, you take them. Ye Liangchen waved his hand. The maximum age of these soul bones was only 30,000. He didn't like them, so he asked Bibi Dong to put them all away. You just don't like these lower quality soul bones. Bibi Dong laughed and then put the 4 soul bones away unceremoniously. Although he didn't need them, Xiao Xuzu did. Master Yat, can you help rescue my elder brother and the others? I am willing to serve you for life at the cost of being a slave. Tang Yuehua thought that Ye Liangchen had the means to evolve his martial soul, so she knelt down and begged this evil boy to save the people in the sect. They are alive and well, and they are not dead. Why should we save them? Rakshasa used his divine power to turn their martial souls into bamboo shoot-like hammers, and controlled their minds. Now they have become Rakshas's believers. In essence, they are no longer the same as they were in the past. Tang San's 8th test was to destroy the entire Haoshan sect. If he could not complete it, Rakshasa would let him die. Now he has completed the test in this way. To be honest, it is beyond my expectation. I checked. Although the people of Haoshan sect have become Rakshas's believers, they do not seem to have become fallen. It is not a big problem. If you want to make the people of Haoshan sect become what they were before, you have to kill Rakshasa and then use divine power to change everyone's martial souls back. But that is something that only gods can do. I am just a mortal and cannot do it yet. Ye Liangchen shook his head. Not to mention that he currently has no ability to save them, even if he has the ability, he cannot save the people of Haoshan sect. No. It should be called Hammer sect now. This is probably the retribution of the Haoshan sect. Tang Yuehua sighed, feeling sad for the innocent people in the sect. Tang Yuehua, what are your plans now? Bibi Dong asked Tang Yuehua. Now that the Haoshan sect has been destroyed by Tang San, I, a weak woman, have nowhere to go. Please kill me, His Holiness the Pope. Tang Yu was just a weak chicken with a level 9 soul power. She didn't dare to return to the sect, and couldn't even go down the mountain, so she had to beg Bibi Dong to kill her and end her miserable life. Why kill you? You can't go back to the Hammer sect, and Yuexuan doesn't need to go back. Without the blessing of the sect, you will become the plaything of those nobles in Tiandu city at any time. Why don't you go back to the Wuhun hall with me? Teach my little apprentice to learn music. I tell you, my little apprentice is so beautiful, you will definitely like her. Bibi Dong is also a woman, and she can't bear to attack a weak woman. Go back to the spirit hall with you. Tang Yuehua was stunned when she saw this. She didn't understand what Bibi Dong was going to do. Was she going to imprison her? Tang Yuehua, I am also a woman. I don't want to see you die in the chaos and strife. If you don't want to, then we will send you back to Yuexuan. Swexing and Swabeng are both old perverts. They should be happy to play with a beauty like you. Bibi Dong saw that Tang Yuehua was still a little unhappy, and thought, this woman really doesn't know what's good for her. Okay. I'll go back to Wuhun hall with you. Seeing this, Tang Yuehua had to agree to Bibi Dong. The sect was destroyed by Tang San, and there was no need for her to go back to Yuexuan. Miss Tang Yuehua, women should be nice to themselves. Back then, I used Li Qingfeng as a vest to go to your Yuexuan, and learned that most of the nobles in Tiandu city went to Yuexuan to study music because they were greedy for your body. The etiquette you taught was all hypocritical and meaningless in the eyes of those nobles. You have lived in Tiandu city for many years, and you should know what those nobles look like. Ye Liangchen directly exposed the true face of the nobles, making Tang Yuehua understand how ridiculous the noble etiquette she taught was. Xiao Chen, don't say that. Give her some face. Bibi Dong rolled her eyes at Yat, this little guy's mouth is really poisonous. Mr. Yat, you are right. Although Tang Yuehua felt very uncomfortable, Ye Liangchen was telling the truth, and reality was so cruel. Your Holiness, what is your relationship with Mr. Yat? Tang Yuehua was very curious about the relationship between the two people in front of her, and always felt that there was a story, but Shui Langzhen and Shui Lanya would never let Bibi Dong, an old woman, torture the little guy. Tang Yuehua was puzzled about this matter. Xiaoqin's parents are my friends, and Xiao Chen is my life-saver. If it weren't for him, my second half of life would be ruined. Now, Xiao Chen is my godson, the person I care about most. Bibi Dong smiled and pointed out the relationship directly. So that's it. Tang Yuehua was stunned. She had always thought that Bibi Dong was an old cow eating young grass, but she didn't expect that she had such a relationship with Ye Liangchen. Mr. Yat, I want to be with you, even as a maid. Tang Yuehua thought about it and felt that it would be better to follow Ye Liangchen, just because this monster was too handsome. Just seeing him every day made her feel very comfortable. The most important thing was that this little guy could play music. If she became his maid, she could also ask him about the way of music. It was perfect. Tang Yuehua, you are thinking beautifully. Bibi Dong laughed. It was impossible for her to let Tang Yuehua get too close to her godson, lest this old woman would have strange ideas. I'll bury Tang Dachui first, lest he be eaten by an eagle. Kaka. Liang Chen waved his hand, used his soul power to dig a hole on the top of the mountain, and then buried Tang Dachui in it. Mr. Yat, thank you. Tang Yuehua thanked Liang Chen. You're welcome. Miss Tang Yuehua, I'll put you in the treasure space first. Buzz. Then Liang Chen put his hand on Tang Yuehua, and with a thought, he directly put the woman into the game pet space, so as to ensure that she would not betray. Xiao Chen, the treasure space you put Tang Yuehua in, so she has become your pet now, right? Bibi Dong smiled at Liang Chen's operation and was stunned. This little guy's space treasure can turn soul beasts into pets. I wonder if it will also after putting people in it. Godmother, it's just what you think. I do this to ensure that Tang Yuehua will never betray. Liang Chen nodded. Tang Yuehua was from Haoshan Sect after all. If he wanted to completely subdue her, it would be safer to use this method. You are really good. Then let's leave here first. Shua. Bibi Dong smiled, then pulled Liang Chen and flew away. Shua. Just half an hour after Liang Chen and Bibi Dong left, Tang San's figure appeared on the top of the mountain again. Shua. Damn it. I would have taken action earlier. I lost 4 soul bones in vain. When Tang San saw the pile of dirt on the top of the mountain, he immediately knew that his father was in trouble, but he was not sad. Instead, he felt sad for the 4 soul bones. Liang Chen, Bibi Dong, sooner or later, I will let you all go to hell. Oshua. Then Tang San flew directly to the gate of Hammer Sect to see if there were any soul bones in the sect. Currently, a head soul bone was missing. After searching, Tang San only found a 20,000-year-old head soul bone and several other soul bones, the highest of which was no more than 40,000 years old, which disappointed Tang San. Tang San did not get a satisfactory soul bone, so he had to tell Tang Xiao and the others to keep a low profile, and then rushed to the direction of Xingda Forest, intending to destroy the Azure Bull Python and Titan Giant Ape. On the other side, Liang Chen and Bibi Dong came to a valley deep in the forest and released Tang Yuehua from the game pet space. Oshua. Emister. After Tang Yuehua came out, she immediately bowed respectfully to Liang Chen. Now Tang Yuehua understood how magical this evildoer's means were. He could actually take her into a mysterious space and then become his pet. At this moment, Tang Yuehua stared at Liang Chen with seductive eyes, becoming the pet of this evildoer. Things, maybe something will happen, just thinking about it makes me feel extremely excited. Tang Yuehua, what did you experience in Ziokan's treasure space? Bibi Dong looked at Tang Yuehua's charming eyes, which were exactly the same as Yakalan's. She just pulled the woman to her side and didn't let her get too close to the little guy. I entered a mysterious space, and then I became the master's pet. My life belongs to the master, and I will always be loyal to the master. Tang Yuehua smiled brightly, without any despair on her face. Compared with the previous one, it was simply a complete change. As for the matter of the Hammer Sect, it had nothing to do with her now. Very good. Bibi Dong understood at this moment. To be honest, for Liang Chen's mysterious space treasure, she also wanted to experience it. Xiao Chen, do you have any thoughts about her? Bibi Dong looked at Tang Yuehua's obedience to Liang Chen and felt very interesting, so she used her mental power to transmit a message to Liang Chen. In Bibi Dong's impression, older beauties have no resistance to Liang Chen, such as Poseidon, Yakalan, Solin, Ling Yuan, Qian Rongxiu, etc. Among them, Yakalan and Qian Rongxiu took action early. If it weren't for Qian Rongxiu, she would have taken the little girl into the secret room long ago. Godmother, what are you thinking? I am also doing this to make her absolutely loyal to you. A few years ago, I rescued Wu Zili and the other 3 girls in the Tiandu auction house, and accidentally put them into the treasure space. From then on, I also knew that my treasure space can hold people. Liang Chen was also speechless in the face of Bibi Dong's ridicule, so he had to explain. So that's it. Bibi Dong reached out and rubbed Liang Chen's head, with an ant-like smile on her face, feeling particularly fun. Tang Yuehua, I remember that your martial soul cannot be cultivated because of mutation. Release it now and show it to us. Bibi Dong thought of Tang Yuehua's cultivation problem and planned to help her solve it. After all, this woman is now one of her own. Shua. My martial soul has become a Ruyi ring because of malignant mutation. It has a domain, but it cannot be cultivated. Tang Yuehua immediately released her Ruyi ring martial soul. In an instant, gentle rays of light emanated from the ring, which had the effect of purifying the soul and making people feel very comfortable. Xiao Chen, is there a way to solve it? Bibi Dong asked Liang Chen. Since Tang Yuehua was allowed to follow her, she had to let this woman cultivate soul power, otherwise she would be old when she was older. It's just a trivial matter, not just one mention. Liang Chen said calmly. To be honest, Tang Yuehua's martial soul has the attribute of light and also has a domain. This is a very advanced martial soul, but because it is a mutation, it needs more powerful energy to break through the shackles. The reason why she can't practice is that there is no practice method in this world. It is impossible to break the shackles by meditation alone. The people of Haoshan sect are very repulsive to the clansmen who don't have the Haoshan hammer martial soul, even Tang Yuehua's direct lineage is the same. In addition, she can't practice, and the high level of Haoshan sect directly gave up and would not look for natural materials and treasures for her. Tang Yuehua, you take this life crystal. Now I will help you open up the meridians in your body and help you reach the 10th level of soul power. As long as you work hard to practice in the future, your soul power will continue to improve. As for what achievements you can achieve in the future, I don't know, after all, you are old now. Yeliang Chen took out a small piece of life crystal from the game backpack space and asked Tang Yuehua to take it. Yes, master. Tang Yuehua opened her cherry mouth and swallowed the green life crystal. In an instant, she felt a strong vitality nourishing every part of her body, which was extremely comfortable. Sit cross-legged and concentrate your mind. Shua Shua. Yeliang Chen activated the Hunyuanju and injected it into Tang Yuehua's body to help her open up the 7 meridians and 8 vessels. Ying Ning. When Yeliang Chen's soul power opened up her meridians, Tang Yuehua felt extremely comfortable and couldn't help but moaning comfortably. Calm down. Bibi Dong couldn't stand Tang Yuehua's moans, so she reminded her quickly. Oh. Tang Yuehua blushed and immediately covered her mouth with her hands, thinking, you are strong, you have the final say. An hour later, Tang Yuehua's 7 meridians and 8 vessels were opened up, and the energy in the life crystal was also refined into soul power by Yeliang Chen and integrated into the other party's body. Shua. Ah. At this moment, a breath burst out from Tang Yuehua, and her soul power directly broke through to level 10. At this moment, Tang Yuehua felt very comfortable and couldn't help but scream again. Tang Yuehua, what are you screaming about again? Bibi Dong looked at Tang Yuehua with a satisfied look on her face and was speechless. If you didn't know, you would think that this woman was doing that thing. Your Highness, I can't help it. Tang Yuehua rolled her eyes at Bibi Dong with a charming look, thinking, I have never felt so good in my life, can't I scream? Chapter 422 Tang San who hits a wall everywhere. Don't call me master in the future, just call me master like Xyli and the other 3 girls. Yeliang Chen felt that Tang Yuehua always called him master, which always felt a bit strange. Okay. Master, I'll listen to you. Who are Xyli and the others? Tang Yuehua nodded, but for Xyli and the others' identity. They are the slaves that Senior Poseidon and I rescued at the Tiandu auction house a few years ago. Their names are Xyli, Xiaoling and Xiaoun. Because of the mutation of their martial souls, the imperial nobles auctioned them as slaves. Old man Shuiye was killed by us at that time. Now the 3 little girls are practicing with Senior Poseidon, and they can be regarded as her little disciples. Because my space treasure is special, all people or soul beasts will become my pets after I take them in, so you don't have to feel any mental pressure. Yeliang Chen explained slowly, letting Tang Yuehua understand that she was not the first person to be taken into his space treasure. So that's the case. Sir, what does Poseidon look like? After listening to Yeliang Chen's description, Tang Yuehua was shocked. It turned out that this little guy was actually related to Poseidon Douluo Poseidon. You know, he was a strong man of the same generation as her grandfather. Yuehua, you will slowly understand about Xiao Chen in the future. Now that your soul power has reached level 10, I have to help you get the first soul ring first. Bibi Dong reached out and patted Tang Yuehua's shoulders, not letting her ask too many questions. Oh. Tang Yuehua covered her cherry mouth with her hands, fearing that Yeliang Chen and Bibi Dong would be unhappy. Puff. Yuehua, we are a little uncomfortable with your current state. Bibi Dong looked at Tang Yuehua like a little girl who made a mistake, and couldn't help laughing. It seems that after this woman was taken into the space treasure by Xiao Chen, her whole thinking has undergone earth-shaking changes. To be precise, she has become a new Tang Yuehua. Tang Yuehua, you don't have to be too restrained. Although I have become your master now due to special reasons, I will not enslave you. Your life will be free after that. Yeliang Chen comforted Tang Yuehua and said that he would not treat her as a slave. Thank you, sir. Tang Yuehua smiled, put her hands on her waist, and bowed to Yeliang Chen gracefully. Godmother. You are a professional. What kind of soul ring do you think she needs? First of all, I have to state that there is no soul ring suitable for her in my treasure space. Yeliang Chen handed the soul ring problem of Tang Yuehua to Bibi Dong to arrange. Yuehua's martial soul has the attribute of light. There are many soul beasts for her to choose from, such as the bright Pegasus, bright unicorn, bright civet, bright white tiger, tricolor deer, aurora bird, fantasy purple winged butterfly, purple light vine, etc. Even the golden eagle and the golden lion are very suitable. The 3 worshippers of our Wuhun Hall, the golden lion Douluo, have a martial soul of the golden lion, which also has the attribute of light. Bibi Dong thought about it and immediately found more than 20 suitable soul beasts for Tang Yuehua. Tang Yuehua will become her loyal subordinate in the future, and she will never betray her. Bibi Dong naturally has to find the best soul ring for her. So many. Tang Yuehua counted the soul beasts that Bibi Dong mentioned on her fingers, and felt that she couldn't count them all. Since Tang Yuehua couldn't cultivate soul power since she was a child, she didn't learn any soul beast knowledge at all. When she heard Bibi Dong's soul beasts, she felt like she was listening to a book of heaven. Godmother! You are indeed a professional. You can name so many soul beasts that are suitable for her at once. Yelyanchen immediately raised his thumb and praised Bibi Dong. Such knowledge is much better than that fart master. Xiao Chen, without 2 brushes, do I dare to take charge of the entire Wuhun Hall? Bibi Dong smiled brightly, with a proud look on her face. Your Holiness, you have always been an idol for us women. Tang Yuehua was already impressed by Bibi Dong's talent at this moment, with admiration in her eyes, like a little fangirl. Yuehua, stop praising me. Let me test your physical strength first to see how many years of soul rings you can absorb now. Bibi Dong smiled brightly, then pinched Tang Yuehua's body with her hands to feel the strength of her body. Since Tang Yuehua was to embark on the path of cultivation, she had to arrange it well for her. Well, the physical strength is okay, the soul ring age is set at more than 800 years and less than 1,300 years. Xiao Chen, what do you think of my proposal? After feeling Tang Yuehua's physical strength, Bibi Dong then made her own suggestion. Ah! The first ring is more than 800 years old. Tang Yuehua was shocked when she heard that Bibi Dong arranged such a high-year soul ring for her. In her impression, the limit of the first soul ring of a soul master seemed to be only about 400 years. No problem. Yeliang Chen agreed with Bibi Dong's proposal. Tang Yuehua is now a person in his teens, and her physical fitness is naturally stronger than that of an underage soul master. She can't match soul rings according to that standard. Xiao Chen, you still have to go with us, just in case. To be on the safe side, Bibi Dong asked Yeliang Chen to go with her, since it wouldn't take much time anyway. Shua. Yeliang Chen activated the flying sword skill and flew the 2 girls towards the star forest. 2 days later, the 2 found a 900-year-old white tiger for Tang Yuehua. Yuehua, this white tiger is very powerful. Do you have the confidence to challenge it? Bibi Dong knocked the white tiger unconscious, then handed a long sword to Tang Yuehua, asking her to kill the soul beast. Yes. Puchi. Tang Yuehua took the long sword and inserted it into the white tiger's crown with trembling hands. Because it was her first time to kill a soul beast, Tang Yuehua's hands were shaking a little at this moment, and her palms were sweating. Ah! When the long knife stabbed down, Guangbei woke up immediately in pain, let out a howl, and then closed his eyes unwillingly. Am I a little cruel? Tang Yuehua looked at the big tiger being killed by herself, and suddenly felt a little bit reluctant. It's okay. This is the rule of this world. Yeliang Chen reminded Tang Yuehua beside her, asking her not to take it to heart. Soul masters want to stop hunting soul beasts to obtain soul rings, unless they control the god realm, they can't change it. Buzz. At this moment, a dark yellow soul ring rose from Guangbeihu. Yuehua, adjust your state quickly and prepare to absorb the soul ring. Summon your martial soul and communicate with the soul ring with your mind. No matter how the energy in the soul ring impacts your body, you must withstand it. Seeing the soul ring appear, Bibi Dong immediately told Tang Yuehua the key points of absorbing the soul ring. I'll give you some assistance first. Second soul skill, life blessing. Yeliang Chen summoned his martial soul and gave Tang Yuehua super assistance, so that she had enough strength to withstand the energy impact of this soul ring. Shua. With Yeliang Chen's super assistance, Tang Yuehua immediately summoned the Ruyi Ring martial soul, sat cross-legged on the ground, and began to absorb the soul ring. Ah! The moment the soul ring was put on her body, the powerful energy impact made Tang Yuehua couldn't help but scream, but in order to become a soul master, she still gritted her teeth and withstood it. Shua. 3 hours later, Tang Yuehua successfully absorbed the 900-year-old light white tiger soul ring. Decades of accumulation, plus the blessing of the 900-year soul ring, directly made her soul power reach level 14. Have I really become a soul master? Tang Yuehua looked at the yellow soul ring on her body and felt like she was dreaming. Godmother. Take her back to Wuhan City. I have to go. Having successfully obtained the soul ring for Tang Yuehua, Yeliang Chen should also set off for the Sea God Island. Sir, where are you going? Seeing that the master was about to leave, Tang Yuehua felt very uncomfortable. I have to go to the Sea God Island, and there are still many things to do. You will follow the godmother and practice hard. Yeliang Chen looked at Tang Yuehua now. To be honest, he was a little uncomfortable. He felt that this woman's brain had probably become his own shape. Don't worry, sir. I will. Tang Yuehua nodded. She would do whatever the master arranged. Xiao Chen, be careful on the road. Bibi Dong came over, hugged Yeliang Chen in her arms, and kissed him on the forehead. I will. Swoosh! Liang Chen activated the wind and thunder wings of his external soul bones, soared into the sky, and flew away. Young master is so powerful. Tang Yuehua looked at Liang Chen who disappeared in the sky, with stars in her eyes. Okay. Yuehua, let's go. Bibi Dong took Tang Yuehua's hand and rushed towards the Wuhun city. Liang Chen flew very fast and left the star forest in a short while. Hey! Is that Tang San? At this moment, Liang Chen saw a figure moving quickly between the mountains 1,000 meters away. After a closer look, he found that the man was actually Tang San. That's right. This guy came to the Star Do forest again. He must want to hunt down Deming and Ming. With his level 98 strength, there is no problem at all. No, I have to go and see, what if Tian and Xiangjun get drunk and forget to take action for a while, Deming and Ming will die. Liang Chen immediately landed on the top of a high mountain, and then quietly returned to the Star Do forest again, just in case. At this moment, Tang San was thinking about the 200,000-year soul beasts, and did not notice Liang Chen 1,000 meters away. Titan Giant Ape, Sky Blue Bull Python, who will come to save you this time? When he stepped into the Star Do forest again, Tang San was extremely excited, imagining the scene of the 200,000-year soul beasts dying at his hands, and the 200,000-year soul bones would be his. Swoosh! Thinking of this, Tang San flew towards the core area of the Star Do forest at a very fast speed, and an hour later, he came to the edge of the Lake of Life. Roar! Tang San, we let you go last time, you dare to come again. Titan Sky Cannon. The Titan Giant Ape saw Tang San's figure and punched him directly. Crash! Ming, this guy has become stronger, let's kill him together. Sky Blue Silent Thunder. The Sky Blue Bull Python also rushed out of the lake at this time, and blasted towards Tang San with a big move. He. Sky Blue Bull Python, Titan Giant Ape, you must die today. Tang San showed an evil smile and immediately summoned the Rakshasa Hammer Martial Spirit, and a red soul ring lit up. 1000 Jin Power. Bang! In an instant, a huge bamboo shoot hammer smashed towards the two soul beasts. Boom! How can it be so strong? With a loud bang, the 200,000-year soul beasts were repelled one after another. He. Titan Giant Ape, Azure Bull Python, I am now level 98. You are all dead today. After repelling the 200,000-year soul beasts, Tang San laughed triumphantly, finally letting out his anger. Ha ha ha. Ignorant boy, you dare to come to the Lake of Life to act wildly with your level 98 soul power? How ridiculous. At this moment, a deep laugh came from the depths of the Lake of Life, and then two tall men appeared in the sky. Black Dragon Sword. Shua. The black-clothed man burst into black light, and in an instant, a long sword surrounded by a black dragon shot towards Tang San. What is this? Thousands of pounds of force. The sudden change shocked Tang San, and he quickly launched a 100,000-year soul skill to fight back. Bang! Ah! Puff! After a loud noise, Tang San was directly blown away dozens of meters, crashed into a big tree, and a mouthful of old blood gushed out. I thought this guy wouldn't make a move. It seems my worry is unnecessary. Liang Chen, who was hiding a few hundred meters away, saw Tian coming out, so he was too lazy to make a move. Who are you two? Tang San stood up and looked at the two tall men in the air, with a look of fear in his eyes, thinking, damn. Where did these two strong men come from? The first person in charge of Xingde Forest, Tian. Tian also felt that Liang Chen was hiding a few hundred meters away watching the show, so he tilted his mouth and gave himself a cool title. The first warrior of Xingde Forest, Xiangjun. Seeing this, Xiangjun also immediately gave himself a nickname. My lord, you are here. Tang San has become stronger, we can't beat him. At this time, the Titan Giant Ape and the Sky Blue Bull Python respectfully saluted Tian and Xiangjun, like two little followers. I don't blame you. Emperor Tian nodded to Daming and Erming. Tang San was the successor of the Rakshasa god, and his strength was close to his own. These 200,000-year soul beasts were naturally no match. You are soul beasts too? Aren't the Titan Giant Ape and the Azure Bull Python the kings of the Star Do forest? Tang San was confused. At this moment, he felt the powerful soul beast aura from Emperor Tian and Xiangjun, which was not comparable to the Titan Giant Ape and the Azure Bull Python. Tang San, leave this place, or you will be miserable. Emperor Tian did not explain anything, and drove Tang San away from the Lake of Life. Gu Yuina had explained before that the Soul Beast clan could not participate in the disputes between humans for the time being, and everything was left to Liang Chen to solve. The Soul Beast clan only needed to wait patiently. Lord Rakshasa God, what's the situation? Tang San asked the Rakshasa God in his mind, trying to figure out why there was such a powerful existence in the Star Do forest. Leave this place immediately, otherwise I can't save you. At this moment, Luosha God was also speechless. This kid actually dared to come to the territory of the beast god to die. He was really ignorant. You too, I'm leaving now. After receiving Luosha god's reminder, Tang San immediately rushed outside, not daring to stay for a moment. Damn. After leaving the Lake of Life, Tang San felt extremely depressed, as if the whole world was against him. I swear I won't be a human if I don't take revenge. Tang San thought about it and realized that he could only return to Luosha Island to practice soul power first, and then get back at the place after inheriting the throne. Seeing Tang San escape, Ye Yangchen also followed him quietly, intending to play a trick on him. Hey! Got it! Just when Tang San passed the territory of the Wanyan Hehuan ape, Ye Yangchen immediately took out the flute, activated the Soundwave power, and played a song butterfly dance. Tick 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 tick. Instantly, a series of heavenly flute sounds rang out, pulling Tang San directly into a poetic and picturesque fantasy world. Wow! What is this place? So beautiful! At this moment, Tang San suddenly felt extremely comfortable, as if all his troubles had disappeared. Roar! At the same time, the 1,000-year-old ape was also confused by Ye Yangchen's Soundwave power. When he saw Tang San, he found that the other party had become his former partner, so he rushed over and hugged Tang San. Ye Yangchen, who was hiding in the dark, saw this scene, his mouth corners twisted, and he activated the Soundwave power again to create a romantic illusion for Tang San and the ape. Xiao Wu. Tang San looked at the person holding him at this moment, and it turned out to be Xiao Wu, and he was immediately extremely excited. Roar! At this moment, the ape was also extremely surprised. It didn't expect that its former partner would appear again, which made it extremely excited, and then it directly played games with the other party. Xiao Wu, I miss you so much. Tang San was the same. He didn't expect Xiao Wu to be so proactive. He immediately started a crazy melee with the other party. The scene was extremely fierce. He he he. This kid's illusion skills are really powerful. It's simply a divine skill. At this time, the Luosha god in Tang San's soul sea also saw this scene, but she did not wake up Tang San, but watched this scene with relish. This god likes it, he he he. To be honest, Luosha god likes Ye Yangchen's style of doing things very much. The little guy's tricks on the enemy are very suitable for his appetite. If the other party is not the inheritor of the goddess of life, he would like to pass the throne to him. Chapter 423, The Sea Seal Crush Guanyin Tears. Ye Yangchen looked at Tang San, who was immersed in the illusion at this moment, and suddenly felt that the purple extreme demon eye that the other party cultivated was just so-so. But think about it, this guy didn't get the longing for autumn water dew immortal grass and the 50,000 year spiritual head soul bone. It's not strange, maybe his purple demon eye has not yet cultivated to the vast sea realm. Watching Tang San and the 10,000-year soul beast playing like crazy, Ye Yangchen felt very funny. Even now, this guy still has a special liking for Xiao Wu, which is really a strange flower. But Luosha god didn't wake up Tang San at this moment, which made Ye Yangchen a little strange. It stands to reason that his Soundwave power has a powerful mental attack, and the Luosha god's mind should have awakened, but she let Tang San sink into the illusion, which is really interesting. However, thinking of the strange divine test content that Luosha god had set for Tang San before, Ye Yangchen didn't find it strange. Maybe at this moment, the demon queen might be watching Tang San's performance with relish. Tick. After the butterfly dance was finished, Ye Yangchen stopped and quietly hid on a 100-meter-high tree to see what Tang San's reaction would be next. Ah! At this moment, Tang San was awakened by the burning pain behind him and found himself still in the star forest, fighting with a soul beast. Damn it! Although he had experienced this kind of thing many times before on Luosha Island, Tang San was extremely angry at the moment. Xiao Wu in the illusion actually turned into a Hehuan ape, which made him unbearable. Devil Pattern Vine appears. First soul skill, Entanglement. Devouring. Seeing that the ape was having fun, Tang San immediately activated the Magic Pattern Vine Martial Spirit, directly entangling the opponent, and then activated the Magic Pattern Vine Martial Spirit's devouring ability to absorb the life energy of the 10,000-year soul beast. Roar. The 10,000-year ape saw that this human used his martial spirit to tightly entangle himself with the opponent, and thought that the opponent liked it very much. For a moment, it was extremely excited and immediately launched a fierce attack. Ah! The next moment, the ape found that its vitality was fading quickly, and it was so scared that it shuddered all over. It wanted to break free from the opponent's entanglement, but it was too late. Under the suppression of Tang San's powerful soul power, it couldn't resist at all. He 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 he. Evil beast. Die. Tang San devoured the vitality of the ape while laughing wildly. In a dozen breaths, the 10,000-year-old ape turned into a dry corpse. Fuck. This guy is really ruthless. Ye Yangchen, who was hiding dozens of meters away, was shocked when he saw Tang San's operation. After killing the 10,000-year soul beast, Tang San immediately took out a set of clothes from the 24 Bridges Bright Moon Night Soul Guidance device and put them on, then practiced Tian Gong to restore his physical strength. Damn it! Who attacked me just now? Could it be the previous Emperor Tian? At this moment, Tang San finally reacted and realized that he was being plotted against by a mysterious strong man. Swoosh! Thinking of how Tian had killed him in one move before, Tang San suddenly felt his scalp tingling, so he immediately rushed towards the outer direction of the star forest. Shua! At the same time, Yelyanchen quietly followed Tang San a few hundred meters behind him, and kept locking him with his spiritual sense to scare him. Damn it! Shua! Tang San felt that no matter how he ran, there was always a strong mental force locking him, and he couldn't get rid of it, so he could only speed up again. The speed of the 98 level titled Douluo was very fast. After 2 hours, Tang San left the star forest and arrived in the territory of the Star Luo Empire. Buzz! Damn, who is it? When Tang San thought he had gotten rid of the mysterious strong man, a strong mental force locked him again, making him extremely angry. Lord Rakshasa, who is targeting me? At this moment, Tang San was almost going crazy, so he quickly used his spirit to communicate with the Rakshasa divine thought in the Rakshasa demon scythe. Who else could it be? Of course, it's the monster you hate the most. The Rakshasa divine thought said slowly, still recalling the song Yelyanchen had played before, feeling very comfortable. Lord Rakshasa, can you help me get rid of him? Thinking of Yelyanchen using a soul skill to make himself fall into an illusion and unable to extricate himself, Tang San felt extremely aggrieved and wanted to get back at him. Tang San, don't always think about relying on me. You have to become stronger yourself, otherwise I will take back your power and give up on you. Gods cannot interfere in the fights of mortals at will, otherwise I will be punished. Now I need to rest. Don't come to me before your soul power reaches level 99. Rakshasa God rejected Tang San's request and then went offline directly. He would not appear when the other party was not in danger of life. Swoosh! Tang San was a little panicked. Without the help of Rakshasa God, how could he be a match for Yelyanchen? So he fled directly to the southern sea area of Xingluo country. Tang San, the performance just now was very exciting, ha ha ha. At this time, Yelyanchen also flew out of the star forest, accelerated directly, and blocked in front of Tang San. Yelyanchen, what do you want to do? Seeing Yelyanchen's appearance, Tang San was startled. He could make himself fall into an illusion and couldn't extricate himself. How strong is this guy? Nothing. Just to prevent you from making trouble on the mainland. Yelyanchen smiled calmly. Did you kill my father? Tang San wanted to take Tang Hao and Tang Yuehua away from Hammer Sect, but Yelyanchen and Bibi Dong suddenly come and have to abandon them. I1/2 AAE registered trademark C superscript 3 AAEEOC 1/4 A superscript 1/4 A cent I1/2. Do you think your father still has the face to live? Unable to bear the blow, he had to commit suicide. As for the 4 soul bones in his body, we certainly accepted them with a smile. Tang Dachui also said that if he had known this, he should have shot you against the wall and killed you, so before he committed suicide, he also asked me to get rid of you. How is it? Surprised? Unexpected. Yelyanchen told Tang Hao's words before his death in detail, which hit Tang San's heart directly. Ah! You are talking nonsense, give me back my father's soul bones. Tang San didn't care much about Tang Dachui's death, but he was very concerned about the 4 soul bones. Are you dreaming? Your father asked me to get rid of you, and the 4 soul bones are equivalent to the reward. Yelyanchen looked at the furious Tang San and knew that this guy cared about the 4 soul bones, not Tang Dachui's life. Ah! 9th soul skill, thousands of pounds of force. Tang San was so angry that he quickly summoned the Rakshasa Hammer Martial Soul, activated the 9th soul skill, and smashed it towards Yelyanchen. Hoo! Looking at the huge hammer in the shape of a bamboo shoot, Yelyanchen calmly raised his left hand and activated the soul bone skill to fight back. Ice Dragon Breath. Ang! A dragon roar sounded, and in an instant, a huge blue dragon emerged from Yelyanchen's left arm, spitting out a mouthful of ice elemental power to block Tang San's hammer attack. Shua! In an instant, the area within 100 meters was covered with ice, and Tang San was also frozen at this moment. Ah! Martial Soul Body. Crack! Facing the extreme power of ice, Tang San felt that his blood was almost frozen, so he directly activated the Martial Soul Body and shattered the ice around him. Yelyanchen, what kind of soul bone skill is this? Why is it so powerful? Tang San has absorbed 2 soul bones that are more than 80,000 years old, but the power of those soul bone skills is nothing compared to Yelyanchen's. Guess. Yelyanchen smiled mysteriously and did not answer. Yes. Got it. Suddenly, Tang San thought that his Tian Gong had been cultivated to perfection, and he could use the Tang sect's strongest hidden weapon, Guanyin Tears. Shua! Tang San quickly wiped a drop of water on his hair, his hands turned into white jade, and used some other Tang sect techniques to swing the drop of water back and forth, and then continuously compressed his own soul power into it. Yo! Isn't this Guanyin tears? Seeing Tang San concentrating on using Guanyin tears, Liang Chen began to form hand seals, preparing to use the Fanhai seal to respond. Shua! Tang Sec's number 1, Guanyin has tears. Liang Chen, you're dead. 10 seconds later, Tang San shot the Guanyin tears at Liang Chen, imagining the scene where the other party was killed by the Tang Sect Guanyin tears. Shua! Just as Tang San made his move, Liang Chen also shot out a golden seal. Bang! The sea-turning seal collided with the Guanyin tears, making a loud noise, and the Guanyin tears beads shot by Tang San were directly shattered. Coup! The golden seal continued to fly towards Tang San with undiminished power. How could this happen? Power of 1,000 pounds. At the critical moment, Tang San immediately activated his 9th soul skill, swinging a huge bamboo shoot hammer to block the golden seal. Bang! Ah! But Tang San underestimated the power of the sea-turning seal and was directly knocked dozens of meters away. Puff! At this moment, Tang San's ribs were broken, his left arm was broken, and his whole body felt like it was about to fall apart. A mouthful of old blood spurted out 3 meters high. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Facing Liang Chen's powerful skills, Tang San had already doubted his life. The Tang Sect's first hidden weapon, Guanyin tears, could ignore any defense, but it couldn't defeat that golden seal, which made him unbearable. Tang San, your Guanyin tears is powerful, but it's just that. You're like a frog at the bottom of a well. You only remember that the Tang Sect's hidden weapon is the best in the world, but you don't know how big the world is. Watching Tang San being knocked dozens of meters away by the flipping sea seal, Liang Chen overestimated the power of Guanyin tears. In fact, he only needed to use the spreading mountain seal to deal with it. But think about it, it makes sense. In the original plot, Tang San relied on a sneak attack to seriously injure the mentally retarded Qian Rongxiu. If that naive Qian Rongxiu had a clear mind, this guy would never succeed. Shua! Tang San, are you looking for death? If you continue like this god will give up on you directly. At this time, the Rakshasa demon scythe on Tang San flew out, a black light lit up, and the incarnation of the Rakshasa god's mind appeared, and then cursed Tang San. Tang San, for the sake of the Rakshasa god, I will let you go for the time being, take care of yourself. Shua! Seeing that Tang San was seriously injured, Liang Chen ignored him. Anyway, the other party couldn't make any waves now, and then rushed directly to the direction of Haagen-Dazs kingdom. Damn it! As soon as Liang Chen left, Tang San collapsed. Every time he met that monster, he was always hit hard. Now even his strongest trump card, Guanyin tears, can't do anything to the other party. How can he fight? Don't provoke him. His soul power is level 99 now. You can't beat him. Wait until you cultivate your soul power to level 99 and inherit the dual god position, then you can get back at him. Rakshasa god fooled. After saying a few words to Tang San, he got into the artifact. Yes, Lord Rakshasa. Tang San endured the pain and walked towards a small town in the distance, intending to find a clinic to treat his injuries. This time he was seriously injured, and it would take at least a few days to recover. Papa! As Tang San walked, he slapped himself hard a few times to make his mind clearer. The other party was now a 99 level demigod, and he wanted to get close to him. Wasn't that asking for a fight? 2 days later, Liang Chen arrived at the Hanhai city of the Haagen-Dazs kingdom. This time, Liang Chen did not plan to fly, but to take a boat back to Poseidon Island, so he went directly to the headquarters building of the Tenglong fleet to see the situation. After arriving at the headquarters building, Liang Chen learned that a boat would sail to Poseidon Island in a few days, so he had to stay temporarily and wait for everyone. Seeing Liang Chen coming, Solin directly handed the work over to Luo Hao and Cheng Qi, and then accompanied the little guy to play in Hanhai city. Xiao Chen, has anything big happened on the mainland? In the evening, Solin took Liang Chen to the top floor of the building to drink tea and chat. Thinking of this, what might happen when the little guy returns to the mainland? There must be something big. The Shrek brothers appeared some time ago. Recently, Tang San changed the Haoshan sect to the Hammer sect, Tang Dachui committed suicide, and Tang Yuehua, the lord of Yuexuan, was conquered by me. Liang Chen slowly told about the abuse of Yua Gang and Tang San, which made Solin happy. Puff. I didn't expect that Pope Bibi Dong actually has such a violent side. It's so funny. Yua Gang is probably cracked, ha ha ha. After listening to Liang Chen's description, Solin laughed and laughed, especially when she knew that Bibi Dong used a wooden stick to hit Yu Xiaogong's back garden. She almost rolled on the ground with laughter. Teacher Solin, please pay attention to your image. Liang Chen looked at Solin's fluttering appearance, which was exposed, and quickly turned his head away, embarrassed to look. There are only 2 of us here, what image do you need to have? Solin rolled her eyes coquettishly, and then reached out to rub Liang Chen's head. At this moment, Solin looked at Liang Chen's handsome face and extraordinary temperament, and had an urge to pull this little guy into the room to practice, but when she thought of the sisters Shui Lingfeng and Shui Langzhen, Solin immediately suppressed the urge in her heart. If she really did this, they would definitely beat her buttocks. Teacher Solin, I will teach you a magic skill. Oh. What magic skill? The mountain seal. Xiao Chen, since it is a magic skill, it must be very powerful. Show it to me. This is inconvenient. Let's go to the suburbs. Okay. Swoosh. Hearing that the little guy was going to teach her magic skills, Solin was immediately very excited, so she hugged Yeliang Chen in her arms and flew to the outskirts of the city. Teacher Solin, I can fly by myself. Yeliang Chen felt like he was about to suffocate to death at this moment, and was a little embarrassed. Be good. Don't move around. I held you when I was a child, and now you have grown up. What's wrong with letting the teacher hold you? Seeing Yeliang Chen struggling in her arms, Solin smiled brightly, then held him tightly with her hands to prevent him from moving around, feeling very comfortable. Bang! Teacher Solin, this move is called Kaishan Yin. After arriving in the suburbs, Yeliang Chen performed Kaishan Yin, and then explained it to Solin in detail. This woman helped him manage such a large fleet transportation company, so he had to repay her. Wow! This power is too great. Suning looked at the cliff in front of him, which was directly blasted by Yeliang Chen to create a 100-meter-long hole, and his jaw dropped. Teacher Solin, you must seriously understand it next. Teacher understands. Then Yeliang Chen helped Solin open up the remote meridians in her arm and passed on the key to practicing Kaishan Yin to her. So mysterious. When Solin came into contact with the practice of Kaishan Yin, she immediately felt like she had opened up a new world, so she was fascinated. She practiced for 3 days before she found the way. Bang! Xiao Chen, how is it? Am I awesome, teacher? Looking at the huge rock in the distance that she had smashed, Solin jumped up excitedly. Teacher Solin, you have just started, how awesome are you? You need to practice more in the future. Yeliang Chen smiled calmly, reminding Solin not to be happy too early. Can't you praise me, kid? Tell me. Am I awesome, teacher? Looking at Yeliang Chen's smug look, Solin felt a little angry, so she rushed over, hugged the little guy in her arms, suffocated him with her great chest, and punished him severely. Ah! Teacher Solin, you are awesome. At this moment, Yeliang Chen was almost suffocated, so he surrendered directly. Haha! You are smart. After a small punishment on Yeliang Chen, Solin felt extremely happy. Let's go back to the headquarters first to see how Zai Zhenzu and the others are preparing. Then Solin carried Yeliang Chen and flew towards Hanhai City. The little guy still had to go back to Poseidon Island, and she couldn't waste too much of his time. Chapter 424 The Sensation Caused by the Hammer Sect. Second in the morning, Yeliang Chen came to the dock and prepared to take a boat to Poseidon Island with Zai Zhenzu and others. This voyage was also to transport daily necessities for Poseidon Island. When returning to the mainland, they had to pull back goods from Poseidon Island and Pearl Island. The task was a bit heavy. Seal Douluo led the sole masters of Poseidon Island to purchase a large amount of grain, oil, rice, flour, and other daily necessities. A total of 4 ships were loaded, adding up to nearly 1,000 tons, worth millions of gold soul coins. With the pavilion master, we will be absolutely safe this time. Yes. Yes. Seeing Yeliang Chen also go with everyone, Zai Zhenzu and others were very excited. Luo Hao and Cheng Qi, the 2 titled Douluos who originally wanted to go together, felt that it was unnecessary, so they stayed in Hanhai City. The 2 elders should stay with us. This batch of goods is the daily necessities of the entire Sea God Island. We must ensure that everything is safe. Yeliang Chen looked at the 4 ships filled with goods, and then directly called the 2 titled Douluo to take them with him. In case the fleet encountered an emergency in the deep sea, he could not take care of the 4 ships at once. Although his treasure space can fit several ships, when the time comes, these people will become his pets after being put in, which is not good. Listen to Ziokin's arrangement. He can ensure that you arrive at the Sea God Island safely, but when we return, we still have to transport goods. At that time, there will be only 1 titled Douluo, Elder Seal, and the risk is a bit high. Solin also understood and reminded beside him that some time ago, Yeliang Chen killed the pirates disguised as the Empire and the upper 3 sects, which made everyone a little relaxed, which is not good. The pavilion master and the general manager are right. Everyone nodded, and then Luo Hao and Cheng Qi immediately followed the fleet. In addition, there was Lord Iera from the Spirit Hall. This guy was a high-level soul Douluo and could fly on the sea and act as a scout, which was a 2 birds with 1 stone move. Set sail! Set sail! After the preparations were completed, Zai Zhenzu gave an order, and hundreds of professional sailors immediately got busy, driving 4 large ships to the depths of the sea. Just when Yeliang Chen was rushing to the Sea God Island, a small incident happened in Tiandu City. Tang Yuehua closed Yuexuan and then disappeared with a mysterious masked woman. After Bibi Dong separated from Yangchen in the Star Forest, she did not return to Wuhun City, but brought Tang Yuehua to Tiandu City, closed Yuexuan and took away several female teachers in Yuexuan. Since all the people of Haoshan Sect returned to the sect some time ago, Yuexuan is suddenly closed now. The royal nobles of Tiandu City don't understand what happened to Haoshan Sect. Why did Tang Yuehua close Yuexuan? In the Tiandu Palace, Shui Beng said to himself. This guy has always been greedy for Tang Yuehua's body. Since he became the emperor, he has been eager to make a move. But the woman has Haoshan Sect behind him, so he dare not move. Now Yuexuan is suddenly closed and Tang Yuehua disappears mysteriously, which makes him puzzled. Yuexuan is closed, and I will never see the stunning face of Xuanzu again. My goddess is gone just like that. The closure of Yuexuan has made countless nobles and playboys in Tiandu City extremely sad. These nobles and disciples do nothing but eat, drink and have fun. The disappearance of a beauty of Tang Yuehua's level is also a loss for them. Although they can only watch but not eat, watching beautiful women is also a kind of enjoyment. Aunt Yuehua? Why did you do this? The little princess Shueke of Tiandu and several noble women looked at Yuexuan with its door tightly closed, and could not forget it for a long time. The closure of Yuexuan was only spread among the noble class of Tiandu City, and did not cause much sensation. But 10 days later, an explosive news suddenly spread. Haoshan Sect has been changed to Hammer Sect, Tang San became the head of Hammer Sect, and now the entire Hammer Sect has become a subsidiary sect of Luosha Island. This news swept across the continent like a tornado, directly shocking all major forces. Wow! The Clear Sky Sect has become the Hammer Sect? Tang San, that pervert, has become the leader of the Hammer Sect? This is too incredible. Back then, Master Ye called Clear Sky Douluo the Hammer Douluo. I didn't expect that their sect is now directly called the Hammer Sect. It's really interesting. The martial spirit of the Clear Sky Sect is the Hammer, so it is called the Hammer Sect, which is also worthy of the name, but I always feel that this name is a bit like an insult. Ha ha ha. For a while, countless people laughed at the Clear Sky Sect. After all, Tang San had a bad reputation. If this guy became the leader of the Clear Sky Sect, then this sect would be finished sooner or later. But joking aside, everyone didn't understand why the Clear Sky Sect changed its sect to the Hammer Sect. Tang San, that pervert, was expelled from the Clear Sky Sect before, but now he became the leader. It was too strange. For a while, countless people were puzzled. What's going on? The royal families of the two empires were also confused at this moment. Some time ago, all the disciples of the Haoshan Sect returned to the sect, and then it became like this. Not long after, the disciples of the Hammer Sect rushed to the two empires again for training. Several titled Douluo served as the royal families of the two empires as usual, and also showed their bamboo shoot-like hammer spirits to the royal high-ranking officials, which directly blinded the eyes of the royal families of the two empires. Do you know? The Haoshan hammer spirit has turned into a bamboo shoot-like hammer, with one end pointed and the other end big, so ugly. Wow! It's really a bamboo shoot. After some people spread the word of mouth, the martial spirit of the Hammer Sect once again became the after-dinner talk of countless spectators. Hammer Sect? This name is good, ha ha ha. After hearing this, the senior leaders of Tianshui Sect and Tenglong Pavilion laughed heartily, especially Niu Gao, Yang Wudi and others, who were even more excited to set up a banquet and drink. It's really interesting. Bibi Dong brought Tang Yuehua and 3 female teachers back to Wuhun City. When she heard people discussing the Hammer Sect, she thought, I haven't announced the Hammer Sect yet. How could it spread so quickly? Yuehua, what do you think of the Hammer Sect now? Bibi Dong looked at Tang Yuehua beside her, wanting to see if this woman still had any thoughts about the Hammer Sect. Pope, I don't have any thoughts about the Hammer Sect. Tang Yuehua smiled brightly. Since being taken in as a pet by her master, her thinking has undergone earth-shaking changes. The people of the Hammer Sect are already passers-by to her. That's good. Bibi Dong nodded, thinking, it seems that Ziokin's trick is really magical. When Bibi Dong brought Tang Yuehua back to the Pope's palace, Ghost Chrysanthemum Douluo was stunned. For a moment, everyone was confused. Why did you bring her? Qianrongxiu was extremely surprised to see Tang Yuehua coming. Some time ago, Qianrongxiu took out the angel sword and merged the dark clone. She just wanted to get together with Bibi Dong, but found that Bibi Dong mysteriously disappeared, so she had to stay in the Pope's palace to help take care of the Pope's work. I found a music teacher for Xiao Xuzu, what's so strange about that? I tell you, Yuehua is now a 14th level soul master, and the first soul ring is still 900 years old. Bibi Dong rolled his eyes at Qianrongxiu, thinking, this silly girl used to call Tang Yuehua aunt when she was undercover in Tiandu City. They had a good relationship. You are hiding something from me, tell me now. Qianrongxiu knew that Bibi Dong had mysteriously disappeared before, and now she is back with Tang Yuehua, so she must be doing something important. Let's talk about it when we return to my palace. Bibi Dong asked Douluo to arrange the other 3 female teachers to work in the academy, and then took Jian Rongxiu and Tang Yuehua back to her palace. Tell me, what's going on? After returning to the manor, Jian Rongxiu couldn't wait to pester Bibi Dong, wanting to know about it. The thing is, Bibi Dong had to tell Jian Rongxiu everything. So, Aunt Yuehua has become Ziogan's pet, isn't that the same as his soul beast pet? Jian Rongxiu looked at Tang Yuehua who was making tea in the distance, and she was different from before, so this is what happened. That's true. Yuehua is absolutely loyal to Xiao Chen now and will never betray him. She also wants his body, so I can only bring Yuehua with me. Bibi Dong laughed. If she didn't bring Tang Yuehua with her, something might happen between this woman and the little guy in the future. Your decision is very good. Jian Rongxiu also agreed with Bibi Dong. Little Chen brother is too mean. He didn't invite me to such a fun thing. At this moment, Jian Rongxiu felt a little jealous. The little guy invited Bibi Dong to watch Tang San fight Hao Shenzong, but didn't invite herself. So, her position in the little guy's mind was not higher than Bibi Dong. You happened to be taking the 8th test at that time. Why did he call you Mang Jun? Bibi Dong naturally knew that this silly and sweet daughter was jealous of her. It was so funny. That's right. Jian Rongxiu nodded. Xiao Chen said that after you pull out the Holy Angel Sword, a dark body will appear. Show me quickly. Bibi Dong felt Jian Rongxiu's strength and was very pleased that she had already entered the Super Douluo. Shua. Oh my. Isn't this the peerless female pope? She finally came back. Jian Rongxiu immediately summoned her dark clone. In an instant, a Jian Rongxiu in a black dress appeared. Unlike Jian Rongxiu herself, this dark clone was full of infinite charm, like a demon queen. Not bad. Xiao Chen can enjoy double happiness in the future. Bibi Dong smiled, then reached out and pulled Jian Rongxiu's dark clone to look at it carefully, feeling very amused. Your suggestion is good, I'll try it next time, ha ha ha. Jian Rongxiu's dark clone smiled charmingly, which was two extremes compared to the original body's cold personality. What are you laughing at? Go in quickly. Looking at her dark clone like a demon queen, Jian Rongxiu shook her head helplessly, and then took the clone back directly. Bibi Dong then asked the Spirit Hall to issue a notice saying that the Hammer Sect had become a subsidiary sect of Rakshasa Island, so that the free spirit masters on the mainland would stay away from the Hammer Sect. The purpose of doing so was also to remind those free spirit masters that if anyone could not distinguish between good and bad and joined the Hammer Sect, it would be self-destruction. Feng Ji, things are a bit bad. The entire Haoshan sect has been controlled by Tang San. Even the clear sky hammer spirit turned into a bamboo shoot shape, it must be the god behind him who made the move. Uncle Jian, Tang San was able to subdue the clear sky sect, proving that his strength has surpassed after Tang Xiao, at least reach level 97 or above. Feng Ji, the power this kid now controls is no less than that of the Spirit Hall. He has great ambitions. Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu, Tang San's power is strong enough to have the strength to fight Yeliang Chen. For us, this is also a good thing. I hope so. In the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, Jian Douluo, Gu Douluo, and Ning Fengzi all showed solemn expressions on their faces after receiving the news from the Hammer Sect. Dad, two grandfathers, Yeliang Chen now clearly has the ability to kill Tang San, but he didn't kill him. It's so strange. Ning Rongrong reminded beside him, remembering that he met Yeliang Chen in the Sunset Forest some time ago. That monster didn't take Tang San seriously at all. It was really puzzling. Rongrong, do you think Yeliang Chen doesn't want to kill? Tang San has a god behind him, how can he be killed so easily? Jian Douluo is now also the successor of the throne. He knows very well that the future battle will be a duel between gods. Grandpa Jian, you are right. Ning Rongrong nodded. Jian Ren, with your current strength, are you sure you can deal with Yeliang Chen? Bone Douluo asked curiously. When we met him some time ago, his soul power had reached level 98. I am not his opponent. Jian Douluo admitted defeat directly. The strength of Yeliang Chen, the monster, has always been a mystery. Hiss. Level 98. This guy is too scary. Bone Douluo remembered that he had sneak attacked Shui Langzhen and the others. If Yeliang Chen, the monster, made trouble for him, he would be finished. Feng Ji, you made a bad move at the beginning. The future of Kai Bao Liulai sect is bleak. Jian Douluo looked at Ning Fengzi, praying in his heart that the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect could survive this disaster. If Yeliang Chen cared about the sneak attack by Bone Douluo that year, it would be a disaster for the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. Uncle Jian, Uncle Bone, Yeliang Chen is a monster, but don't we still have Tang San? Ning Fengzi waved his hand, telling the two old men not to worry. As long as Tang San and Yeliang Chen were both injured, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect could reap the benefits. Dad, Yeliang Chen still has the Spirit Hall behind him. Tang San is just a eunuch, he should not be able to defeat Yeliang Chen. At this time, Ning Rongrong reminded him, thinking of Jian Rongxiu, who was so beautiful that she envied her, and she must be the inheritor of the divine throne. In this way, Tang San would definitely lose. The little girl's words made Ning Fengzi and Jian Gu silent. Before, everyone was only discussing the problem between Ye Chen and Tang San, but forgot that there was Bibi Dong, the woman behind Ye Chen. Fengzi, things are a bit difficult. Douluo smiled bitterly, things were a bit troublesome. Wrong, don't worry, we have also inherited the divine throne, as long as we become gods, we can protect the sect from worries. Douluo comforted Ning Wrong, but he himself was not sure. Wrong, you just practice well, Dad will solve other things. Ning Fengzi stretched out his hand and rubbed the little girl's head. What is the future of the 7 treasures glazed sect? Now they can only take one step at a time. Dad, I understand. Ning Wrong nodded. The Haoshan sect became a subsidiary sect of Luosha Island, but it still maintained a cooperative relationship with the 2 empires. Although the royal families of the 2 empires felt a little uncomfortable, they couldn't say anything. The changes in the Haoshan sect caused discussions among various forces on the mainland, and the first hero Tang San dragged his injured body back to Luosha Island. In order to avoid Ye Chen, Tang San simply treated his injuries in a small town and quickly fled the mainland. Xiao San, how did you become like this? Yua Gang looked at Tang San, who was gloomy and haggard, and felt bad. Xiao San, you have completed the 8th test, and your soul power has reached level 98. Who can hurt you? Daimyo Bai and Oscar looked at Tang San, who seemed to have injuries, and were very curious. It's Ye Chen. I still can't block his move. His current soul power is level 99. Tang San had to tell everyone everything about his encounter with Ye Chen, so that everyone would understand that the situation was a bit tense. Hiss. Level 99? This guy is really scary. After Daimyo Bai learned about Ye Chen's strength, he took a breath of cold air. How can he take revenge? Tang San, you are now the young master of Luosha Island. You should think about Luosha Island and don't go to the mainland to cause trouble for the time being, so as to avoid Ye Chen, the monster, coming to Luosha Island, and the consequences will be disastrous. At this time, Blood-Eye Douluo came to Tang San and his friends with 4 titled Douluos, and warned them to be patient. The great priest is right. Tang San nodded. Tang San's current strength has reached level 98, and he has conquered the Haoshan sect. For Luosha Island, it is a great achievement, and his prestige is second only to Blood-Eye Douluo. Chapter 425 Yua Gang is always the one who gets hurt. Great priest, do you know the secret of the Lake of Life in the Star Forest? Tang San asked Blood-Eye Douluo about the identities of the 2 mysterious masters he encountered at the Lake of Life. He was very curious. I have never been to the Lake of Life and don't know the situation there. Blood-Eye Douluo was originally just a soul Douluo in the Slaughter City, but later he was made a demigod by the Rakshasa god with divine power. He didn't know the secrets of the Lake of Life at all. Xiao San, isn't there a Titan giant ape and a sky blue bull at the Lake of Life? Could there be other 100,000-year soul beasts? Yua Gang, Daimyo Bai and others couldn't understand why Tang San said this. Some. No. Before, I completed the 8th test and reached level 98. I went to the Star Do Forest to hunt the 200,000-year soul beasts. When I was about to succeed, I was suddenly killed by 2 strong men. One of the men in black killed me in one move. Although they didn't say who they were, from the breath they exuded, it was a soul beast. The so-called Forest Emperor Azure Bull Python was like a little follower in front of the 2 men, and called them adults. Tang San told everyone about his attack in the Lake of Life to let everyone understand the horror of the Lake of Life. What? Everyone was stunned, especially Yua Gang. This simply broke his cognition. Hearing what you said, it should be a fierce beast. Blood-Eye Douluo nodded. What is a fierce beast? Yua Gang asked curiously. Lord Rakshasa once told me that there is a deep-sea demon whale king whose cultivation is infinitely close to 1 million years deep in the sea. Soul beasts have reached a cultivation of 100,000 years. After 1,000 years, they will pass the heavenly tribulation. After success, they can continue to cultivate. When they reach 200,000 years, they can become fierce beasts. There are very few soul beasts that can cultivate to the level of fierce beasts. Blood-Eye Douluo told everyone about the fierce beasts to broaden their horizons. What? Infinitely close to 1 million years. Tang San, Yua Gang, and others were stunned. How powerful is such a high-level soul beast? Why have we never heard of a soul beast with a cultivation of more than 200,000 years? Yua Gang doubted his life at this moment. It was the first time he heard of the existence of a fierce beast of this level. It was incredible. Master, I think humans have never come into contact with soul beasts of that level, so they didn't record it. Oscar said slowly, looking at Yua Gang's doubtful expression, thinking, with your previous level 29 soul power, how much can you know? Xiao Ao is right. Tang San nodded. Xiao San, so even if Ye Chen hadn't stopped you last time we went to the Lake of Life, you wouldn't have been able to successfully hunt down the Titan giant ape and the Azure Bull Python. Not only that, Liang Chen must have known the fierce beasts in the depths of the lake of life. Dai Mubai and Oscar recalled the scene at that time, and their scalps suddenly tingled. It feels like as long as Brother San sets foot on the continent, no matter where he goes, he will meet Liang Chen. Now he knows a fierce beast-level soul beast, how can we beat him in the future? Ma Hongjun muttered to himself, thinking that it would be difficult for Tang San to defeat Liang Chen. Damn! Tang San punched the ground, and his resentment towards Liang Chen reached its peak. Tang San, you can't beat him now, and hatred is useless. You should practice well. Blood-Eye Douluo warned Tang San, and then left with the four elders. As the servant of the Rakshasa god, he was just a tool man and didn't want to get involved in the feud between Tang San and Liang Chen, mainly because he was scared of being beaten in the past few years. Xiao San, don't be discouraged. Liang Chen knows the soul beast of the Lake of Life. Later, we will vigorously publicize that he colluded with the soul beast to murder humans. Yua Gang saw Tang San's angry look and quickly thought of a way. Since Liang Chen knew the soul beast, he would make a big fuss about this matter. Master, can it succeed? The last time you said that, the whole person almost broke. Dai Mubai, Oscar, Ma Hongjun and others recalled that Yua Gang had said the same thing about Liang Chen before, but he was beaten and screamed. You have to understand that humans and soul beasts are in a hostile relationship. Yua Gang said confidently, and he had already thought of a countermeasure in his mind. I think what the teacher said makes sense. When the time comes, we will do this, and that if the alienation plan succeeds, the fierce beasts of the Lake of Life may actually turn against Liang Chen. Tang San also agreed with Yua Gang's opinion, so he expressed his own ideas and prepared to plot against Liang Chen. It's a bit uncertain. Dai Mubai and Oscar shook their heads helplessly after listening to Tang San's plan. It was nothing more than using Liang Chen to collude with soul beasts to let the world criticize that monster. Isn't this just talking nonsense? What's the use? Wait and see. Yua Gang and Tang San showed mysterious and confident smiles. Then Tang San directly sent people back to the mainland to spread rumors with exaggeration, saying that Liang Chen colluded with soul beasts and plotted against humans. Liang Chen colluded with soul beasts? He plotted against humans. The news spread from the southern part of Xingluo country, and in just 20 days, it had already swept across the continent. The Xingluo royal family, Tiandu royal family, Kaibao glazed sect, and Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect all condemned Tenglong Pavilion, but they did not dare to step into Tenglong city. The sword Douluo and bone Douluo of Kaibao glazed sect also wanted to test it, but they were afraid of encountering Liang Chen, the monster. The titled Douluos of the Hammer sect did not dare to make trouble without Tang San's order. Among the three sects, only Yu Yuanzhen was stubborn enough to rush to Tenglong city to see if the rumors were true. This news is spread by that farting Yua Gang. If you believe it, you will be in trouble. After hearing the rumor, Pope Bibi Dong immediately issued a notice to the mainland to refute the rumor to Liang Chen. Ning Fengzi and Jian Douluo saw Liang Chen and Bibi Dong together, and then Ning Fengzi secretly spread the word that Liang Chen and Bibi Dong were in cahoots with soul beasts and betrayed humans. Tenglong Pavilion actually has a 100,000-year soul beast. When Yu Yuanzhen came to Tenglong Pavilion, he felt when he saw the strong breath of soul beast in the forest, he suddenly felt greedy and sneaked in quietly. Old man, you want to come to the master's territory to make trouble, are you looking for death? At this moment, Ying Mei and Xiao Lan felt the malice of the strange strong man, and rushed out directly to block Yu Yuanzhen. Thunder Douluo. At the same time, Shui Langzhen, Shui Lanyu, Dugubo, Yakalan, Ling Yuan, Yesuling and others also came to the forest to see what the old guy Yu Yuanzhen wanted to do. In fact, when Yu Yuanzhen entered Tenglong city, he had already been detected by the scouts of the Min clan, and Shui Langzhen, Dugubo and others had been waiting. This old man just showed his murderous intention to us. Ying Mei and Xiao Lan directly exposed Yu Yuanzhen's thoughts. Buzz. Thunder Douluo, who gave you such courage? Shui Langzhen and Yakalan crushed over with their powerful spirit power and directly repelled Yu Yuanzhen. Everyone. Misunderstanding. I just came to Tenglong city for fun, and I have no ill intentions. Feeling the powerful spirit power of Shui Langzhen and Yakalan, Yu Yuanzhen immediately admitted his weakness. It's better to do so, Yu Yuanzhen. If you are just a guest, we welcome you at Tenglong Pavilion, but if you want to make trouble, then there is no need for your Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect to exist. The previous rumors must have been spread by your son who can only fart. You'd better take care of yourself. Yakalan looked at Yu Yuanzhen coldly, thinking, when your farting son returns to the sect, you will know what chaos is. Kalan, just kill him. Ying Mei rolled up his sleeves and prepared to kill Yu Yuanzhen. Okay. Ying Mei, don't get angry. Yakalan reached out and rubbed Ying Mei's head, asking her not to be impulsive. Everyone, I'm leaving right away. Seeing this, Yu Yuanzhen immediately left Tenglong city. At this moment, he felt very aggrieved. The two empires and the other two major sects were all criticizing Liang Chen, but no one dared to come to Tenglong Pavilion to investigate. He must have been out of his mind to come here to find out for no reason. Yu Yuanzhen retreated, but the rumors about Yeliangchen still did not stop. One after another, exaggerated news continued to come from the south of Xingluo country. Zioxiu, let's go to Luosha Island. Okay. Let's go and call Aunt Lan. In view of Yu Xiaogang and Tang San's heated discussion of Yeliangchen's collusion with soul beasts, Pope Bibidong and Qianrongxiu could not bear it, so they rushed directly to Luosha Island to teach the master and apprentice a lesson. Qianrongxiu has now completed the 8th test, and then fused 5 pieces of angel god armor soul bones. Her soul power has reached level 97. Her current strength is very strong. It is not a problem to kill Luosha Island. However, for the sake of safety, the mother and daughter are ready to call Shui Langzhen as well. When Bibidong and Qianrongxiu came to Tenglong City, Shui Langzhen went to Luosha Island with the 2 women without saying a word to vent Yeliangchen's anger. We want to go too. Yingmei and Shui Langzhen heard Bibidong's plan and wanted to go with them. Okay. Leave it to us. The sword Douluo in the 7 treasures glazed glass has inherited the sword god, and his soul power has reached level 97. If he kills, it will be a bit troublesome. Tenglong Pavilion must have a super strong person in charge. Bibidong reminded Yingmei and Yakalan to stay in Tenglong City. Bibidong, Qianrongxiu, and Shui Langzhen now have a minimum soul power of 97, and they are very fast. They soon arrived at Luosha Island. Who trespassed into Luosha Island? The intrusion of the 3 women immediately alarmed the strong men of Luosha Island. Hand over the fart master Yu Xiaogang and Tang San. Bibidong stood in the air, looking coldly at the strong men of Luosha Island. Tang San is our young master, and we will never hand him over to you. At this time, Blood-Eye Douluo came with the 4 elders and stopped Bibidong and the 3 women. In this case, don't blame me for being rude. If you dare to make trouble for Xiao Chen, you will have to pay the price. Buzz. 9th soul skill, Angel Judgment. Qianrongxiu immediately summoned her martial soul and started fighting directly. Shua. In an instant, a huge angel holy sword, shining with the temperature of the sun, slashed directly forward. 9th soul skill, Frost Flower Sky Phoenix Slash. 8th soul skill, Chasing Wind and Absolute Shadow Kill. Seeing this, Shui Langzhen and Bibidong also launched their 100,000-year soul skills to attack the powerful people on Luosha Island. Meet the enemy. Blood-Eye Douluo and the 4 elders immediately activated their martial souls and attacked the 3 women. Bang bang bang. The battle scene was very intense. Many soul masters with low cultivation on Luosha Island were directly blown away. For a time, countless people were killed and injured. Bibidong and Shui Zongzhu are here to kill. They must be venting their anger for Yeliangchen. The Shrek people who were practicing in the palace in the distance were also awakened by the fighting outside. Then they saw Bibidong and the 3 women killing people, and they immediately felt that things were not good. Opening Mountain Seal. At this time, Shui Langzhen and Bibidong formed a golden seal at the same time and slapped it towards Blood-Eye Douluo and the 4 elders. What is this? Bang. Puff. Under the powerful force of the Kaishan seal, Blood-Eye Douluo and the 4 elders were directly knocked away, smashed several houses, and vomited blood. However, since these people were all Super Douluo, and Bibidong and Shui Langzhen had just successfully cultivated the Kaishan seal, they were not able to kill them. We can temporarily not fight Tang San. Today you must hand over Yu Xiaogang and let him be punished, otherwise you will be bloodbathed on Luosha Island. Bibidong looked at the injured Blood-Eye Douluo and others coldly, and sighed that Yeliangchen's Kaishan seal was really useful and powerful. Okay, I'll bring him here right away. After recovering from his internal injuries, Blood-Eye Douluo immediately got up and rushed to the place where Shrek people were practicing. Anyway, he didn't like Yu Xiaogang, so it didn't matter if he was punished. Yu Xiaogang, look at what you have done. Coming to the hall where the Shrek brothers were, Blood-Eye Douluo grabbed Yu Xiaogang and ran outside. Great priest, what are you doing? Yu Xiaogang was confused at the moment and wanted to break free, but Blood-Eye Douluo was too powerful and he couldn't do it at all. Great priest, where are you taking my teacher? Tang San also followed immediately, wanting to see what Blood-Eye Douluo was going to do. I told you, master, this trick won't work. Daimyo Bai, Oscar, Ma Hung-jun and others also followed to watch the fun. Tang San, your master and apprentice spread rumors about Yeliangchen, and Bibidong and the others came to kill us, causing us to suffer heavy losses. Pa. After Blood-Eye Douluo finished speaking, he angrily slapped Yu Xiaogang on the face. Yu Xiaogang's face was slapped, and a big 5-claw blood mark appeared immediately. Bang. 3 of you, the gossiper is handed over to you, you can do whatever you want with him. Coming in front of Bibidong and the other 2 girls, Blood-Eye Douluo threw Yu Xiaogang to the ground. Xiao San, save me. When Yu Xiaogang saw Bibidong's murderous eyes, he was scared and asked Tang San for help. Bang. Yu Xiaogang, we didn't care about you, but you kept gossiping about Xiao Chen again and again, today I must knock out all your teeth. Bibi Dong slapped Yu Xiaogang away with a slap, then used her soul power to imprison him, raised her high heels, and kicked Yu Xiaogang's face and mouth. Ah! Crack, crack! Instantly, Yu Xiaogang's pig-killing sound rang out, blood flowed wildly, and teeth fell one after another. The people of Luosha Island and Dai Mubai and others watched all this, showing an expression of watching a show, and no one came up to help. Let go of my teacher. Only Tang San couldn't stand it, so he immediately summoned his martial soul and prepared to attack Bibi Dong. Opening Mountain Seal. Angel Judgment. Shui Langzhen and Qian Rongxiu directly released their ultimate moves and blasted towards Tang San. Bang! Ah! Originally, Tang San's injuries had not yet healed. Facing the ultimate moves of Qian Rongxiu and Shui Langzhen, how could he resist? He was directly blown away, and another mouthful of blood spurted out. Lord Luosha, help me quickly. Tang San immediately used his mental power to communicate with the divine thoughts in the artifact, but did not get any response. At this moment, Luosha was also very speechless, thinking, Bibi Dong has the Shura demon sword on her, do I dare to come out? Yu Xiaogang, I'll make you talk nonsense. Bibi Dong stepped on Yu Xiaogang's face and cursed wildly, until all of Yu Xiaogang's teeth fell out. Ah! At this moment, Yu Xiaogang's whole face turned into a pig's head again, and he couldn't recognize it at all. Crack, crack! Bang, go away! After knocking out Yu Xiaogang's teeth, Bibi Dong broke all his hands and feet, and then kicked him away. Puff! Ah! It was unknown whether Bibi Dong did it intentionally or unintentionally. After Yu Xiaogang was kicked away, he fell on a conical stone and suffered 10,000 critical hits again. Xiao San, save me! Because his hands and feet were broken, Yu Xiaogang couldn't move at all at this moment, and he weakly asked Tang San for help. Hiss! When everyone saw Yu Xiaogang's miserable state, they all took a breath of cold air. That guy was probably torn again. Yu Xiaogang, I'll let you go this time. If you dare to make trouble again, we will come again. Swoosh, swoosh. After beating Yu Xiaogang, Bibi Dong and the other two women soared into the sky and flew towards the mainland. Great priest, what should we do? The four elders looked at blood-eyed Douluo, feeling angry. They were beaten up by 3 female Douluos for no reason. What else can we do? Just chill. These 3 women all have the aura of God. If nothing unexpected happens, they are all inheritors of the godly throne. Everyone should avoid causing trouble in the future. Yu Xiaogang, if it weren't for the order from Lord Rakshasa, I would have killed you today. Blood-eyed Douluo warned the Shrek people coldly, and then ordered them to clean up the battlefield. In this battle, dozens of soul masters died on Rakshasa Island, and 6 soul Douluos were seriously injured. They probably couldn't get out of bed for 100 days. Xiao Ao, save them. My teacher. Tang San got up from the ground and ordered Oscar to use the recovery sausage to treat Yu Xiaogang. Super recovery sausage. Master, eat sausage. Oscar saw this and immediately summoned his martial spirit to create a big sausage, pulled Yu Xiaogang up, and then stuffed the sausage into his mouth. Ahem. Because Yu Xiaogang's teeth were all knocked out by Bibi Dong, he couldn't bite Oscar's sausage at all at this moment, so he just swallowed the whole sausage, which made him very uncomfortable and almost choked to death. Why is it always me who gets hurt? After eating a super big sausage, Yu Xiaogang recovered a little bit, but now his teeth have fallen out, his hands and feet are all broken, and his back garden is also seriously injured, which makes him collapse directly. Ugh! Everyone watched Yu Xiaogang crying and vomiting, and the stench came, making people feel extremely disgusted. Even Tang San was a little disgusted. Chapter 426 The 3 women who turned into bandit leaders. Yu Xiaogang now even wanted to die. Every time he met Bibi Dong, he was beaten to death. Bibi Pain, mud is easy to apply. Bibi Dong, you are so poisonous. Yu Xiaogang's teeth are all knocked out now, his face is swollen like a pig's head, and he can't even speak clearly. Boss Dai, go get some water and help the teacher rinse. Tang San looked at Yu Xiaogang's miserable state, shook his head helplessly, and then told his companions to help take care of him. He had to treat his useless teacher with tears in his eyes. Xiao San, leave it to us. Splash! Dai Mubai, Oscar, and others fetched several buckets of water and directly poured them on Yu Xiaogang, and then took Yu Xiaogang back to his residence. Although Dai Mubai and others disliked Yu Xiaogang a little, they were also in the same boat, and in the previous god test, they often exchanged fighting spirits with each other, and their feelings were very deep. In addition, Yu Xiaogang was the son of the leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect, so they couldn't just stand by and watch him die. Teacher, bear with it. Kaka. Tang San changed Yu Xiaogang into clean clothes, and then connected his broken hands and feet, wrapped them with gauze, and fixed them with a wooden stick. Xiao San, shoot you. I 1/4 E degree cent A 1/2 I 1/4 per thousand. Co-CAA per thousand CAA with diuresis degree A plus or minus AOE, AE per thousand A with diuresis 1/4 A pound I 1/4 per thousand A degree AA with ring above AEA with ring above I 1/4 OEA A degree A superscript 1 EA plus or minus A. AEA superscript 2 C A degree plus or minus AE degree copyright EI 1/4 A plus or minus A 1/2 AEA degree AAA degree AI 1/4 OEA AEOE per thousand C plus or minus A 3/4 A superscript 1 EA plus or minus A. CA. A 1/4 OEA 3/4 AEA 3/4 A 1/4 E 1/4 OEA EOEA EAE 3/4. OEA AI 1/4 OEA 1/2 EA yen 1/2 AI 1/4 Y. Co CE pound per thousand A degree A 1/2 EA. AE. AEN AEA I 1/4 OEA EAE superscript 2 C trademark 1/2 A degree A OEA. A. A 1/2 CE I 1/4 A degree AE 1/4 1/2 AOEC I 1/4 OEA AEOE per thousand A degree AA with ring above AEOE. OEA plus or minus A with diuresis. A degree I 1/4 OEA EA plus or minus per thousand trademark AEA, E superscript 3 A degree I 1/4 AEA. A degree I 1/4 OEA AEC per thousand trademark E 1/2 A, per thousand A degree I 1/4 per thousand. AEA per thousand A degree A trademark 1/2 CE cent AE per thousand A 3/4 A 3/4 I 1/4 OEA 1/2 A yen 1/2 AE superscript 1 A superscript 1 EA AEC 1/2 I 1/4 OEA A yen AEA 3/4 A 1/2 I 1/4 OEA A. EAA pound C per thousand trademark A. E cent AE per thousand I 1/4 OEA 1/4 degree E registered trademark A yen AA with ring above 1/2 A CE yen A degree. OEA I 1/4. Dai Mubai and the others took a deep breath, thinking, Bibi Dong was really ruthless, she knocked out all of Yu Xiaogong's teeth, not even a molar. Master, everyone said that your trick is useless, but you just didn't listen. Now you are suffering, right? Who could have thought that Bibi Dong and Sect Master Shui Langzhen would come in person and actually hurt the chief priest and others? And that blonde beauty seems to be stronger than before. If nothing unexpected happens, she is likely to be a super Douluo. The chief priest just said that even Bibi Dong and Sect Master Shui are inheritors of the throne. It feels like the inheritance of the throne is now everywhere. Dai Mubai, Oscar and Ma Hongjun sighed and said, as expected, when a woman gets angry, it is absolutely the most terrible. Third Master, what should we do in the future? Tyrone asked Tang San. As a lackey, he was a little anxious when he saw his master was having trouble. Practice hard and take revenge later. After dealing with Yu Xiaogong's injuries, Tang San used Xian Tiangong to recover his physical strength. Now he was full of bitterness. His old injuries had not healed yet, and he had new injuries. He was really worried. On the other side, Shui Langzhen and Bibi Dong had already flown back to the mainland. This time, they beat the strong men of Luosha Island in a crushing manner, which made the three women very happy. Grandpa and his team attacked Luosha Island a few years ago, but they were able to tie with both sides. I really don't understand whether Grandpa and his team made any effort. Qian Rongxiu said proudly. She always felt that things were too smooth. Blood-Eye Douluo was also a 99-level strong man, but he couldn't stop his mother and Aunt Lan's Kaishan seal. It was too unexpected. Puff. Zioxiu, that's because you have become stronger. Shui Langzhen looked at Qian Rongxiu's smug look and couldn't help but laugh. Zioxiu, the three of us are all inheritors of the divine throne. Luosha God didn't help Tang San. It's obvious that he was afraid of the Shura demon sword on me. In addition, Blood-Eye Douluo attacked the Sea God Island 2 years ago and was seriously injured by Xiao Chen and Poseidon. It seems that his injuries have not yet fully recovered. Tang San seems to have injuries this time. He should have been injured by Xiao Chen some time ago. In total, we also got the upper hand this time. Bibi Dong reminded Qian Rongxiu beside her, asking the girl not to be too proud. So that's it. Qian Rongxiu suddenly realized. However, the forces on the mainland are still blaming brother Xiao Chen. The royal families of the two empires and the upper three sects must be behind the scenes. We have to calm down anyway. Back to the south of Xingluo country, Qian Rongxiu from time to time, she heard people talking about Ye Liangchen's collusion with soul beasts, which made her feel very unhappy. Of course. Bibi Dong nodded. As the godmother of the little guy, how could she let the world say bad things about him behind his back? But if we do this, it will clearly show that we are at odds with the two empires. At that time, they may take action against the Wuhun Hall and the empire. Shui Langzhen expressed her concerns. She didn't want to cause losses to the Wuhun Hall because of Ye Liangchen's matter. Then close the Wuhun Hall and the two empires first. Xiao Chen said before that this trick can be used when the time is right. You can station some personnel in Tianshui City, Shiwo City and Shenfeng City. Bibi Dong and Qian Rongxiu looked at each other and decided to start the plan to establish a country. This plan is crazy. Shui Langzhen smiled, but she agreed with the two women's plan. Since they want to conquer the world for the little guy, they will fight for their lives. So Bibi Dong and her two daughters quickly rushed to the major cities of Xingluo Empire, asked the personnel of Wuhun Hall to evacuate secretly, and then visited the major noble families of Xingluo Kingdom and gave them a kind warning. Your Excellency, it was the royal family that asked us to spread the word. We will never dare to say bad things about Mr. Ye again. Under the strong pressure of Bibi Dong and her two daughters, these noble forces did not dare to hide and directly put the blame on Xingluo royal family. If you make a mistake, you must be punished. I will not kill you, but give you some money as his spiritual compensation. Bibi Dong thought of Yeliang Chen, who had taken 10 million gold soul coins from Tiandu royal family before, so she followed suit and asked these nobles to pay some money for compensation. We are willing. When these nobles heard that they could resolve the disaster by paying only a little money, they immediately breathed a sigh of relief. In just 10 days, Bibi Dong and her two daughters got 5 million gold soul coins from these noble forces of Xingluo Kingdom. Let's go visit the Xingluo royal family. They are the biggest promoters of rumors. Seeing that 5 million gold soul coins were obtained so quickly, Qian Rongxue was in a good mood, so she proposed to go to Xingluo city. Is there any need to say this? Bibi Dong laughed and immediately called Qian Rongxue and Shui Langzhen to sneak into Xingluo city, and then asked the Wuhan Hall personnel stationed in Xingluo city to evacuate secretly. After handling the evacuation of the Wuhan Hall personnel, Bibi Dong and her three daughters stayed in a hotel for 3 more days, leaving enough time for the Wuhan Hall personnel to evacuate. Let's go to the Zhu family first. 3 days later, Bibi Dong thought of the opportunities that the 3 sisters of the Zhu family had obtained on the Sea God Island, so she planned to tell Zhu Tianli and his wife about it. Some time ago, Daimyo Bai became a prince, which made the Zhu family a little nervous, but a group of senior executives still maintained a dramatic attitude and maintained a relationship with the Dai family in a perfunctory manner. Bibi Dong and Shui Langzhen's arrival made Zhu Zuking's parents extremely excited, and then they set up a family banquet to personally entertain the 3 girls. Your Excellency the Pope, Master Shui, I wonder how our 3 little girls are doing now. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, Zhu Zuking's mother couldn't wait to ask about the situation of her 3 little girls. In order to keep it secret, the Zhu family couple entertained Bibi Dong and the other 2 alone this time, and did not let other clan members attend the banquet. Your 3 girls have taken off now. Zuking girl is already a level 93 titled Douluo, with 7 black and 2 red spirit rings. Zhu Zuyun is now a soul saint, and even Zhu Zulin, whose martial soul was abolished, has long been cured by Xiao Chen. His current strength is estimated to be close to that of a soul saint, and his spirit rings start from 1,000 years, and the 4th spirit ring is a black 10,000-year spirit ring. Bibi Dong told the Zhu family couple about the achievements of the 3 sisters on the Sea God Island to make the Zhu family couple happy. Pakaka. When Bibi Dong talked about the achievements of the 3 Zhu sisters, the Zhu couple were stunned for a moment, and they didn't even notice that the wine glasses in their hands fell to the ground. Master Zhu, Madam Zhu, come back to your senses. Shui Langzhen and Qian Rongxue reminded them beside them. Has Zuking girl become a titled Douluo? Zhu Linyi's broken martial spirit was actually restored by Yeliang Chen. Wu. After Zhu's mistress came back to her senses, she was extremely excited and burst into tears. What she missed most in the past few years was the little girl Zhu Zuking. She didn't expect that she had reached the titled Douluo level now. At this moment, she could imagine how much effort the little girl had put in to become stronger. Madam, don't cry, the 3 crowns are still watching. Zhu Tianli was helpless when he saw his wife crying in public, so he hurried to comfort her. To be honest, if Bibi Dong and the others were not there, I would have wanted to cry. My little daughter could actually become a titled Douluo. The Nether Spirit Cat family finally rose. Your Majesty, Master Shui, I lost my temper. I'm sorry to make you laugh. Mrs. Zhu vented her emotions, wiped her tears, and smiled apologetically at Bibi Dong and the other 2. Madam Zhu, there's no need to say that. Bibi Dong and the other 2 could understand Mrs. Zhu's feelings. Girl Zuking is in love with our Xiao Chen. We will be a family in the future. Master Zhu, Madam Zhu, I have 2 soul bones here. They are the betrothal gifts my stinky boy gave to the Zhu family. When Shui Langzhen thought that Zhu Zuking had already been taken down by Yeliang Chen, she quickly took out 2 30,000-year soul bones from the soul guide and gave them to the Zhu couple. Ah! Master Shui, this is not allowed. The Zhu couple looked at the 2 the glittering soul bones made her feel like she was dreaming. Then she came back to her senses and shook her head, feeling embarrassed to accept them. As Ziokin's godmother, I have to show my sincerity. These will be the betrothal gifts for the little guy to marry Zuking girl in the future. Just accept them, both of you. Seeing this, Bibi Dong quickly took out a gold soul coin card with a limit of 1 million from her soul guide and stuffed it into the hands of the Zhu couple together with Shui Langzhen's 2 soul bones. Qian Rongxue looked at Bibi Dong and Shui Langzhen, who had both given gifts, and muttered in her heart, as the little guy's god sister, should I also show my sincerity? No. I am one of his girlfriends now, what gift should I give? Your Excellency the Pope, Master Shui, how can you be so embarrassed? Zhu Tianli and his wife felt that their little girl was marrying up to Yeliang Chen, and now Shui Langzhen had taken 2 soul bones that were more than 30,000 years old, which was too valuable. Take it. When Zuking comes back in a while, she may lead the Zhu family to fight against the Dai family. As her parents, you can't hold them back. Shui Langzhen said with a smile. She knew Zhu Zoking's ideals very well. Master Shui is right. The Zhu couple looked at each other with a firm look. In the past few years, the Zhu family has also secretly developed its own strength and prepared to break with the Dai family. It is unknown whether Liang Chen will take action. With the strength of that evildoer, once he takes action, the Dai family will have no power to resist. After a small gathering at the Zhu family, Bibi Dong and the other two girls left and went directly to the Xingluo Palace. Your Majesty. Something big has happened. Pope Bibi Dong and Shui Zongju are walking towards our palace. In addition, there is a cold blonde woman, who I don't know who she is. Because Bibi Dong and her three daughters were not in disguise, they walked towards the palace so openly, and were soon discovered by the royal family. What? Hurry up and inform the two priests. Dai Tianfeng was stunned. The arrival of Bibi Dong and Shui Langzhen must be no good. Dai Tianfeng, during this period of time, you Xingluo royal family have said a lot of bad things about our Xiao Chen. Shouldn't you give us an explanation? Just when Dai Tianfeng was frowning, a cold voice sounded, and then Bibi Dong and her three daughters had landed above the palace, overlooking the entire palace. Tap tap tap. Protect the Emperor. Protect the Emperor. Faced with the arrival of the super strong, Davis immediately felt like he was facing a great enemy, and then immediately led tens of thousands of guards to come and protect Emperor Venus. The true body of the Hammer. At this time, the third and fourth elders of the Hammer sect also came to the front of the palace, and immediately summoned their martial spirits to prepare to meet the enemy. Hehe. Just two Hammer Douluos dare to act rashly, go down. Bibi Dong looked at the martial spirits of the two old men that looked like big bamboo shoots and felt very funny. Then she directly showed her second martial spirit and 5 black and 4 red spirit rings, and crushed them with the pressure of the extreme Douluo. Buzz buzz. Shui Langzhen and Qian Rongxiu also showed their martial spirits and spirit rings in sync, and a series of gorgeous spirit rings rose up, blinding the eyes of the people below, and then the two women also pressed down on the people below with powerful spirit power. Bang ah! Instantly, the two tidal Douluo and thousands of imperial palace guards in the hammer were directly pressed to the ground, unable to move. Too terrible. 6 black and 3 red? 7 black and 2 red? How can there be such a combination of soul rings? Davis, who was hiding in the imperial guards, was shocked when he saw the 9 soul rings on the 3 women, and then immediately asked everyone to stay put. Dai Tianfeng, we came here today, not to cause killing, but just to let you take some money as compensation for Xiaoqin's reputation. The instigator, the fart master Yua Gang, had his limbs broken by me, and a mouthful of teeth was also knocked out by me. If the Xingluo royal family is not sincere, I don't mind knocking out your teeth, Dai Tianfeng. Bibi Dong showed a kind smile and confronted Dai Tianfeng directly. Shua. Dai Tianfeng, if you don't show your sincerity, I will destroy your palace today. Bang crack. Qian Rongxiu directly summoned the angel sword and chopped the white tiger statue in front of the Xingluo palace into pieces. Your Highness the Pope, Master Shui, please show mercy. This is all a misunderstanding. Dai Tianfeng and Queen Zhu looked at the 20-meter-high white tiger statue, which suddenly turned into a pile of rubble, and they felt so aggrieved. Dai Tianfeng, if you make a mistake, you must accept the punishment. We only want 5 million gold soul coins as mental compensation for Xiao Chen. Bibi Dong smiled at Dai Tianfeng and Queen Zhu. This kind of open robbery was really refreshing. Okay. We'll give it to you. Queen Zhu immediately took out a gold soul coin card with a limit of 5 million and threw it to Bibi Dong. You've got your place. If you dare to say bad things about Xiao Chen again, we'll come again. Bibi Dong happily put away the 5 million gold soul coins card, and then warned the Xingluo royal family. Let's go. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 3 women smiled at each other, flew straight into the sky, and left Xingluo city. In a dozen breaths, the 3 women disappeared without a trace. Ah! Damn it! This is too much. Watching Bibi Dong and the other 2 girls leave, Dai Tianfeng was so angry that he blew his beard and glared, and at the same time he felt extremely regretful. Father, be patient for now, and wait until Mu Bai becomes a god before we talk about everything. Davis hurriedly advised Dai Tianfeng not to be impulsive. In front of absolute strength, he had to bow his head. I can't stand this bad breath, listen to my orders, gather the army, and destroy the spirit hall of Xingluo city. Dai Tianfeng was so angry at the moment that he ordered on the spot to declare war on the spirit hall. Trample, trample. When the army arrived at the spirit hall of Xingluo city, they found that the gate had been closed and the staff of the spirit hall had already left. Damn it! What on earth are you going to do, spirit hall? Dai Tianfeng was extremely angry at the moment. This feeling of having no way to vent his anger was really too aggrieved. Your Majesty, I just received news that all the spirit halls in the Xingluo Empire have been closed. At this moment, a subordinate ran over in a panic and reported to Dai Tianfeng. What? After hearing this, Dai Tianfeng and a group of generals were stunned. Father, it is a good thing that the spirit hall is closed, which means we don't have to pay soul master subsidies. Davis felt that this was not a bad thing. On the contrary, it saved expenses for the empire. Moreover, the empire could also awaken the spirits of civilians, but it would be more troublesome and require a greater investment. Wise. Things are not as simple as you think. Dai Tianfeng thought about it and felt that the continent was going to change. Now the spirit hall has won over 60% to 70% of the soul masters on the continent, and it is very likely to start a war. Chapter 427 Three Female Demons. After Bibi Dong and her two daughters left Xingluo Empire, they arrived at Tiandu Empire in just 2 days. They heard that the appearance of a 100,000-year-old soul beast in Tenglong City had been confirmed. Some people thought of the dark demon evil god tiger that appeared in Xingluo City a few years ago, so the major forces began to create topics, accusing Yeliang Chen of raising evil soul beasts such as the dark demon evil god tiger, intending to murder humans, and having ulterior motives, and wanted him to come out and give the world an explanation. However, since Yeliang Chen had already rushed to the Sea God Island and did not appear, people thought that Yeliang Chen was guilty and did not dare to come out and give the world an explanation. The Tiandu royal family also accused the Spirit Hall of being the first organization to maintain peace on the continent, why they let this matter go. However, Jian Daoliu and others in the Spirit Hall did not express any opinions, because they had long known from Bibi Dong that the two 100,000-year-old soul beasts were just pets collected by Yeliang Chen. However, the ordinary soul masters of the Spirit Hall were shocked. They didn't expect that Yeliang Chen, that monster, would dare to raise a 100,000-year-old dark demon evil god tiger, which is a legendary super soul beast. It was spread so quickly. Shui Langzhen was not surprised when she heard about this. She must have been spread by the old man Yu Yuanzhen. Don't worry. Let it spread. Anyway, those titled Douluo can't beat Ying Mei. Bibi Dong told Shui Langzhen not to worry about anything. With Ying Mei's current strength, no one can be her opponent unless the extreme Douluo comes out. In addition, there are titled Douluo from Tianshui Sect and Tenglong Pavilion, so it can be said that it is absolutely safe. Those two 100,000-year-old soul beasts are just Ziokin's pets. They didn't do anything bad. These people are clamoring. It's so annoying. Qian Rongxia was very angry when she heard people call Yeliang Chen a big devil. They are just trying to ruin Ziokin's reputation. Let them do it. Otherwise, we are a little embarrassed to claim reputation damages for Xiao Chen. Bibi Dong laughed, hoping that the major forces would not be too surprised. The three women immediately rushed to the major cities of the Tiandu Empire and asked the Wuhun Hall personnel to evacuate secretly. Then they visited the noble forces one by one and happily asked for reputation damages for Yeliang Chen. When Shui Langzhen, Bibi Dong, and Qian Rongxia showed their soul rings, the noble forces were dumbfounded, and then they could only honestly take out the gold soul coins and spend money to avoid disaster. A few days later, the three women received 10 million reputation damages from the noble forces in major cities of the Tiandu Empire. Oh my god, they are robbing openly. When women get angry, it's so scary. They are just three female demons. After countless noble forces spent money to avoid disaster, they regretted it. Why did they follow the royal family and the big sects to hype this topic? Who is that blonde beauty? She is so beautiful, and she and Yeliang Chen are actually siblings? What's going on? Everyone is very curious about Jian Rongxia's identity, and at the same time they envy Yeliang Chen very much. It's like reaching the pinnacle of life to have such a beauty stand up for him. After visiting the major noble forces, Bibi Dong and her three daughters planned to visit the Tiandu royal family, Kai Bao Liulai sect and Landian Tyrannosaurus sect. As for the Hammer sect, they will let them go because Tang Yuehua has been subdued by Yeliang Chen. When they arrived at the Wuhun Hall of Tiandu City, Bibi Dong immediately asked Saras to lead people to evacuate secretly. Your Holiness, we investigated and found that Ning Fengzi hired 2,000 people to hype up the crime of Mr. Yi's collusion with soul beasts. Salas directly reported the 7 treasures glazed tile sex trick to Bibi Dong. It's okay, let them hype it up. You lead people to the nearest Shenfeng city secretly and contact the Lord of Fengshen city. Then you hide your identity and wait for the opportunity. Bibi Dong laughed and immediately ordered Salas to take the Wuhun Hall garrison personnel to secretly evacuate. Yes, Your Holiness. Salas took the order respectfully, thinking, I can finally leave this most dangerous place. To be honest, since Jian Rongxia gave up her undercover identity, Salas has been worried that the garrison personnel of the Wuhun Hall of Tiandu City would be retaliated by the Tiandu royal family. Now that he can finally leave this ghost place, he is relieved. Let's go. Let's go to the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect. No matter whether the old man Yu Yuanzhen spread the news or not, he must give us an explanation. By the way, let's see what the situation of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect is like. I heard that Lu Erlong wanted his father to leave the sect some time ago, but Yu Luomian was a little hesitant. Bibi Dong called Jianrongxiu and Shui Langzhen to rush to the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect. Those big forces like to talk big, so let them talk enough, and then she can openly ask for reputation damages for Xiao Chen. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect is located in the eastern part of the Tiandu Empire. Although there is only one Super Douluo, Yu Yuanzhen, this ancient sect has a profound heritage and should not be underestimated. When the three women came to the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect, they saw a river over 1,000 meters wide blocking the way. The sect was built by the mountains and rivers. If they wanted to reach the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect, they had to cross this wide river. For those who don't trademark T have the ability to fly, they can only take a boat, but for those who have the ability to fly, it is not a problem. Let's go. Swoosh, swoosh. Bibi Dong activated the six-winged purple wings of the external soul bone and flew directly to the other side. Jianrongxiu and Shui Langzhen also immediately possessed their martial spirits and flew over. I wonder what the Pope and Master Shui have come for. When the three women stepped into the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect, they immediately aroused the curiosity of many powerful people. Yu Yuanzhen's heart skipped a beat, and he had a bad premonition. Yu Yuanzhen, you sneaked to Tenglong City before, and we let you go, but you spread the news about our Tenglong City's guardian beast. Do you want to give us an explanation? Shui Langzhen asked Yu Yuanzhen coldly. If she had known this, she should have beaten this old man up before. During this trip to the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect, Lu Erlong was not seen. It seems that the woman does not have much affection for the sect. Master Shui, I didn't say anything nonsense. Yu Yuanzhen shook his head hurriedly and refused to admit it. After returning to the sect, Yu Luomian and several elders asked curiously, and he said it casually, but he didn't expect it to be spread by several elders. Yu Yuanzhen thought Shui Langzhen would not care about this matter, but he didn't expect that the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, also got involved. At this time, he felt a headache. Yu Yuanzhen, your son who can only fart is the initiator of this incident. I have knocked out all his teeth and broken his limbs. Oh. That's right. With the help of Rakshasa God, he has now become a soul Douluo. His soul skill is nothing but farting. Congratulations to your Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. From now on, you have a farting Douluo. Bibi Dong directly told the story of Yua Gang at this time to give the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect a surprise. Ah! Farting Douluo. When the people of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect heard the news, they were all stunned. The waste of the sect actually became a soul Douluo. The brothers Yu Tianheng and Yu Tiangzhen were even more shocked at this moment. The brothers have worked hard to practice in the past few years, but now they are only high-level soul kings, while the waste uncle has reached a realm that they can't even dream of in just a few years. Bibi Dong, is this how you treat Yua Gang? Yu Yuanzhen was very angry when he heard Bibi Dong beat his son so badly. No matter how useless that bastard was, he was still his son. Moreover, he has become a soul Douluo now. For the sect, he is also a talent. Yu Yuanzhen, your son who can only fart is spreading rumors about Xiao Chen and ruining his reputation. You are Yu Xiaogang's father. It's not too much to compensate for his reputation loss on his behalf. If you don't give it, we will fight. Jianrongxiu was too lazy to talk and showed her strength directly. Shua. The eight-winged angel martial spirit and 7 black and 2 red soul rings rose up, blinding the eyes of the blue-spotted Tyrannosaurus Rex. Ah! How is this possible? Everyone saw Jianrongxiu's 7 black and 2 red soul rings, which was incredible. You are the descendant of Jian Daoliu. But why is your martial soul an 8-winged angel? Yu Yuanzhen was also stunned by Jianrongxiu's martial soul and soul rings. His mind was full of question marks. You don't need to know this. We came here today just to get some reputation damage compensation for Xiao Chen. Jianrongxiu said coldly, but she almost laughed in her heart. However, in order to shock the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex clan, she still pretended to be cold. Yu Yuanzhen, a flat price of 5 million as Ziokin's nominal damage compensation. Bibi Dong directly showed her second martial soul and 5 black and 4 red soul rings at this time. After the divine test reward, the age of the 6th soul ring has now become 100,000 years. Ah! This. Originally, Jianrongxiu's 7 black and 2 red soul rings were shocking enough, but Bibi Dong now came up with 5 black and 4 red, which shocked everyone in the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex clan. 5 million? Bibi Dong, you are robbing me. After Yu Yuanzhen came back to his senses, he was so angry that he blew his beard and glared, thinking, is it great to be strong? One price, 5 million, otherwise we will just tear your bones apart. Bibi Dong laughed and thought, I am here to rob today, what can you do? Who told you to say bad things about my godson? Bibi Dong, do you want to go to war with the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect? Yu Yuanzhen himself has a very bad temper. After being provoked by Bibi Dong, he couldn't stand it and was ready to use the 9 crowns of the true dragon to fight the other party. Yu Yuanzhen, use the 9 crowns of the true dragon, the inherited soul bone of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect. Let me see how powerful it is. Bibi Dong looked at Yu Yuanzhen proudly. If this old man dared to fight, he would send him to heaven. Brother, don't be impulsive. Sect Master. Yu Luomian and a group of elders reminded Yu Yuanzhen to admit his defeat quickly. Bibi Dong, this is 5 million gold soul coins, please show mercy. Yu Luomian and several elders immediately took out 5 gold soul coin cards with a limit of 1 million and threw them to Bibi Dong. Harmony brings wealth, that's right. Yu Yuanzhen, learn from this, don't fight and kill at every turn. Let's go. Bibi Dong took back the 5 million gold soul coins with a smile, and then asked Jian Rongxiu and Shui Langzhen to leave the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect. Too much. Bang crack. After Bibi Dong and the other 2 girls left, Yu Yuanzhen was furious and slapped the stone table with one palm, smashing the table directly. Brother, calm down, spend money to avoid disaster. Yu Luomian persuaded beside him, muttering in his heart, brother, if you hadn't gone to Tenglong City to join in the fun, would such a thing have happened? I didn't expect these 3 women to be so unreasonable. They are strong, what else can we do? A group of elders also complained indignantly. They lost 5 million gold soul coins this time, and they felt so aggrieved. Don't talk about the evildoer Yangchen anymore. Yu Luomian reminded everyone in the sect not to make trouble anymore. The evildoer Yangchen didn't show up, and it was obvious that he might have gone to the Sea God Island. If the evildoer came to kill him, it would not be a matter that 5 million could solve. After leaving the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect, Bibi Dong and the other 2 girls went directly to the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect. The 7 Treasures city is only hundreds of kilometers away from the Tiandu city. This city is not very big, but because of the existence of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect, this city is extremely prosperous. At this moment, in the hall of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect, Ning Fengzi and Jiangu Douluo were discussing the matter of Yangchen raising a 100,000-year soul beast. Sword man, how about we go check out the 200,000-year soul beasts? Bone Douluo was very curious about Yangchen's raising of soul beasts. Old Bone, go by yourself if you want to. Sword Douluo reminded Bone Douluo not to commit suicide. Uncle Jian, if I help you, do you think we can succeed? Ning Fengzi was very jealous of the 200,000-year soul beasts in Tenglong City, and even wanted Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo to catch them back. Fengzi, don't have any evil thoughts, we can't succeed. Sword Douluo reminded Ning Fengzi not to be wishful thinking. Report. Report to the sect master, Pope Bibi Dong, the water sect master of Tianshui sect, and a blonde woman have come to Kaibao City and have come to the outside of our section. At this time, a subordinate came to the meeting hall and brought a shocking news. What are they doing here? Could it be Ning Fengzi's heart skipped a beat when he heard that Bibi Dong and her 2 daughters had come to the 7 Treasures Glazed sect? What he had done might have been exposed. Bone Douluo was also a little panicked at this moment, fearing that Shui Langzhen would cause trouble. After all, he had done something shameful during the Soul Master competition. Guests are here, we should meet them. Jian Douluo reminded the 2 that the 3 Bibi Dong daughters were more prominent than each other, and they should not be neglected. I wonder what the Pope and the Shui sect master have come for. Just as Ning Fengzi and Jiangu walked out of the meeting hall, they saw the 3 Bibi Dong daughters walking into the 7 Treasures Glazed sect. Master Ning, you secretly hired 2,000 people to gossip and say bad things about Xiao Chen behind his back. Shouldn't you give us an explanation? Although he is not in the mainland now, we are his family and will never allow anyone to say bad things about him behind his back. Bibi Dong, Jian Rongxiu and Shui Langzhen smiled meaningfully and stared at Ning Fengzi. 3 of you, this is all a misunderstanding. Ning Fengzi was extremely embarrassed at the moment, but he was thick-skinned and refused to admit it. Ha ha ha. Ning Fengzi, you dare to do but not to take responsibility, is this how you behave? I never thought that the great Master Ning, who has always been known as a modest gentleman, is actually a hypocrite who stirs up trouble behind people's backs. Today, we have learned a lot. Auntie Lan, Master Ning is a two-faced old fox, don't be surprised. The 3 girls of Bibi Dong immediately teased Ning Fengzi in a weird way, and deliberately spoke loudly so that countless people in the sect could hear it. What's going on? Sure enough, countless people from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect ran out to watch the fun. Don't come to join in the fun. Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo glared at the other people in the sect and asked them to leave. Shua shua. In an instant, the others immediately left the place in a large crowd. Welcome His Majesty the Pope, Master Shui Miss Jian Rongxiu is visiting the 7 Treasures Glazed sect. Is there any misunderstanding here? At this moment, Ning Rongrong and her grandmother came from a distance, first bowed to Bibi Dong and the other 2 girls, and then began to smooth things over. Obviously, they also knew that what Ning Fengzi had done was exposed. What's the misunderstanding? We have investigated it clearly. If you don't give us an explanation today, you can't afford the consequences. Bibi Dong sneered and thought, this Ning family is really a family, and the false inheritance is passed down from generation to generation. Bibi Dong, it is also true that Ye Yang Chen raises a 100,000-year soul beast. At this time, Douluo directly refuted this matter. Hehe. May I ask if Xiao Chen has used soul beasts to harm people? To be honest, the character of you people is not as good as the 200,000-year-old pet soul beasts that Xiao Chen collected. Douluo, touch your conscience, how many bad things have you done in your life? I remember that you seemed to sneak attack us during the Soul Master competition. How should we settle this account? Shui Langzhen directly summoned the Ice Phoenix Martial Soul, showed 9 soul rings, and pressed towards Douluo with the soul power of level 98. Douluo, I have tolerated you for a long time. Bibi Dong and Qian Rongxiu also showed their strength. The mother and daughter were wearing black and red soul rings, flashing and extremely dazzling. Deng deng. Ah! In an instant, the powerful soul pressure of the 3 women directly repelled Ning Fengzi and others, and Ning Rongrong was even trembling with fear. Clang! At the critical moment, Jian Douluo immediately summoned his martial soul to withstand the soul pressure of the 3 women. At this moment, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. The strength of the 3 women in front of him was too powerful, beyond his expectations. Your Highness the Pope, Shui Zongzhu, we can talk. Ning Fengzi saw that Jian Douluo's forehead was sweating, and he immediately admitted his defeat. We don't want to do anything else today, we just want to get some nominal damages for Xiao Chen. Since your Kai Bao Liulai sect is the richest in the world and is well known for its wealth, it would be disrespectful to you if you ask for less. The price is 50 million gold soul coins. Bibi Dong directly confronted Ning Fengzi, saying that it would be easier to get things done if he paid. You are robbing. Douluo was so angry when he heard that Bibi Dong wanted 50 million at once. If you make a mistake, you must accept the punishment. Who told you to gossip about him behind his back? Qian Rongxiu retorted, thinking, Xiao Chen invited you to eat grilled fish in the Sunset Forest some time ago, and you said this about him? Okay, we'll give it to him. Ning Fengzi took out 5 million gold soul coins from his soul guide with a painful look on his face and threw them to Bibi Dong. That's more like it. By the way, we visited all the nobles of the 2 empires. They also realized their mistakes and paid compensation with gold soul coins. Now only the Tiandu Palace is left. Ning Fengzi, your Kai Bao Liulai sect is not alone either. We won't bother you anymore. Bibi Dong happily collected 50 million gold soul coins, and disgusted Ning Fengzi by the way, and then asked Qian Rongxiu and Shui Langzhen to leave. The 3 women then visited the Tiandu Palace again, and happily took 200 million gold soul coins from the Tiandu royal family again. These 3 female demons are too hateful. Crack crack. Shui Xing and Shui Beng were so angry that they smashed dozens of wine pots in a row. Chapter 428 Shui Langzhen subdued Lu Erlong. The 3 women of Bibi Dong robbed 95 million gold soul coins this time. For a time, the noble forces of the 2 empires were itching to bite their teeth, but they did not dare to publicize it, for fear that the 3 women would come to their door again, and they could only swallow their bitterness and could not say anything. Ha ha ha. The nobles' money is easy to take. This time, I have completely fallen out with them. It's okay to have a falling out. Xiao Chen said that before Tang San became a god, there would be no war. Moreover, after the development in the past few years, we have enough strength to deal with everything. After Bibi Dong and her 2 daughters robbed the Tiandu royal family, they found a hotel and had a happy meal. Shui Langzhen, this is 95 million gold soul coins, keep it. After a full meal, Bibi Dong gave all the money to Shui Langzhen. How can I take so much by myself? Shui Langzhen was embarrassed to take it all, so she took out 60 million and divided it between Bibi Dong and Qian Rongxiu. This is Xiaogan's reputation loss fee. We can't take it. Bibi Dong and her daughter said with a smile. They were also very surprised by Shui Langzhen's generosity. The stinky boy is not short of money. Besides, we are his family. Why do we have to divide it so clearly? Take it. Shui Langzhen stuffed the gold soul coin card directly into the hands of Bibi Dong and her daughter, thinking, one of you is his godmother, and the other is his godsister and girlfriend, so there is nothing wrong with using his money. Then I won't be polite. Bibi Dong happily put away the huge sum of 30 million yuan, feeling so happy. Auntie Lan. I love you so much. Qian Rongxiu was very excited to get 30 million gold soul coins, and then hugged Shui Langzhen and kissed her fiercely. Xiaoxiu, I feel it. Shui Langzhen warmed Bibi Dong gently hugged Qian Rongxiu, feeling extremely sweet in her heart. This girl is the little guy's girlfriend, which is equivalent to her own daughter. It's great. Xiaoxiu, do you feel particularly happy? Bibi Dong looked at Qian Rongxiu with a smile, and her eyes showed a doting look. Needless to say. Mua. Qian Rongxiu immediately threw herself into Bibi Dong's arms and kissed her on the face. Your saliva is on my face. Bibi Dong pretended to be disgusted and smiled gently. Let's go see Lu Erlong. After chatting for a while, Bibi Dong and the other 2 girls disguised themselves and went directly to Lanba Academy. Before, Lu Erlong had the idea of joining Tenglong Pavilion. Now everyone robbed the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect. I don't know how that woman will react. Excuse me, who are you looking for, ladies? When the three girls arrived at Lanba Academy, the two female students on duty immediately came up and asked curiously. I am the Pope of the Spirit Hall, and this is the Water Sect Master of the Tianshui sect. We are here to see your Dean Lu. Bibi Dong directly unveiled her veil and announced her and Shui Langzhen's names. Ah! Greetings to His Holiness the Pope. Greetings to Master Shui. The two female students on duty were startled and immediately stepped forward to salute the two women. No need to be polite, take us to Dean Lu Erlong. Shui Langzhen smiled and nodded, and used her soul power to help the two female students up. Your Holiness the Pope, Master Shui, and this beautiful lady, please follow me. A female student respectfully welcomed Bibi Dong and the other two into the Blue Tyrant Academy, and then walked towards the small courtyard where Lu Erlong lived. Greetings to His Holiness the Pope, and Master Shui. Some teachers in the academy had seen Bibi Dong and Shui Langzhen in the last Soul Master Finals, so they came forward to greet them. Wow! It's His Holiness the Pope and the Water Sect Master. For a moment, countless students were stunned, especially those little girls, who looked at Bibi Dong and the others with stars in their eyes. Lu Erlong is also a strong woman. There are many girls studying at Lanba Academy, and female Douluo of Bibi Dong and Shui Langzhen's level are idols worshipped by countless girls. Since Jianrongxiu has never appeared in front of the world, no one knows her, but they are very curious about her identity. At this moment, Jianrongxiu felt a little stingy in her heart, thinking, I am also a female Douluo. Why don't these little girls worship me? Dean, His Holiness the Pope and the Water Sect Master of Tianshui sect are here. A teacher quickly ran to the small courtyard in the small forest of the academy and told Lu Erlong the news. What? Swoosh! Lu Erlong took a step and rushed out of the small courtyard directly, rushing towards the direction of the academy playground. Hurry back to class. Lu Erlong came to the playground and saw a group of students watching Bibi Dong and the other two girls, so he immediately shouted at everyone to leave. Yes, Dean. When the students saw Lu Erlong coming, they immediately ran back to the classroom. Your Highness, Master Shui, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. These children have never seen the world. Lu Erlong stepped forward and apologized to Bibi Dong and the other two girls. Dean Lu, don't worry about this. Bibi Dong and the other two girls said with a smile. It was said that Lu Erlong's teaching was very rigorous. After seeing him today, he was indeed worthy of his reputation. Lu Erlong welcomed the three girls into his small courtyard, poured tea, put out a fruit plate, and entertained them personally. The three girls in front of him were all super strong, and he was a little inferior in front of them. Lu Erlong, you are getting younger and younger. What's your soul power level? Bibi Dong felt that Lu Erlong's soul power was already high-level soul Douluo. With such strength, even in the Spirit Hall, he would be a Platinum Master level strongman. Level 87 soul Douluo, compared with the three of you, I am a little embarrassed. By the way, what's the name of this beautiful lady? Lu Erlong smiled brightly, then looked at Jianrongxiu curiously, very curious about the identity of this blonde beauty. I am Jianrongxiu, Jian Daoliu is my grandfather, currently a level 97 titled Douluo. Jianrongxiu revealed her identity and now she also said her strength. Level 97? How old is Miss Jianrongxiu this year? Lu Erlong never expected that this noble blonde beauty was so powerful. 32 years old. Jianrongxiu nodded. 32 years old, 97th level title Douluo, your cultivation speed is too scary, right? I'm almost 60 years old, only 87th level, I feel like I've cultivated to the point of being a dog. Lu Erlong was completely numb. The former Tang Dachui reached the title Douluo at the age of 44 and was named the youngest title Douluo by the world, but compared with Jianrongxiu, he was nothing. President Lu, please forgive me. Jianrongxiu smiled modestly, thinking, my achievement is nothing compared to Xiao Chen. Bibi Dong, your Wuhun Hall is really full of beauties. You are the peerless female pope, and Miss Jianrongxiu's face is the best in the world. It can be said that she is the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. Looking at Jianrongxiu's beautiful face, Lu Erlong felt a little envious, thinking, this woman has a noble temperament and a stunning face. Are the genes of the Jian family so good? Puff. Lu Erlong, can I understand that you are praising us? Seeing Lu Erlong actually praising herself and Jianrongxiu so much, Bibi Dong felt very happy. You are the most outstanding woman in the entire continent, and a woman of peerless beauty. The Pope is the pride of us women, and of course she deserves praise. Lu Erlong still admires Bibi Dong, a woman who manages such a large Wuhun Hall in an orderly manner. If it were me, I would definitely not be able to do it. Dean Lu is right, the Pope is indeed the best woman on the continent. Shui Langzhen also echoed beside him. Don't praise me anymore, I will be proud of myself. Bibi Dong smiled brightly. Although the praise from the two women made her feel very comfortable, Bibi Dong knew herself well. If she hadn't met her godson, her second half of life would probably be ruined. Lu Erlong, let's talk about business. During this period, Yua Gang instigated various forces to stir up trouble about Xiao Chen. In order to help him get justice, the three of us had to visit the various forces in person. I knocked out all of Yua Gang's teeth and broke his limbs. After that, we took 5 million from the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect. Lu Erlong, what do you think? Bibi Dong told Lu Erlong about what happened during this period to see how this woman would react. You guys are too crazy. But you did a great job. After listening to this, Lu Erlong's head was buzzing. In order to help Yang Chen calm down public opinion, these three beauties turned into bandit leaders. This was simply an open enemy of the two empires. Dean Lu, don't you hate us? We robbed the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect. Qian Rongxiu saw that Lu Erlong didn't take this matter to heart at all, which was unexpected. What's there to hate? Do you think I have any feelings for the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect? My mother is just a civilian woman. Until the day she died, she could not step into the sect and get the sect's recognition. Such an unkind sect, do you think I can have any good feelings for them? Now that I'm a soul Douluo, a bunch of old guys in the sect are flattering me and asking me to return to the sect. They just fancy my soul Douluo cultivation. When I was looking for the 8th soul ring in the Sunset Forest, I was beaten half to death by a 70,000-year-old red flame demon dragon. If it weren't for Zioken's help, I would have died long ago. He not only allowed me to successfully absorb the soul ring of the red flame demon dragon, but also gave me the torso soul bone that the soul beast exploded. I owe him a life. Lu Erlong slowly told her story. She would never forget the kindness of Yang Chen, the little guy, and always wanted to find a chance to repay him. Lu Erlong, how do you plan to repay Xiao Chen? Bibi Dong looked at Lu Erlong with a smile, thinking, that little guy is too generous. He was willing to give Lu Erlong the torso soul bone of more than 70,000 years. How about I be his godmother like you? Lu Erlong stared at Bibi Dong and smiled, thinking, if you can be his godmother, then I can be the godmother of that little guy. I will wake up with a smile in my dreams. You have to ask Shui Langzhen about this matter, as long as she agrees, but first of all, you are not allowed to eat young grass. Bibi Dong saw at a glance that Lu Erlong liked the little guy very much, so she warned him. What are you thinking about? Lu Erlong was almost shocked by Bibi Dong's words, but to be honest, he was really a little greedy for that little guy, and felt that Bibi Dong must be greedy too. Puchi. Shui Langzhen and Qian Rongxiu were directly amused by the conversation between the two women. Dean Erlong, Xiao Chen is already 20 years old, and he doesn't need a godmother. Shui Langzhen directly refused Lu Erlong's desire to be Yang Chen's godmother. Okay. Lu Erlong smiled sweetly. She felt a little regretful that her wish could not be fulfilled. But after thinking about it, the little guy used to call her Aunt Lu, which was almost the same as being a godmother. Dean Lu, you wanted to join our Tenglong city before. What do you think this time? If you are willing to come, we plan to build a Soul Master Academy in Tenglong city and let you be the dean. As long as you come, we can help you become a titled Douluo and prepare a 100,000-year soul ring for you. Shui Langzhen directly offered conditions to Lu Erlong. This woman is also a strong woman. It is a good thing to be able to win her over. Of course I am willing. I talked to my father before, but he was still a little hesitant and couldn't let go of the arrogant identity of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan. Then I will take the lead and leave a way out for him. Seeing this, Lu Erlong immediately agreed to join. It was not bad to be able to continue to be a teacher in Tenglong city. The most important thing was that Shui Langzhen would help him to enter the titled Douluo and promised him a 100,000-year soul ring. This condition was too tempting. No one could resist such temptation. Then we will give you 3 million gold soul coins as activity funds. Seeing this, Bibi Dong, Shui Langzhen, and Qian Rongxiu each took out a 1 million gold soul coin card and threw it to Lu Erlong to express their sincerity. I haven't done anything to help Xiao Chen yet, and I'm taking so much money from you. How can I feel comfortable? Looking at the three women being so generous and giving him 3 million gold soul coins at once, Lu Erlong felt a little embarrassed. We have offended the major forces of the Tiandu Empire and the Xingluo Empire in seeking justice for Xiao Chen this time. In order to prevent them from retaliating against our Spirit Hall personnel, we had to close the Spirit Halls in the two empires. Now only the Spirit Halls in the Barak Kingdom, the Sivers Kingdom, the Haagen-Dazs Kingdom, the Principality of Lorraine, and the Tianshui City, the Blazing Fire City, and the Divine Wind City are retained. Anyway, this money is also taken from the nobles of the two empires. You can subsidize the civilian students in the academy. This can also be regarded as using it for the people. Bibi Dong explained to Lu Erlong that now that the Wuhun halls in the two empires were closed, civilian spirit masters could not receive spirit master subsidies, but this was only temporary. When the continent was unified, the Wuhun hall would re-establish subsidy rules. Well then. I'll thank you on behalf of the students first. Lu Erlong accepted 3 million gold soul coins. The Wuhun Hall in Tiandu City was closed, and the students of the academy really couldn't receive spirit master subsidies. With the decadent nature of the Tiandu royal family, it was estimated that they would not do such a thing. Besides, the Tiandu royal family was taken away by Bibi Dong and the three girls, and they probably didn't have much surplus food. After successfully persuading Lu Erlong, the three girls of Bibi Dong left Tiandu City and prepared to use part of the funds to support Shuo City and Shenfeng City to let them vigorously develop their military strength. Then Bibi Dong directly asked Saras and Omos, two titled Douluo, to garrison in Shuo City and Shenfeng City respectively, and assigned some of the Wuhun Hall personnel withdrawn from the two empires to the two elemental cities to assist the two city lords. After arranging all these things, Jian Rongxu wanted to go to Tenglong City to see Yeliangchen's 200,000-year soul beast pets, especially the dark demon evil god tiger. It is said that after the transformation, it is still a super hot beauty. This is worth seeing. When the three women returned to Tenglong City, the high-level people of Tianshui Sect and Tenglong Pavilion were extremely excited, and then began to prepare a banquet to celebrate. This time the commotion was too big, and some people gave you the title of female devil. At the banquet, Shui Lingfeng, Shui Lanyu, Yakalan, Ling Yuan and others looked at the three women with a smile. It was hard for everyone to imagine that the three beauties actually engaged in robbery. The female devil is the female devil. You can't believe it. This time we got a total of 95 million gold soul coins, and we got 50 million from the 7 treasures glazed sect alone. Ning Fengzi's face turned green at that time. Bibi Dong and Qian Rongxu laughed, not caring about the title of female devil at all, but felt very excited. 9,500 gold soul coins? This is too scary. Everyone was stunned when they heard this astronomical figure. No wonder people called the three women female devils. They were really cruel. After the banquet, Qian Rongxu came to the forest of the super mimicry training environment. Swoosh. Well. The aura of light on you is very strong. You should be the angel god inheritor mentioned by the master. At this time, Ying Mei came over, circled around Qian Rongxu, nodded approvingly, and sighed in his heart, the master's aesthetics are really good, this woman is so beautiful. You are Ying Mei? I didn't expect that you are a big beauty in your human form. Qian Rongxu looked at the beautiful woman in black clothes and with a hot body. It was hard to imagine that she was a 100,000-year-old dark demon evil tiger. Yes, it's me. Ying Mei nodded, enjoying Qian Rongxu's praise. Xiaolan, what are you looking at? This is the master's girlfriend, come and meet her. Ying Mei saw the blue-scaled dragon looking at him curiously from a distance, so he asked him to come over. Meet the mistress. Xiaolan came over immediately and saluted Qian Rongxu respectfully. I heard that you are a blue-scaled dragon, but I didn't expect that you are also a handsome guy in your human form. Qian Rongxu quickly helped Xiaolan up. These two 100,000-year-old soul beasts were Xiao Chen's pets, so she was their mistress. This feeling was really wonderful. Chapter 429, Three Kingdoms. A few days later, the news of the closure of the spirit halls in the two empires spread throughout the continent, but the spirit halls in the kingdoms of Barak, Sylves, and others were not closed, and of course there were also the three elemental cities of Tianshui, Shuo, and Shenfeng. Ah! What should we do now? The spirit hall is closed, no one will help us awaken our spirits, and there will be no soul master subsidies. For a time, the low-level civilian soul masters in the two empires wailed, especially some low-level soul masters who did not seek to make progress, and their lives were not easy. Then Bibi Dong asked the spirit hall to issue a notice to the mainland. Low-level civilian soul masters in the two empires can go to the spirit halls in the Barak Kingdom, Sylves Kingdom, Haagen-Dazs Kingdom and other territories to receive subsidies. Now the ruling power and military strength of these kingdoms have been completely controlled by the spirit hall, and those stubborn forces have long been secretly eliminated. After the tax reduction reform, the economic development of these kingdoms and principalities is very good, and the people are also rich, with enough funds to provide subsidies to those low-level civilian soul masters. Bibi Dong's move was also to win over the civilian spirit masters in the two empires. In order to discuss the two empires, Bibi Dong also claimed that the two empires were in financial difficulties and did not have much money to subsidize spirit masters. In order to help the two empires save expenses, they had to close all the institutions of the spirit hall in the two empires. The kingdom of Barak announced that it would pledge allegiance to the spirit hall. The kingdom of Sylves announced that it would pledge allegiance to the spirit hall. The kingdom of Haagen-Dazs announced that it would pledge allegiance to the spirit hall. Under Bibi Dong's instruction, several kingdoms and principalities controlled by the spirit hall directly announced their allegiance to the spirit hall, forming a three-way split with Xingluo and Tiandu. When the major kingdoms and principalities announced their allegiance to the spirit hall, Bibi Dong and Qian Rongxu quickly stationed the spirit hall's spirit masters in important cities in the kingdoms of Barak, Sylves, Haagen-Dazs, etc., and made every effort to expand the army. Strength, store food, build land, and prepare for war. On the one hand, it can also maintain social order. After all, there are still some stubborn factions in these kingdoms. Once discovered, they will be eliminated immediately. Bibi Dong also sent titled Douluo strongmen to station in the fortresses bordering the two empires, especially Shuiyun Pass and Jialing Pass, which are the most important. In order to cope with future wars, Bibi Dong directly wrote a letter and asked Shui Langzhen to send Niu Gao to lead the Yu clan to rebuild these two heavy cities and turn them into solid military fortresses. Elder Niu Gao, it's time to do a big job. It's up to you. Shui Langzhen received the news from Bibi Dong and immediately called Niu Gao to discuss the matter. Master Shui, please rest assured. Leave everything to us. We are professional in construction work. Niu Gao learned about this task and learned that he would get millions of gold soul coins for completing this job. He jumped up with joy and immediately organized his clansmen to start preparations. After Bibi Dong and Qian Rongxiu completed all these deployments, they then issued death orders to all the high-level officials of the Spirit Hall, asking them to manage their subordinates well. If anyone was found to be corrupt and perverting the law, they would be killed without mercy. Xiao Chen's trick worked really well back then. He who wins the hearts of the people wins the world. It's really as he said. Yes. Yes. Using Mr. Yi's method, we won several kingdoms and principalities without spending a single soldier. In the hall of the Pope's Hall in the Spirit City, Bibi Dong, Qian Rongxiu, and the high-level officials of the two major worship halls gathered together to hold a celebration banquet and discuss the current situation in the world. They were in a very happy mood. At the same time, the three major elemental cities of Tianshui, Shiwo, and Shenfeng also strengthened their defenses to deal with the sneak attack of the Tiandu Empire. However, the two superpowers of Tianshui Sect and Tenglong Pavilion are now in their heyday. Together with some of the spirit masters of the Spirit Hall, the number of spirit masters in the three major elemental cities has reached 8,000, and there are tens of thousands of special forces. The overall strength is very strong, and there is nothing to be afraid of. Too abominable, what does Spirit Hall want to do? The royal families of the two empires of Tiandu and Xingluo were dumbfounded. They originally thought that Spirit Hall would have to start a war to take down those kingdoms, but they didn't expect that those kingdoms would directly declare their loyalty to Spirit Hall, which made the two empires lose control directly. Uncle, what should we do? In the Tiandu Palace, Xuebeng was anxious. The Spirit Hall suddenly came up with such a move, and took the initiative at once, and could start a war at any time. Why are you panicking? Bibi Dong and her friends have offended our two empires and major forces this time, and inadvertently formed an alliance between our two empires. In addition, Luosha Island where Tang San is located is also our ally. Are you still afraid that you can't deal with Liang Chen and Bibi Dong? Xuexing made Xuebeng calm down. With so many allies, plus the millions of troops of the Tiandu Empire, it is still uncertain who will win or lose in the fight. Your Majesty, the great Prince Davis of Xingluo, the Sect Master Ning of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect, and the Sect Master Yu Yuanzhen of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Sect are here. At this moment, a subordinate ran in and brought important news. Uncle, they are here to discuss the alliance. Is there any need to say this? Let's go meet them. Seeing this, Xuebeng was overjoyed, so he immediately took Xuexing to greet everyone, and then arranged everyone in the meeting hall. Also attending the meeting were the two titled Douluo of the Hammer Sect and the Titan of the Power Clan. Everyone, Pope Bibi Dong suddenly made such a move, and the continent is about to be in turmoil. What do you think? In the meeting hall of the palace, Ning Fengzi looked at the others. Frankly speaking, Bibi Dong's sudden move caught him off guard. He had wanted Tang San and Liang Chen to fight to the point of mutual destruction, but Bibi Dong's move directly forced the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect to the enemy side. All our major forces have been robbed by Bibi Dong and her friends. We have no choice but to unite. What do you think? Davis put forward his own opinion. Although the Xingluo royal family was only robbed of 5 million, they will never forget this shame. Agree. Everyone nodded. The opponent was very strong, but the upper three sects and the two empires united, plus sufficient troops, the advantage was on my side. I heard that Liang Chen is not in Tenglong City now. How about we launch a surprise attack directly? Xuebeng was very angry when he thought of Liang Chen, the pervert, so he wanted to take advantage of the fact that the evildoer was not on the mainland and planned to directly destroy his Tenglong City. It's better not to be wishful thinking, otherwise the Tiandu royal family will cease to exist, and even we will suffer. At this time, Jian Douluo, who had been silent, spoke up and reminded Xuebeng not to commit suicide. Senior Jian Douluo, what do you mean? Xuebeng didn't understand. Liang Chen was not there, and now was a good time to destroy Tenglong City. Because the future war will be a battle between gods, not a simple war. If what I felt some time ago was correct, Shui Langzhen also inherited the divine throne. The strength she showed in the Seven Treasures Glaze was stronger than mine, and it seemed to have reached level 98. With the addition of the other titled Douluo from Tianshui Sect and Tenglong Pavilion, we can't fight. In addition, Liang Chen also raised a 100,000-year soul beast, which is also very powerful. I checked the relevant records about the dark demon evil god tiger. This super soul beast is extremely terrifying. The 10,000-year-old dark demon evil god tiger has a combat power that is equivalent to many 100,000-year-old soul beasts. Now that the dark demon evil god tiger has reached 100,000 years of cultivation, it is even more terrifying. The real combat power is at least equivalent to a 97 level titled Douluo. In addition, Yangchen and Qian Daoliu's grandson, the relationship between the two is very close. Once that old guy comes out, our sect will suffer a devastating blow. Jian Douluo described the true strength of Tenglong City to everyone, so that everyone can understand what the gap is. Unless we also have a 99 level strongman, we can fight. Jian Douluo now thinks that Bibi Dong and Yangchen are only 98 level souls. If he knew that the two were also 99 level, he would definitely doubt his life. Frankly speaking, it was everyone's own gossip that caused all this situation, saying bad things about Yangchen, otherwise Bibi Dong and Shui Langzhen would not do this. I remember that when Yangchen took Xuzu and Xuzu away, the dark demon evil god tiger pulled my father and others into a life and death competition space, and used the time skill to directly turn my father and others into 6-year-old children. At that time, the big tiger did not kill them, and it must have been instructed by Yangchen, otherwise my father and others would have died long ago. At this time, Davis also said the horror of the dark demon evil god tiger. That skill is simply a dimensionality reduction attack. Once you are hit, there is no chance of winning. This is too terrible. How did Yangchen recover the 100,000-year-old dark demon evil god tiger? This is simply recovering a super fighter. After listening to Jian Douluo and Davis' words, everyone took a breath of cold air. Uncle Jian is right. Some time ago, we just said some gossip about Yangchen, and Bibi Dong and Shui Langzhen immediately came to kill us. I heard that the instigator Yua Gang had all his teeth knocked out by Bibi Dong, and his limbs were also broken. So we can't take the initiative to start a war at the moment. Although Ning Fengzi also wanted to destroy the Spirit Hall and Tenglong Pavilion, the time was not ripe. Once Tenglong City was attacked, it would be equivalent to offending Bibi Dong and Shui Langzhen's reverse scales. Everyone could not bear the anger of the two female demons. Master Ning, what should we do? Xuepeng was numb at this moment, and he dared not fight. Wouldn't that be waiting for death? Accumulate strength, wait for the opportunity, send people to form an alliance with Luosha Island. We also have several god inheritors here, and when Tang San and others become gods, it will be time to fight back. Ning Fengzi still hasn't given up the idea of reaping the benefits of being a fisherman, and Tang San must be used well. Thinking of Bibi Dong and the others extorting 50 million gold soul coins from the 7 treasures glazed sect, Ning Fengzi felt a great shame and humiliation, and it would be ungentlemanly not to take revenge for this. Weizing Gluo country also agrees with the method of sect master Ning. My brother Dai Mubai also got the inheritance of the god of war. After he becomes a god, we will have high-end combat power. Davis came to the Tiandu Empire this time to promote the alliance, not to start a war immediately. The matter of the three-way division of the mainland soon spread to Luosha Island, which immediately made Yua Gang and others very happy. He. Bibi Dong did not take the initiative to start a war, which is equivalent to giving us enough time to grow. Teacher is right. Yua Gang, Tang San, and Dai Mubai were very happy after receiving the news. They had been thinking about how to make the two empires form an alliance with the three sects. They didn't expect Bibi Dong to suddenly come up with such a trick, which directly achieved the most ideal effect. Wow, the 7 treasures glazed sect was actually blackmailed by Bibi Dong and her friends for 50 million gold soul coins. They were really cruel. The 7 treasures glazed sect is the richest in the world. 50 million is nothing. Ma Hongjun and Tai Long thought of the 7 treasures glazed sect taking out so much money at once, and thought, it is worthy of being a rich man, and it is generous. I don't know how Rong is doing. Oscar sighed in his heart. Bibi Dong and the others were able to extort 50 million gold soul coins from the 7 treasures glazed sect, which meant that Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo were powerless. After the major kingdoms and principalities declared their allegiance to the Spirit Hall, many civilian soul masters in the two empires moved their families directly to the kingdoms controlled by the Spirit Hall. For a time, the Barak Kingdom and the Sylves Kingdom welcomed a large number of civilian soul masters. Bibi Dong immediately ordered the staff of the Spirit Hall to settle all those civilian soul masters and let people live a happy life. Bibi Dong's move was unanimously praised by the civilians, and then more civilian soul masters moved their families to the territory of the Spirit Hall. Hurry up and act, otherwise we won't be able to recruit soul masters in the future. Faced with the relocation of civilian soul masters within the empire, the two empires of Tiandu and Xingluo immediately sent soul masters to restart the Spirit Hall, awaken the spirits for civilian soul masters and provide subsidies, but there is a hard requirement that these soul masters must work for the empire. However, the number of soul masters in the two empires is limited, and it is too difficult to complete the work of the Spirit Hall, which led to many civilian soul masters being dissatisfied and secretly escaping from the two empires. Seeing this, the Kaibao Liulai sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect immediately sent soul masters to help, trying every means to retain talents, but their soul masters still have no spirits. There are many halls, and they are also from the sect. Their work attitude is far worse than those of the grassroots staff of the Spirit Hall, which makes many civilian spirit masters dissatisfied. At this time, Lu Erlong also closed the Blue Tyrant Academy and wrote a letter to Yu Luomian, asking him to take over the academy. Then he took a group of teachers who had been with him for many years and quietly rushed to Tenglong City. Before Lu Erlong left, he asked hundreds of civilian students of the Blue Tyrant Academy to suspend their studies directly, and then asked everyone to sneak into Tenglong City and join Tenglong Pavilion. Yu Luomian, Lu Erlong betrayed the sect, how do you explain it? After the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect received an empty academy, it was stunned, and Yu Yuanzhen was even more angry. He was furious. He had just formed an alliance with the two empires, but Lu Erlong directly joined the hostile forces. This was a naked betrayal. As a father, I can't interfere with her choice. Erlong refused to return to the sect. She was not a member of our Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect. How do you want me to explain it? Yu Luomian shook his head helplessly, thinking, my daughter joined Tenglong Pavilion. Wasn't it caused by the perverted rules of our sect? If her mother had been allowed to enter the sect, it wouldn't have become like this now. Yu Luomian knew that Yangchen, the monster, had saved Lu Erlong's life and helped her hunt down a 70,000-year-old red flame demon dragon as her 8th soul ring. Such a great favor, my daughter will definitely not forget it. Now that she has chosen to join Tenglong Pavilion, I should support her. Lu Erlong once told Yu Luomian that after Yua Gang and Tang San came back, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect would definitely be dragged to death. His daughter is doing this now to leave a way out for herself. At this moment, Yu Luomian made a decision in her heart. After Yua Gang and Tang San came back, she would immediately lead her people to leave the sect. No matter what, she is also a member of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect. Now she betrays the sect. This is treason. We should catch her back and abolish her martial spirit, otherwise where is the face of our Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect? The elders were very angry about Lu Erlong's actions and started to scold her, even scolding her 18 generations of ancestors. But she has joined Tenglong Pavilion now. If you have the ability, go and catch her back. Yu Luomian looked at the elders who were cursing so harshly, and directly handed the question to Yu Yuanzhen and the others, thinking, last time when Bibi Dong and Shui Langzhen came to kill us, you didn't show how tough you were. You are her father, and she still doesn't listen to you. Yu Yuanzhen threw the question to Yu Luomian again. Hehe. If she listened to me, she would have returned to the sect with me that year. Besides, she is now a level 87 soul Douluo, and I may not be able to beat her. Yu Luomian kicked the ball to Yu Yuanzhen again, saying that he was powerless, thinking, Erlong is his daughter, and he felt guilty about her. It was wishful thinking to ask her to change her martial spirit. Chapter 430 Snow-Seeking Plum Cat. The closure of Lanba Academy was soon known to the Tiandu royal family and Kaibao Liulai sect. Lu Erlong was a strong woman and a soul Douluo. She was very famous in Tiandu city, especially because she was the illegitimate daughter of the second in command of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect. Her departure had a great impact. Kaibao Liulai sect and Tiandu royal family did not understand why Lu Erlong would close Lanba Academy, so they went to Lanba Academy and found Yu Luomian who was managing the academy to find out what was going on. In addition, Flanders, who had been hanging around in Tiandu Royal Academy, also felt strange, so he also came to Lanba Academy to find out the situation. Elder Yu, why did Dean Lu close Lanba Academy? Ning Fengzi and Xuexing asked Yu Luomian about the situation. Several major forces had just formed an alliance and had not yet fought with the Spirit Hall, but they were already split. This was not a good sign. Over the years, Erlong has been supporting such an academy by herself. It's too tiring. Now she has joined Tenglong City. I just learned about it. Yu Luomian pretended to be very disappointed and said this. He thought, Ning Fengzi and Xuexing usually don't even look at Lanba Academy. Now they are so concerned about their daughter's departure. It's really strange. Erlong actually joined Tenglong City. After hearing this, Flanders was stunned. Lu Erlong was from the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect, but now she joined the hostile forces. It was too incredible. Erlong did not return to the sect. In a sense, she does not belong to the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect. How she chooses, I can't interfere. Alas. Everything is the fault of my past, which made her feel no sense of belonging to the sect. Yu Luomian pretended to sigh and took all the blame for Lu Erlong's departure on himself. Senior Yu, then your sect just let Dean Lu join the hostile forces. Xuexing and Ning Fengzi were very upset about Lu Erlong's operation. That woman opened an academy in Tiandu City and occupied the resources of Tiandu City. She should have worked for the Tiandu Empire. Now joining the hostile forces is simply a betrayal. What else can we do? We don't have the strength to go to Tenglong City to capture Lu Erlong. I heard that Shui Langzhen is a level 98 titled Douluo, and even Dugubo is a super Douluo. We can't afford to offend her. Yu Luomian spread his hands, indicating that he was powerless. Senior Yu, since Dean Lu is gone, will you reopen this Lanba Academy? Xuezing was eager to reopen the Blue Tyrant Academy, so that the Tiandu royal family could attract talents from the academy in the future. Of course, otherwise it would be a waste for us to build such a large academy here, wouldn't it? The academy will still recruit civilian soul masters according to the rules set by Erlong before, but now we have added one more rule, and noble soul masters will also be recruited. Yu Luomian nodded. This time he personally took over the Blue Tyrant Academy in order to keep his daughter's academy, and at the same time he could use the various mimicry training in the academy. Resources, cultivate talents for yourself. The power of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect has always been firmly controlled by Yu Yuanzhen. After Yua Gang becomes Fart Douluo, he will definitely return to the sect as a king and regain his own glory. As a father, Yu Yuanzhen will definitely stand on Yu Xiaogang's side. At that time, the entire sect will most likely be in turmoil. In order to avoid his own lineage from being affected, Yu Luomian now has to prepare for a rainy day and leave a way out for himself. In this case, our royal family will provide some financial support, and hope that the Blue Tyrant Academy will be full of talents all over the world. Prince Xuezing saw this and immediately took out 1 million gold soul coins, intending to invest in the Blue Tyrant Academy, so that the royal family can absorb some talents from the academy. Our 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect also supports the Blue Tyrant Academy and hopes to help Elder Yu. Ning Fengzi directly took out 3 million gold soul coins. In this way, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect can also recruit soul masters who graduated from the Blue Tyrant Academy in the future. Thank you both, happy cooperation. Seeing Xuezing and Ning Fengzi were so generous, Yu Luomian was not polite and directly accepted 4 million gold soul coins. As the saying goes, if you have money but don't make it, you are a bastard. Then Yu Luomian issued a recruitment notice, and brought a group of soul masters from his family to be teachers, and the academy began to operate. The situation on the mainland is divided into 3 parts. The 2 empires have formed an alliance with the upper 3 sects and are in a state of confrontation with the Spirit Hall. However, neither side has any intention of taking action, and they are quietly developing their own strength. The 2 empires dare not start a war, mainly because there are not enough titled Douluo strong men. Bibi Dong does not want to take action because Yeliang Chen has not returned yet. As for how to fight the future war, that monster has to arrange it. Yeliang Chen, who is far away on the sea, knows nothing about all this. If he knew that the current situation on the mainland was caused by the hype of the 2 empires that they had received 2 100,000-year-old soul beast pets, he would definitely exclaim, "Hey! You are really a talent." Now, Yeliang Chen has just come to the Poseidon Island because of an accident on the ship. Yeliang Chen, why are you back now? The 4 ships sailed to the Poseidon Island, which immediately attracted the attention of the demon soul great white sharks, so Xiaobai came to check it out in person. Seeing Yeliang Chen coming, he immediately swam over happily. The ship sailed to the Purple Pearl Island and was delayed for a while. Yeliang Chen jumped on Xiaobai's back and let the great white shark take him there. Due to the strong wind and waves in the Purple Pearl Sea during this voyage, 2 ships were damaged and could only be repaired in Purple Pearl. It took more than a month. Everyone, hurry up and follow me. Xiaobai asked the demon soul great white sharks to make way, said hello to Seal Douluo and others, and then carried Yeliang Chen to the Poseidon Island happily. The pavilion master is so familiar with the king of the demon soul great white shark. Purple Pearl, Golden Eagle Douluo and others have also escorted goods for Sea God Island many times, but this is the first time they have seen the king of the demon soul great white shark up close. Young Master Yet and his friends are friends with the king of the demon soul great white shark, so they naturally have a good relationship. I heard from the chief worshipper that the king of the demon soul great white shark no longer eats raw food, and often transforms into a human form, eating, drinking and having fun with young Master Yet and his friends, just like us humans. Seal Douluo smiled and explained to everyone that the only person who could make a 100,000-year soul beast become like this was probably Yeliang Chen, the monster. Haha. With the pavilion master here, any miracle can happen. Everyone laughed, and then drove 4 large ships towards Sea God Island. After stepping onto Sea God Island, Yeliang Chen first went to see Seahorse Douluo, and then directly activated the sword flying skill and flew towards the Forbidden Mountain of Sea God Island. Wow! So cool! Xiaobai transformed into a human form and stood behind Yeliang Chen. It was a real pleasure to watch the mountains and rivers under his feet quickly retreat. When Yeliang Chen arrived at the forbidden area of Sea God Mountain, he saw Feng Xiaotian, Xiaoyu and others instructing Xili and the others to practice fighting spirit with the golden generation of Sea God Island. Poseidon, Shui Binger and other beauties were drinking tea and chatting in the distance while watching the game. Yo! We are back! After crossing the lake, Xiaobai saw everyone and immediately waved to say hello. Shua! Everyone is really good at enjoying themselves. Yeliang Chen brought Xiaobai and slowly landed in front of everyone. Pavilion Master. Xiao Chen. Feng Xiaotian, Shui Binger and others saw Yeliang Chen coming back and immediately surrounded him. Brother Yat, I calculated that it took you 2 months and 15 days. Did you forget us? Jinlinger broke open her fingers and counted the days that Yeliang Chen had been away, pestering Yeliang Chen. How could I forget you? Yeliang Chen rubbed Jinlinger's soft golden hair, enjoying the silky smoothness. You returned to the mainland to complete the 7th test this time. Did it go smoothly? Did you encounter anything? Tell us. Shui Binger, Shui Wu and others wanted to know the current situation of the mainland. After I returned to the mainland, I met Tang San again, and then I beat Tang San by the way. Yeliang Chen had to tell everyone what happened when he met Tang San, so that everyone could have fun. Haoshan Sect was conquered by Tang San, and renamed Hammer Sect. Haoshan Hammer Wuhun actually turned into a big bamboo shoot like hammer. What should we call their Wuhun in the future? Haoshan Bamboo Shoot. Haoshan Bamboo Shoot, you are too mean. After all, their martial spirit is still a hammer. I think it should be called a bamboo shoot hammer. Haha. Everyone was surprised at Tang San's growth rate. The dignified Haoshan sect was actually changed into a hammer sect by that guy. I always feel that the word hammer is an insult. It's not Haoshan Bamboo Shoot. Their martial spirit is now called Luosha Hammer. Tang San's martial spirit is also like that, so he asked Luosha God to make the martial spirit of Haoshan sect like that. Seeing that these guys actually called the martial spirit of the hammer sect Haoshan Bamboo Shoot, Yeliang Chen felt that there was nothing wrong with it. This is what Xiao Chen said about prosperity and decline. After hearing this, Poseidon was filled with emotion. The Haoshan sect had played itself to death. Shui Binger and Shui Yuer had originally planned to kill the old man Tang Hao in person after returning this time to avenge their father and Xiaoqin's parents. But now the old man committed suicide, and they felt a little regretful. Sir, our martial soul fusion technique has been successful. I wonder if it can allow me to pass the 4th test. At this time, Zhu Zolin walked to Yeliang Chen and asked coquettishly. Show me the 2 sisters. Yeliang Chen signaled Zhu Zuyun and Zhu Zolin to show what the 2 nether spirit cats would look like after fusion. Okay, sir. The Zhu sisters immediately held hands, summoned their martial souls, and began to fuse. It will definitely make you very happy. Shui Binger, Poseidon and others smiled mysteriously. No one expected that the Zhu sisters would become like that after their martial souls merged. Buzz. Meow. As the martial souls of the 2 Zhu sisters merged, a cat's cry sounded, and a big cat with a height of 10 meters and a body length of 7 or 8 meters appeared. Its body was as black as ink, but its 4 claws were as white as snow, looking very majestic. It's actually a cat that walks on the snow to find plums. Yeliang Chen looked at the huge cat that walks on the snow to find plums in front of him and was immediately surprised. Meow. At this moment, the big cat exuded a powerful majesty, and its level was at least equivalent to Zhu Zuking's nether god cat martial soul. After the martial souls of our sisters merged, it was called the cat that walks on the snow to find plums, and the martial soul fusion skill produced was called the dance of walking on the snow. The Zhu sisters excitedly introduced to Yeliang Chen the changes after the fusion of their martial souls. The sisters never thought that after the fusion of the nether spirit cat's martial soul, they would actually become the legendary snow-walking cat. However, they also knew that Yeliang Chen must have done something some time ago, otherwise it would not be so easy for the sisters to develop martial soul fusion skills. Martial soul true body. Meow. Big sister, second sister, attack me. At this time, Zhu Zuqing directly activated the martial soul true body and transformed into a cat-eared girl, letting her 2 sisters attack her to show Yeliang Chen the power of the martial soul fusion skill. Okay sister, be careful. Martial soul fusion skill, snow dance. Meow. Swish. The Zhu sisters then activated the martial soul fusion skill, and the big cat waved its huge claws at Zhu Zuqing like a vicious tiger pouncing on its prey. 8th soul skill, nether shield. Zhu Zuqing's 8th red soul ring lit up, and in an instant, purple-black shields blocked her surroundings. Clang clang clang. The huge cat's claws landed on Zhu Zuqing's netherworld shield, making a metallic collision sound and sparks. For a while, the battle scene was extremely fierce. The power of the snow dance is much stronger than before. That's natural. Zhu Zolin is now a soul saint, and the martial soul fusion skill is naturally stronger than before. Judging from the power of this martial soul fusion skill, it is close to the titled Douluo. Feng Xiaotian, is there any problem with you challenging them now? Unless you use a 100,000 year soul skill, it will be difficult. You must know that this is a martial soul fusion skill performed by 2 soul saints. Shui Binger, Feng Xiaotian and others looked at the martial soul fusion skills performed by the Zhu sisters and nodded in approval. 10 days ago, Zhu Zolin's soul power broke through to level 70. After absorbing a 50,000-year-old divine soul ring, she was already a level 71 soul saint. Coupled with Zhu Zuyun's level 75 soul power, the martial soul fusion skills performed by the 2 sisters are naturally powerful. Brother, I think we should be able to develop a martial soul fusion skill. Sister, what you said makes sense. Let's try it again when we become titled Douluo. The Huo siblings looked at each other and decided to develop a martial soul fusion skill. Young master, what do you think? After fighting with Zhu Zuking for a while, Zhu Zulin and Zhu Zuyun unlocked the martial soul fusion skills to see if Yeliang Chen was satisfied. After the martial soul fusion, it turned into a snow-seeking plum god cat, and the fusion degree seemed to reach 85%, which exceeded my expectations. Zhu Zulin, you passed the 4th test. Yeliang Chen nodded with satisfaction and announced that Zhu Zulin had passed the 4th test. Thank you, sir. The Zhu sisters immediately thanked Yeliang Chen respectfully. The two sisters were able to develop a martial soul fusion skill, which could be regarded as creating history for the Nether Spirit Cat family. Buzz. Poseidon understood and flew into the air, communicate with the divine thoughts in the Sea God Temple. Shua. The 4th test, passed, reward level 1 soul power. Instantly, the Sea God Temple burst out with golden light, covering everyone. As the voice of the Sea God sounded, the 4-pointed star mark on Zhu Zulin's forehead also turned into golden light and disappeared. Thank you, High Priest. After receiving the level 1 soul power reward, Zhu Zulin's soul power reached level 72, which immediately surprised her. You're welcome. Poseidon smiled gently, remembering that when he first met Zhu Zulin, she was just a poor girl with a broken martial soul. Now she has become a soul saint, which can be regarded as a happy ending. Chapter 431 The Small Goals in the Hearts of the Partners. After chatting for a while, Yeliang Chen and his party returned to the villa and held a party. After a good meal, Yeliang Chen learned that Shui Yuer's soul power had reached level 98. In the past 2 months, this girl has mastered the divine skill of the Golden 13 Halberds, passed the 8th test, and received a first-level soul power reward. The 7th soul ring age of Shui Yuer and Shui Binger is 75,000 years. Now Shui Binger has completed 7 tests and received a soul ring age reward of 28,000 years. Shui Yuer has completed 8 tests and received a soul ring age reward of 36,000 years. Now the 7th rings of the 2 girls have reached 100,000 years. As for the 7th rings of Zhu Zuking, Shui Wu, and others, when they absorbed the soul rings, the age was between 65,000 and 70,000 years. Now it is still a little short of 100,000. However, as long as Zhu Zuking and Yelingling complete the 8th test of the Sea God, the 7th ring can be upgraded to 100,000 years. Xiao Chen, do you still have a God-given soul ring? Our second martial soul has only added 3 soul rings, and the soul power has reached level 95. I don't know if our soul power can reach level 99 after we add all the soul rings. At this time, Yelingling and Yu Hero showed their second martial souls to Yeliang Chen. Shua Shua. 3 red soul rings over 150,000 years old rose from the 2 women, flashing and extremely gorgeous. Due to the operation of the flower god and the music god, Yelingling and Yu Hero have a second martial soul. Now the 2 women only need to absorb soul rings, and their soul power will rise. 2 sisters, I have prepared it for you a long time ago. Yeliang Chen took out 12 God-given soul ring beads from the soul guide and handed them to the 2 women. It's so cool to have twin martial souls. Those 2 goddesses are so good to you, they directly gave you martial souls. Shui Binger, Feng Xiaotian and others looked at Yelingling and Yu Hero's second martial souls with envy. No way, my luck is so good. Yu Hero smiled proudly. Among the Tianshui girl group, she was the best singer, so she was chosen by the god of music. Xiao Chen brother, thank you. Yu Hero and Yelingling took the God-given soul ring, then walked to the lake and began to absorb the soul ring with all their strength. After they absorbed the next 6 spirit rings, will their spirit power really reach level 99? No, it's estimated to be around the peak of level 98. After the spirit power reaches level 95, the energy required for each level increases huge. It's good to be able to increase the spirit power by 1 level by absorbing 200,000 year spirit rings. Yeliang Chen, Shui Binger, Feng Xiaotian and others sat in the pavilion, drinking tea and chatting while watching the 2 women absorb the God-given spirit rings. What is Tang San's current spirit power? Shui Binger and Shui Yu asked curiously. Tang San was able to defeat Xiaotian Douluo, so his spirit power must have exceeded Tang Xiao. Tang San is now level 98. Yeliang Chen nodded. Level 98? What about his spirit ring combination? Everyone was also surprised at Tang San's improvement in strength. Although that guy had a bad reputation, his strength should not be underestimated. Some time ago, he went to the Lake of Life to hunt the Titan Giant Ape and the Azure Ox Horse, the last 2 soul rings of the Hammer Martial Soul. I happened to encounter them and beat him away. After that, he encountered 3,000 Titan Ant Kings that were nearly 100,000 years old and absorbed 2 of their soul rings. His 8th test was to destroy the Clear Sky Sect. I originally thought he would kill all the people in the Clear Sky Sect, but I didn't expect him to complete the 8th test by changing the Clear Sky Hammer Martial Soul. Now his 2 martial souls have 8 black and 1 red soul rings and 7 black and 2 red soul rings. His first martial soul is called the Demon Pattern Vine. The 100,000 year soul skills are called Demon Scale Strangling and Demon Spirit Soaring to the Sky, the last two skills of the hammer spirit are called 1000-pound strength, which are very powerful. Tang San has now obtained the artifact of the Rakshasa god, and his overall strength is very strong. He can use the Tang sect hidden weapon Guanyin Tears. This skill is a soul bomb formed by compressing soul power, which can be regarded as a divine skill. Guanyin Tears is a skill with great single target lethality. When you encounter it in the future, be careful. Liang Chen introduced Tang San's strongest trump card in detail to everyone, so that everyone must not be proud, lest they will suffer losses when they meet Tang San in the future. Tang San has 300,000-year spirit rings, as well as magical skills. He also has the magic weapon of Rakshasa god, and he must have learned some of Rakshasa god's magical skills. So, his strength is also very strong. Yes. Yes. When Shui Binger, Feng Xiaotian and others learned about Tang San's strength, they were also surprised, and at the same time, they felt a little urgent. After all, except for Liang Chen who reached level 99, Shui Yua reached level 98, and the strength of others was not as good as Tang San. If they met Tang San now, they would not be able to beat him at all. The power of spirit beasts like Qianjun Ant is extremely terrifying. I remember my grandfather once said the leader of the Power Clan, whose 8th soul ring is a 30,000-year-old Qianjun Ant. Bai Chenxiang was very surprised to hear that Tang San had obtained two nearly 100,000-year-old Qianjun Ant Emperor soul rings. The 8th soul ring of Hercules Titan actually came from a 30,000-year-old Qianjun Ant. The Power Clan follows the power training system, and the Qianjun Ant, a soul beast with infinite power, is most suitable. The old Titan is therefore called Hercules. Presumably, the less than 30,000-year-old Qianjun Ant soul ring also played a certain role. Everyone talked about the Qianjun Ant, a soul beast, and understood why the old gorilla of the Power Clan chose a 30,000-year-old Qianjun Ant as the 8th soul ring. Everyone is right. The three Qianjun Ant emperors are three brothers. Tang San killed them all together, but because he already had 7 soul rings before, he could only absorb 2 Qianjun Ant emperor soul rings, and the other one was collected by me. Buzz. Liang Chen took out the nearly 100,000-year-old Qianjun Ant emperor soul ring from his game backpack and showed everyone how powerful this soul ring is. Black with red? It's really a soul ring that's nearly 100,000 years old. This soul ring can be used as the 9th ring. It's a perfect match for power-type soul masters. Not only that, this soul ring is also a perfect match for attack and defense-type soul masters. Everyone felt the powerful power of the black and red Qianjun Ant soul ring in Liang Chen's hand and was full of praise. From this point of view, my grandfather is definitely not Tang San's opponent now. Jin Yaoer thought that her grandfather is also a 98-level titled Douluo, but the soul ring is just a standard combination, with only a 100,000-year soul ring, which can't be compared with Tang San at all. Brother Yat, Tang San used that Guanyin Tears to attack you, so how did you resolve it? Jin Linger heard that Tang San had a magical skill, so Liang Chen would definitely have a countermeasure. The Kaishan seal can deal with Guanyin Tears. In addition, the ultimate fire attribute soul skill should also work. After all, Guanyin Tears is a skill that uses water droplets as a carrier. In addition, when Tang San compresses the Guanyin Tears soul power bomb, it takes a certain amount of time to prepare. The last time I saw him use it, it took a total of 10 seconds. So when you meet Tang San in the future, don't give him time, and don't wait for him to complete the soul power compression according to the rules of the fighting soul field. Once you find that his hands have turned into white jade, interrupt him directly. Don't give him time, he won't be able to use Guanyin Tears. That guy likes to use hidden weapons to play sneak attacks the most, and he won't talk about morality with his opponents at all, so when dealing with that guy, we have to use more shameless methods to deal with him. Liang Chen warned everyone. After all, these guys were influenced by the culture of fighting spirits and formed a set of unwritten rules in their minds. They liked to be heroes and chose to fight against their opponents. In this way, they would fall into Tang San's trap if they were not careful. Don't worry, we understand. Everyone nodded. Since Liang Chen said so, it means that the skill of Guanyin Tears is very powerful. It is recorded in the Xiantian Bailu that Guanyin Tears is the most powerful hidden weapon with single target lethality, which can ignore defense. If you want to use Guanyin Tears, you must practice Xiantian Gong to perfection. In addition, Swanyu Hand, Control Crane, and Capture Dragon and other skills must also be practiced to perfection before you can use Guanyin Tears. Once used, it will drain your own strength. It's a pity that we didn't practice Swanyu Hand and can't use Guanyin Tears. Shui Binger immediately took out the Xiantian Bailu recorded by Liang Chen from the Soul Guide, and carefully checked the hidden weapon technique of Guanyin Tears. Is it too late for us to practice Swanyu Hand now? It should be possible. As long as we also practice this hidden weapon technique, we can use the same method to fight Tang San in the future. Feng Xiaotian, Xiaoyu and others took the Xiantian Bailu from Shui Binger, checked the method of Guanyin Tears, and thought it was pretty good. I think everyone should just learn Brother Yi's Kaishan seal, which is much better than that Guanyin tears. Jinling reminded Feng Xiaotian and others that there was no need to practice the hidden weapon technique of Guanyin tears. Linger is right. The main purpose of practicing Xuanyu Hand is to refine poison. It takes too much time and energy, and will delay our practice of soul power. It is not necessary. Shui Binger also agreed with Jin Linger's proposal and did not recommend Feng Xiaotian and others to practice Guanyin tears. Pavilion Master, can we practice your Kaishan seal? Feng Xiaotian, Hulina, and others looked at Yeliang Chen with a smile. If they wanted to practice Kaishan seal, they had to ask this monster to do it. Of course you can practice it. Now I will teach you. Kaishan seal, as the name suggests, has the power to split mountains and rocks. In different realms, the power it exerts is different. When the soul Douluo realm uses Kaishan seal, the power is about the same as the 100,000 year soul skill. Once you step into the super Douluo realm, and then use Kaishan seal, the power can reach the level of divine skills. Yeliang Chen explained to everyone that if he didn't ask, these guys would not take the initiative to ask Shui Binger and others for advice. They really abide by the rules. Thank you, Pavilion Master. After getting Yeliang Chen's permission, Feng Xiaotian, Hulina, and others were very surprised. As long as they learned the Kaishan seal, they would have a super trump card. Then Yeliang Chen began to help Feng Xiaotian, Hulina, and others open up the 2 remote meridians on their arms and taught them to practice the Kaishan seal. It's amazing. After learning the practice method of Kaishan seal, Feng Xiaotian, Hulina, and others were immediately fascinated as if they had opened up a new world. In order to be able to rest assured to practice, everyone went directly to the mountain, found a quiet place, and worked hard to comprehend this magical skill. 3 days later, Yu Hero and Yelingling completed the remaining soul rings of the second martial soul, and their soul power reached level 98 as Yeliang Chen expected, and they were at the same level as Shui Yuer. This strength is just like a cheat, so enviable. Did you notice that Lingling and Hero have become more beautiful now? This perfect figure, tender skin, and this extraordinary temperament are all different from before. After reaching level 98, Yelingling and Yu Hero's temperament changed a lot, which immediately attracted the interest of Shui Yuer, Suyu, and others, so they surrounded them, stretched out their hands, and touched the 2 women. Haha! How can it be so exaggerated? Looking at this group of female hooligan-like good sisters, Yelingling and Yu Hero were also helpless, and quickly pushed away the women's dirty hands. Lingling, Zuking, Linger, let's call Xiao Chen to complete the 8th test. At this time, Shui Bing remembered that the 8th test for the 4 women was to assist Yeliang Chen in subduing the wife of the deep-sea demon whale king. Since Yelingling had absorbed all the soul rings, it was time to act. Let's go and see it together. Shui Yuer, Suyu, Yu Hero, and others planned to join in the fun. Although they could not participate in the 8th test of Yeliang Chen and Shui Binger, it was no problem to help with some logistics work. When they arrived at the small courtyard where Yeliang Chen was, the women found that the guy was lying on the rocking chair and snoring. Brother Yet, don't sleep, get up quickly, we still have the 8th test. Jin Linger leaned over and pinched Yeliang Chen's nose to wake him up. If you didn't say it, I almost forgot. After Jin Linger's reminder, Yeliang Chen immediately thought of the 8th test. During this period of time, after our many inquiries, we learned that the wife of the deep-sea demon whale king is located in a sea area 5,000 kilometers north of the Sea God Island, called the Deep Demon Sea. The sea girl Douluo got the news from the mermaid tribe that the deep-sea demon whale king is called the demon queen by other sea soul beasts, and has a cultivation of at least 400,000 years. In addition, there is a little demon whale, which should be the child of the demon queen. Shui Binger introduced the situation to Yeliang Chen. If you want to capture a deep-sea demon whale with a cultivation of 400,000 years, you must have absolute strength to do it, so everyone has been waiting for Yeliang Chen to return before they dare to act. Let's go. Let's go to the dock to get a boat and load some rice, flour, grain, oil, and fresh water. Yeliang Chen heard that the big stupid whale was so far away from the Sea God Island, and it would take a long time. If he wanted to live comfortably on the sea, he had to get a boat. Do you want to call Feng Xiaotian and the others? The girls heard that Yeliang Chen was going to sail, so they had to call more people. No need. When we sail, we will use the Long Yuan boat directly. The big boat is where we rest or eat. Yeliang Chen saw that Feng Xiaotian and the others were now practicing the Kaishan seal without sleep and food, so he didn't disturb them. Great. We almost forgot about the Long Yuan boat. The girls thought of the magical Long Yuan boat soul guide. As long as everyone inputs soul power, they can quickly sail on the sea, and they can also dive and watch the scenery in the sea. It's so cool. So Yeliang Chen and the others said hello to Feng Xiaotian and the others, and then went to the sea god temple to tell Poseidon and Yelai. How about I take the sea god trident with me? Shui Yuer looked at the trident inserted in the center of the sea god temple and thought, if I show the artifact at that time, maybe the queen of demons will surrender directly. No need, the sea god trident is now activated, and it relies on that little golden light to illuminate the temple. Once you take the artifact away, it will become pitch black inside, How can that work? Okay. Hearing what Yangchen said, Shui Yuer didn't plan to take the artifact with her. After all, if she took the trident away, Poseidon and Yelai would be like being in a dark prison in the temple. Great worshipper, Sister Li, we are leaving. Yangchen and his group said goodbye to Poseidon and Yelai, and then walked directly down the mountain. Go early and come back early. Poseidon and Yelai waved to Yangchen and his party. To be honest, they were also shocked when they learned that the wife of the deep-sea demon whale king had 400,000 years of cultivation some time ago. Once the demon queen's cultivation reached the level of the deep-sea demon whale king, she would most likely retaliate against the sea god island. Pavilion master, you must be careful and have a safe journey. Feng Xiaotian, Hulina and others wanted to join in the fun, but Yangchen didn't let them go, so everyone had to calm down and practice the Kaishan seal. After practicing this magical skill, they would not be afraid of the opponent's Guanyin Tier's hidden weapon when they met Tang San in the future. Unconsciously, everyone set a small goal for themselves in their hearts, that is, to beat Tang San, but if they want to beat Tang San, they must have the same level of strength, which is not possible now. Chapter 432 Conquering the Demon Queen. Yangchen and his party came to the dock outside the Seahorse City, got a 20-meter-long boat, and bought many daily necessities from the Seahorse City and loaded them on the boat. Sir, how about we go with you? Ouchi and others took the boat, filled up the boat with fresh water and planned to go with them. After all, I went to Xiling Island with Yangchen a few years ago. It was thrilling and exciting. It was so cool. This time, the young master and his team are going to subdue the deep-sea demon whale that has reached 400,000 years of cultivation. Don't cause trouble for the young master. Hippocampus Douluo reminded his juniors not to join in the fun, so as not to drag Yangchen down. Senior Haima is right. The deep sea is too dangerous. You'd better not go. Yangchen rejected the kindness of these sea soul masters and then directly put the boat into the game backpack space. Buzz. Yangchen moved his mind and summoned the Long Yuan boat in the game backpack space. Shua. With the input of Yangchen's soul power, the Long Yuan boat suddenly turned into a large ship more than 10 meters long and stopped steadily in the sea. Sisters, take your positions. Shui Binger saw this and immediately asked the girls to board the Dragon Abyss boat and start inputting soul power. Senior Seahorse, everyone, goodbye. The girls waved goodbye to Seahorse Douluo and others, then jumped on the Dragon Abyss boat and inputted soul power into the crystal balls on their seats. Whirl. As everyone's soul power was input, the 4 blades of the Dragon Abyss boat began to paddle, carrying everyone quickly to the depths of the sea. Young master, ladies, you must be careful. Seahorse Douluo and a group of sea soul masters stood on the dock and watched Yangchen and his group leave. At this moment, everyone also knew that Yangchen and his group's trip was also to solve the potential enemies of the future for the Sea God Island. After all, a deep-sea demon whale with a cultivation of 400,000 years is also a huge threat to the Sea God Island. Hey! Wait for me! Just when Yangchen and his party were thousands of meters away from Poseidon Island, the demon soul Great White Shark King swam over excitedly, shouting loudly as he swam. Why is she here too? Everyone saw that Xiaobai had followed them, so they had to stop the boat and wait for this playful shark. Shua. When he swam to the side of the Long Yuan boat, Xiaobai transformed directly into a human form and gently jumped into the hold. Such a fun thing, you didn't inform me, it's so mean. At this moment, Xiaobai looked at Yangchen, with a hint of resentment in his eyes, looking a little cute. Don't you still have to guard Poseidon Island? You followed us so far, aren't you afraid of being blamed by the Poseidon? The girls looked at the demon soul Great White Shark King who liked to join in the fun with a smile, and felt it was very fun. The Sea God Island is very safe now. It's okay for me to leave for a while. Xiaobai laughed and thought, the deep-sea demon whale king and the evil demon killer whale king were both destroyed. He is the boss of the Sea God Island. No enemy dares to enter the Sea God Island. There are 12 seats in the Long Yuan boat. Yangchen plus Shui Binger and others are exactly 12 people. There are no extra seats, but Xiaobai didn't care about these. Anyway, he can follow everyone to watch the fun. Xiaobai, how do you know we are going to complete the 8th test? Jin Linger asked curiously, thinking, this big shark's nose is too sensitive. I'm not looking for you to play. Feng Xiaotian and others said that Yangchen is going to complete the 8th test, so I came. Xiaobai laughed. Yangchen is going to subdue the wife of the deep-sea demon whale king. How can he miss such an exciting thing? You just like to play. After Yangchen came to the Sea God Island, this great white shark was led astray by him. Apart from eating, it was playing. I will go with you, and I can also deter other sea soul beasts, so that they dare not approach this boat. Xiaobai smiled proudly, indicating that she was still very useful. Sister Xiaobai, I remember that when everyone went to destroy the evil killer whale king a few years ago, those 100,000-year soul beasts didn't seem to give you face. At this time, Shen Liuyu, who has always been very quiet, exposed Xiaobai's black history. Don't say it anymore. Hearing Shen Liuyu reveal her black history, Xiaobai said coquettishly and immediately covered her face. It was too embarrassing. Ha ha ha. Looking at Xiaobai's shy appearance, like a little girl, Shui Binger and others laughed violently for a while. Don't laugh, hurry up. Xiaobai pouted her lips, rolled her eyes at the girls, and urged everyone to set off quickly. Swoosh. With the sole power of everyone, the 4 blades of the Long Yuan boat paddled quickly and sailed into the depths of the sea. At this moment, Liang Chen did not use the diving function of the Long Yuan boat, but let the boat sail on the sea. Everyone used soul power to maintain the sailing speed while enjoying the scenery in the sea. It was simply a kind of enjoyment. It's amazing. Xiaobai looked at this magical soul guide boat, which was quite fast and felt very fun. Unknowingly, 2 hours had passed, and everyone had sailed thousands of miles on the sea. Time is up, I'm going to get in the water. Splash splash. Hurry up and follow me. At this time, Xiaobai's time to maintain the human form had expired, so he dived into the sea directly, restored to the body of the demon soul great white shark, and swam happily in front. Fortunately, she reacted quickly. Everyone looked at Xiaobai's body, which was more than 20 meters long. If it returned to its original form on the Long Yuan boat, it would instantly crush the small boat. Xiao Chen, get the big boat out, let's make a meal first. At this time, the woman thought about it and realized that it was time for dinner. She had used her soul power to drive the Long Yuan boat for 2 hours in a row, which consumed a lot of soul power. Then let's leave the Long Yuan boat first. Liang Chen asked everyone to fly away from the Long Yuan boat. Without soul power input, the Long Yuan boat quickly became smaller. Buzz. Plop. Liang Chen put away the Long Yuan boat, and then summoned a big boat from the game backpack space. In an instant, the big boat appeared on the sea, splashing waves of water. Wow! Xiaobai, who was on the sea in front, was startled by the sudden sound. Swoosh! Then everyone jumped on the big boat and started to get busy. Xiaobai, catch some fish, we are going to cook. Liang Chen shouted to Xiaobai who was stunned on the sea. Since he was going to eat, he had to eat well. Okay. Right away. Splash! Xiaobai immediately transformed into a human form, quickly dived into the water, and caught several fish weighing more than 10 kilograms. Swoosh! Liang Chen, I didn't expect you to bring such a big boat, so why don't you drive a big boat? Xiaobai carried a few fish, jumped onto the big boat, and began to help with the work, while chattering and asking questions. Xiaobai, this is not a boat, it's just our mobile kitchen and sleeping place. Liang Chen smiled proudly. That's right. We were originally planning to have a honeymoon trip with Brother Ye this time, and you, the great white shark, had to join in, which is equivalent to a light bulb. Jinlinger was talking nonsense seriously next to him, and looked at Xiaobai with a meaningful smile. So you dislike me? Then I'll leave. Xiaobai stared at Jinlinger, feeling a little stingy in his heart, pretending to jump into the water. Hey! Now that you're here, why are you leaving? Sister Linger was just joking with you, don't take it seriously. The girls grabbed Xiaobai and told her not to take it to heart. Jinlinger, you're playing a trick on me, I'm not done with you. Xiaobai glared at Jinlinger angrily, looking very cute. I was just playing a trick, it's you who can't react. Jinlinger smiled playfully. Ah! I'm so mad, Jinlinger, fight me. Xiaobai immediately waved his fists and rushed towards Jinlinger. Hey! I can't hit you. Jinlinger dodged and Xiaobai missed. Stop! Come and chase me. Then the 2 girls chased each other on the deck, the scene was very cheerful. These 2 girls. Liang Chen and others looked at the 2 girls like little girls, shook their heads helplessly, and then started cooking. After dinner, the group sailed for another 2 hours, and it was already evening. Xiao Chen, let's find a small island. We won't be afraid of the wind and waves when we rest at night. Shui Binger and others looked at the rough sea and felt that it was not safe to rest on the sea at night. No problem. Liang Chen directly transformed into a spiritual incarnation and flew away. After a while, he found an island 3,000 meters away, and there were also trees. Swoosh! Space shuttle. Then Liang Chen directly activated the space skill and took everyone to the island. There are mountains and waters, and the environment is beautiful. It is simply a paradise. Everyone looked at this beautiful island and felt very good. Then they started to cook dinner and had a delicious meal. Ding dong ding dong. After dinner, Yu Hero summoned the phoenix tail harp martial soul and played a few beautiful songs for everyone. Shua shua. Flowers raining all over the sky. Ya Lingling summoned the hydrangea martial spirit given by the flower god at this time, dancing on the deck, and using her soul power to transform various petals, coupled with her perfect figure, floating around, like a flower fairy. Sisters, dance. Shui Binger, Shui Yuer, Jin Linger and others saw this and immediately followed Ye Lingling to dance gracefully, like a group of fairies. Wow! So beautiful! Ye Yangchen, now I agree with what Jin Linger said before, you are here for a honeymoon. Xiao Bai sat next to Ye Yangchen, admiring the graceful dance of the girls, feeling extremely happy. Half a month later, Ye Yangchen and his party finally arrived at the Deep Demon Sea. Is this the Deep Demon Sea? At this moment, everyone felt that there was no large sea soul beast within a radius of several thousand meters, only some fish and shrimps swimming in this sea area. Ye Yangchen closed his eyes and used his spiritual sense to check. He found that there were 2 huge whales sleeping under the sea a few hundred meters ahead. One of them was about the same size as the deep sea demon whale king, 200 meters long, and should be the demon queen. The other one was only 6 or 7 meters long and had been cultivating for about 10,000 years. It was probably her child, that is, Lanfo's tens of thousands of years later. Xiao Chen, have you found the other party? Shui Binger looked at Ye Yangchen with his eyes closed. The mental power fluctuations on his body were very strong, and she knew that this guy was investigating the demon queen. I found that big stupid fish sleeping on the seabed. I guess she doesn't know that her husband is dead. Ye Yangchen nodded. I suddenly feel a little embarrassed. The demon queen's husband is dead, and we still have to subdue her. Yes. Yes. At this moment, Shui Binger and others felt that they were quite evil, but this was a test from the sea god, and everyone could not refuse. Once the demon queen knows that her husband was killed by Ye Yangchen, she will definitely kill her on the sea god island and avenge the deep sea demon whale king. Xiao Bai reminded everyone beside him not to be soft-hearted. Humans, you are so brave that you dare to offend my territory? Splash! At this moment, a cold female voice sounded, and the sea began to roll. Shua! Splash! Splash! A huge column of water gushed out from the sea, rushing up to a height of 100 meters. Then, a demon whale as big as a hill appeared on the sea, staring at Ye Yangchen and his party with 3-meter wide eyes. Woo-woo! Next to the huge deep-sea demon whale, there was another demon whale that was several dozen meters long, making a woo-woo sound from its mouth, as if it was very scared. Wow! What a big fish! Shui Binger and others stood on the deck, looking at the 200-meter-long deep-sea demon whale in front of them, feeling very small, but everyone is now a titled Douluo strongman, and they don't worry about any safety issues at all. Well, your original body is the demon soul great white shark, and you are the guardian beast of the sea god island? Why did you bring human strongmen to me? At this time, the demon queen saw Xiao Bai beside Ye Yangchen and felt something was wrong. I'm just here to watch the fun. Xiao Bai waved his hand quickly, indicating that this matter had nothing to do with him. Human strongman, what are you doing here? The demon queen stared at Ye Yangchen, and she felt deep fear from this human boy. Nothing. We are not here to kill you, but to tell you a piece of news, your husband is dead. Ye Yangchen directly told the demon queen the news of the death of the deep-sea demon whale king, and did not hide anything. What? You killed it? When the demon queen heard Ye Yangchen's words, it was like a bolt from the blue. Woo-woo, the little deep-sea demon whale made a woo-woo sound from its mouth, as if it was crying. Your husband wanted to eat me back then, who can I blame for this? Ye Yangchen said calmly, thinking, I can't just wait to die. Damn it, I'm going to kill you. Demon Whale Domain. At this moment, the Queen of Demons was angry and directly activated the Demon Whale Domain. In an instant, the sea water within a radius of several hundred meters rolled up and formed a circle, trapping Ye Yangchen and his party in the middle. Glorious Domain. Jin Linger immediately burst out with blazing golden light, confronting the Queen of Demons Domain. 8th Soul Skill, Dance of the Netherworld. 8th Soul Skill, Frost Storm. 9th Soul Skill, 3000 Flowers Bloom. At this time, Xuzu King, Shui Binger and Ye Lingling all activated their 100,000-year soul skills to attack the Queen of Demons. At this moment, the 4 women had only one idea in their minds, as long as they defeated the Queen of Demons and then let Ye Yangchen collect it into the space treasure. Crack! Under the powerful attacks of Shui Binger, Jin Linger and other women, the Queen of Demons' demon whale domain was directly shattered. Damn it! At this moment, the Queen of Demons was a little flustered. The 4 women in front of her were all titled Douluo, and 3 of them were Super Douluo. She was probably not their opponent. You guys step back first, don't interfere. Ye Yangchen waved his hand, and the powerful soul power directly pushed the big ship 200 meters away. Don't worry, we won't do anything. Shui Yuer and others looked at the Queen of Demons' strength, which was about the same as a human 97 level titled Douluo. Such a little strength could not cause any danger to Ye Yangchen at all. Shua. Ye Yangchen flew to the little whale, and with a thought, he directly put the other party into the game pet space. Human. Where did you send my daughter? The Queen of Demons, who was fighting with Shui Binger and others, could not feel the breath of her daughter, and was immediately shocked. Ice chain, binding. Shua Shua. Just when the demon queen was stunned, Shui Binger's 100,000-year soul skill was activated. In an instant, the chains formed by ice directly tied up the demon queen. 9th soul skill, Netherworld Spiral Kill. 8th soul skill, Light Imprisonment. 9th soul skill, Green Waves and Red Clouds. At the same time, Zhu Zuking, Jin Linger and Ye Lingling all used their ultimate skills on the demon queen. Bang bang! Ah! Under the bombardment of the four women, the demon queen was directly beaten away, and her 200-meter-long body rolled up huge waves. Damn it, I'm going to drag you to hell with me. At this moment, the demon queen was desperate. Her husband was dead and her daughter's life and death were unknown. She felt that there was no point in living, so she prepared to self-destruct. No, it's going to self-destruct. The women were shocked when they saw this. If the demon queen self-destructed, it would mean that everyone had failed the 8th test. Time goes backwards. Today. At this time, Ye Yangchen directly used his ultimate move. In an instant, the entire battlefield was shrouded in a strange space, and the hour hand on the huge clock began to reverse. Under the power of time, the demon queen and the women returned to the previous battle scene. Swoosh! Ye Yangchen jumped onto the demon queen and put her into the game pet space with a thought. Buzz! Then Ye Yangchen summoned the demon queen and the little demon whale from the game pet space again. Plop! Meet the master! At this moment, the demon queen and the little demon whale have become Ye Yangchen's pets and have become extremely docile. Woo woo! The little demon whale has only 10,000 years of cultivation now and cannot speak yet. It can only rub Ye Yangchen's feet gently with its huge head. Haha! It's done! The girls were surprised to see that the two deep-sea demon whales became so docile. When the demon queen was about to self-destruct, she scared everyone. Chapter 433 The Deep-Sea Demon Whale King and his family of 3 meet. Perfectly passed the 8th test, the affinity of the sea god's power reached 80%, and the age of all soul rings increased by 8,000 years. Rewards are superimposed, and the affinity of the life power reaches 100%. When Ye Yangchen subdued the demon queen, the 8th test was successfully passed, and the rewards of the sea god and the goddess of life were officially obtained. The affinity of life power has reached 100%. It's time to accept the inheritance of the throne. Are you ready? At this time, the voice of the goddess of life sounded in Ye Yangchen's mind, ready to pass the throne to him. The 9th test set by the sea god for me has not been completed yet. How to inherit it? Ye Yangchen was stunned when he heard the words of the goddess of life. I can help you erase the soul mark planted by the sea god. For me, this is just a trivial matter. The goddess of life asked the sea god to give Ye Yangchen the test of God in order to take advantage of the sea god and let the little guy reach level 99 as soon as possible. Now that this goal has been achieved, there is no need to carry out the 9th test of the sea god's halberd. Goddess sister, don't be so anxious for now. I will practice for a while, maybe I will break through the 100th level by myself. Ye Yangchen asked the goddess of life to slow down. He had a cheat. As long as he continued to practice the 3rd volume of Hunyuanju, he could break the shackles of the plane and break through the 100th level. So he asked the goddess of life to slow down. Oh! You want to break the plane limit by yourself? Are you sure? The goddess of life was also surprised to see that Ye Yangchen had such an idea. I want to try it, but I don't think it's a big problem. Ye Yangchen nodded. If you want to become a god in the Douluo plane, you must absorb the power of faith. In fact, it is the power of God, but you didn't collect any power of faith? Where do you get the power of God? The goddess of life was also shocked by Ye Yangchen's idea and didn't understand what this little guy was going to do. Sister goddess, do I still need to collect the power of faith? There is ready-made power in the Sea Temple and the Angel Temple. I can just absorb it and convert it into my own divine power. The old man with white beard I met in my dream before said that this universe is the weakest among all the heavens and the worlds, and the road to becoming a god with the power of faith will not go far after all. People still have to rely on themselves. The so-called divine power is just an energy one level higher than soul power, not a magical thing. Ye Yangchen seriously deceived the goddess of life and even brought up the old man with white beard, so that she had to believe it. Ye Yangchen is now practicing the Tai Chi Yin Yang Soul Core. The soul power is converted and compressed by itself, which is the divine power. As long as he accumulates his own soul power to level 99.99, he can break through the 100th level, but this process is a little slower. If he absorbs the divine power directly, it will be faster. Besides, Ye Yangchen has a game ID in his body. He feels that he has traveled to this Douluo world, which is equivalent to brushing a novice village copy. The limitation of the Douluo plane does not exist for me, and I have not felt the limitation of the plane. Will you inherit my throne? Hearing that this universe is the weakest among all the worlds, the goddess of life suddenly felt that the throne seemed to have no appeal to Ye Yangchen. It depends on you, goddess. If you pass it to me, I will inherit it. As for inheriting the throne, Ye Yangchen felt that it was just like that. It was nothing more than giving himself a position in the god realm, which was equivalent to having a system. With the throne, it would only speed up his cultivation. Okay, then you try it first. If it doesn't work, I will pass the throne to you. The goddess of life also wanted to see how this guy broke through the 100th level, and from the tone of this little guy, he seemed very confident. Goddess, you just wait, I will definitely give you a surprise. Liang Chen nodded and said that he had a cheat. If he still couldn't break through the 100th level, he might as well find a piece of tofu and die. Then work hard. I look forward to the day when you become the god of creation. The goddess of life saw that Liang Chen was so confident, and she must have been fully confident that as long as this little guy could become the god of creation, he could follow her to the outside universe in the future. At the same time, in the life temple of the god realm, the goddess of life and the god of destruction were preparing to send their clones to the small world, and suddenly received a message from the goddess of life, and was stunned. This kid is already a demigod, and he doesn't accept the inheritance of the godhood. He actually wants to break through the 100th level by himself. Is it possible? The god of destruction felt that Liang Chen was bragging, but there is no evidence. Let's wait and see. He said he wants to absorb the power from the sea god temple or the angel temple and transform it into his own power. In that case, let's wait patiently. Maybe he can really create a miracle. Goddess of life, let the god of destruction not be too anxious. If this kid breaks through the 100th level and becomes a god by himself, it would be an innovation. The god of destruction can imagine that Liang Chen can become a god without faith, which will definitely cause a shock. By the way, Xiaolu. He said he wants to absorb the power of the sea god to transform it into his own power. Did the sea god agree? The god of destruction can imagine that if Liang Chen pulls out all the faith power collected by the sea god, the expression on the sea god's face will definitely be very good. Shui Yua is the next generation of sea god, and she is also the girlfriend of that little guy. What can sea god have any opinion on? That's right, let's wait and see. The goddess of life and the god of destruction also knew that sea god was just passing down the throne and then running away, and he didn't care about anything at all. After finishing the chat with the goddess of life, Liang Chen was also planning. After returning to Sea God Island this time, he would directly absorb a wave of divine power in the Sea God Temple. After returning to the mainland, he would go to the Angel Temple to absorb another wave of divine power, and then transform it into the power of Hunyuan through the Hunyuan Ju. Breaking through the 100th level would be a piece of cake. Xiao Chen, what are you thinking about? Brother Yet, why don't you move? Shui Binger, Jin Linger and others saw that Liang Chen was motionless, so they hurriedly woke him up. Nothing, I'm thinking about becoming a god. Have you got the reward for the 8th test? After Liang Chen came back to his senses, he saw the 4 girls looking at him curiously, with questions in their beautiful eyes. All are in hand. Buzz. The girls nodded, and then showed their soul rings. After completing the red 8 tests, they were rewarded with a level of soul power, and the age of all soul rings increased by 8,000 years. The red octagonal star mark on their foreheads also turned into a light spot and disappeared. Xuzu King's soul power rose to level 94, Shui Binger to level 96, Jin Linger to level 97, and Ye Lingling to level 99. In addition, Xuzu King and Ye Lingling's 7th soul rings also turned into red 100,000 year soul rings. Not bad. Looking at the soul rings of the girls, all of which were 6 black and 3 red, Liang Chen nodded with satisfaction. It must be said that the sea god was quite generous and gave everyone very generous rewards for the god test. Lingling is now level 99, the same as Xiao Chen. Sister Ling, we are so far behind you now. Shui Binger, Jin Linger and Xuzu King felt the powerful aura emanating from Ye Lingling and were envious. It's nothing. You will reach it soon. Ye Lingling smiled modestly. She was able to achieve her current achievements thanks to Ye Liangchen's help. Sister Ling, if Aunt Ye knew that you are now a level 99 titled Douluo, she would definitely jump for joy. Ye Liangchen looked at Ye Lingling with a smile. She used to be the weakest member in the Tianshui girls group, but now she is the first to reach level 99. She just had good luck and was given a hydrangea martial spirit by the flower god. Thank you, brother Xiao Chen. Without your help, I wouldn't be here today. Ye Lingling smiled sweetly, then flew to Ye Liangchen, hugged him tightly and gave him a kiss. Wow! Sister Ling, are you so bold? Xuzu King and Jin Linger were watching from the side, their eyes were straight. They didn't expect Ye Lingling, who was always known for her quietness, to be so proactive. I can't help myself. My dear sisters, thank you for your company and support along the way. I love you forever. Ye Lingling then flew over and hugged Shui Binger, Xuzu King and Jin Linger in her arms. Hey! Lingling, if you want to be intimate, you have to go back to the boat first. Yes. We are still floating on the sea. If we are not careful, we will fall into the water and get wet. Faced with such a passionate Ye Lingling, Shui Binger, Jin Linger, and Xuzu King couldn't help but tease. You are so bad. Ye Lingling rolled her eyes in a charming way. For a moment, she was like a blooming lotus, extremely beautiful. Puff. The Queen of Demons couldn't help laughing when she saw such a scene, but her huge whale head made her laugh a little scary. Queen of Demons, we just hurt you, I will treat you. Shua. The Queen of Demons' laughter immediately woke up Shui Binger and others. Yelingling saw that there were several wounds on the back of the Queen of Demons, so she quickly summoned her martial soul to treat the big whale. Thank you. With Yelingling's treatment, the Demon Queen's wounds healed quickly and recovered in a few seconds. Demon Queen, I'm sorry. We were a little too strong just now and hurt you. Shui Binger, Xuzu King, and Jinlinger were also a little embarrassed, so they apologized to the Demon Queen. It's okay, I'm thick-skinned, this injury is nothing. The Demon Queen shook her huge head and didn't take it to heart. After becoming Ye Liangchen's pet, her thinking had changed dramatically. Demon Queen, your husband back then now he has been sacrificed to Sister Yua, and his soul is preserved in the soul ring. Sister Yua is the inheritor of the sea god, and will help you in the future. My husband reshapes his body and can make it a god. Ye Liangchen told the Queen of Demons about the deep sea demon whale king so that it would not feel uncomfortable. So that's how it is, Master. If you had told me earlier, we wouldn't have fought. After hearing what Ye Liangchen said, the Queen of Demons felt very aggrieved. If she had known this, she would have directly recognized this human boy as her master, and she would not have been beaten in vain. Just now, we haven't finished talking yet, and you started fighting, and we didn't have time to say anything. Ye Liangchen spread his hands and thought, I beat you just to subdue you, and you started it first, so we had to fight back. Queen of Demons, don't worry about it, quickly transform into a human form and show us. Jinlinger knew that the fierce beast could switch freely between human and beast forms, so she asked the Queen of Demons to transform. Okay. Buzz. A burst of black light burst out from the Demon Queen's body, and then a beautiful woman in black appeared in front of everyone. Wow! So beautiful! Shui Binger and others looked at the Demon Queen's hot body, and their eyes lit up immediately, especially the pair of majestic breasts in front of her chest, which felt comparable to Xuzu King. Thank you. The Demon Queen was also very excited to be praised by several human girls for her beauty. Hey! Why don't you come over? At this time, Shui Yua and others shouted loudly on the boat in the distance. Here they come. Swoosh! Ye Liangchen, Shui Binger and others flew over immediately. Woo woo! The Demon Queen made a strange whoosh sound to the little demon whale, meaning it to keep up with everyone. Woo woo! Splash swish! Seeing this, the little demon whale made a series of sounds from its mouth, and immediately followed behind everyone, swimming quickly over. When the Demon Queen followed Ye Liangchen and his party to the big ship, her hot body and beautiful appearance immediately attracted the attention of Shui Yua and others. Wow! Demon Queen, I didn't expect you to be so beautiful after your transformation. It feels like you are comparable to Ying Mei. Shui Yua, Shui Wu and others immediately surrounded her and commented on the beauty of the Demon Queen. Athes. Looking at these human women chattering and commenting on her appearance and figure, the Demon Queen felt a little embarrassed. Demon Queen, don't be surprised, everyone welcomes you. Let me introduce you, this is Shui Binger. Xiao Bai stepped forward and introduced Shui Binger and the others to the Demon Queen, so that the beast could get to know them. It's nice to meet you. Please take care of me in the future. The Demon Queen smiled and immediately reached out to shake hands with Shui Binger and the others. These human women were all the master's confidants, and she had to get along well with them. Shua. Deep Sea Demon Whale King, come out and meet your wife. At this time, Shui Yua showed her golden soul ring and used her mental power to awaken the soul of the Deep Sea Demon Whale King. Buzz. The next moment, the Deep Sea Demon Whale King directly emerged from the soul ring in human form. Are you okay? The Deep Sea Demon Whale King was stunned when he saw that his wife was with everyone. Not bad. I heard the master talk about you. Why are you so stubborn? The Demon Queen looked at her husband, who was now only a soul, and felt a little sad. I'm fine now, you don't have to be sad. The Deep Sea Demon Whale King smiled bitterly, but now that he was sacrificed to Shui Yua, he was also reborn. Woo woo. The little demon whale on the sea stared at the Deep Sea Demon Whale King with a pair of huge eyes, making a woo woo sound from his mouth, as if crying. I didn't expect our daughter to grow up so big. I'm not a qualified father. The soul of the Deep Sea Demon Whale King floated to the deck, looking at his daughter with red eyes, feeling very guilty. In order to intimidate the Sea God Island, he left this deep demon sea, leaving the pregnant Demon Queen alone here. Let's not talk about this. Now our family of 3 have surrendered to the master, and we all have the opportunity to become gods in the future. The Queen comforted the Deep Sea Demon Whale King, saying that he didn't need to be sad. With the blessing of his master, the family of 3 had a bright future. Demon Whale King, don't worry. We will protect your wife and daughter in the future. Shui Binger and others saw this and promised the Deep Sea Demon Whale King that they would never let his wife and daughter get hurt. Thank you. The Deep Sea Demon Whale King bowed respectfully to the women, and then his soul returned to Shui Yuer's golden soul ring. Chapter 434 Pulling the Power of the Sea God. Then Yang Chen put the big ship into the game backpack space and let the queen carry everyone back to the Sea God Island. Plop! Everyone come up! The queen immediately jumped into the water, restored herself to the deep sea demon whale, and then asked everyone to jump on her back. Shua shua! Thank you, queen! Everyone immediately jumped onto the broad back of the demon whale, feeling like they were on the deck of a super large ship. At this moment, Yang Chen felt that standing on the back of the deep sea demon whale was like stepping onto an aircraft carrier on the Blue Star in his previous life. Everyone, you're welcome. This is what I should do. Voila voila! The demon queen began to swing her tail and swam forward quickly, her huge body like a moving hill. Woo woo! The little demon whale also immediately swam with the demon queen, making a woo woo sound of joy. Xiao Bai also returned to her original form as the demon soul great white shark, and accompanied the little demon whale on both sides of the demon queen, like two guards. Xiao Bai, you look so small now. Everyone looked at the more than 20-meter long body of the demon soul great white shark king, which was just a small fish compared to the huge body of the demon queen. There's nothing we can do. Different species naturally have different body shapes. Xiao Bai shook his head helplessly. In front of the deep-sea demon whale, he was just a little cutie. Although the demon queen was big, she swam very fast. A few days later, she brought everyone to the sea where the Sea God Island was located. Voila voila! When the demon queen's mountain-like body entered the defense circle of the demon soul great white sharks, the breath of the beast directly frightened the demon soul great white sharks patrolling around the Sea God Island. For a moment, there was chaos and the sea water outside the Sea God Island was boiling. Be quiet! Ji! Xiao Bai shouted loudly, and then made a sound from his mouth to comfort the tribesmen not to panic. Under Xiao Bai's comfort, the demon soul great white sharks stopped their restlessness and quickly left to make way for the demon queen. Shoo shoo! Because the demon queen's body was too huge, its arrival caused too much noise, which immediately attracted the attention of Poseidon and the 7 sacred pillars guardians, so everyone came to the coast to check the situation. Is this the demon queen? She's as big as the deep-sea demon whale king. When Poseidon and his party saw the huge body of the demon queen, they felt like a small mountain rushing towards the Sea God Island. It was really shocking. Xiaobai, take the demon queen and the little demon whale to familiarize themselves with the waters around the Sea God Island. You will guard the Sea God Island together in the future. Yang Chen planned to let the demon queen and the little demon whale be the guardian beasts of the Sea God Island. No problem, leave it to me. Xiaobai promised Yang Chen that he would arrange it properly. It was not bad to have 2 deep-sea demon whales as neighbors. Master, aren't you going to take us away? The demon queen was a little surprised when she saw Yang Chen arrange her on the Sea God Island. You are sea soul beasts, only suitable for survival in the sea. The deep-sea demon whale is too big, and there is no environment suitable for them to survive on the mainland, so Yang Chen can only let these 2 big guys stay on the Sea God Island. Master, I will follow your arrangement. The Queen of Demons thought about it. Although she could transform into a human form, her child only had 10,000 years of cultivation and could not transform. She could not leave the sea and could only stay in the sea. Shui Binger, Shui Yuer and others looked at the 200-meter-long body of the Queen of Demons. It was estimated that she needed tens of thousands of kilograms of fish and shrimp every time she ate. If Yang Chen brought these 2 deep-sea demon whales back to Tenglong City, there was no way to find so much food for them. Queen of Demons, come with me. I will take you to familiarize yourself with the waters of the entire Sea God Island. Okay, Xiaobai. Voila voila! At this time, Xiaobai took the Queen of Demons and her daughter to swim away, leaving huge waves surging in all directions. You really gave us a big surprise. Poseidon looked at Yang Chen with a smile. This little guy treated a 400,000-year-old soul beast pet as the guardian beast of the Sea God Island. Now the Sea God Island is safer. It's a small matter, not worth mentioning. Yang Chen smiled calmly. Young master, did you encounter any difficulties in subduing this deep-sea demon whale? Sea Dragon Douluo and others asked curiously. A 400,000-year-old deep-sea demon whale must be very powerful. It's not difficult. That big stupid fish couldn't even beat the 4 of us later, it wanted to self-destruct, but was subdued by Brother Ye in one move. Jinlinger introduced the process of subduing the demon queen to Sea Dragon Douluo and others in detail, with a proud smile on her face. The 7 Saint Pillar Guardians looked at Jinling's Versailles smile and thought, today's young people are too scary. A 400,000-year-old deep-sea demon whale is not enough for these girls to fight. Puff Shui Binger and others were also amused by Jinlinger's smug look. The demon queen's strength is at most equivalent to the peak level 97 of human beings. At that time, Sister Ling was level 98, you were level 96, Sister Binger was level 95, and even Zhu Qing was level 93. 4 of you against 1, isn't that a piece of cake? What's there to be proud of? Yeliang Chen rubbed Jinlinger's head and told her not to be too proud. Brother Yet, do you believe it? In fact, with my strength of level 96 at that time, it was no problem for me to single-handedly kill that big stupid fish. Jinlinger saw that Yeliang Chen looked down on her, and she was a little dissatisfied. She thought, Brother Yet, dare to look down on me, when my strength catches up with you, I will make sure you can't get out of bed for 3 days and 3 nights. Puff. Everyone was amused by Jinlinger's arrogant look again. Okay, you are awesome. Let's go back to the forbidden land of Sea God Island to pack up and prepare to return to the mainland. Yeliang Chen smiled helplessly, and then called everyone to rush towards the forbidden land of Sea God Island. Poseidon also followed Yeliang Chen and his group back to the forbidden area of Poseidon Island. He felt a little reluctant to let these young people go. The rule left by Poseidon is that you must cultivate to level 99 within 10 years to open the 9th level of Poseidon. Test, complete the inheritance of the sea god. At this time, Poseidon thought that Shui Yuer's 9th test was a bit tight, so he reminded the girl to hurry up. Great priest, I will work hard. Shui Yuer waved her fist, indicating that she would definitely work hard to practice to level 99. Great priest, how long did it take you to level up from level 98 to level 99? Shui Binger and others asked curiously. When I practiced to level 96, I opened the next 3 tests again. Therefore, I did not practice formally from level 97 onwards. The requirements of Lord Sea God for us Sea Soul Masters are different from your Land Soul Masters. Our tests are completed in 10 years. It took me 65 years to complete the 8th test of Hengji. Poseidon introduced all his tests in detail to Shui Binger and others. Frankly speaking, compared with Yeliang Chen and other young people, Poseidon felt a little embarrassed. 65 years? So long. Shui Binger and others found it hard to imagine that Poseidon had been undergoing the sea god's test since he was 18 years old. When he reached level 99, he was 83 years old. Yes. This is my life. Poseidon smiled bitterly. He had spent most of his life in the process of the sea god's 8 tests. If he hadn't met Yeliang Chen, this monster, he would have to sacrifice himself if someone else obtained the sea god's inheritance in the future. Great worshipper, you have suffered. Shui Binger, Shui Yuer and others felt a little blocked in their hearts at this moment, and hurried over to hug Poseidon in their arms. After you came, you brought me happiness. Now I am not suffering anymore. Seeing these little girls caring about him so much, Poseidon felt warm in his heart and felt extremely happy. After returning to the forbidden area of Sea God Mountain, Yeliang Chen rushed directly to the Sea God Temple, intending to pull out the power of the Sea God in the temple, and use the power of the Sea God to help Shui Yuer improve his soul power. Will this work? Poseidon, Shui Binger, Feng Xiaotian and others were stunned when they learned of Yeliang Chen's idea. It should be feasible. Yeliang Chen nodded. The Soul Master's soul power improvement is actually a process of accumulation. Originally, there was no advanced cultivation method in this world, which led to the slow improvement of Soul Master's soul power. However, he had the advanced cultivation method of Hunyuanju, and improving soul power was a piece of cake. Swoosh! Everyone also stepped onto the sea temple to see how Yeliang Chen operated. Now that the Sea God Island has undergone a series of reforms by Yeliang Chen, the power of faith has become purer and richer than before. The Sea God Trident has been shining with golden light, illuminating the hall of the temple, making the entire temple magnificent. Xiao Chen, what should I do? Although Shui Yuer also wanted to use the power in the Sea God Temple to improve her own strength, she had only practiced the 2nd level of Hunyuanju, and her affinity with the power was only about 90%, and she could not directly absorb the power. Sister Yuer, sit cross-legged, practice the skills, calm your mind, and leave the rest to me. Yeliang Chen told Shui Yuer to get ready, and then began to absorb the divine power in the temple according to the key points of cultivation in the 3rd volume of Hunyuanju. Shua Shua. As Yeliang Chen practiced, Tai Chi Yin Yang soul cores appeared around him, and the golden energy in the temple began to surge, quickly flowing into Yeliang Chen's 2 soul cores and converting into his own energy. Then, Yeliang Chen put his hands on Shui Yuer's back and directly transferred the absorbed energy to her. When the golden energy merged into her body, Shui Yuer suddenly felt her body tighten, and the powerful energy filled her limbs and bones, making her unable to help but shout. Oh, you head, quickly absorb it with all your strength. Yeliang Chen reminded Shui Yuer not to be distracted. Xiao Chen, I'm sorry, it's so comfortable, I can't help but shout, sister. Shui Yuer smiled and immediately activated the Hunyuanju to absorb and refine the energy passed to her by Yeliang Chen. Puchi. Everyone was amused by Shui Yuer's lewd words. This girl's eccentric personality has never changed. 4 hours later, the golden energy in the entire temple was reduced by half. Although the 8 miniature holy pillars continuously provided the power of faith, they could not offset Yeliang Chen's absorption speed, so he had to stop absorbing the power. How is it? How do you feel? How much has your soul power increased? Poseidon, Shui Binger, and others immediately surrounded her and asked about Shui Yuer's situation. I feel that my soul power has increased to level 98.5. Shui Yuer excitedly told everyone her feelings, just like a dream. My god, this is too fast. In 4 hours, Shui Yuer has risen from level 98 to level 98.5. It's incredible. Or has the pavilion master become a god now? Feng Xiaotian, Hulina, and others were even more shocked. Such means are simply miracles. Don't be surprised. Xiaoqin's current means are actually almost the same as those of a god. Poseidon remembered that the sea god also used this method to help the guardians of the 7 sacred pillars improve their strength. Yeliangchen is not a god yet, but he has done it. It's incredible. After resting for a few days, Yeliangchen saw that the energy in the sea god temple was abundant again, so he began to absorb divine power to improve his strength. Hunyuan Wuji, Kyunkan creation, Wangxiang returned to Yuan. Shua. Reciting a mantra of cultivation in his heart, Yeliangchen began to practice Hunyuan Ju. In an instant, the golden energy in the sea god temple quickly flowed into the Tai Chi Yin Yang soul core in front of Yeliangchen as if falling asleep. Since it was only Yeliangchen himself who absorbed the divine power this time, the speed of absorbing the divine power was faster. In less than 2 hours, all the golden energy in the entire sea god temple was sucked dry, and the golden energy surrounding the sea god trident was also sucked dry. For a moment, the entire hall became dark. Kaka. At this time, the divine consciousness in the soul sea of the goddess of life Yeliangchen revived, and directly shattered the trident soul seal planted by the sea god on the little guy's forehead. Anyway, the current sea god assessment has no effect on his inheritor. Athes. Poseidon, Shui Binger, and others were immediately shocked by Yeliangchen's operation. The divine power in the entire temple was sucked dry by this evildoer. This is too terrible. What's going on? Hiss. It turns out that this kid is the one who did it. At the moment when the harpoon mark on Yeliangchen's forehead shattered, the sea god in the sea god temple far away in the god realm also felt something unusual. After a careful inspection, he found that all the divine power in the lower world temple was sucked away by Yeliangchen, and he was stunned. Shua. You kid is too cruel. Leave some for me. At this moment, the sea god's divine consciousness incarnation was directly projected down and landed in the sea god temple. In an instant, the golden light illuminated the entire hall again. Greetings to the sea god. Poseidon, Shui Binger, Feng Xiaotian, and others saw the sea god coming and immediately saluted respectfully. Get up. The sea god waved his hand and quickly helped everyone up. Poseidon, I'm sorry. I accidentally absorbed too much and sucked all the power in your temple. Yeliangchen finished his work and felt that his soul power seemed to have increased to level 99.5. Hey! The harpoon mark planted by Poseidon in his body also disappeared. He hadn't made a move yet, so it must be the goddess of life who made a move. I heard from the goddess of life that you want to break through the 100th level by yourself. Poseidon didn't care about Yeliangchen absorbing the power in the Poseidon temple, but was curious about Yeliangchen's idea of breaking through the 100th level and becoming a god by himself. I have this idea. Becoming a god at the 100th level is actually just converting the soul power in the body into a high-level soul power, and there is ready-made power in your temple, so I just absorbed a little bit. As long as the soul power is accumulated to level 99.99, breaking through the 100th level is not a problem. Yeliangchen described his idea to Poseidon. He had a plug-in and was not restricted by the plane, so becoming a god was not a problem. You are really young and formidable. Your idea is very bold, so I'll see how you perform. You can absorb the divine power in the temple, but don't absorb it all at once, otherwise the temple will suddenly become dark again. The sea god is now one of Yeliangchen's largest investors, and he also expects this monster to create miracles. Shua. Then the sea god injected a divine power into the sea god trident, making the entire temple hall bright again. After doing all this, the sea god's divine consciousness incarnation returned to the god realm. Chapter 435 Soul Bone Armor appears in bulk. Xiao Chen, you just absorbed all the golden energy in the sea god temple, so how much has your soul power increased now? Shui Binger saw the sea god leave, and immediately came over to ask about Yeliangchen's situation. It has only increased to level 99.7. Yeliangchen nodded. Since Yeliangchen's soul power reached level 99, the sea god and the goddess of life no longer rewarded soul power. Once a soul master reaches this level, the energy required to improve soul power is too much. These days, through daily practice, he has only practiced to level 99.3. Before, he absorbed the divine power from the sea god temple and improved by 0.4 levels at once, which is much faster than practicing on his own. Level 99.7, so if he absorbs more divine power, he will soon reach level 100. Soul power training is too easy for him. Shui Binger, Feng Xiaotian, and others were stunned. This upgrade speed is just like drinking water. Why is the gap between people so big? The Soul Master's cultivation itself is to plunder the energy of heaven and earth for their own use. As long as there is enough energy, the speed of improvement will be very fast. You all have the Xian Gong, a cultivation method of the other world. There is no bottleneck for you before level 99. Even if you don't get the inheritance of the god position, you can still cultivate to level 99, but it will take a little longer. Yangchen asked everyone not to make a fuss. In fact, most practitioners in the fantasy world rely on absorbing the energy of heaven and earth to become stronger, and this is even more true in the Douluo world. The pavilion master is right. In the past, there was no systematic cultivation method in our world. Soul masters only relied on meditation to cultivate, which was too crude. Feng Xiaotian, Hulina, and others nodded. Before they came into contact with Xian Gong, they never knew that cultivating soul power could be so simple. Xiao Chen, the sea god said before that you want to break the plane limit by yourself, so as to break through the 100th level to become a god. What's the matter? Don't you inherit the position of the goddess of life? Yes. Xiao Chen, why do you have such an idea? Poseidon and Ye Lai recalled the conversation between Yangchen and Poseidon before, and couldn't figure out what this little guy was going to do. Of course I have to inherit, but I talked to the goddess of life and broke through the 100th level by myself first. Yangchen explained that he didn't create his own godhood, and after breaking through the 100th level, he would be a 100th level priest, and there would be nothing wrong with inheriting the godhood of the goddess of life. What are the plain restrictions? Shui Binger asked curiously. The plain restrictions are just that there are too many gods in the god realm and the resources are limited, so the god realm committee has made a plain rule. If a soul master wants to become a god, in addition to creating a godhood like the god of the sea, the other is to inherit the godhood. Think about it, there are 108 planes under the god realm. If all practitioners can become gods after 100 refinements, it will probably be overcrowded by then. Yangchen explained the plain restrictions to everyone. To put it bluntly, the god realm is not big enough to accommodate so many gods. This is also the reason why the god of destruction has always wanted to expand the god realm. So that's it. Everyone suddenly realized that the lower world cannot become a god, and everything is due to the god realm. Now that we have all completed the 8th test, it's time to return to the mainland. Great worshipper, Sister Li, goodbye. Yangchen is not going to absorb the power of the sea god temple now, so he asked everyone to pack up and prepare to return to the mainland. Didn't Lord Sea God tell you to continue absorbing the power? Poseidon saw that Yangchen was going to return to the mainland. To be honest, he was a little reluctant. I won't absorb the power of the sea god now. I plan to go to the angel temple to get some power later. Yangchen couldn't always take advantage of the sea god. There was more power in the angel temple. If he took some power there, he should be able to upgrade to level 100. Everyone was shocked by Yangchen's words. This guy took advantage of the sea god and planned to take advantage of the angel god. It felt a bit shameless. Remember to practice hard and don't waste time. Seeing that the young people were going back to the mainland, Poseidon warned Shui Yu'er to make an effort. After all, only if she became a god could he break the restrictions imposed by the sea god. High priest, don't worry. I will work hard and won't let you down. I will help you become a god in the future. Shui Yu'er threw herself into Poseidon's arms and kissed him on the face. High priest, Sister Li, we will miss you. Then Shui Binger and a group of girls also came forward and hugged Poseidon and Ye Lai. Yet. I miss you too. Have a good trip. Poseidon and Ye Lai were reluctant to leave these girls. They had been together for so long that they were already considered family. Goodbye, great worshipper. Goodbye, Sister Li. Feng Xiaotian and others also bid farewell to Poseidon and Ye Lai. They had been on Poseidon Island for more than 4 years and had been taken care of by the two girls. Everyone was very grateful. Goodbye. Poseidon and Ye Lai watched Yangchen and his party leave Poseidon Mountain. The next time they meet, it is estimated that Shui Yu'er will inherit the title of Poseidon. After leaving the forbidden area of Poseidon Island, Yangchen and his party said goodbye to the guardians of the 7 sacred pillars, and then took a big ship to leave Poseidon Island. Finally, we can go back to the mainland. Shui Binger, Feng Xiaotian, Hulina, and others have been on the Sea God Island for so many years. They miss their families very much and want to return to the mainland as soon as possible to reunite with their families. Huala huala. So Feng Xiaotian and others were full of energy, and the big boat was rowed very fast by everyone, sailing towards the mainland. After sailing for a few hours, everyone found a sheltered island, parked the boat, and started cooking. Master, you went back to the mainland some time ago, you should have gone to see the young master? How strong is she now? At this time, Hulina asked Yangchen about Jianrongxiu's strength. The young master accepted the inheritance of the angel god, she must have reached the level of Super Douluo now. Is there any need to say this? Xiaoyu, Yan, Jin Yaoer, and others also discussed Jianrongxiu. When everyone left, the woman's soul power was close to that of a soul saint, and it must be not low now. Her current soul power is level 97, with 7 black and 2 red soul rings. Yeliang Chen explained. Level 97. How many tests does she have left? Shui Binger and others were also a little surprised when they heard that Jian Rongxiu had reached level 97. She has completed the 8th test and is currently fusing the angel god armor soul bone passed down by the Jian family. Each angel inheritance soul bone is 99,999 years old. After the 6 soul bones are fused, the soul bone age will reach 100,000 years, forming an angel god armor. Currently, Sister Shui has fused 5 soul bones. As for whether her soul power can reach level 99 after fusing the last one, it is still unknown. Yeliang Chen explained Jian Rongxiu's plug-in to let everyone know the secrets of the angel family. Wow! Each soul bone is 99,999 years old, this is too cool. Why is the inherited soul bone of the angel family not 100,000 years old, but 99,999 years old? This is too strange. I don't know. When they heard that Jian Rongxiu had a set of angel god suit soul bones, everyone envied them and thought, as expected of the young master of the spirit hall, he is lucky. Only 100,000 years. Brother Yi's soul bone suits are all millions of years old. Jin Linger felt that Jian Rongxiu's soul bone suit was just so-so, and compared with Yeliang Chen's, it was not worth mentioning. Jin Linger, do you think everyone is as lucky as the pavilion master? That's right. It's as hard as ascending to heaven for ordinary people to get a soul bone. Feng Xiaotian, Hulina and others were speechless by Jin Linger's Versailles look. Xiao Chen, I have good news for you. Except for the 2 sisters Xuzu King, everyone's soul bones are full. At this time, Shui Binger told Yeliang Chen the news. When did it happen? How come I didn't know? Yeliang Chen was stunned when he heard that the soul bones of Feng Xiaotian, Hulina and other soul Douluos were all full. It seems that everyone has not been idle since he returned to the mainland. Some time ago, we went deep into the continent to look for the demon queen. Naturally, we encountered many powerful 10,000-year soul beasts attacking us. We had to fight back. In 2 months, we got a total of 13 10,000-year soul bones, and finally completed the last soul bone. But we didn't tell the high priest, lest she think we were too cruel. Feng Xiaotian smiled and slowly told the story of how everyone got the soul bones. Frankly speaking, the excitement of the sea voyage during this period was the same as the hunting of the evil demon killer whale. Okay. After listening to Feng Xiaoshan's description, Yeliang Chen couldn't help but give everyone a thumbs up. Pavilion Master, they also gave us 4 soul bones. This is the soul bone, please keep it. At this time, Zhu Ziyun and Zhu Zilin took out the soul bones from the soul guide. There were a total of 4 pieces, all of which were more than 20,000 years old. They were 2 leg soul bones and 2 arm soul bones. The 2 sisters felt that this was the public property of Tenglong Pavilion and were embarrassed to take it, so they gave the soul bones to Yeliang Chen. Since everyone gave it to you, then absorb it. I remember that 2 level 3 gods seem to want you to inherit it, so improve your strength as soon as possible. You need to complete the soul bones in the future before you can inherit the godhood. Yeliang Chen asked the Zhu sisters to accept the soul bones. He didn't need these 10,000-year soul bones now, and the 2 sisters were Zhu Zuking's sisters, so they were not outsiders. We are good partners, and we are all in the same boat. Don't be embarrassed. Shui Binger and others also advised that since Yeliang Chen brought the Zhu sisters to the Sea God Island, it means that they are his own people. Thank you, Pavilion Master, thank you everyone. The Zhu sisters respectfully saluted Yeliang Chen and others, and then put away the soul bones. The sisters have not absorbed these soul bones yet, and plan to wait until they are level 79, and then use the soul bones to impact level 80. After your soul bones are completed, have you formed soul bone armor? Yeliang Chen asked everyone. Yes, some time ago, the 6 soul bones in my body suddenly heated up, and then combined into a set of armor. Crack! Shui Yuer was the first to use her mind to activate the 6 soul bones. In an instant, rays of light lit up from her head, back and limbs, forming an armor that was put on her body. Look at us! Crack, crack! Shui Binger, Jin Linger, Zhu Zuking, Yelingling and others also activated their soul bones. In an instant, colorful lights rose from their bodies, and then formed soul bone armor, which was put on them, like a group of female war gods. It's so cool. Our soul bones haven't reacted yet, and we don't know when they will appear. Shui Binger and the others only got their soul bone armor some time ago. It's estimated that we will have to wait until we become titled Douluo before they appear. Yes. Yes. Feng Xiaotian, Hulina, Hua Wushuan and others looked at the cool soul bone armor on the Tianshui women's group, expecting their soul bone suits to react as soon as possible. Not bad. When you accept the inheritance of the godhood, the soul bone suit will be peeled off again to form a god suit. Looking at the soul bone armor suits of the women, Yeliang Chen nodded in approval. To become a god, you have to peel off all your soul bones? How can you bear that? When everyone heard that they had to peel off their soul bones when accepting the inheritance of the godhood, they were shocked. Sure enough, becoming a god is not that simple. Yes. Becoming a god is not that easy. When you finally accept the inheritance of the godhood, you have to go through the test of 7 emotions and 6 desires. In fact, it is just a test of your state of mind. Everyone must be determined. Yangchen reminded everyone to be mentally prepared. When we absorbed the 100,000-year soul ring in the 8th soul ring, our whole body almost broke apart, but we survived, didn't we? Yes. As the saying goes, only those who endure hardships can become the best. Shui Binger and others have come all the way and suffered a lot. They are determined to become gods. Brother Yet, where is your soul bone fusion skill? What does it look like? At this time, Jinlinger asked Yangchen to show the million-year soul bone armor. My soul bone fusion skill is called Shenlong Zhentian. Kaka. Yangchen used his mind to activate the soul bone, and in an instant, the dragon armor appeared on his body. Shua. Immediately afterwards, 9 rays of light appeared from the dragon-shaped armor, forming a 9-colored dragon. Ang. After the 9-colored dragon was formed, it rushed straight into the sky, making a deafening dragon roar, and then slowly descended, hovering around Yangchen, emitting a powerful pressure. Wow! This pressure is too strong. Is this a million-year soul bone? It's really so terrifying. When the 9-colored divine dragon appeared, Shui Binger and the others' legs became weak and they could hardly stand. This kind of pressure from the soul level was too terrifying. Don't be surprised, this is just the pressure brought by the million-year-old Dragon King's soul bone. Yangchen felt that his soul bone fusion skill only played a deterrent role. Of course, the soul bone armor also played a certain protective role for himself. Chapter 436 Xingluo Kingdom Changes. After Shui Binger and others demonstrated their soul bone fusion skills, they talked about their own places of inheritance of gods. Yangchen also learned that most people's places of inheritance of gods are on Douluo Star, while Yelingling, Yuhero and Hulina are in a small world outside Douluo Star. Yangchen told the 3 women not to worry, and he would take them to find the place of inheritance of gods outside Douluo Star. 10 days later, everyone happily returned to Hanhai City in Haagen-Dazs Kingdom, and then hired 2 carriages to rush to Tenglong Pavilion Transport Company. Driving on the street, everyone looked through the car window and found that most of the residents on the street today were full of smiles, which seemed different from the past, too strange. Tap tap. At this time, a patrol army passed by the carriage they were riding. Hey! Aren't these soldiers from Wuhun City? Why did they come to Hanhai City? Xiaoyu, Hulina and Yan looked at this patrol army, which turned out to be the special forces team that everyone trained in Wuhun City. Pavilion Master, I found something unusual. There are soldiers from Wuhun Hall in this city. Hulina immediately used her soul power to force the sound into a line and transmitted it to Yangchen in another carriage. I also found something unusual. Let's go to the headquarters of Tenglong Pavilion Fleet first. Yangchen spread his consciousness and scanned the entire Hanhai City. He found that there were at least 500 well-equipped special forces and a large number of ordinary troops stationed in this city. Obviously, the situation on the mainland should have changed. When he arrived at the headquarters of Tenglong Pavilion Fleet, Yangchen found that the number of staff was twice as many as before. Shua shua. Then everyone jumped off the carriage and walked directly to the headquarters building. Pavilion Master. Soon a staff member recognized Yangchen and exclaimed, which immediately attracted the attention of other staff members. Greetings, Pavilion Master. A group of staff members immediately stepped forward and saluted Yangchen. Everyone, get up. Don't be too surprised. Yangchen waved his hand and quickly used his soul power to help everyone up. You are back. At this time, Solin and several senior executives saw Yangchen and his group coming back, and immediately walked out of the building to welcome everyone into the building. Teacher Solin, has the situation on the mainland changed? Yangchen asked Solin curiously. Yes. As early as 2 months ago, the 2 empires and the upper 3 sects spread rumors that you colluded with soul beasts and intended to harm humans. In order to help you get justice, His Holiness the Pope, Miss Qianrongxu and senior sister directly killed the nobles of the 2 empires and the upper 3 sects, robbed more than 90 million gold soul coins, and then closed the Wuhun Hall in the 2 empires. Haagen-Dazs, Barak and other kingdoms and principalities directly declared their allegiance to the Spirit Hall, forming a 3-kingdoms situation with the 2 empires. Solin immediately talked about the current situation. Ah! The war started in advance. Shui Binger, Feng Xiaotian, Hulina and others were stunned when they heard it. It hasn't started yet. The 2 empires lack high-end combat power. They haven't started yet. It's in line with what Xiao Chen said. If Tang San doesn't return, the war won't start. Solin looked at everyone as if they had missed a good show, so she reminded everyone not to panic. Brother Yat, I didn't expect that this matter was also caused by you. Jinlinger found it hard to imagine that Bibi Dong, Shui Langzhen and Qianrongxu turned into bandit leaders and robbed major forces. This was really interesting. Teacher Solin, is our Zhu family okay? At this moment, Xuzu Gang thought that her three sisters had been away for so long, and she didn't know whether the family would be suppressed by the Dai family. The Zhu family is fine. Solin nodded. Brother Chen, I want to return to the Xingluo Empire and personally end the fate of the Zhu family. Xuzu Gang has never forgotten Ye Liangchen's words, asking her to become the empress of the Xingluo Empire. Now that she is a 94 level titled Douluo, she should be able to do it. Don't worry, go back to Tenglong City first, and bring more masters with you when the time comes. Ye Liangchen reminded Xuzu Gang not to be too anxious. If she wanted to launch a coup in the Xingluo Empire, she alone would not be able to do it. Okay. Xuzu Gang nodded, thinking that she should not be too impulsive. Ye Liangchen and his party gathered in Hanhai City for a while, and then said goodbye to Solin. Pavilion Master, we are going home first. Feng Xiaotian and Hua Wushuan returned to Shenfeng City and Shuo City, while Hulina and Jin Yao returned to Wuhun City. Go. We'll meet again later. Ye Liangchen nodded, and then returned to Tenglong City with Jin Linger, Shui Binger and others. A few days later, Ye Liangchen and others returned to Tenglong City, which made the top leaders of Tenglong Pavilion and Tianshui Sect excited. I've been looking forward to you for a long time, and finally you're back. Yes. Yes. Everyone immediately prepared a banquet to welcome Ye Liangchen and his party. When everyone learned that Ye Lingling and Yu Haro had obtained the opportunity of twin martial spirits, they were shocked, especially the parents of Ye Suling and Yu Haro. It felt like a dream. The flower god and the music god directly gave us a martial soul. We also felt incredible at the time. Ye Lingling and Yu Haro smiled calmly, thinking that they were lucky to get such a great opportunity. Where are Sister Kailin and the Dean? At this time, Shui Binger, Swu, and others did not see Ye Kailin and Shui Langzhen, which was very strange. They should have gone to take the god's test. Aunt Lan got the inheritance of the frost goddess, and Sister Lan got the inheritance of the natural goddess. Ye Liangchen told this matter to give Shui Binger and others a surprise. That's great. The women understood at this moment that the gods were in a hurry to run away, so they were in a hurry to pass down the throne. The return of Ye Liangchen and his group made the overall strength of Tenglong Pavilion stronger, and there was no need to worry about anything anymore. And Ye Liangchen also found that Lu Erlong actually brought a group of teachers from Lanba Academy to join Tenglong Pavilion, and a group of civilian students also came with them, which was too unexpected. In addition, there are many strong men stationed in Tianshui City by the Spirit Hall. Ye Liangchen also understands that this is Bibi Dong's arrangement. Brother Yat, I will go back to see Sister Na first, and come to see you later. 3 days later, Jin Linger bid farewell to Ye Liangchen and returned directly to the Xingda Great Forest. Go. Sister Na and the others miss you too. Ye Liangchen nodded. Brother Chen, I'm going to take action too. Xuzu Gang also decided to return to Xingluo country to solve the fate of the Zhu family for generations. In addition, Zhu Xiaomei and Zhu Yuling also went back with him to do their part. Xiao Chen, Binger, you guys who are above the super Douluo level, don't go. Leave this to us. Yes. It won't be challenging if you go. Swu, Gu Qingbo, Chu Ruo Shui, Shen Liuyu, Duguyan and other girls plan to accompany Xuzu Gang on a trip. Okay. You guys go and take care of the Zhu family's affairs. I'll take Sister Binger to the far north to look for the remains of the ice god. But to prevent accidents, Sister Ling and Sister Hero will also go with you. Ye Liangchen felt that there was no need for him to take action. With the strength of Xuzu Gang and Swu, they were enough to crush the masters of the Dai family. The reason why he asked Ye Lingling and Yu Haro to go with him was to calm the situation. Xiao Chen is right. The strong men from the Hammer Sect and Rakshasa Island may intervene. We can't be careless. The girls understood Ye Liangchen's thoughts. If they encountered the super Douluo of Rakshasa Island, everyone had a plan to deal with it. Then let's go and prevent accidents. Ye Lingling and Yu Haro thought it made sense. If the strong men from Rakshasa Island took action, they should be able to solve it with their strength. I'll go with you, and then I'll go directly to the Changsas mountains to look for the inheritance of the gods. Bai Chenxiang saw this and also went with Xuzu Gang and the others. With her current soul Douluo strength, she could also help a little. Let's go. After the division of labor was clear, the 3 Zhu sisters, Swu, and others immediately rushed to the Xingluo Empire, while Ye Liangchen took Shui Binger and Shui Yuer to the far north leisurely. As for Shui Lingfeng, Dugubo, Ling Yuan, and others, they stayed to guard the Tianshui Sect and Tenglong City base camp. Xuzu Gang and the others acted quickly and returned to the Zhu family 2 days later. Zhu Qing, Zhu Yun, Zhu Lin, my good daughters, you are finally back. Woo woo. Xuzu Gang's mother cried excitedly when she saw her 3 daughters coming back. Mother, the 3 sisters were also very excited at this moment. In the past few years, what they missed most was their mother. Don't cry, there are people watching here. Zhu Tianli reminded Xuzu Gang and her daughter to avoid being laughed at by Swu and others. Master Zhu, don't worry about these, let them cry. Swu, Yu Haro and other daughters also understood that Xuzu King had fled the family when she was 11 years old. Now it has been almost 10 years, so she naturally missed her family. Father, mother, this time I am going to overthrow the Dai family's dynasty. Buzz Xuzu King cried for a while, and directly showed her martial soul and soul ring to show her strength to her parents. This looking at the 6 black and 3 red soul rings on the little daughter, the Zhu couple's brains were buzzing, too shocked. Father, mother, our strength is not bad. Zhu Zuyun and Zhu Zulin also showed their soul rings at this moment to show their strength to their parents. Zulin, you are now a soul saint. The Zhus looked at the 7 soul rings on their second daughter and immediately felt that Ye Yangchen was a god. Not only that, with the help of Master Yat, we also developed a martial soul fusion skill called treading snow to find plums. Zhu Zuyun and Zhu Zulin also told their parents about the martial soul fusion skill to make their parents happy. Treading snow to find plums. Good. Good. Master Yi's methods are really amazing. Seeing that their 2 daughters were able to develop martial soul fusion skills, the Zhus admired Ye Yangchen's methods even more. Then Zhu Tianli summoned the backbone members of the family to discuss the coup. Xuzu King, how sure are you? The other elders of the Zhu family saw that Ye Yangchen, the evildoer, did not come, and they were not sure. After all, launching a coup was too complicated. Big, there is no turning back once the arrow is shot. If you are not careful, the Zhu family will be doomed. I am 100% sure. All my sisters are titled Douluo. Among them, Sister Ling and Sister Hiro are level 99 and 98 respectively. What can the Dai family use to stop them? Zhu Zuking said domineeringly. Overthrowing the Dai dynasty is just her small goal. Wow. Okay. Okay. Let's do it. Seeing this, everyone stopped worrying. Then the head of the Zhu family directly summoned the masters of the family, and a group of people rushed to the palace. Your Majesty, the Zhu family rushed to the palace. In addition, Zhu Zuking is also here, and there are several masked women. The Zhu family's actions were soon discovered by the royal spies. What? Zhu Zuking is back. Xingluo Emperor Dai Tianfeng had a bad feeling. Zhu Zuking was back and might lead the Zhu family to launch a coup. Father, what should we do? Davis' heart tightened when he heard the 3 sisters of the Zhu family return. Zhu Zuking had said before that she must destroy the Dai family, but she didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Weiss, quickly evacuate with the elite forces of the family and go find Mu Bai. Dai Tianfeng saw this and immediately made a decision. Since Zhu Zuking came, maybe Ye Yangchen, the monster, was also hiding somewhere. Father, we have so many troops, are we still afraid of them? Davis felt very unhappy when he saw his father was scared. Hurry up and act, otherwise our White Tiger family will become history. Dai Tianfeng knew very well that the army was like paper in front of the titled Douluo. Yes. Father. Davis saw this and immediately summoned the direct members of the White Tiger family, fled the palace, and rushed to the south. Why are they doing this? At this time, Queen Zhu came to Dai Tianfeng with a sad look on her face. If the Zhu family rebelled, it would be very uncomfortable for her to be caught in the middle. Queen, it's all my fault. Dai Tianfeng sighed. If he had changed the cruel rules of the royal family, it wouldn't have turned out like this. Gather the troops and meet the Zhu family. Dai Tianfeng didn't want to leave in disgrace, so he called the 2 titled Douluo of the Hammer Sect and tens of thousands of imperial guards to wait for the Zhu family to arrive. Tap tap. After a while, Zhu Zuking led everyone directly into the palace. Protect your majesty. The soldiers saw this and immediately felt like they were facing a great enemy. Hammer's true body. The 2 titled Douluo of the Hammer Sect immediately summoned their martial spirits and killed Zhu Zuking and others. Shua. Banga. Seeing this, Ye Lingling waved her hand lightly, and the powerful soul power directly shook the 2 guys from the Hammer Sect away and smashed a building. Dai Tianfeng and others were stunned when they saw this. That woman didn't even use her martial spirit to knock away the 2 titled Douluo of the Hammer Sect. What kind of strength is this? Shua. Everyone from the Hammer Sect, evacuate. Seeing this, the 2 titled Douluo of the Hammer Sect immediately asked the people of the sect to leave and not participate in the coup of the Xingluo royal family. Miss Zhu, please let our people go. The 2 elders of the Hammer Sect asked Zhu Zuking for her opinion. Okay, take all your people and leave. Zhu Zuking knew that Tang Xiao of the Hammer Sect was a level 96 titled Douluo. If their people were killed, it might cause revenge from the other side, so she directly asked the people of the Hammer Sect to leave. Thank you, Miss Zhu. Shua Shua. Seeing this, the people of the Hammer Sect immediately evacuated the palace and disappeared in a few seconds. Dai Tianfeng, your good days are over. Zhu Zuking looked at the stunned Dai Tianfeng coldly, feeling extremely happy in her heart. Zhu Zuking, what do you mean? Empress Zhu looked at Zhu Zuking with resentment. According to seniority, this little girl was also her niece, but today she brought people to rebel, which was really worrying. And, you are the winner, of course you will not experience our pain. If you have a conscience, return to the Zhu family immediately, otherwise don't blame your niece for being ruthless. Zhu Zuqing warned Empress Zhu coldly that if the other party did not know what was good for them, she would not show mercy either. Stop them. Seeing this, Dai Tianfeng immediately ordered the imperial guards to attack the Zhu family. Kill. After receiving the order, the imperial guards of the palace waved their weapons and killed them. Don't overestimate your own abilities. Zhu Zuqing, Duguyan, Chu Ruo Shui, Shen Liu, Bai Chenxiang and other masters of the Zhu family immediately released their martial spirits and beat up the troops, but they did not kill them, but only injured them to make them lose their fighting power. Yu Hero and Ye Lingling did not take action, but stood by to calm the situation. This. Dai Tianfeng and Queen Zhu looked at the heaven-defying soul ring combination of Zhu Zuqing and other women, and they were numb again. Your Majesty, Queen, retreat quickly. At this time, several soul Douluo masters came to Dai Tianfeng and carried him away from the palace. Shua Bang. Yu Hero flew up and directly knocked the guards away, and then grabbed Dai Tianfeng and Queen Zhu. Sister Zuqing, this old guy wants to escape. Yu Hero threw the Star Luo Emperor to the ground and let Zhu Zuqing solve it herself. I will kill him myself. 9th Soul Skill, Netherworld Spiral Kill. Zhu Zuqing hated Dai Tianfeng the most. If she didn't kill him now, when would she kill him? Banga. Dai Tianfeng was just a high-level soul Douluo, and he couldn't resist Zhu Zuqing's 9th soul skill at all, and was killed on the spot. Zuqing, the queen was unwilling to see Zhu Zuqing kill Dai Tianfeng in one move, but she could do nothing about it. Dai Tianfeng is dead, and those who surrender will not be killed. After killing Dai Tianfeng in 1 second, Zhu Zuqing flew directly into the sky, looking at the soldiers in the palace with domineering power. We are willing to surrender. On seeing this, tens of thousands of soldiers immediately laid down their weapons. If they still wanted to fight at this time, they were mentally ill. Chapter 437 The Queen of Xingluo. When Zhu Zuqing saw the surrender of the imperial guards, she immediately let the Zhu family control all the civil and military officials in the palace. Everyone, I killed Dai Tianfeng mainly because I don't trademark T want to see our Zhu family women being implicated by the cruel competition rules set by the Dai family. Our Zhu family is a vassal family of the White Tiger family. Sisters have killed each other for generations. This rule is too cruel. I will end this today. Do you have any opinions? Shua. Zhu Zuqing showed her 6 black and 3 red soul rings and looked at the civil and military officials. She had a domineering aura. No problem. Good job. This inhumane rule should have been abolished long ago. When the civil and military officials saw Zhu Zuqing's exaggerated soul ring combination, they all agreed. At the same time, they complained in their hearts, with your strength, who dares to object? However, although everyone complained, they were also impressed by Zhu Zuqing's strength. She was already a titled Douluo at a young age, and her soul ring combination was 6 black and 3 red. Her future was limitless. The Zhu family can be said to be soaring to the sky. So now Zhu Zuqing is the Empress of Xingluo Kingdom. Who agrees? Who opposes? At this time, Duguyan, Yu Hero and others stood beside Zhu Zuqing and supported her. I agree. See the Empress. The Empress is mighty. The civil and military officials immediately surrendered to Zhu Zuqing. In front of a group of titled Douluo, no one dared to have any opinions. I'm glad you can make the right choice. Of course, you can choose to leave, and I won't force you. Seeing that all the civil and military officials have submitted to her, Zhu Zuqing smiled with relief. Empress, we are all willing, I swear. Seeing this, the civil and military officials immediately expressed their loyalty to Zhu Zuqing. Now that Dai Tianfeng has been killed, the Dai family is doomed, and everyone is not a fool. There is no need to die. As the saying goes, a new emperor has his own ministers, and it doesn't matter who becomes the emperor. Zuqing, Davis ran away with the White Tiger family's direct lineage. At this time, Zhu Tianli received the news that Davis had escaped. As expected, Davis should want to flee to the south and seek the protection of Rakshasa Island. Zhu Zuqing had not seen Davis since entering the palace, and guessed that the guy must have escaped. Father, how much can we control over the army? Zhu Zuyun asked Zhu Tianli. If the Zhu family wanted to rule the entire Xingluo country, they had to control the army. In fact, we have also arranged many insiders in the army. As long as the news of the palace coup reaches the barracks, our people will instigate the army. As for how many people can be instigated, it is not known yet. Zhu Tianli said this. Over the years, the Zhu family has done a lot of preparations just to wait for this day. Zuqing, can't you let Davis go? Empress Zhu pleaded with Zhu Zuqing with tears in her eyes. At this moment, her soul power was sealed by Duguyan. Even if she had the power of soul Douluo, she could not do anything. And, you are just a tool for the Dai family to maintain its rule. Don't think you are so important. If you want to find your 2 sons, I can let you go, but your end will be miserable. Zhu Zuqing looked at Empress Zhu coldly. She really wanted to kill her directly to eliminate the trouble. However, This woman was her aunt after all, and she was a little reluctant to do it. Sister, don't think about those things. You can live in our Zhu family in the future. Zhu Tianli was also beside Empress Zhu at this time, telling her not to think too much. Mrs. Zhu did not make any statement, but she was mocking Empress Zhu in her heart. You watched my 3 daughters kill each other back then, and as the eldest aunt of the 3 girls, you did not make any statement. Now your husband has been killed, your 2 sons have escaped, and you have lost your status as empress. This can be considered as retribution. Alas! Empress Zhu sighed. At this point, she could not do anything and could only leave it to fate. Master Zhu, how many troops does Xingluo have in total? We have to take control of the army as soon as possible. Yu Hero, Duguyan and other girls asked Zhu Tianli about the situation of the Xingluo army. Since they were going to help Zhu Zuqing take control of Xingluo, they had to do it well. Xingluo has a total of 800,000 troops, 200,000 of which are stationed on the border, and the remaining 200,000 are distributed in other major cities. The military camps 100 miles outside Xingluo city are used to defend the imperial city. There are a total of 400,000, and they are the most elite troops. Zhu Tianli told the girls about the layout of the Xingluo army. As the Grand Marshal of Xingluo, he naturally knew all about these things about the army. Sister Zuqing, Davis is likely to take away a large number of troops outside the imperial city. We have to act quickly. At this time, Ye Lingling reminded Zhu Zuqing. Sister Ling is right. Father, you stay here and take charge of the normal operation of the palace, and leave the military affairs to us. Zhu Zuqing handed the work of the court to her father to arrange, and then took Zhu Zuyun, Ye Lingling, Yu Hero and others to the military camp 100 miles away from the imperial city. Sister Zuqing, you were so domineering just now. That cold aura really looks like a female emperor. There is no way, our Zhu family lacks masters. I must stand up to stabilize the situation, and I will rely on the strong support of all the sisters in the future. Okay, we are sisters and family, your business is our business. Zhu Zuqing and several women talked and laughed as they rushed towards the military camp. Thinking back to what she had just said to the civil and military officials, she felt particularly funny. Sister, how should the eldest aunt's matter be resolved? Zhu Zuyun remembered that Queen Zhu was also a sole Douluo and the mother of Davis and Dai Mubai. If the other party's martial spirit is not abolished, it may leave trouble. After Davis and Dai Mubai are destroyed, I think she should face the reality. Zhu Zuqing is not worried that Queen Zhu can make any waves. She is also a member of your Zhu family. It's a pity to kill her, and Sister Zuqing doesn't seem to have the heart to kill her. We have to find a way to subdue that woman. It's best to let her be loyal to the Zhu family willingly. Duguyan, Yu Hero and other women are also thinking about how to deal with the problem of Queen Zhu. Pa! How could we forget about him? Have you forgotten about Tang Yuehua? As long as Brother Xiaochen takes action, it's not a problem at all. As long as Queen Zhu is put into Xiaoqin's treasure space, Queen Zhu will become his pet. In this way, the Zhu family can also have a sole Douluo, and it's the kind that will never betray. At this time, Shen Liuyu slapped his thigh, thinking of the magical method of the little guy Yeliang Chen, which could perfectly solve the problem of Queen Zhu. Yes. This method is good. Swu, Yu Hero and others suddenly felt bright in front of their eyes. As long as that monster took action, nothing would matter. Then after we stabilize Xingluo country, we will take the eldest aunt to Tenglong city and wait for Brother Chen to come back. In order to completely destroy Queen Zhu's thoughts, Zhu Zuqing could not care so much. Only by using this method can the Zhu family subdue a sole Douluo strongman, and at the same time let Queen Zhu be reborn in another way. After becoming Mr. Yi's pet, will the eldest aunt have any thoughts about him? I have talked with Xyli and others. After becoming Mr. Yi's pet, they will trust him 100%, including devoting themselves to him. Zhu Zuyun joked beside her that although the woman of Queen Zhu was a little older, she was a high-level soul master and well-maintained, so now she looked like a 30-year-old woman. Zhu Zuyun, your idea is also strange, isn't it? I really don't know what you think. Brother Xiaochen has us beauties, will he still like other women? That's right. Zhu Zuyun, I'm afraid you are the one who has this idea, right? Swu, Yu Hero and others sneered at Zhu Zuyun's opinion. I didn't, don't talk nonsense. After being said by the women, Zhu Zuyun's face turned red instantly. Sister. Tell me the truth, are you greedy for Brother Chen? Zhu Zuqing pulled Zhu Zuyun in front of her and stared at her. To be honest, I am greedy. Unable to bear Zhu Zuqing's gaze, Zhu Zuyun had to admit it. Second sister must be greedy too, right? Zhu Zuqing asked. Yes. She is more greedy than me. Everything she has now was brought to her by Master Ye, so you understand. Zhu Zuyun said this with a smile. Anyway, there is nothing to hide. I am not greedy. This matter needs Sister Bing'er's approval. That's right. Now you are not strong enough, and you can't stand his torment. Zhu Zuqing, Swu and others smiled brightly. Anyway, there are so many women who are greedy for that evil body. It is not surprising that Zhu Ziyun has such thoughts. Ah! No way! Master Yi's strength is abnormal, is it the same in that aspect? Zhu Ziyun was stunned when she heard what the girls said. What do you think? We were dragged to the rescue by Binger and Yua at the beginning. Plus, we grew up with him in Tianshui College, so there is no need to say more about our feelings. As soon as Binger spoke, everyone rushed forward without thinking. Swu, Yuhero, and others recalled the first time they practiced with that evildoer, and felt endless aftertaste. It was so fun. Mr. Ye is really lucky. Zhu Ziyun looked at her sister and the group of beauties who were all trained by that evildoer, and at this moment she was also extremely impressed. Sister. Don't think too much, let's do business first. Zhu Zuqing reminded her sister not to think about those things all the time. At the same time, Davis and a group of core members of the White Tiger family rushed to the Xingluo National Army camp. When they told the soldiers that Zhu Zuqing led the Zhu family to attack the palace, they wanted to lead the army to attack back. The third lady of the Zhu family is now a titled Douluo, and has the support of Mr. Ye of Tenglong Pavilion. We decided to follow the third lady of the Zhu family, only then will there be a future. The Zhu family saw this and immediately began to instigate other members of the army to rebel, and spread the news that Zhu Zuqing had become a titled Douluo in the army. The head of the Zhu family had told the pawns in the army some time ago that Zhu Zuqing had become a titled Douluo and would lead the Nether Spirit Cat family launched a coup. After receiving the news, these pawns immediately instigated the army to rebel. A new emperor, a new minister, we don't need to follow the Dai family to die. Soon, a large number of troops directly supported Zhu Zuqing and formed a confrontation with the White Tiger Corps, the direct army of the Dai family. The army near Xingluo Imperial City is the most elite force of Xingluo country, with a total of 400,000. At this moment, there are 200,000 people standing on Davis' side. After all, this is the White Tiger Corps created by his father. Insolent. Do you want to rebel? Davis did not expect that such a scene would appear in the army. Your Highness, let's go. The general of the White Tiger Corps persuaded Davis to leave quickly. Okay. Let's go. Following Davis' order, the White Tiger Corps immediately escorted Davis to the south. The Zhu family did not order the army to surround Davis. After all, once a fight broke out, both sides would suffer losses and lose more than they gained. Half an hour later, Zhu Zuqing and others also came to the military camp, immediately attracting the attention of the remaining soldiers. Miss, Davis took the White Tiger Corps away. When the Zhu family saw Zhu Ziyun coming, they immediately reported to her what happened before. The White Tiger Corps is an army built by Dai Tianfeng, and they will definitely go with Davis. Zuqing, should we chase them? Zhu Ziyun handed this matter over to Zhu Zuqing to arrange. After all, the little girl is now the Empress of Xingluo. No need, he will die sooner or later anyway. The most urgent task is to stabilize the domestic situation and let the major families support our Zhu family. Zhu Zuqing thought about it and ignored Davis for the time being. Everyone, the third lady of the Zhu family has now become the Empress of Xingluo, and you will be loyal to her in the future. At this time, Yu Hero, Doguyan, and others directly shouted to the soldiers to support Zhu Zuqing. Shua. I am Zhu Zuqing, a level 94 title Douluo. I hope you will support me. Of course, I will not force you. If you choose Davis, it is your freedom. Zhu Zuqing also understood and flew into the sky, releasing her 6 black and 3 red spirit rings to show her strength to the soldiers. Wow! Meet the Empress. The soldiers were shocked when they saw Zhu Zuqing's abnormal spirit ring combination, and then they surrendered to Zhu Zuqing. In the following period of time, Zhu Zuqing subdued the troops in other places and eliminated the unstable factors. At the same time, the Zhu family also announced that Zhu Zuqing would become the Empress of Xingluo. When the major noble forces learned that Zhu Zuqing was already a level 94 title Douluo, they had to surrender. Davis, who fled to the southern coast, quickly occupied several important cities, and the total area added up to a small principality. Then Davis ordered someone to inform Luosha Island of the news to see if Luosha Island would send strong men to help him take back the entire Xingluo kingdom. Too abominable. Daimyo Bai, Yua Gang, and others were furious when they learned about the coup in the Xingluo Empire. Then they told Blood-Eye Douluo about it, hoping that this big guy would send a titled Douluo to help Daimyo Bai fight back. But Blood-Eye Douluo was afraid of meeting Ye Yangchen and Bibi Dong again, the two perverts, so he directly rejected Daimyo Bai's request and only agreed to help Davis defend the current territory. Then the 2 super Douluos of Luosha Island came out to guard the territory currently controlled by Davis. Mubai, don't worry, wait until we become gods, and then take it back. Tang San saw that Daimyo Bai was extremely depressed, so he had to comfort him. It can only be like this. Daimyo Bai sighed. If he wanted to take back his things, he had to have enough strength, otherwise everything would be just empty talk. Seeing that the super Douluo of Luosha Island was only helping Davis to defend that small piece of land and had no intention of counterattack, Zhu Zuqing also gave up the plan to attack Davis. After all, the domestic situation had just been stabilized and it was not appropriate to start a war. The news that Zhu Zuoqing became the Empress of Xingluo soon spread throughout the continent, directly shocking all major forces. Uncle, what should we do now? At this moment, Shui Beng felt like he had swallowed a mouse, extremely disgusting. How do I know? Shui Xing shook his head helplessly. He didn't expect that the arrogant Emperor Xingluo was overthrown by the Nether Spirit Cat family. It was too incredible. Zhu Zuoqing is too fast. He dealt with the Dai family so quickly. In Wuhun City, Hu Lina, Xiaoyu, and others were stunned when they heard this. With Xiao Chen, isn't that a piece of cake? Qian Rongxiu felt that there was nothing to be surprised about this matter. The ones who helped Zhu Zuoqing launch the coup this time were Swu, Yu Hero, Ye Lingling, Gu Qingbo, Chu Ruo Shui, Shen Liuyu, and Bai Chen Xiang. Xiao Chen took Shui Binger and Shui Yuer to the far north, and he did not take action. At this time, Bibi Dong walked in from outside with a handwritten letter from Shui Lingfeng in her hand. With Swu and the others taking action, it will be easy. Ye Lingling is now level 99, and Yu Hero is now level 98. The Xingluo imperial family can't stop them at all. Hu Lina heard that Ye Lingling and Yu Hero had taken action, so it was not a problem. Bibi Dong then immediately sent two titled Douluo and led a group of soul masters to the Xingluo Empire to help Zhu Zuoqing stood on the platform and took over the spirit halls in the territory of Xingluo Empire, so that those spirit halls could operate, awaken spirits for civilian spirit masters and provide spirit master subsidies. Chapter 438 The Far North of the Human Forbidden Zone. This time, Zhu Zuoqing not only overthrew the Dai dynasty, but also showed the strength of a 94-level titled Douluo, especially her 6 black and 3 red spirit rings, which became a topic of conversation among the people. Zhu Zuoqing is too powerful. She became a 94-level titled Douluo at such a young age. Even Zhu Zuoqing has become a titled Douluo, then Shui Binger and other beauties should also be titled Douluo. Hiss. So, Ye Liangchen has 10 female Douluos around him all of a sudden, which is too terrifying. The people around the evil genius are also evil. At this time, the major forces discovered that the strength of Tenglong Pavilion had reached the top of this world. In the 7 treasures glazed sect, Ning Fengzi and Gu Douluo were drinking in silence with sad faces. The development of the matter had exceeded their imagination. Fengzi, it's difficult. Which force can compete with that evildoer now? Gu Douluo sighed, thinking of how many titled Douluos Ye Liangchen had under him. It would be easy for him to unify the world. Uncle Gu, wait and see. Ning Fengzi smiled bitterly. Now he could only pin his hopes on Ning Rongrong and Jian Douluo. As long as the two of them became gods, the sect should not have much problem protecting itself in the future great struggle. Damn it! In the Tiandu Palace, Shui Beng was now on pins and needles. Zhu Zuoqing overthrew the Dai dynasty and directly disintegrated the alliance formed by everyone some time ago, making the Tiandu Empire a turtle in a jar. Shui Beng, don't panic. The Hammer Sect has now completely withdrawn from the Xingluo Empire. Now Sect Master Tang Xiao has sent a letter and will fully support us. In other words, there will be 6 titled Douluo behind our royal family in the future. As for Ye Liangchen, Tang San from Luosha Island will deal with him. Just at this time, Shui Xing walked in from outside and brought news about the Hammer Sect. Uncle, the Hammer Sect originally wanted to bet on both sides. Now that Zhu Zuoqing led the Zhu family to overthrow the Dai family dynasty, the people of the Hammer Sect have completely withdrawn. Now they can only cooperate with us. As the emperor of the Tiandu Empire, Shui Beng understands the nature of these big sects. They just want to extract more benefits from the empire. There is no way. Our royal spirit masters are weak and have to cooperate with the big sections. Shui Xing shook his head helplessly. In front of these big sects, the Tiandu royal family has no choice at all. Ye Liangchen and Shui Binger, who were rushing to the far north, had no idea about the shock caused by Zhu Zuoqing and the others. The reason was that the far north was a bitterly cold place with few merchants coming and going. It would take at least 2 or 3 months for news from the mainland to reach here. At this moment, Ye Liangchen and the other two came to the ice and snow city near the far north of the Tiandu Empire, so they first found a luxury hotel in the city to rest. I wonder if Sister Zuoqing and the others have made a name for themselves now. Shui Yuer thought that Zhu Zuoqing, Yu Hero and the others went to Xingluo to launch a coup, and their reputation should have spread throughout the mainland, right? Sister Yuer, if you hadn't declared yourself a level 98 titled Douluo in front of the world, then your reputation would definitely spread throughout the mainland. Ye Liangchen teased beside him. Shui Yuer was already a level 98 titled Douluo, but under his influence, she didn't like to be in the limelight. I don't want it. Fame and wealth are like the clouds in the sky, they are all floating clouds. Shui Yuer smiled playfully, and with her quirky look, she felt very arrogant. Don't show off, your sister is only level 96 now. Shui Binger couldn't stand Shui Yuer's pretentious look, and directly stuffed a chicken leg into her mouth. Good sister, with brother Xiao Chen here, are you still afraid that you can't improve your strength? Shui Yuer had a hunch that during this trip to the far north, Shui Binger would most likely improve her soul power to around 98. Brother Xiao Chen, tell me, in addition to looking for the remains of the ice god, do we have other opportunities? Shui Binger also looked at Liang Chen at this time. She could naturally think of the questions that Shui Yuer could think of. According to my understanding, there is a 10,000 years mysterious ice marrow in the far north. This treasure is a super treasure for ice attribute soul masters. Liang Chen came to the far north this time, of course, not only to find the ice god's ruins, but also the 10,000 years mysterious ice marrow. Naturally, he also had to take some to improve the strength of his relatives around him. 10,000 years mysterious ice marrow? I heard my mother and grandmother mention this treasure. For us ice attribute soul masters, it is simply a great fortune. Xiao Chen, you are really good. When Shui Binger heard the words 10,000 years mysterious ice marrow, she was so excited that she almost jumped up. Sister Binger, calm down, and celebrate after you get it. Liang Chen laughed and told Shui Binger not to be too excited. Sister, remember to repay brother Xiao Chen. For example, practice with him for 3 days and 3 nights first. Shui Yuer joked beside her, and showed a look that you know. You silly girl, I think you are itching for trouble. Shui Binger rolled her eyes at Shui Yuer, and said coquettishly in her heart, 3 days and 3 nights? I can't even last 3 hours. After eating in the hotel restaurant, the 3 of them returned to the room to rest. This place is so cold, Xiao Chen brother, let's go, warm our bed. After a beautiful hot bath, Shui Yuer walked into the living room with a towel on her head, looking at Liang Chen with a meaningful smile. Sister Yuer, you are now a level 98 titled Douluo, and you are immune to both ice and fire. You tell me you are cold. Liang Chen looked at Shui Yuer's evil smile and knew that she wanted to do something bad again. I feel a little cold too. At this time, Shui Binger also walked out of the bathroom and looked at Liang Chen with a smile. Look, my sister said she was cold, Xiao Chen, do you have any other opinions? Let's go. Come into the house with us. Shui Yuer smiled sweetly, then pulled Liang Chen and Shui Binger into the room and began to practice. 2 sisters, how much effort do you want me to put in? All my strength. All my strength. Of course, my sister and I are both super Douluo now, are we still afraid of you? That's what you said. Watch this. Unable to resist Shui Binger and Shui Yuer's enthusiasm, Liang Chen had to let go of all his strength and fight them. Anyway, the 2 women are now super Douluo and their strength is strong enough. At noon the next day, Liang Chen and the other 2 checked out of the room, and then left the hotel under the envious eyes of several waiters. These 3 are not simple. They can make me, a soul saint, feel oppressed. Their strength is very strong. Several soul masters who have lived in the hotel for a long time were shocked when they felt the breath emanating from Liang Chen and the other 2. Something's wrong. I think the appearance and temperament of that young man are a bit like Mr. Yat. There must be beautiful women accompanying you when you travel. Except for Mr. Yat, there is no one else in the world who can match this style. At this time, a middle-aged man who had been to the spirit hall to watch the soul master competition had seen Liang Chen before. Now he carefully recalled the face of the young man just now, and it was the peerless evildoer. This discovery immediately surprised him. What? He is actually Mr. Yat. When the hotel lobby manager and several waiters heard the word Liang Chen, they were immediately shocked. They didn't expect that the legendary peerless evildoer would actually stay in their hotel. The name of Liang Chen is almost known to everyone on the mainland. At a young age, he has created a superpower. The Tianshui sect was also established because of this evildoer. However, many people have not seen his true face, so in such a bitter and cold place like the far north, no one can recognize him. Old Li, if it is Mr. Yat, then he must be a titled Douluo now. The aura of the 2 beauties seems to be similar to him, so he is also a titled Douluo. Yes, the 3 of them are all titled Douluo. I don't know what Mr. Yat is doing in this cold city of ice and snow. Everyone was very surprised to see Liang Chen actually come to this cold city of ice and snow. After Liang Chen and the other 2 left the hotel, they headed straight for the northern gate of the city of ice and snow. Team up, team up. When Liang Chen arrived outside the city gate, he saw teams of mercenaries shouting. As the saying goes, you live by the mountain and eat by the mountain, and you live by the water and eat by the water. The city of ice and snow has brought a lot of business because of the soul beast trading, and has also supported many vendors engaged in soul beast related businesses, just like the soul hunting town outside the Star Forest and the soul hunting forest town in the north of Notting City. Handsome guy, beautiful girl, are you going to enter the frozen forest? At this time, a team of soul sect level mercenaries saw Liang Chen and the other 2, and came over directly to ask about the situation. We are going to the restricted area in the far north. Liang Chen said calmly. Liang Chen also admired these soul masters who could live in such a cold place for a long time. Some muscular men put on a fur vest and bare their arms. They were really not afraid of the cold. Ah! Are you going to the restricted area? Handsome guy, beautiful girl, it is said that there are 100,000-year-old soul beasts in the deep north. That is a restricted area for humans. When the other Soul Master mercenaries heard Yangchen say the word the far north, they were shocked. The deep north is known as the restricted area for humans. Going there is not looking for death? That place is a restricted area for you, but it is nothing for us. Let's go. Don't follow us. It's dangerous. Shui Binger and Shui Yuer saw that some of the mercenary group members present had ulterior motives, so they planned to give them a small warning. Shua Shua. Then the two women burst out with a strong aura, activating their respective soul bone flying skills, pulling Yangchen into the air and flying towards the north. Ah! This. Too scary. Are all the beauties now so fierce? Everyone was shaken by the powerful soul aura of the two beauties, and some mercenary group members who still had some bad thoughts in their hearts were immediately frightened and numb. Shua Shua. Yangchen and the other two flew hundreds of meters high in the sky. Looking down, the mountains and fields were covered with snow, and the cold-resistant trees stood in the mountain stream, looking very tenacious. Xiao Chen, should we go to the frozen forest to have a look? Shui Binger looked around carefully, and soon found a fork in the road with a sign indicating that one of the roads led to the frozen forest and the other led to the glacier forbidden area. No need to go. Auntie Lan is undergoing trials in the secret realm deep in the frozen forest. We won't be able to find her if we go. Yangchen knew what Shui Binger was thinking. Idea, so he directly reminded her that it was useless to go to the frozen forest now. 2 days later, the three of them officially stepped into the far north, which is known as a forbidden area for humans. All they saw was white snow, like a white world. Roar. Awoo. The arrival of the powerful human beings also frightened many animals living in the snow. Is this the far north? It's too beautiful, but it's true as people say, this place is really a forbidden area for humans. There's ice and snow everywhere, and it's hard to even see a tree. Humans can't survive in this place at all. Shui Binger and Shui Yuer were shocked by the white world in front of them. Woo woo. At this moment, a snow-white snow fox ran past the three of them. So cute. The furry appearance of the snow fox looked extremely cute, which immediately aroused Shui Yuer's girlish heart. Shua. Little fox, don't run, come to your sister's arms. Shui Yuer chased after it in a flash, caught the snow fox in 2 moves, held it in her arms, touched its soft fur, and felt extremely smooth. Squeak. This snow fox is only a 10-year soul beast, how can it bear the breath of a super Douluo? It is trembling with fear and screaming constantly. Yuer, what are you doing? Shui Binger is speechless at this moment. This silly sister of hers is really a big nerve. Sister, Xiao Chen brother, look at this little fox. It's so cute, with a red nose and snow-white fur. It's so cute. Little fox, don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. Shui Yuer rubbed the little head of the snow fox with her hand, feeling very fun. Woo woo. Shua. At this time, a fox cried out on a mountain peak 100 meters ahead, and then a 4-meter-long 10,000-year-old snow fox rushed down from the mountain, grinning at Yangchen and the other two, but felt that the 3 humans were too strong, so it didn't dare to come over. Sister Yuer, the little fox's mother is here. Yangchen reminded Xiao Yuer. Little fox, your mother is here, then you go. Seeing the 10,000-year-old snow fox staring at her, Shui Yuer had to put the little snow fox in her arms on the ground. Woo woo. After the little snow fox returned to its mother, it felt a little safe. Woo woo. The 10,000-year-old snow fox called out to Shui Yuer, and then led the little fox to run away. What does it mean? Shui Yuer scratched her head, and was immediately confused. How do we know? Let's go. Stop being in a daze. Yangchen reached out and pulled Shui Yuer, and led the 2 women to the depths. 1 day later, the 3 entered the central area of the far north, and the soul beasts they encountered became more and more powerful, but most of them were 10,000 years old. Roar. Boom. At this time, a huge roar came from the distance, and then the frozen ground began to tremble. Roar. After a while, a snow-white ice bear rushed over from a distance and blocked the 3 people. At this moment, the ice bear was 10 meters tall and exuded a red soul breath. It was obvious that it was a 100,000-year soul beast. 100,000-year ice bear. Is this the 100,000-year soul beast that those people mentioned a few days ago? It must be it. Shui Binger and Shui Yuer were stunned. They didn't expect that after entering the far north for so long, they finally met a decent guy. Human, leave here. At this time, the ice bear spoke. Judging from the aura of these 3 humans, they seemed very powerful. If they fought, he might suffer. Big stupid bear, don't block the way, leave quickly. Yangchen warned the ice bear. As long as it didn't take action, he didn't bother to pay attention to it. Human, you. Roar. Take my palm. The ice bear was so angry that his hair exploded when he saw that this human man looked down on him. Then he swung his huge bear paw and slapped him. Chapter 439 The 3 heavenly kings of the far north appeared. So arrogant. Sister, let's beat this big stupid bear together. Okay. Xiao Chen, don't do anything. Shui Yuer and Shui Binger looked at each other, showed their martial spirits directly, and rushed towards the ice bear. Just beat it up, don't kill it. Yeliang Chen reminded the two women that it was not easy for a 100,000-year soul beast to practice, and now everyone didn't need soul rings, so there was no need to kill. 6th soul skill, Water Chain. 6th soul skill, Ice Storm. The two women followed Yeliang Chen's arrangement and used the 10,000-year soul skill to tentatively attack the ice bear. Shua Shua. After the black soul ring on Shui Yuer's body flashed, a series of water chains rolled towards the ice bear, trapping it. Bang! At this time, Shui Binger's ice storm attack wave just hit the ice bear. Awoo! Under the joint attack of the two women, the ice bear was directly knocked over. Human, this is all a misunderstanding. At this moment, the ice bear felt extremely aggrieved. The two human women as it was more powerful than she expected, so she quickly got up and admitted her mistake. Misunderstanding? You clearly wanted to eat the three of us just now. It's too late to say it's a misunderstanding now. You're going to get beaten up. First soul skill, Beauty's Smile. Hee. Sister. Beat it. Shui Yuer thought that this 100,000-year-old ice bear was very strong, but she didn't expect that it was so different from her. So she became playful and used her first soul skill to confuse the other party, and then let Shui Binger start the fight. Roar. In an instant, the ice bear was directly pulled into the illusion created by Shui Yuer, and immediately jumped up with hands and feet dancing, looking extremely funny. Martial Soul True Body. Shua. Shui Binger immediately used her Martial Soul True Body, rushed forward in one step, and punched and kicked the ice bear. Bang bang. Ah! Soon, the ice bear's screams rang out at the scene. Martial Soul True Body. Big stupid bear, let you go crazy. Bang. Then, Shui Yuer used her Martial Soul True Body to bless her own strength, and swung her fist to beat the ice bear. The scene was very tragic. Ao. Under the blessing of Shui Yuer's 98-level soul power, the ice bear was just a bare meat sandbag, and it could only be beaten. Too cruel, too violent. When Yeliang Chen saw this scene, he remembered the scene in the original plot where Lu Erlong transformed into a female Tyrannosaurus and beat the 4,000-year-old scaled beast. Ha bang! Ao. 3 minutes later, the ice bear was kicked away by Shui Binger and her sister, and directly smashed a small iceberg. The scene was very tragic. Big stupid bear, are you convinced? Shui Yuer looked at the ice bear lying on the ground with no hope in life, and her heart was particularly happy. Human, you are bullying bears too much. Roar. Buzz. The ice bear felt that his bones were about to fall apart, and he was so angry. So he concentrated all his soul power and wanted to self-destruct, dragging the three humans to hell together. Big stupid bear? You want to self-destruct? Shui Binger and Shui Yuer were speechless when they saw this. Is it necessary? Time reversal. At this time, Yeliang Chen activated the time skill and directly enveloped this area in a wonderful space. Today. With the reversal of the clock hand, the scene of the ice bear's self-destruction was directly pulled back to the previous state, making it impossible for it to do it. Big stupid bear, as a 100,000-year-old ice bear, you should be like a bear. Don't self-destruct at every turn. We didn't kill you, why do you self-destruct? 5th soul skill, Life Resurrection. Yeliang Chen stopped the ice bear from self-destructing, and then summoned the goddess of life martial spirit to treat the big stupid bear. Human, thank you. Under Yeliang Chen's powerful treatment, the ice bear recovered from its injuries in a few seconds, and then bowed its head respectfully to thank Yeliang Chen. Big stupid bear, you are lucky to meet us today. If you meet other title Douluo, they will definitely kill you and take away the 100,000 soul bones from you. Swoosh. Take us deeper. Yeliang Chen waved his hand and took Shui Binger and Shui Yuer to jump on the back of the ice bear, letting this 100,000-year soul beast serve as a mount. Human strong men, if you go further inside, you will anger our three extreme northern heavenly kings, I'm afraid. When the ice bear heard that these three humans wanted to take them deeper, it was immediately startled. The three extreme northern heavenly kings? What are those? Shui Binger and Shui Yuer asked curiously, then looked at Yeliang Chen, muttering in their hearts, this little guy must know. The ice snow girl has cultivated for more than 600,000 years. In this far north, her combat power is comparable to that of a human 99th level title Douluo. It is precisely because of her existence that the far north is called a human restricted area. There is also an ice jade emperor scorpion with a cultivation of 300,000 years, which is also very powerful. In addition, there is a titan snow demon king who has survived at least one heavenly tribulation. His cultivation is estimated to be higher than the 120,000-year-old deep sea dragon wolf we hunted in the sea before. The Titan Snow Demon King is a descendant of the Titan giant left by the ancient ice god. He is very powerful and is estimated to be similar to the Titan giant ape in the Star Forest. He is also a big monkey. Yeliang Chen did not know the specific cultivation of the three kings of the far north at this time. He could only speculate based on the situation 10,000 years later. The current strength of the three strong men is probably like this. Human strong man, you know so much. After listening to Yeliang Chen's words, the ice bear understood why he could not beat the Titan Snow Demon King. It turned out that the big monkey had the blood of the ancient ice god. Xiao Chen, so we have to fight the Snow Emperor this time. Why didn't you notify us in advance? Shui Binger and Shui Yuer felt a little stingy when they thought about facing such a powerful opponent next. Sisters, don't I want to give you a surprise? Yeliang Chen smiled calmly. Anyway, with everyone's current strength, there would be no danger. Hehe. It's really a big surprise. Shui Binger rolled her eyes at Yeliang Chen. This little guy always brings her surprise. Xiao Chen, if you say that, then the ancient ice god is not human. When Shui Yuer heard that the ancient ice god visited the Titan giant, she couldn't imagine the scene. The ice god was not a human god. He died in the ancient dragon god war. Yeliang Chen nodded, and told some secrets of the dragon god war to broaden the horizons of the 100,000-year-old ice bear. Human, you know a lot. After hearing about the ancient dragon god war, the ice bear seemed to have opened up a new world. That's natural. Yeliang Chen nodded. Shua. At this moment, the ice bear carried 3 people and quickly traveled between the snow-capped mountains, occasionally scaring away some other soul beasts. The ice bear was very fast. After an hour, it arrived at the territory of its mortal enemy. At this moment, it was panicked. The big monkey of life rushed out and snapped itself. I hope these 3 powerful humans can protect me. At this moment, the ice bear had to pin his hopes on these 3 humans, especially the human boy. He felt that he could be killed with just one look. He was too powerful. Roar. Just when the ice bear was thinking about the problem, a huge roar came from the valley in the distance, and the surrounding snow-capped mountains seemed to be shaking. Boom. Crack. Then, the earth began to shake, accompanied by the sound of icebergs breaking. Roar. Ice bear, you are so brave that you dare to break into my territory. A moment later, a huge monster appeared in front of him. It was the Titan Snow Demon King. Titan Snow Demon King, they asked me to come here. I am just a guide. The ice bear shook his huge head to indicate that this matter had nothing to do with him. Wow! What a big monkey! Shui Binger and Shui Yuer looked at the big white monkey in front of them, which was at least several dozen meters tall, like a mountain, and were stunned. Even Yeliang Chen was stunned. The Titan giant ape in the Star Forest was only 15 meters tall, while this Titan Snow Demon ape was at least 60 meters tall. Now it seemed that Er Ming was just a little monkey in front of this Titan Snow Demon ape. Hey! Humans! At this time, the Titan Snow Demon King also saw 3 humans standing on the back of the ice bear, which made it feel incredible. Big monkey, what are you looking at? Have you never seen handsome men and beautiful women? Shui Yuer roared at the Titan Snow Demon ape and made a face. Roar. No matter who you are, you will die if you break into my territory. The Titan Snow Demon King was furious when he saw that a human woman dared to scold him, so he swung his huge fist and smashed over. Big monkey, you are looking for a fight. Mountain opening seal. Yeliang Chen quickly formed a hand seal. To deal with such a huge monster, he had to use a big move like the mountain opening seal. Bang ouch! When the golden seal hit the Titan Snow Demon King's body, it directly knocked him away and smashed a small iceberg hundreds of meters high. Big monkey, how do you feel? Seeing this, Shui Binger and Shui Yuer immediately summoned their own martial spirits and spirit rings, flew in the air, and looked down at the Titan Snow Demon King. Icefield Bear, you can't beat me, so now you plan to find human helpers to deal with me. Looking at the spirit rings of the 2 human women, which were 6 black and 3 red, and the human boy who slapped him away, the Titan Snow Demon King took a breath of cold air. I said I was beaten by them, do you believe it? The Icefield Bear shook his head helplessly, thinking, this big monkey is too imaginative, could it be that he was slapped silly? Puff. Shui Binger and Shui Yuer were amused by the words of the ice bear. This big stupid bear was indeed defeated. Big monkey, are you stupid? Have you ever seen a 100,000-year-old soul beast that dares to cooperate with a titled Douluo? Yeliang Chen was almost shocked by the Titan Snow Demon King. What kind of brain circuit is this? Human, even if I die, I will not let you get my soul ring and soul bone. The Titan Snow Demon King was extremely nervous at this moment. Such a human strongman came to his territory, obviously not to play. He hoped that the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor would appear as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would be in trouble. Roar. Seeing that these 3 humans were too powerful, the Titan Snow Demon Ape roared violently, trying to notify the Snow Emperor and the Ice Emperor. It's so noisy. Tick 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 tick. Shui Binger couldn't stand the noisy sound of the Titan Snow Demon Ape, so she took out the flute from the soul guide, activated the Soundwave power, and played a song Butterfly Dance. After learning the Soundwave power from Yangchen, Shui Binger has never really used it outside, and now she plans to practice with this 100,000 soul beast. Shua Shua. Seeing this, Yangchen immediately used his soul power to seal Shui Yuer and the Ice Bear's hearing. Roar Snow Emperor. As the tune of Butterfly Dance sounded, the Titan Snow Demon King entered a beautiful illusion, and then saw that the dream lover Snow Emperor actually smiled at him, which made him very happy, so he immediately chased after him. Snow Queen. But when the Titan Snow Demon King chased after her, the Snow Queen's figure immediately moved more than 10 meters away, and then continued to smile at him, which made the Titan Snow Demon King very anxious, so he continued to chase. Haha Snow Queen. But in the outside world, it was another in this scene. The Titan Snow Demon King called the Snow Emperor's name while dancing and spinning in circles. The ground was thumping with his feet. It was really funny. Well. A powerful human broke in. At the same time, in an ice palace in the far distance, an ethereal white-clothed and white-haired beauty opened her eyes. Snow Emperor, it's bad, something happened, a powerful human broke in. At this moment, a beautiful big scorpion rushed from afar and shouted anxiously to the Snow Emperor. Ice Emperor, it seems that humans are crazy. They dare to break into our world. Let's go. Let's go meet them. The Snow Emperor and the Ice Emperor flew directly to the Titan Snow Demon King's territory to see what kind of powerful human dared to come to the far north to make trouble. Swoosh. Hey. What's going on? When Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor came to the top of the snow mountain 100 meters away from Yangchen, they heard a nice song, and then saw the Titan Snow Demon King laughing and dancing in circles. Snow Emperor, this guy is actually calling your name. Ice Emperor has always liked Snow Emperor, and now seeing the Titan Snow Demon King's expression, he was immediately furious. Emperor Palm, great cold and no snow. Snow Emperor also hated the Titan Snow Demon King's expression at the moment, so she slapped him directly, and even wanted to kill the three humans together. Shua Shua. The dense ice spikes shot directly towards the valley below, and the scene was very cool. Hey. Beauty, you attack without even saying hello, it's too mean. Yangchen, who was watching the show in the valley, suddenly saw the ice spikes falling from the sky, and knew that Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor were coming. Space transfer. Buzz. Yangchen quickly activated the soul skill given by the Space Dragon King. In an instant, a dark hole appeared in the valley, directly sucking in the dense ice spikes. Bang bang. Then, another mountain suddenly exploded, and the attack wave of the Snow Emperor was transferred by Yangchen. The sudden change surprised the Snow Emperor. He didn't expect that his trick was easily resolved by a human boy. Snow dance shining in the sun. Ho ho. Seeing this, the Snow Emperor immediately opened the domain. In an instant, snowflakes flew all over the sky within a radius of 1,000 meters, and a powerful white light pressed towards the opponent. Emperor Sword, Ice Extreme Unparalleled. Swish. Then, the Snow Emperor used another trick, and a snow-white longsword shot directly at Yangchen. Fire Dragon Roar. Seeing this, Yangchen directly activated the Soul Bone skill of the Fire Dragon King to fight against the opponent. Ang. A huge fire dragon emerged from Yangchen's arm, spewing hot flames and crashing into the ice and snow sword. Bang! A huge explosion sounded, shattering the icebergs within a radius of several hundred meters. The scene was very spectacular. Soul Bone Fusion skill, Dragon shocks the sky. Facing such a cold Snow Emperor, Yangchen decided to suppress the opponent with the Soul Bone Fusion skill. Kaka. Ang. With the appearance of the dragon armor, 9 rays of light formed a 9-color dragon, roaring into the sky, and then slowly descended, circling around Yangchen. The powerful dragon power spread everywhere, making the soul beasts in the entire far north tremble at this moment. What is this? The Snow Emperor and the Ice Emperor couldn't stand this dragon power, and felt that their souls were trembling, so they quickly flew down from the top of the mountain and came to Yangchen. They had an urge to worship, but the boy in front of them was just a human, which made her unwilling. Wow! So beautiful! Seeing the beautiful face and otherworldly temperament of Shui Di, Shui Binger and Shui Yuer were also stunned at this moment. Shui Di, are you scared? Yangchen looked at Shui Di's expression and felt it was very interesting. Then he withdrew the Soul Bone Fusion skill, and the pressure naturally disappeared. Human, you are very strong. Shui Di didn't understand what skill Yangchen had just used, but she was definitely not his opponent. It's okay. Yangchen smiled calmly. The ice bear was quietly acting as Yangchen's mount at this moment, with his head drooped. He dared not say anything or ask anything. He was still trembling all over, for fear that Shui Di would kill him. Shui Di, you are here. The Titan Snow Demon King saw Shui Di and Bing Di coming, so he hurried over. Stay away from me. Banga. The Snow Emperor said coldly, and then slapped over, directly slapping the Titan Snow Demon King 20 meters away. Wow! So violent! Shui Binger and Shui Yuer couldn't help but exclaimed. This white-haired woman looked quiet, but she was a violent maniac. What a big scorpion! Liang Chen looked at the Ice Emperor at this moment. He was still in the form of a scorpion, his whole body was green, and the long scorpion tail behind him exuded a sharp breath. His strength was at least equivalent to that of a human 96 level peak titled Douluo. Chapter 440 The Proud Ice Emperor. What big scorpion! I am the noble Ice Emperor Scorpion. The Ice Emperor was very upset when he saw Liang Chen actually called himself a big scorpion. Isn't it still a scorpion? Liang Chen asked back, thinking, no matter how noble you are just a scorpion. You. Bingdi was furious, waving his scorpion tail, trying to hit the other party. I didn't expect you to be a female scorpion. Shui Yuer listened to the babyish lowly voice coming out of Bingdi's mouth and felt it was quite interesting. Puchi. Shoubing Er next to her was amused by Shui Yuer's quirky appearance. I'm a female, what's so strange about it? Buzz. Bingdi suddenly burst out with light, and then turned into a petite beauty. Because she was too small, she felt like a little girl, and the most important thing was that she was a flat-chested girl. Wow! So cute! Shoubing Er and Shui Yuer originally thought that this Bingbai Emperor Scorpion would be a big beauty after transforming, but unexpectedly it was a lowly type beauty. Nothing to look at. Compared with Shui Di, she is far inferior. Liang Chen looked at Bingdi and found her very interesting. She is really a proud girl. Puchi. Xiao Chen, you mean she has no breasts? But I think she is very cute. Shui Yuer teased beside him. She also knew Liang Chen's aesthetics. A petite beauty like Bingdi would not be in his eyes at all. Cuteness is worthless in front of sexiness. Sister Yuer, isn't that what you said? Liang Chen remembered that when Zhu Zuqing just joined Tianshui College, Shui Wu teased Shui Yuer in this way, causing the girl to secretly drink papaya soup for a while. Puchi. Shui Binger and Shui Yuer were immediately amused by Liang Chen's words. Human, what are you talking about? Bingdi had already reacted at this moment. These three humans were actually mocking her for being a flat-chested girl. She was immediately furious. Ice Emperor, don't be impulsive. The Snow Emperor reached out and patted the Ice Emperor's head gently. The human boy in front of him was too powerful and could not conflict with them. Big stupid bear, go back to your territory. Liang Chen saw that the ice bear was drooping its head at this moment, and it seemed that it was frightened by the Snow Emperor, so he hurriedly asked it to leave here. Big monkey, don't bully the big stupid bear in the future, otherwise I will kill you directly. Liang Chen glanced at the Titan Snow Demon King in the distance and found that when the other party looked at the ice bear, his eyes were full of resentment, so he directly warned the big guy. Human, thank you. Swoosh. Seeing this, the ice bear immediately bowed his head to thank Liang Chen, and then rushed out frantically. Human, this is our soul beast's internal affairs. The Titan Snow Demon King was very unhappy with Liang Chen's warning. Pa. If you don't say anything, no one will think you're dumb. Get out of here. Seeing this, Shui Di slapped Titan Snow Demon King again. Yes. Shui Di. Dong dong. Seeing the boss getting angry, Titan Snow Demon King quickly ran away. The sound of his running made the earth tremble and make a dong dong sound. Puff. Shui Binger and Shui Yuer found it very funny to see the big monkey acting like a child who made a mistake. Sorry, I didn't discipline you strictly. Human, what skill did you use just now? Why did it make me feel scared? Shui Di couldn't understand why the human in front of him could create a 9-color dragon. That was just a soul bone fusion skill. I absorbed the million-year soul rings and soul bones of the 9 dragon kings, and accidentally triggered the soul bone fusion skill, which produced a 9-color dragon, just like the dragon god in ancient times, but mine is just a skill, not a dragon god. Liang Chen explained that the 9-colored dragon was only used to scare these soul beasts, and its effect was not great. What? You absorbed the soul bones and soul rings of the 9 dragon kings. Also, who are you three? Shui Di was not calm at this time. The young man in front of him was just a human. Why could he absorb the soul rings and soul bones of the 9 dragon kings? His name is Liang Chen, a demigod. We are from Tianshui City. My name is Shui Binger, and this is my sister Shui Yuer. As for why he can absorb the soul bones and soul rings of the 9 dragon kings, it was naturally given to him by sister Na, the silver dragon king. Seeing this, Shui Binger and Shui Yuer took the initiative to step forward to introduce the identities of the 3 people. Sister Na, the silver dragon king? When Shui Di heard the word Sister Na, she was also stunned. In her impression, the one who had been sleeping at the bottom of the lake of life knew the human boy in front of her. It was incredible. The silver dragon king is called Guyuina. Now her injury has healed. You can go to the lake of life to see it yourself when you have time. Liang Chen explained that Shui Di, a homegirl, had been staying in the far north and naturally didn't know what was happening outside. How do you prove that what you said is true? Xuedi looked at Yangchen doubtfully. This human boy was too evil. He was already a demigod at a young age. Where did this evil come from? Buzz. The scale in my hand is Sister Na's reverse scale. If you don't believe it, I will activate it immediately and call her over. Yangchen took out the reverse scale given by Guyuina from the game backpack space and showed it to Xuedi. It is indeed the breath of the dragon clan. The Snow Queen felt a blood pressure from the silver-white scales on Yangchen's hand. It seemed that this human boy was not lying. So. You are already a demigod at such a young age, and this is also the help of the Silver Dragon King. After confirming that Yangchen and the Silver Dragon King knew each other, Xuedi felt relieved. Sister Na has helped us a lot, but we have also gained many opportunities. Yangchen nodded and thought, Guyuina is not just helping him, she has already put herself in. You humans are really lucky. Seeing that the three people in front of him are so powerful, maybe they can become gods, Xuedi was so envious, but it was a pity that soul beasts could not become gods, and had to face one heavenly tribulation after another. Now that she has cultivated for 620,000 years, when she reaches 700,000 years, the seventh heavenly tribulation will come again, and she doesn't know if she can still withstand it. Xuedi, don't be discouraged, the fate of soul beasts will change soon, don't worry about your 700,000 year beast heavenly tribulation. Yangchen saw Xuedi's thoughts, so he reminded her directly, so that she didn't have to worry about the beast heavenly tribulation. What did you say? The sudden news made Xuedi and Bing stunned. Could this human boy change the rule that soul beasts cannot become gods? Xuedi, do you want to know the current situation in the god realm? Yangchen kept Xuedi in suspense to arouse her curiosity. Of course I do. Go to my place and talk to me in detail. Seeing this, Xuedi took Yangchen and the other two to her cave. Tell me about the current situation in the human world. No problem. Along the way, Xuedi kept asking about the current situation on the continent, and Yangchen also patiently explained to her. Xuedi listened with great interest and got closer and closer to Yangchen, which made Bing next to her jealous, so she quickly flew over and inserted between the two, and then hung directly on Xuedi to prevent her from getting close to Yangchen. Puff. Bingdi, do you like Xuedi? Shui Binger and Shui Yu found it so funny to see Bingdi's jealous look. Yes, I like Xuedi. So I have to protect her and not let any man get close to her. Bingdi raised her head proudly and looked at Yangchen next to her with a provocative look. Now Xuedi is interested in this human boy, which is not a good thing. Bingdi, don't be like this. Xuedi couldn't stand Bingdi's greasy look towards her. At this moment, she had goosebumps all over her body. It was too embarrassing. Xuedi, why? Bingdi felt Xuedi's disdain and felt a little uncomfortable. Don't think too much, okay. Xuedi shook her head helplessly and quickly pushed away this arrogant little loli. This girl is good in every way, but this special hobby is really unacceptable to herself. Ha ha ha. Looking at this scene, Yangchen and Shui Binger sisters couldn't help laughing. Yangchen knew that Bingdi had always liked Xuedi and wanted to play with her, and the Titan Snow Demon King liked Xuedi, but Xuedi didn't like anyone and just treated the two guys as friends. What are you laughing at? Bingdi turned his head and glared at the three people angrily. Nothing, I remembered something happy, the sow from Grandma Wang's house next door climbed a tree. Yangchen said nonsense seriously. Ha ha ha. Shui Binger and Shui Yu laughed again when they saw this. I'm so angry. Bingdi looked at these three humans who laughed at him unscrupulously, and he was so angry that he trembled all over. His fierce appearance looked cute and adorable, and it felt particularly fun. After a while, everyone came to a small palace made of ice. So beautiful. Sisters Shui Binger looked at the small palace in front of them. It was like a crystal palace, clear and transparent. The tables and chairs in the palace were made of cold jade. There was also a huge cold jade platform, which should be the bed for Xuedi to rest. 3. It's freezing here, and I don't have anything good to treat you. Xuedi took out some unknown fruits from her body and placed them on the cold jade table for Yangchen and the other two to taste. This is the ice spirit fruit unique to the far north. It is a rare treasure. You are in for a treat. Bing said to Yangchen and the other two proudly, then picked up a fruit and ate it with a few clicks. Xuedi, thank you very much. I have some barbecued meat here, you can try it too. There are also special fruits and wines from the Sea God Island. Yangchen also took out some roasted soul beast meat and fruits from the game backpack and let the two fierce beasts taste it first. You too, try our human wine. Shui Binger immediately opened the bottle cap and poured everyone some wine. Thank you. Xuedi smiled sweetly. After interacting with these three humans, she felt pretty good. Wow. Slurp. Bing smelled the fragrant roasted meat and her mouth was watering. Is this soul beast meat? Xuedi looked at the fragrant roasted meat on the table and felt like soul beast meat. This is made from the meat of the 50,000-year-old sea soul beast Wen Yao fish. In the past, in order to complete the assessment of the sea god, we encountered countless powerful sea soul beasts in the sea. I killed it because it was attacked, so I killed it and ate its meat. Yeliang Chen explained so that Shui Di would not think that he liked to kill soul beasts indiscriminately. You don't need to explain. I also know the dangers in the sea. Wen Yao fish tastes good. Shui Di did not take Yeliang Chen's killing of the sea soul beast to heart. After all, she had killed some soul beasts before, and then began to taste the roasted meat. What did you say happened in the god realm just now? Can you tell me? After enjoying a delicious meal, Shui Di brought up the previous topic again. I once met a white-bearded grandfather in my dream, and the gods in the god realm are now running away. Yeliang Chen used the rhetoric of meeting the white-bearded grandfather in his dream to fool Shui Di. Is there a larger universe outside the universe we are in? Even the current pattern of the god realm has been changed by that disaster prophecy. Is this true? After hearing what Yeliang Chen said, Shui Di's head seemed to explode. This was beyond her cognition. Yeliang Chen, who knows whether what you said is true or false? Bing Di felt that these things were blown up by Yeliang Chen to deliberately fool Shui Di. Believe it or not. Shui Binger and Shui Yuer looked at Bing Di with a smile. This little girl was very hostile to Xiao Chen. She was going to treat the little guy as a rival in love. I believe it. Snow Di looked at Yeliang Chen quietly. This human boy had no reason to lie to her. You didn't come to the far north just to find me this time, did you? Shui Di asked curiously. Our main purpose of coming to the far north is to find the remains of the ice god and some 10,000 years of mysterious ice marrow. Yeliang Chen stated his purpose directly. You are actually looking for the remains of the ancient ice god? And you want to take the 10,000 years of mysterious ice marrow? I can take you to the ice god ruins, but as for the 10,000 years mysterious ice marrow, I don't have much either, so I can't give it to you. Shui Di was shocked at Yeliang Chen's intention, then pondered for a moment and found that she couldn't seem to stop him. The other party told her about it to give her face. There should be a place with a lot of 10,000 years mysterious ice marrow. You should know the ice silkworm of Tianming. It became a million-year soul beast by eating a lot of 10,000 years mysterious ice marrow. Yeliang Chen remembered that the Tianmeng ice silkworm once fell into an ice crack, and then it kept drilling in, and finally encountered the 10,000 years mysterious ice marrow. Xiao Chen, is it true? The cultivation of an ice silkworm can actually reach a million years. Shui Binger and Shui Yuer heard that the cultivation of an ice silkworm could actually reach a million years, which was too amazing. You said that the ice silkworm's cultivation reached a million years? When did this happen? Why didn't we know? And it seems that there is no breath of it in the far north now. The far north is so big, who knows which ice crack it fell into. When the narcissistic ice silkworm's cultivation reached a million years, the Snow Emperor and the Ice Emperor were stunned, especially the Ice Emperor. How could that weak little bug cultivate for a million years? It really pissed me off. Ignore the big ice silkworm for now, let's go find the ice god's ruins. Yeliang Chen was embarrassed to say that Tianmeng had been captured by Ditian, so he changed the subject. Come with me. Shui Di didn't know why Yeliang Chen was looking for the remains of the ice god. There was no inheritance, and even if he found it, it would be useless, so he took the three people and flew to an ice valley in the distance. Shua Shua. When they arrived in the ice valley, Yeliang Chen found the ruins of the temple. It must have been a battle here. Buzz. Yeliang Chen opened his spiritual sense to scan the entire ice valley. The next moment, he found a hole behind a huge ice block. There was a white light ball inside, floating quietly in the air. Found it, everyone get out of the way. Fire dragon breath. Ang. Yeliang Chen then summoned the sword martial soul, and a red gold soul ring lit up. In an instant, a huge fire dragon hovered in the air, spitting out blazing light at the huge ice block. ZZ. Under the attack of the extreme fire, the huge ice block quickly melted, and then a hole was revealed. This. When the hole was revealed, Shui Di and Bing Di were also stunned. They didn't know how many times they had come to this place, but they didn't expect that there was a hole hidden behind it. Let's go. Go in and take a look. Shua Shua. Yeliang Chen asked everyone to walk directly into the cave and found that the cave was abnormally cold. If it weren't for the immunity to ice and fire, it would be a bit uncomfortable. It's so cold in here. Shui Binger and Shui Yuer felt the extreme cold, which was comparable to the extremely cold spring water in the eyes of Binghuo Lianjian. The reason why it is so cold is because there is a broken godhead of the ice god here. Yeliang Chen pointed to the white light ball above the cave. Chapter 441 A Great Harvest of 10,000 Years of Black Ice Marrow. What? You said that this white light ball is the broken godhead left by the ancient ice god. After hearing what Yeliang Chen said, Shui Di and Bing Di were stunned. Yes. Yeliang Chen nodded. Yeliang Chen, do you know the cause of death of the ancient ice god? Bing Di floated to Yeliang Chen and asked curiously. Yes, he died in the Dragon God War in ancient times. Yangchen nodded. Do you know the Dragon God War? Can you tell me about it? Xuedi heard the word Dragon God War and immediately turned into a curious baby. Dragon God War. The god was too powerful and suffered a backlash from his power. He went crazy and started the Dragon God War. When he woke up, he saw that the god realm was beaten to pieces. So the Dragon God felt that he had made a big mistake, so he ordered the Shura God to kill him and ordered the soul beast race not to be allowed to become gods in the future. After the Dragon God was killed, the evil side turned into the Golden Dragon King, and the good side turned into the Silver Dragon King. In order to prevent the emergence of a second Dragon God, the human gods launched a large-scale purge of the beast race. The Ice God is also not a human god, so he naturally cannot escape the purge. This ball of light is the broken godhood left by the Ice God after his death. Yangchen slowly told some secrets of the Dragon God War, letting the Ice and Snow Emperors know that their ancestor, the Dragon God, was the biggest pitfall. Where did you hear these things? The Snow Queen looked at Yangchen doubtfully. The truth of the matter was really hard for her to accept. The rule that soul beasts cannot become gods was actually set by the Dragon God. This is simply a big pit. Of course, the goddess of life behind me told me. She is one of the oldest god kings in the god realm. I forgot to tell you that I am currently the inheritor chosen by the goddess of life. Shua. Yangchen summoned the goddess of life martial spirit and introduced the inheritance of the godhood he had obtained to the two emperors of ice and snow. So you are a twin martial spirit. The Snow Queen looked at the human-shaped female martial spirit behind Yangchen who was not worldly, and immediately understood why the breath of this human boy was so good. Snow Queen, you don't like him, do you? Seeing the expression of the Snow Queen, the Ice Queen began to worry again. Puff Shui Binger and Shui Yuer saw that the Ice Queen was jealous again, and they felt very funny. Ice Queen, can't you be more normal? The Snow Emperor covered his forehead with his hands and shook his head helplessly. Shua. At this moment, Yangchen directly used his soul power to cover the white light ball above, and then pulled it in front of him. Yangchen felt the ice element power contained in this light ball, which felt similar to the original power of the 9 Dragon Kings that he had absorbed at the beginning, but the original power left by the Ice God was much weaker than that of the 9 Dragon Kings. Maybe this is also because the soul of the Ice God has long disappeared. This godhead is just a ball of energy. Shui Binger and Shui Yuer came to Yangchen, felt the white light ball with their hands, and tried to find out the mystery, but found nothing. It was originally a ball of energy, but this energy contains the power of the ice element. Put it away first. Swoosh. Yangchen nodded, and then with a thought, he directly put the light ball into the game backpack. You want to take away the broken godhead of the ice god? When Xuedi saw that the white light disappeared in an instant, she was very surprised and didn't understand why Yangchen took away a broken godhead. Yes. I plan to repair this godhead in the future. After the ice attribute soul master reaches level 99, after absorbing and refining this godhead, you can become an ice god. Yangchen nodded and said that Guyuina mastered the power of water element, so it shouldn't be a big problem to repair this godhead. Can you give it to me? After hearing this, Xuedi's eyes lit up. In this case, she could also absorb it. Xuedi, don't think about it. You are not a human being and cannot become a god for the time being. When I take charge of the entire god realm in the future, you won't need this ice god's godhead at all. As long as you have reached the level of cultivation, becoming a god is not a problem. Yangchen painted a big pie for Xuedi, making her full of hope for the future. Who knows if what you said is true? Bingdi looked at Yangchen with suspicion. She felt that this guy was fooling Xuedi. Believe it or not. Swoosh. Yangchen shook his head, then took Shui Binger and her sister out of the cave and flew outside. I believe him. Xuedi reached out and pressed Bingdi's head, then followed Yangchen and the other two. Where are you going now? Xuedi chased up and asked curiously. Of course, we are going to find the 10,000 years mysterious ice marrow. Yangchen nodded. He wanted to get some from this woman before, but she didn't give it to him, so he could only find it himself. Shua. Actually, I still have some on me. If you need it, I'll give it to you. At this time, Xuedi took out a few ice-like crystals from the soul guide and handed them to Yangchen. Is this the 10,000 years mysterious ice marrow? Sister Shui Binger came over and looked at it curiously. It felt like ice. Hiss. It's so cold. Shui Yuer touched it with her hand and felt a piercing cold. She didn't know if she could absorb it. The Wanzai Suanbing Sui looks like ice, but it is not ice. It is a crystal of ice energy. Xuedi, no need. We will find it ourselves. Yangchen looked at the painful expression on Xuedi's face. It was obvious that the other party didn't have much stock, so he directly rejected the other party's kindness. Xuedi, put it away quickly. It's hard for us to touch this treasure ourselves. Bing Di looked at the pieces of Wanzai Xianbing in Xuedi's hand. Marrow, couldn't help swallowing. The group searched for 2 days in the snowy mountains, explored dozens of ice caves, and only found 5 or 6 fist-sized pieces of Wanzai Xianbing marrow. Sister Binger, just absorb it directly. Liang Chen threw Wanzai Xianbing marrow to Shui Binger and told her to refine it quickly. Okay. Shui Binger immediately sat cross-legged, practiced the Hunyuan Ju, and began to refine these treasures. I'll try it too, to see how it works. Shui Yuer also took a piece to see if she could absorb it. Hey! It can be absorbed. The energy in Wanzai Xianbing marrow was absorbed into Shui Yuer's body, and then it was transformed into her own soul power by the Hunyuan Ju. Sister Yuer, your body is immune to both ice and fire, so you can absorb this energy, but you are slower than Sister Binger. Liang Chen told Shui Yuer not to get too excited. After practicing the Hunyuan Ju and being immune to both ice and fire, refining this kind of ice energy should be a piece of cake, right? Let's leave it for my sister to absorb. After Shui Yuer tried it, she put the piece of black ice marrow next to Shui Binger, and then she and Liang Chen quietly stood by. Shua. In order to let Shui Binger refine these pieces of 10,000 years of black ice marrow with peace of mind, Liang Chen cast a soul shield to protect her. Immune to both ice and fire? So amazing. When Shui Di heard that Shui Yuer was immune to both ice and fire, she finally understood why these 3 humans were not afraid of the cold. It's amazing. Bing Di floated in front of Shui Binger and felt very strange when he saw a layer of continuous soul power surrounding her body. Shua 1 day later, Shui Binger finished refining these pieces of Wanzai Suanbing Sui, and her strength also improved. Sister, how much has your soul power improved? Shui Yuer saw this and immediately rushed over to ask. I feel it has improved by about 0.1 level. Shui Binger felt her own soul power and immediately felt that this Wanzai Suanbing Sui was really a treasure. Your soul power is now level 96, and the energy you need is huge. It's not bad to be able to improve it by 0.1 level. Let's look for it again. Liang Chen stood up and asked everyone to continue looking for Wanzai Suanbing Sui. As long as they found the ice crack where Tianmeng ice silkworm had fallen, they could get a lot of Suanbing Sui. In his impression, there seemed to be a cold marrow vein under the ice layer where the big insect fell, so they encountered so many Suanbing Sui. Then he ate and slept, and ate, and kept eating until his cultivation reached 1,000,000 years. Liang Chen, if you find the 10,000 years mysterious ice marrow again this time, remember to give us half. At this time, the little ice emperor floated to Liang Chen and expressed her opinion. Don't worry. You will get it. Liang Chen nodded. Looking for treasures in the territory of these 2 fierce beasts, he would naturally not keep them all for himself. A day later, everyone came to a canyon. Looking at the thousands of meters thick ice layer and the thousands of meters deep crack, Liang Chen felt that this should be the place. Are you sure it's here? Snow Emperor tilted her head and looked at Liang Chen. Let me check it out first. Buzz. Liang Chen closed his eyes and opened his consciousness to scan the crack in front of him. Sure enough, deep in the ice layer, he found a small passage. It should be the hole that Tianmeng dug when he left a few years ago. After several years of changes, the outside hole has long been sealed by ice. It's here. After checking, Liang Chen confirmed that it was here. That ice silkworm has reached 1,000,000 years of cultivation, where is it now? With 1,000,000 years of cultivation, I wonder how it compares to the deep-sea demon whale king. Shui Binger and Shui Yuer remembered that the deep-sea demon whale king's cultivation was infinitely close to 1,000,000 years, and his strength was so strong, so this ice silkworm's cultivation had reached 1,000,000 years, so its strength must be very strong. No matter how strong the soul beast of ice silkworm is, its combat power is just scum. Even if it has 1,000,000 years of cultivation, its strength is probably not even comparable to that of a soul beast of 100,000 years. We have lived in the far north for hundreds of thousands of years and have encountered many soul beasts of 100,000 years who have survived the heavenly tribulation, but we have never seen the ice silkworm that Liang Chen said survived the heavenly tribulation. Usually, that guy only knows how to hide in the ice and sleep. I guess even the heavenly tribulation doesn't look down on it. Shui Di and Bing Di looked at each other, and then introduced the strength of the ice silkworm. The 2 women had seen the silkworm baby tens of thousands of years ago, and then they never found that narcissistic guy. Ah! So weak. It was the first time that Shui Binger and Shui Yuer heard of a 100,000 year soul beast that didn't need to pass the heavenly tribulation. That ice silkworm was too lucky. Shui Di, do you want to make a move? Or should I? Liang Chen summoned the sword martial soul, and then looked at Shui Di again. Let me do it. You are too strong. If you don't control your strength, the treasure inside will be destroyed. Shui Di looked at the 9 exaggerated soul rings flashing on Liang Chen's sword martial soul hall, and thought, how powerful is this kid? Emperor sword. Ice extreme unparalleled. Shua. Shui Di walked forward, condensed a frost sword, shouted, and slashed directly forward. Kaka. In an instant, the ice layer several thousand meters thick was cut into a deep gully like a piece of tofu. So strong. Shui Binger and Shui Yuer couldn't help but reach out and give Shui Di a thumbs up. The power of this attack was definitely at the level of a 99th level titled Douluo. Of course, in the far north the strength of the Snow Emperor can be brought into full play. The Ice Emperor said proudly beside him, with a proud smile on his face. Ice Emperor, you are so proud, it's the Snow Emperor who is powerful, not you. Yang Chen teased. Swoosh. Let's go. Let's go down and take a look. At this time, the Snow Emperor had cut through the 2-kilometer-long ice layer, revealing a 1,000-meter deep crack, and then called everyone to jump down. Swoosh. After jumping down the ice crack, Yang Chen found that there were many passages in the ice layer. Obviously, these were the holes made by the Tianmeng ice silkworm back then. Hey! There are also some animal shed skins here. At this time, Shui Yuer pointed to a white shell in front of her. This is the shed skin of the ice silkworm. Yang Chen explained. There are more here, there are several. Then, Shui Yuer found 3 white shells in an ice hole. Caw. As Shui Di walked, he used the ice and snow sword to cut open the ice wall, looking for the 10,000 years black ice marrow. Wow, there is indeed the 10,000 years black ice marrow here. At this time, Shui Binger found more than 20 fist-sized pieces of black ice marrow, and her eyes lit up immediately. Shui Binger, you are not allowed to eat it all by yourself. Seeing this, Bing Di came over immediately and started to snatch it. Okay. I'll take half, and you take half. Seeing Bing Di so hungry, Shui Binger had to give him half. Wow! There are so many again. It seems that the ice silkworm didn't eat all these treasures back then. As everyone went deeper, the 10,000 years black ice marrow appeared from time to time. Why do I feel like there seems to be a cold marrow vein underneath? At this time, Yang Chen directly used his spirit to explore under the ice layer and felt a strong energy. It was obvious that there was a mine underneath. Your feeling is correct. I feel the same way. Otherwise, I can't explain why there are so many 10,000 years of black ice marrow here. Shui Di also nodded excitedly. He found a cold marrow vein. That was a super treasure. Cold marrow vein? What is that? Seeing this, Shui Binger and Bing Di came over immediately. It is a kind of top-grade cold jade. Although the cold ice energy contained in it is not as good as the 10,000 years of black ice marrow, it is the existence of this kind of vein that will give birth to so many black ice marrows. Yang Chen explained to everyone that this kind of cold jade is also a kind of spiritual stone. In addition to giving birth to black ice marrow, it can also directly absorb the energy in it. What are you waiting for? Dig. Shui Binger, Shui Yuer and Bing Di saw this and knew that the cold marrow vein must be a treasure. Crack. Then, everyone began to dig down in a hurry. Wow! Such a big 10,000-year-old black ice marrow. 2 hours later, a piece of black ice marrow weighing more than 10 tons appeared, and the extremely cold energy spread everywhere, making everyone's eyes bright. Hurry up and share it. Crack. Yang Chen summoned the sword martial soul and began to cut the 10,000-year-old black ice marrow into energy blocks as big as a bowl, and then shared it with the 2 emperors of ice and snow. Crack. It's delicious. I feel that after eating these, my cultivation level will probably be raised to 400,000 years. Bing Di was extremely excited at this moment, and then he directly hugged the black ice marrow and began to swallow it. Bing Di, don't eat too much, otherwise your cultivation level will be raised to 400,000 years, you will not be able to survive the heavenly tribulation, and you will die. Yang Chen reminded this arrogant little ice emperor not to commit suicide. Take it easy. At this time, Snow Emperor also realized that the strength of herself and Ice Emperor could not be improved too quickly, otherwise the next beast calamity would come and they might not be able to stop it. Chapter 442, Shui Binger's Cheating Improvement. When Ice Emperor heard about the 400,000 year calamity, it was like a basin of cold water poured on her head, instantly making her sober, and she remembered that when she survived the 300,000 year calamity of the beast 1,000 years ago, she was almost dead. Yang Chen, if I swallow these treasures now, my cultivation will soon rise to 400,000 years. When the beast calamity comes, do you have a way to help me solve it? Ice Emperor looked at Yang Chen eagerly. This guy will become a god in the future, so he has to hold his thigh tightly. Yes. I have a space treasure that can hold you inside, so that you can avoid any heavenly tribulation and ensure that you can practice for 1,000,000 years without any problem. However, once you are put inside, you will automatically become my soul beast pet. Yang Chen did not expect that the always arrogant Ice Emperor would actually show this attitude to him. It was really unexpected. It seemed that this girl wanted to cling to his thighs. Is it the space treasure that you took away the broken godhead of the ice god before? Can you show it to me? The Snow Emperor was extremely surprised to see that Yang Chen had such a method. That space treasure is like a soul bone. It is integrated into my body. I can't take it out to show others. Yang Chen seriously fooled the Snow Emperor. His plug-in is something from another dimension and cannot be shown to outsiders. It's so magical. The Snow Queen stared at Yang Chen with her beautiful eyes, but she couldn't see anything. At present, Xiao Chen has several soul beast pets, including a 100,000-year-old dark demon evil god tiger, a 100,000-year-old blue scale dragon, and 2 deep-sea demon whales, which are the wife and daughter of the deep-sea demon whale king. One of them has a cultivation level of 400,000 years. In addition, the deep-sea demon whale king is also his pet soul beast, but Xiao Chen blinded its other eye at the beginning, and it can't see anything when it is alive, so the big whale was sacrificed to me as the 9th soul ring. The soul is stored in the soul ring. When I inherit the position of sea god, I will help it rebuild its body. All these soul beasts were subdued by Xiao Chen and then collected into the space treasure. There is no loss in becoming Xiaoqin's pet soul beast. For example, the 100,000-year-old dark demon evil god tiger often transforms into a human form and eats, drinks and has fun with all of us. It's almost the same as humans. It's pretty good. Bingdi, do you want to try it? Shui Binger and Shui Yuer smiled and fooled Bingdi. If this arrogant little loli could follow them, it would be too cool. You actually collected so many powerful soul beast pets? The Snow Queen didn't know how to describe Yang Chen at this moment, especially since this guy also took in a 100,000-year-old dark demon evil god tiger as a pet, which was a legendary super soul beast. However, when she heard that Yang Chen had this method to help her avoid the heavenly tribulation, the Snow Queen was actually a little tempted, but at present, she only had 620,000 years of cultivation, so she would wait until her cultivation reached 700,000 years. If she couldn't survive by then, she could only ask this guy for help. I don't want to be his pet soul beast. The Ice Queen shook her head hurriedly, and she couldn't accept being Yang Chen's pet soul beast. Then you can do it yourself. I see that you have 320,000 years of cultivation, and this time you have obtained so many 10,000 years of black ice marrow, you have to control your mouth. If I haven't become a god yet, you will eat all these treasures directly, and then your cultivation will rise rapidly, and it will rise to 400,000 years in a few seconds. When the heavenly tribulation comes, I can't save you. Yang Chen also knew that no soul beast would willingly become someone else's pet. Ice Emperor, I'll help you collect these 10,000 years of black ice marrow, so that you won't be unable to control your mouth. Swoosh. Seeing this, Shui Di directly put Bingdi's share of the 10,000 years of black ice marrow on herself, which was safer. Ice Emperor, you've become a pauper all of a sudden. Watching Shui Di's operation, Yang Chen remembered that in his previous life on Blue Star, the elders also took away the children's New Year's money in this way, which was so fun. Shui Di, don't you leave me a piece. The treasure that had just been obtained was not even warmed up, and it was all taken away by Shui Di at once. Bing Di felt so sad that he wanted to cry but had no tears. Don't worry, I'll give it to you later. Shui Di laughed. Bing Di was just like her sister. As a sister, she had to take care of her. Kaka. Then everyone started digging down again. Soon they harvested a lot of 10,000 years of black ice marrow. Finally, a few people dug some top-grade cold jade. This kind of cold jade is quite magical. Xiao Chen, help me pack some. After returning to Tenglong City, you can use this jade to help me set up a spirit gathering array. Shui Binger took the white cold jade and felt that it would help her practice. No problem. Yang Chen nodded and put tens of thousands of pounds of cold marrow jade into the game backpack. Let's stay here now and let these cold jades continue to give birth to black ice marrow. Shui Di also took a lot of cold marrow jade, and then felt that this kind of treasure could not be plucked all at once. Of course, we still have to seal this place. Yang Chen agreed with Shui Di's opinion. Voila! Then everyone came out of the ice crack and directly activated their soul skills to smash the iceberg and freeze the huge crack. Xiao Chen, help me set up a spirit gathering array. I plan to absorb the 10,000 years of black ice marrow to improve my soul power. Shui Binger felt that this extreme north was a natural super mimicry training environment for her, and her soul power increased very quickly, so she planned to practice for a while before returning to Tianshui City. No problem. Yang Chen nodded. Go back to my place first and practice again. Shui Di invited Yang Chen and the other two to return to her residence. After being together for so long, they were considered friends. Thank you Shui Di. Sorry to bother you then. Shui Binger and Shui Yuer saw this and hurriedly pulled Yang Chen to catch up with Shui Di. Shua then Yang Chen arranged a 9-star spirit gathering array around the ice palace where Shui Di lived. In an instant, energy from all directions gathered here continuously. Buzz. Shui Binger took out the 10,000 years of black ice marrow and absorbed it with all her strength, trying to use these treasures to increase her soul power to about level 98. Shui Yuer also began to absorb some treasures. Now she is half a level away from level 99, so she can't waste time. Bing Di and Shui Di are also devouring some black ice marrow to improve their own cultivation, but the two women dare not absorb too much, and planned to improve their cultivation by 10,000 or 20,000 years first. Shua. A month later, Shui Bing'er absorbed a large amount of 10,000 years of black ice marrow, and her soul power directly increased to level 98. Her soul power is increasing too fast. Humans are good. No matter how their strength increases, they are not in danger. Unlike us soul beasts, we have to suffer a heavenly tribulation every 100,000 years of improvement. Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor watched Shui Bing'er upgrade from level 96 to level 98 in just 1 month, and they were so envious. Xiao Chen, how much treasure is left? After her soul power increased to level 98, Shui Bing'er felt extremely excited, so she wanted to continue to improve, but she was afraid that the 10,000 years of black ice marrow was not enough. About half is left. Yeliang Chen checked. After a while, he found that the 10,000 years mysterious ice marrow was consumed very quickly. Sister, I guess you can absorb the remaining treasures and maybe you can upgrade by half a level. After reaching level 98, the soul power required is a huge amount. Shui Yuer smiled playfully. In the past month, in order to take care of Shui Bing'er, she only absorbed a small amount of the 10,000 years mysterious ice marrow, and her soul power only increased by 0.2 levels. Forget it, let's take it slowly later. Let's go back first. Shui Bing'er saw that she had spent half of the 10,000 years mysterious ice marrow in the past month, which was too much. Are you leaving? Seeing that the three were about to leave, the Snow Emperor and the Ice Emperor were still a little reluctant. Snow Emperor. There are a lot of people on the continent who have inherited the throne of God now. If other titled strongmen come to the far north in the future, you must be careful. Yeliang Chen didn't know whether Tang San, Jian Douluo and others would come to the far north, so he reminded the Ice and Snow Emperors. Got it. We'll be careful. Snow Emperor nodded. In this far north, except for Yeliang Chen, the pervert, other level 99 masters should not be able to do anything to him. Bing Emperor, Shui Emperor, come to our Tianshui city to play when you have time. Shui Bing'er and Shui Yuer waved goodbye to the two fierce beasts. Although they were not human, they were almost like human friends. We will go. Snow Emperor and Bing Emperor nodded. The human world was so wonderful that they would definitely go to see it if they had the chance. Goodbye, both of you. Shua Shua Shua. Then Yeliang Chen and Shui Bing'er sisters soared into the sky and flew towards the south. Snow Emperor, they are gone. I'm a little uncomfortable for a while. Bing Emperor, I remember that you were a little unwelcome to them at the beginning. Snow Emperor, don't say it. The two fierce beasts watched Yeliang Chen and the other two disappear in the sky, and then they thought in their hearts that they had to find an opportunity to go to the human world to play. This trip to the far north was a great harvest for Shui Bing'er. She finally raised her soul power to level 98 and felt like a big sister again. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. After flying for an hour, Yeliang Chen and the other two had left the glacier-restricted area. At the same time, a beautiful woman walked out from the deep frozen forest on the other side. I wonder if that brat and those two girls have come back? Let's go back and take a look. Swoosh. The beautiful woman muttered to herself as she walked, then soared into the sky and flew away. This woman was Shui Bing'er's mother Shui Langzhen. She passed several tests of the Frost Goddess, and her soul ring combination became 8 black and 1 red, and her soul power reached level 99. After reaching the semi-god level, Shui Langzhen finally understood what Yeliang Chen said before. With the help of God, even a pig can become a peerless strongman. Hey! Aren't those Bing'er and Yuer? And Xiao Chen is there too. At this moment, Shui Langzhen was eager to go home, and flew quickly to the south. Suddenly, she found a man and 2 women walking and talking on the snow. After a closer look, they were her 3 children. Swoosh! You 3 came out from the restricted area. Are you going to find the godhood of the ice god? Shui Langzhen swooped down and flew directly in front of Yeliang Chen and the other 2. Aunt? Mother? Seeing this, Shui Bing'er and Shui Yuer threw themselves into Shui Langzhen's arms like young geese returning to their nests and acted like spoiled children. I haven't seen you for a few years. I miss you so much. Shui Langzhen hugged the 2 little girls, feeling extremely happy. Aunt Lan, we were just about to go see you. I didn't expect you to come out so soon. Yeliang Chen felt that Shui Langzhen's soul power had now reached level 99. It seemed that her god test was going well. Well, I have completed the first 7 tests. The 8th test only requires me to master the magical skills of the Frost Goddess, and then complete the inheritance. Now my soul power has reached level 99. Shua. Shui Langzhen introduced her divine test situation, and then showed her 8 black and 1 red soul ring combination. Mother, you are also level 99, that's great. Seeing that her mother's strength has reached the level of a demigod, Shui Bing'er was very happy. And 8 black and 1 red soul rings, not bad. But my sister and I have 6 black and 3 red. My 9th soul ring is a million-year soul ring. Shui Yuer looked at Shui Langzhen's 8 black and 1 red soul ring combination, and then showed off her 6 black and 3 red soul rings. Mother, in the past month, we have obtained a large amount of 10,000 years mysterious ice marrow in the far north, and I have also improved my soul power from level 96 to level 98 by refining these treasures. Shui Binger also introduced to her mother the opportunities they encountered in the far north forbidden zone, and then showed her own strength. You actually encountered such a powerful beast? No wonder the far north glacier is called the human forbidden zone. And you got the 10,000 years mysterious ice marrow? Binger, you are really lucky. Shui Langzhen reached out and rubbed Shui Binger and Shui Yuer's heads. The soul power of these 2 little girls is second only to her own, which is really incredible. Yuer, you are now level 98, do you want to compete with me? Shui Langzhen looked at the abnormal soul ring combination of the 2 girls, so she wanted to test the strength of the 2 sisters, especially Shui Yuer also had a golden million-year soul ring, which was even more powerful. Auntie, how dare I compete with you? If you want to beat us up, just say so. Shui Yuer smiled sweetly. Smile, I am only level 98, not a pervert like Ye Yangchen, but I can't beat a level 99 strongman. Yuer, how can I bear to beat you? Shui Langzhen smiled brightly, and then hugged the 2 girls in her arms and kissed them again. Auntie Lan, did you get the artifact? Ye Yangchen asked curiously. The frost goddess was only a 2nd level god, and she should have an artifact. No artifact, in fact, the inheritance place of the frost goddess is very simple, with only an altar. The goddess set up some combat tests for me through the projection. Shui Langzhen described the situation of the frost secret realm, which was incomparable to the sea temple mentioned by Ye Yangchen, not to mention any artifacts. It is estimated that the frost goddess herself has no stock, so she is reluctant to give the artifact. So that's how it is. But think about it, the sea god and the angel god both became gods on Douluo star, so they left behind a dojo. Ye Yangchen knew that other gods were anxious to find successors, so an altar was enough for the inheritance place they arranged, because other things were not needed. Let's go back first. We have been in the far north for more than a month. I guess Sister Zuking and the others have overthrown the Dai dynasty now. Xiao Chen, follow me. Shui Binger took her mother and sister's hands and walked forward happily. Oh, is Zuking going to launch a coup in advance? Shui Langzhen was stunned when she heard this. She didn't expect that the little girl really wanted to be the queen of Xingluo. With Swu, Yu Hero and the others helping, it won't be a big problem. Along the way, Shui Yuer chattered and introduced the strength of the other girls in the Tianshui girls group to Shui Langzhen. These 2 girls are so lucky. When Shui Langzhen heard that Ye Lingling and Yu Hero had obtained the divine martial spirits, she immediately felt that the methods of these gods were really powerful. Chapter 443 The Avalanche of the Wealth-Giving Boy. When the few people arrived at the gate of the Ice and Snow City, a group of Soul Master mercenaries immediately surrounded them. Greetings, Mr. Yat. Because a Soul Master recognized Ye Yangchen a few days ago, it quickly spread in the Ice and Snow City. Now these mercenaries immediately bowed down to Ye Yangchen when they saw him. Do you know me? Ye Yangchen waved his hand and used his soul power to help these guys up. Sir, I am Hao Ti. I watched your competition in Wuhun City during the Soul Master competition. I was honored to see you at the hotel last month. At this time, a middle-aged man at the Soul Saint level came out of the crowd and flattered Ye Yangchen with a smile. So that's how it is. Ye Yangchen saw this Soul Saint man named Hao Ti and thought, isn't this the leader of the Soul Master mercenary group that Oscar joined in the original plot? Uncle Hao Ti, you have the cultivation of Soul Saint level, why do you still do this kind of mercenary work? Shui Yuer walked up and asked curiously. Miss, I prefer freedom, so I'm too lazy to join those noble forces. Hao Ti laughed. He had been in the mercenary group for most of his life and had already fallen in love with this kind of work. The most important thing was that he had money and freedom. Ye Yangchen knew that these free spirit masters did not like constraints and were unwilling to join any forces, so they lived on the edge of a knife. After entering the Ice and Snow City, Ye Yangchen also learned about the current situation of Xingluo country from some merchants who came and went. These girls are quite capable. Shui Langzhen smiled with relief. She had brought up the Tianshui girl group. Now, each of them has become famous all over the world, which made her proud. A few days later, Ye Yangchen and his group returned to Tenglong City and found that Swu, Yu Hero and others were not in Tenglong City. Ye Kailan had not returned yet. She should be taking the god test. Dugubo and Mu Kingxiu, 2 titled Douluo, were guarding the 2 elemental cities of Shenfeng and Shuo to prevent the Tiandu Empire from attacking. Xiao Chen, Zhu Zuking sent someone to bring news some time ago, saying that you should go to Xingluo City to subdue Queen Zhu. No matter what, Queen Zhu is still a member of the Zhu family, and she is also a Soul Douluo powerhouse, and she is also the eldest aunt of Zuking girl. She can't bear to kill her, so she has to let you use that space treasure to subdue her. At present, Swu and her group of girls are still in Xingluo country, helping Zhu Zuking to keep the situation under control and prevent Davis and Dai Mubai from bringing back the strong men from Rakshasa Island. In addition, His Holiness the Pope also asked two titled Douluo to bring a group of Wuhun Hall staff to Xingluo country and take over Wuhun Hall again. During the dinner, Ling Yu and Douluo, Shui Lanyu, Shui Lingfeng and others told Yeliangchen the specific situation of Xingluo country. The arrangement is quite good. Yeliangchen nodded. Xuzu and others successfully controlled the Xingluo Empire, which was also a big rear base for him. By the way, Xiao Chen, the Pope said that after you come back, go to Wuhan City. She said she wanted to discuss with you about re-electing the section. At this time, Ling Yuan told Yeliangchen about Bibi Dong's plan. Originally, Bibi Dong wanted to re-elect the sect ranking a long time ago, but Yeliangchen had not come back, so she could only wait and wait. Re-elect the sect ranking, this is good. Shui Yuer laughed. With the current high-end combat power of Tenglong Pavilion, it is no problem to compete for the world's first place. Yuer, what are you thinking about? Shui Langzhen, Shui Lanyu and Shui Lingfeng looked at Shui Yuer's eccentric appearance and knew that this girl wanted to make trouble. Of course, we have to beat down the old three sects. Shui Yuer had long been disgusted with the faces of the three sects, and this time she had to let them see how powerful the young people are. Hee. That's fine. I can imagine that after the three sects are squeezed out, their faces must be very ugly. I'm afraid Ning Fengzi will be so angry that his nose will be crooked by then. Shui Langzhen, Yesuling and others felt that as long as Tenglong Pavilion and Tianshui sect showed their strength, the three sects would have no chance. In that case, I'll set off tomorrow. Yeliangchen nodded, planning to go to Xingluo Empire first to help Zhu Zuking subdue Queen Zhu, and then go directly to Wuhan City. We will go with Xiao Chen. When His Holiness the Pope reselects the sect, we will represent Tianshui sect and Tenglong Pavilion to show our strength. The first place is of course from Wuhan Hall. As for the second and third places, they are ours. Shui Binger and Shui Yuer plan to show their skills at the sect selection meeting this time to let the world know how powerful Tianshui sect and Tenglong Pavilion are. That's right. Everyone nodded, thinking that what Shui Binger and her sister said made sense. Look at your ability. Shui Langzhen looked at the two girls' confident look and smiled helplessly. However, Shui Langzhen, Shui Lingfeng and others were too lazy to participate in the re-election of the sect. It would be better to let the two little girls toss around. After all, young people like to compete. The next morning, Yeliangchen took Shui Binger and her sister, called Ying Mei, and left Tenglong City directly. Master, that's great. Ying Mei was extremely excited when she saw that she could go out and play again. As for the blue-scaled dragon, she watched Yeliangchen and his group leave with eager eyes, and then she could only helplessly stay in the lake to help watch the house. After leaving Tianshui City, Ying Mei directly restored her original form of dark demon evil god tiger. She carried Yeliangchen and Shui Binger sisters through the mountains. Ying Mei, let's go to Tiandu City. At this time, Yeliangchen remembered that the Tiandu royal family had used his soul beast to spread rumors before, so he directly let the dark demon evil god tiger appear in Tiandu City to see what the noble forces would say. Okay. I was also very angry some time ago, and I really wanted to go out and kill those gossipy guys to vent my anger for my master. Ying Mei understood what Yeliangchen meant, and directly kicked off her feet and rushed towards Tiandu City. Xiao Chen, Shadow Phantom's appearance in Tiandu City will probably scare people silly. Shui Binger and Shui Yuer could imagine how much shock a 100,000-year-old soul beast would cause when it descended on Tiandu City. 3 days later, several people arrived at Tiandu City. The dark demon evil god tiger walked leisurely towards the city with a cat step. Ah! This is... The soldiers guarding the city were directly shocked. They had never seen such a scene before. Wow! What a big tiger! Is that Mr. Yet? That soul beast is so docile that it is willing to serve as his mount. Soon, the huge body of the dark demon evil god tiger caused a shock in Tiandu City. The dark demon evil god tiger ignored those humans and walked forward with a cat step like a street urchin. Such a scene made the citizens of Tiandu City very curious. They stopped to watch. Soon, countless citizens gathered on the street, directly paralyzing the traffic. The news quickly reached the Tiandu imperial family, shocking Shuebeng, Ning Fengzi, Yu Yuanzhen and others who were discussing important matters. Hurry up and ask Marshal Ji Long to gather the army. Shuebeng thought Yeliangchen would come to cause trouble, so he immediately gathered the army to prepare for the battle. That evildoer won't really bring a dark demon evil god tiger to kill people. Douluo felt that things were not good. This Yeliangchen was more ruthless than Shui Langzhen and Bibi Dong. When everyone spread rumors before, Bibi Dong and the others just took a little money, but now Yeliangchen came directly with a 100,000-year-old dark demon evil god tiger. Uncle Gu, let's go and see. Ning Fengzi was very curious about how Yeliangchen subdued the 100,000-year-old soul beast. Tap tap tap. Soon, tens of thousands of imperial guards were assembled. Your Majesty, according to the spy's report, Yeliangchen did not let the 100,000-year-old dark demon evil tiger kill. In addition, Shui Binger and Shui Yuer were also present. I think our royal family should not provoke him. Marshal Ji Long is the Grand Marshal of the Tiandu Empire and a sole Douluo, but he has no confidence in leading tens of thousands of soldiers to deal with a 100,000-year-old dark demon evil tiger. We have 4 titled Douluos here, plus the assistance of the 7 treasures glazed tower of Sect Master Ning. Are we still afraid of Yeliang Chen? Now that the bone Douluo of the 7 treasures glazed sect, Yu Yuanzhen of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect, and Tang Xiao and Tang Lai of the Hammer sect are all present, Xuebeng has a little confidence. It's better not to conflict with him. Ning Fengzi, Xuexing, and Yu Yuanzhen looked at each other and shook their heads. Wouldn't it be courting death to directly conflict with Yeliang Chen now? We can't let him show off his power in Tiandu City. All soldiers, listen to my orders, set off. As the Emperor of Tiandu, if Xuebeng allowed Yeliang Chen to let a 100,000-year-old soul beast disturb the people in Tiandu City, how could he, the Emperor, have any face? Your Majesty. Marshal Ji Long sighed helplessly. All these troubles were caused by Xuebeng. I provoked him, and now I have to go and recruit that monster again. What's going on? Marshal Ji Long, an old minister of the empire, felt a little tired at the moment, and could only lead the soldiers to escort Xuebeng helplessly. Tang Xiao and Tang Lai of the Hammer sect also followed Xuebeng to protect his safety. Shua. Ning Fengzi, Gu Douluo and Yu Yuanzhen left first, wanting to see what the 100,000-year-old dark demon evil god tiger looked like. When Gu Douluo, Ning Fengzi and Yu Yuanzhen came to a tall building on the street, they saw Yeliang Chen and Shui Bing'er sitting on the back of a big black tiger, talking and laughing while shopping. Is this the 100,000-year-old dark demon evil god tiger? It's really so terrifying. At this moment, Ning Fengzi and the other 2 looked at the dark demon evil god tiger, with a trace of greed in their eyes. This is a moving 100,000-year soul ring and a 100,000-year soul bone. But now the 3 of them could only watch helplessly, but did not dare to take action. Not to mention the horror of the 100,000-year-old dark demon evil god tiger, the strength of Yeliang Chen and Shui Binger sisters alone made them unable to deal with it. Tap tap tap. At this time, Xuebeng led the army to the street where Yeliang Chen was. Ah! This! Seeing that the 100,000-year-old dark demon evil god tiger was willing to serve as Yeliang Chen's mount, like a docile cat, Marshal Ji Long and others dropped their jaws. Especially those ordinary soldiers, they were so scared that they broke out in cold sweats and complained in their hearts, is His Majesty asking everyone to die? We are just ordinary people, how can we deal with this kind of soul beast? Hiss! Countless war horses were frightened by the powerful breath of the dark demon evil god tiger and screamed continuously. For a time, the scene was very chaotic. Xuebeng, what are you doing with the army? Shui Bing'er stood up and looked coldly at Xuebeng on the carriage in front of her. I also want to ask you, why did you bring soul beasts to Tiandu City? Xuebeng couldn't stand the powerful pressure of the 100,000-year soul beast at this moment, and began to sweat coldly. However, as the Emperor of Tiandu, he couldn't be timid, so he could only bite the bullet and ask Yeliang Chen. The real body of the hammer. Tang Xiao and Tang Lai immediately summoned their martial spirits to resist the pressure of the dark demon evil god tiger. Put away your hammers. Yeliang Chen waved his hand, and a powerful soul force surged forward. Beiji. Marshal Ji Long, Tang Xiao, Tang Lai and hundreds of other soul masters were directly pressed to the ground under the powerful soul force of Yeliang Chen, unable to move. Ah! At this moment, Marshal Ji Long and others felt what it meant to be powerful. He didn't even use his martial soul, but just waved his palm lightly, and made everyone unable to get up. Shua. At this time, Shui Bing'er and Shui Yu also directly showed their martial souls and soul rings, and pressed each other with a powerful soul force. Avalanche, you are so brave to come and block me with such a small number of people. Yeliang Chen looked at the avalanche lying on the ground with a smile, and felt very funny. This guy really knows how to toss. At this moment, Avalanche was lying on the ground, almost unable to breathe, and his face was distorted and very ugly. I like the way you look at me when you are unhappy with me and can't do anything about me. Yeliang Chen smiled calmly. This Xuebeng has been a hapless guy since he met him. It feels quite interesting. 6 black and 3 red. Shui Yu also has a golden soul ring? What kind of soul ring is that? Ning Fengzi and the other 2 who were hiding on the top of a tall building in the distance were stunned by the exaggerated soul ring combination of Shui Bing'er and Shui Yu. With just one palm, Tang Xiao and Tang Lai were pressed to the ground. Bone Douluo wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Yeliang Chen's strength exceeded everyone's expectations. Mr. Yat, this is all a misunderstanding. We just heard that a soul beast appeared in Tiandu City, so we came to see it. Please show mercy, Mr. Yat. At this time, Prince Xuexing raised his head with difficulty and pleaded with Yeliang Chen. Sure enough, every time he followed Xuebeng, the brainless nephew, there would be no good things. Please show mercy, Mr. Yat. Marshal Ji Long also pleaded with Yeliang Chen, otherwise he would suffer today for bringing tens of thousands of soldiers. Old man Xuezing, here's a price, 10 million gold soul coins, pay the money and I'll let you go. You guys were making trouble for me some time ago, now I'm here, you can do whatever you want. Ye Yangchen deliberately frightened Prince Xuezing and others, since Bibi Dong and others had extorted 10 million from the Tiandu royal family before, he couldn't come here for nothing. Okay. We'll give it to you. Prince Xuezing made a prompt decision and took out 2 gold soul coins with a value of 5 million from the soul guide and threw them to Ye Yangchen. Old man, you performed well, I won't pursue you today. Ye Yangchen happily put away the 10 million gold soul coins, and then released the soul pressure. Marshal Ji Long, Sect Master Tang, will withdraw. Seeing Ye Yangchen let everyone go, Prince Xuezing was relieved, so he immediately asked everyone to evacuate to avoid angering the monster again. Yes. Your Highness. Marshal Ji Long and Tang Xiao had underestimated Ye Yangchen's terror before, and now they didn't want to stay here for a moment, so they took Xuebeng and his nephew away directly. Tap tap tap, tens of thousands of troops saw this and followed Marshal Ji Long to leave the place as if they were fleeing for their lives. Master Ning, Old Man Gu, Old Man Yu, if you want to watch the show, just watch it openly. What's the point of hiding? Seeing Xuebeng and his group fleeing for their lives, Ye Yangchen's mouth twisted, and then he shouted towards the hiding place of Ning Fengzi and the other 2. These 3 old guys came early in the morning, but they didn't dare to show up. They thought they didn't know. Chapter 444, The Clown Ning Fengzi. When Ning Fengzi and the other 2 saw that Ye Yangchen had discovered them, their first reaction was to flee from here. Shua. But before they could react, they saw Ye Yangchen and the 3 women appear on the roof. Shua. Douluo immediately summoned his martial soul, trying to activate the space soul skill to take Ning Fengzi away. Banga. But the next second, Ye Yangchen slapped him directly, interrupting Douluo's soul skill, and even the martial soul dissipated directly. Ye Yangchen, what do you want to do? At this moment, Douluo couldn't even raise his soul power. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. A few weed-like hairs drooped on his bald head, which was very ugly. Old man, you still want to escape in front of me, don't I want to save face? Ye Yangchen smiled calmly. This old man was known as the most bizarre titled Douluo on the continent, but now it seems that he is just like that. Shua. At this time, Shui Binger and Shui Yu locked Yu Yuanzhen with their powerful mental power. The 2 women did not intend to attack, but just to scare each other. At this moment, Yu Yuanzhen broke out in cold sweat on his back, thinking, are young people nowadays so scary? Little friend yet, please stop. Ning Fengzi saw that Douluo was sweating profusely, and knew that he could not escape today, so he hurriedly pleaded with Ye Yangchen. Master, they showed murderous intent to me just now. As a 100,000-year soul beast, Ying Mei understood the greed of these humans. Except for the master, no soul master could resist the temptation of 100,000-year soul rings and soul bones. You actually still have such an idea. I have to say, you are so brave. Shui Binger and Shui Yu almost couldn't help laughing. These old guys actually wanted to take advantage of Ying Mei. Isn't that like lighting a lamp in the toilet? Misunderstanding, all this is a misunderstanding. Yes. Yes. We just heard that a 100,000-year soul beast appeared in Tiandu city, so we came to see it specially. Ning Fengzi and Yu Yuanzhen shook their heads quickly, and would never admit that they had the idea of coveting the dark demon evil god tiger. Since you have such greedy ideas, then spend money to avoid disaster. The 100,000-year-old dark demon evil god tiger is a legendary super soul beast. It is your honor to see it. The 7 treasures glazed tile sect is the richest sect in the world, so give 20 million. This is worthy of the status of sect master Ning. If I take less, it means I look down on the 7 treasures glazed tile sect. As for the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect, it is a little poorer, so 5 million. Ye Yangchen saw that these old guys liked to jump back and forth in front of him, which was really interesting. In this case, let them pay money to save their lives. 20 million? Ye Yangchen, you are robbing. Hearing that Ye Yangchen wanted to take 20 million as soon as he opened his mouth, Douluo was furious. Hey, you're right, I'm just robbing. You guys said bad things about me behind my back some time ago, so I'm asking for some reputation damage compensation now, isn't that too much? Besides, the Tiandu royal family has already paid, it seems unfair if you don't give me some. Ye Yangchen was talking nonsense seriously, anyway, he had already torn his face with these guys, so he didn't need to be polite. Shua. I have always convinced people with virtue, if you don't accept it, then come on. But if you are killed by me by accident, it will not be worth it. Ye Yangchen summoned the sword martial soul, 2 red and 7 colorful golden soul rings rose, flashing, blinding Ning Fengzi and the others. Mr. Yet, let's talk. Here are 20 million gold soul coins. Looking at Ye Yangchen's exaggerated soul ring combination, Ning Fengzi immediately admitted defeat, so he took out 4 gold soul coin cards with a value of 5 million from the soul guide and threw them to Ye Chen. I also have 5 million here. I hope Mr. Ye will give me some leniency. Yu Yuanzhen also took out a gold soul coin card with a value of 5 million and gave it to Ye Chen, just as a way to get rid of the disaster. Oh, that's right. Ye Chen happily put away the 25 million gold soul coins, feeling very refreshed. The money from these big sects is really easy to get. He just showed his martial soul and soul rings, and the other party admitted defeat. Master Ning, we treated you to grilled fish in the Sunset Forest before, but you let people say bad things about me and gossip about me afterwards. You are the head of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect, and you are not a gentleman, but you have to make yourself a two-faced hypocrite. Why do you do this? Then Ye Chen mocked Ning Fengzi. This old fox is both inexperienced and playful. He is simply a superboy who brings wealth. Let's go. Swish. After saying that, Ye Chen activated the flying sword skill and took the 3 women directly into the sky, disappearing in a few seconds. Damn. After watching Ye Chen and the others disappear, Ning Fengzi and the other 2 were so angry that their noses were crooked, but they were helpless in the face of absolute strength. This kid is too arrogant. Yu Yuanzhen felt so aggrieved. He just came from the Tiandu royal family, got 5 million, but before they could even warm up, Ye Chen took it away in the blink of an eye. You too, I'm leaving first. Swoosh. Yu Yuanzhen felt that his bad luck was caused by Ning Fengzi, so he hurried back to the sect and didn't dare to stay in Tiandu city anymore, for fear that he would run into that evildoer Ye Chen again. I will not be a human being if I don't take revenge for this. Ning Fengzi was so angry. Not only did he lose the 5 million that he just got from the Tiandu royal family, but he also lost 15 million. And because of Ye Chen's incident, the Kaibao Liulai sect lost nearly 100 million gold soul coins. Even the richest sect in the world couldn't stand such a toss. Fengzi, this kid is too powerful, what should we do? Douluo was very regretful at this moment. Just to take a look at the 100,000-year-old dark demon evil god tiger, he directly caused the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect to lose 20 million gold soul coins. If he had known earlier, he would not have let Ning Fengzi join in the fun. Uncle Gu, it feels like this kid is deliberately irritating us. Let's just think of it as a loss of money to avoid disaster. Ning Fengzi sighed helplessly. When he met a monster like Ye Chen who didn't play by the rules, he had no way to do anything. He could only swallow this breath of frustration. You mean he deliberately irritated us, and as long as we take action, he will destroy us? Douluo thought of Ye Chen's slap just now, which made him unable to even raise his soul power. If the other party wanted to kill him, it would be too easy. Let's go back to the sect first, and wait for Uncle Jian and Rong to become gods, and then get back at them. Ning Fengzi also wanted to take revenge, but his strength did not allow it, so he could only endure it now. On the other side, Ye Chen and his party quickly flew away from Tiandu city, and then headed directly towards Xingluo country. Xiao Chen, if we do this, will they be desperate and start a war in advance? Shui Yuer knew that the people of the Tiandu royal family and the upper 3 sects must be furious. Yuer, Xiao Chen is deliberately provoking them. If the Tiandu Empire takes the initiative to provoke a war, we can just destroy them legitimately. Shui Binger smiled brightly. Now everyone is very powerful and has enough strength to deal with all this. Sister Binger is right. I did it on purpose before. Ye Chen didn't care about the Tiandu Empire and the upper 3 sects at all. As long as the other party dared to take the initiative to start a war, it would be just what he wanted. So that's the case. Then next time I meet them, I will rob them again. Shui Yuer laughed. Anyway, those gangs are all old foxes. There is nothing wrong with fighting for their money. Yuer, we are not bandits, how can we rob people as soon as we meet? Shui Binger was speechless about Shui Yuer's idea. I think it's okay, anyway, they are not good people. Yingmei agreed with Shui Yuer's idea. Haha. Yingmei is right. Shui Yuer smiled playfully, and stretched out her hand and slapped Yingmei. Don't think too much, let's go. Ye Chen smiled and asked everyone to continue on their way. Several people did not take the official road, but walked through remote mountain villages. Along the way, everyone found that the officers and soldiers of the Tiandu Empire were arresting men everywhere, and some beautiful young women could not escape the clutches of those officers and soldiers. How could they do this? As women, Shui Binger and Shui Yuer could not stand those officers and soldiers oppressing the people. Every time they met them, they would take action to deal with those evil officers and soldiers and save many women. Seeing that the ruling class of the Tiandu Empire was so corrupt, Shui Binger made a decision in her heart that she would be the empress of the Tiandu Empire. 10 days later, Ye Chen and his companions came to Xingluo Imperial City and met Xuzu King, Swu, Yu Hero, and others. However, Bai Chenxiang was not in the Imperial Sky, but went to participate in the God examination, and of course, there were Xuzu King's 2 sisters. Swu, Yu Hero, Ye Lingling, Duguyan, Gu Qingbo, Chu Ruo Shui, Shen Liuyu and others are now titled Douluo. In order to help Xuzu King stabilize the entire Xingluo kingdom, they have not yet gone to find their respective places of inheritance of gods. Xuzu King immediately set up a banquet in a garden in the palace to welcome Yeliang Chen and Shui Bing her sisters. Zuking, how do you feel about becoming an empress? Shui Bing'er looked at Xuzu King with a smile. Sister Bing'er, I don't feel anything. I do all this to seek justice for the women who died in the Zhu family. Xuzu King smiled sweetly. Although she became the empress of Xingluo, she still had to practice and had no time to manage the government, so she had to leave these troublesome matters to her father. Sister, you are now level 98, congratulations. Xuzu King, Suwu, Yu Hero and others raised their glasses to celebrate after learning about Shui Bing'er's adventure in the far north. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, Xuzu King directly brought her aunt Zhu Tianke to Yeliang Chen. Mr. Yat. After seeing Yeliang Chen, Zhu Tianke was stunned. This monster was the behind-the-scenes pusher of the Dai family dynasty's demise. Zuking, what are you doing? Zhu Tianke didn't understand why her little niece brought her to Yeliang Chen, the monster. Did she want this young man to take her in? At this moment, Zhu Tianke imagined some messy plots, although a little embarrassed, but he did not suffer a loss, but made a fortune. Just ask, a boy who looks so handsome and powerful, which woman can resist? Master, this woman is greedy for your body. Seeing a charming look flash across Zhu Tianke's face, Ying Mei knew what this woman was thinking. Ha ha ha. Ying Mei, don't say what I think. How embarrassing. Shui Bing'er, Xiao Yuer, Shui Wu and others couldn't help laughing. Zhu Tianke really knows how to think. I didn't, don't talk nonsense. Zhu Qing, what do you want me to do? Zhu Tianke looked at these girls smiling at him, his face flushed instantly, then turned his head and looked at Xuzu King with resentment. Aunt, niece is also giving you a chance to be reborn. Brother Chen, help me conquer her. Xuzu King smiled sweetly, then grabbed Zhu Tianke's hand and handed it to Yeliang Chen. Empress Zhu, I'm sorry. I can only do this to make you 100% loyal to Zuking. Swoosh. Yeliang Chen grabbed Zhu Tianke's hand, and then with a thought, he directly put the other party into the game pet space. Shua. The next moment, Yeliang Chen summoned Zhu Tianke from the game pet space again. Meet the master. After Zhu Tianke appeared again, she knelt down and bowed to Yeliang Chen. Her charming eyes were full of temptation. Now Zhu Tianke has become Yeliang Chen's pet, and she no longer has any thoughts about the people of the Dai family. Get up, you will obey Zuking's arrangements and serve her in the future. To be honest, Yeliang Chen was a little embarrassed and felt that he was quite evil, but in order to make the other party loyal to Zhu Zuking, he could only do this. Yes, master. Zhu Tianke bowed respectfully, and then stood quietly beside Zhu Zuking. And, how do you feel? Zhu Zuking felt that Zhu Tianke had no resentment towards her, and she felt pretty good. Zuking, I'm fine. Zhu Tianke smiled sweetly. After resolving the matter of Queen Zhu, Yeliang Chen decided to take Zhu Zuking, Suwu and others to the Wuhun Hall to let Bibi Dong formally confer titles on the women. After all, these beauties have become female Douluo, and their names must be resounding throughout the continent. The Pope wants to re-elect the sect, so our Tenglong Pavilion must compete for the first sect in the world. Needless to say, we also have to help Tianshui sect to win the second sect in the world. Suwu, Yu Hero and others were very interested in the re-election of the sect. A few days later, Yeliang Chen and the Tianshui women's group came to the Pope's Hall in Wuhan City and met Bibi Dong. Yuegwen, Gai Mei, you go and notify all the major sects immediately. After 20 days, reselect the sect rankings. When Bibi Dong saw Yeliang Chen coming, she immediately arranged for everyone to stay, and then asked Dizhuo and the others to send invitations to all the major sects, inviting everyone to the Wuhan Hall to participate in the sect ranking selection meeting. Bang! This news was like a bomb, and it immediately caused a sensation. However, since it was an invitation from the Wuhan Hall, the leaders of all the major forces rushed to the Wuhan Hall. What is Bibi Dong going to do? In the Kai Bao Liulai sect, Ning Fengzi was still in a depressed mood. Suddenly, he received an invitation letter from the Wuhan Hall and immediately felt something was wrong. Shua. At this time, Jian Douluo stood on the 7-killing sword and flew from a distance. Uncle Jian, you are back. Ning Fengzi was overjoyed when he saw this. Now I have completed the 7 tests, and my soul power has reached level 99. Sword Douluo said lightly, the improvement of strength made him feel extremely confident. Sword man, you are back at the right time. Some time ago, we met Yeliang Chen, that monster, in Tiandu City. Bone Douluo talked about Yeliang Chen's strength and soul ring combination to see if Sword Douluo could get back at him. 7 golden soul rings? Could it be a million-year soul ring? Fengzi, why do you always provoke that monster? After listening to Bone Douluo's description, Sword Douluo was stunned. He was originally full of confidence, but now he was out of confidence. Uncle Jian, since you are back, then accompany me to the Wuhan Hall. Okay. Bibi Dong's reselection of the sect ranking is nothing more than trying to suppress the reputation of our top 3 sections. After listening to Ning Fengzi's description, Sword Douluo immediately guessed Bibi Dong's intention. Alas! On the other side, after receiving the invitation letter from the Spirit Hall, Yu Yuanzhen of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan felt very nervous. He didn't know whether to go or not. If he didn't go, people would laugh at the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan for being timid. If he went, he was afraid that Bibi Dong would cause trouble. After all, Bibi Dong had extorted 5 million gold soul coins from him some time ago. Let's go and discuss it with Ning Fengzi first. After thinking for a while, Yu Yuanzhen left the sect directly to see what the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile clan would do. Chapter 445, The Conferment Ceremony. Yu Yuanzhen soon arrived at the gate of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile clan and happened to see Ning Fengzi and Jian Douluo going out. After a conversation, Yu Yuanzhen was shocked to learn that Jian Douluo had become a level 99 titled Douluo. Master Ning, the number 1 sect in the world right now is none other than your 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Yu Yuanzhen flattered Ning Fengzi directly, and at the same time he was extremely envious. The number 1 sect in the world? It's too early now, let's go first, it depends on the situation. Sword Douluo said lightly, Yeliang Chen, that monster, must be present at this sect meeting. How could the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect possibly become the world's number 1 sect? Several people went to the Hammer sect again, called Tang Xiao, and planned to rush to Wuhan city together. Although the martial spirit of the Hammer sect is no longer the Clear Sky Hammer, the people are still the same. Ning Fengzi and Yu Yuanzhen still regard the Hammer sect as one of the top 3 sects. Master Ning, Master Yu, I won't go. The Hammer sect is no longer the Clear Sky sect it used to be, and now it has become a subsidiary sect of Rakshasa Island. Without Tang San's permission, Tang Xiao dare not act on his own. Well then. Ning Fengzi and Yu Yuanzhen understood Tang Xiao's feelings, so they didn't force it. Jian Douluo wanted to try to use his divine power to transform the bamboo shoot hammer spirit of the Hammer sect back to the Clear Sky Hammer, but found that he couldn't do it at all. He could only sigh in his heart, the dignified Clear Sky sect was made like this by Tang San, what a sin. Although this sect meeting was not good for the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect, Ning Fengzi and Yu Yuanzhen had to go. After all, the authority of the Spirit Hall Pope Bibi Dong was very great now. If they didn't go to the sect meeting, they would appear to be timid and afraid of things. However, now that Jian Douluo has reached level 99, Ning Fengzi has a little more confidence. On the other hand, Shui Binger, Shui Yuer and others who were far away in the Spirit City were very concerned about this sect election, and they all wanted to show their strength in front of the major forces. Show off your skills and squeeze out the former top 3 sects. Bibi Dong also customized exclusive clothing for Shui Binger and the others, and created new tokens to let these girls hold an honorary elder position in the Spirit Hall. Yeliang Chen went to the Lake of Life again and called Jin Linger, after all, that girl also likes to join in the fun. Qian Rongxiu also participated in the title this time, after all, she has not been titled since she became a titled Douluo. Now Qian Rongxiu has fused 6 pieces of Angel Divine Armor Soul Bones, and her soul power has reached the peak of level 98. She thought she could be the leader among Yeliang Chen's confidants, but when she saw the strength of Shui Binger, Shui Yuer, Ye Lingling, and Yu Hero, she instantly felt that her strength was also ordinary. Your Holiness, we want to design the clothes ourselves. Shui Binger, Shui Yuer and others are very concerned about their exclusive clothing for titled Douluo, so they designed it themselves. Okay. It's up to you. In the Pope's Palace Manor, Bibi Dong was drinking tea while watching the girls busy designing clothes, feeling very relieved. Hey! This little guy is like a salted fish. Then Bibi Dong glanced at Yeliang Chen who was fishing by the small lake, and couldn't help laughing. Others were preparing for the ceremony of being conferred, but this little guy didn't care about it at all. However, Bibi Dong also tailored a set of exclusive clothing for title Douluo for Yeliang Chen, and he had to arrange it for him whether the boy was willing or not. As for Hulina, Xiaoyu, Yan, Jin Yaoer, Qingming and Qiangu brothers, their strength has reached Soul Douluo, and now they have been promoted to Platinum Bishops, and their status has also risen. Xiao Chen, when do you think my grandfather will be able to break through the 100th level? At this time, Qian Rongxiu came to Yeliang Chen and asked about her grandfather. As a servant of God, he is not qualified to absorb the power of faith of the angel god. After you become a god, you can remove the soul seal planted by the previous generation of angel god on his forehead, and then he can absorb the power of the angel god. It's the same for Senior Poseidon. Only when Sister Yuer becomes a god can her shackles be removed. Yeliang Chen explained to Jian Rongxiu that Jian Daoliu and Poseidon were both servants of God and could not become gods. However, Poseidon's soul power was forcibly piled up to level 100 by Guyuina, but because of the shackles planted by the sea god, Poseidon has been unable to transform his own soul power into divine power. So that's it. Jian Rongxiu nodded, and suddenly felt that the previous generation of angel gods was quite ruthless. If it weren't for Yeliang Chen, Grandpa would definitely sacrifice himself for his own godhood. In the blink of an eye, it was the day of the sect re-election meeting. Bibi Dong chose the venue of the sect meeting in the Pope Palace Square. Qian Daoliu also attended this time. He also planned to preside over the ceremony in person. After all, so many young masters emerged at once, which made him very happy. Wow! On this day, tens of thousands of soul masters gathered outside the Pope Palace Square, waiting for the conferment meeting of the newly promoted titled Douluo. Bibi Dong sat on the Pope's chair, looking down at everything below. Her temperament was firmly controlled by her. Ghost Douluo, Chrysanthemum Douluo, Hulina, Jin Yao and others stood behind Bibi Dong, playing the role of guards. Qian Daoliu and Qian Rongxiu also sat in Bibi Dong's chair. Next to them, watching everything on the square, in addition, the old men of the worship hall, such as Golden Crocodile, Blue Luan, Qianjun, Jiangmo and Bear Master, also came. Guangling Douluo didn't like to join in the fun, so he stayed in the Angel Temple. The titled Douluo of the Elder Hall, except for Guizhou and Shenglong Douluo, were all stationed in Jialing Pass and Xingluo Empire, so they couldn't attend the meeting. Not far behind Bibi Dong, there were some exclusive seats, which were prepared for the leaders of major forces. After all, the guests were guests, and the Wuhun Hall couldn't neglect them. The representatives of the major sects, arranged by several platinum bishops, were waiting outside the square. As for Yeliang Chen, he stood on the roof of a building outside the Pope's Palace Square with Shui Binger and others to watch the show. The forces participating in the sect meeting this time were the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex Sect, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect, the Elephant Armor Sect, the Wind Sword Sect. In addition to the Fire Leopard Sect, there is also the Holy Dragon Sect of Holy Dragon Douluo, the Dragon Lord and Snake Lady of the Dragon Snake Mansion of the Barak Kingdom, and the Rock Antelope Sect and the Sparrow Peak Sect, both of which are long-legged beauties. The Rock Antelope Sect and the Sparrow Peak Sect are just small sects supported by Bibi Dong, and the two beautiful sect masters are only soul saints. They feel a little embarrassed to participate in such a sect conference, but they cannot disobey the order of Pope Bibi Dong. As for the people of the Hammer Sect and the White Tiger Sect, they did not come. Now the Hammer Sect has become a subsidiary sect of Luosha Island, and the White Tiger Sect was driven to several coastal cities of the Xingluo Empire by Zhu Zuqing, and they did not have the courage to participate in any sect conference. Yuegwen. Let's start. Bibi Dong saw that the people from the major sects had already arrived, and then asked Zhu Douluo to announce the start of the conference. Shua. Please invite the representatives of the major sects to come on stage. Zhu Douluo immediately flew over the square and announced the start of the conference. Shua. Jian Douluo first summoned the seven killing sword martial soul, and flew directly into the Pope's Palace Square with Ning Fengzi, then flew to the high platform and landed on the exclusive platform of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect. Jian Daojinexin, I didn't expect you to reach that level. Qian Daoliu felt Jian Douluo's powerful aura and was immediately surprised. Not bad, Qian Daoliu, let's fight when we have a chance. Jian Douluo glanced at Qian Daoliu indifferently, his eyes full of fighting spirit. His father fought with the other party and died of depression after losing. Now he wants to get back this place. Okay. I look forward to your challenge. Qian Daoliu laughed. Even if the other party and he have reached their own level, he is not afraid either. Bibi Dong and Qian Rongxiu already knew that Jian Douluo had inherited the sword god, and they didn't care about his changes. Now the inheritance of the god's throne is everywhere, and anyone you pick out may be the inheritor of the god's throne, so there is nothing strange about it. Shua Shua. Yu Yuanzhen glanced at Yeliang Chen on the roof in the distance, and then came on stage nervously. Shua. Then, the beast Hu Yanzhen of the Elephant Armor Sect, Tuoba Xi of the Holy Dragon Sect, Feng Beilong of the Wind Sword Sect, Long Gong, Shipo and others came on stage one after another. That's Shenglong Douluo, that's Hu Yan, the leader of the Elephant Armor Sect. Long Gong and Shipo are here too. It was the first time for the spectators to see the leaders of the major forces, so they all commented on them. Xiao Chen, hurry up and bring everyone here, let's make the scene bigger. Seeing that the leaders of all the major sects had already appeared, Bibi Dong saw that Yeliang Chen was still watching the show on the roof of a building in the distance, and then immediately used her soul power to force the sound into a line, and sent a message to the little guy, asking him to bring the girls to make a brilliant appearance. Ying Mei, restore your original form and take us over. After receiving Bibi Dong's message, Yeliang Chen directly asked Ying Mei to serve as everyone's mount. Yes, master. Roar. Ying Mei restored his original form as the dark demon evil god tiger, and roared, and then took everyone to fly over the square. Wow! What a big tiger! When the huge body of the dark demon evil god tiger descended on the Pope's Palace Square, it immediately caused everyone to exclaim. The 100,000-year-old dark demon evil god tiger is really so terrifying. Qian Daoliu, Jian Douluo, Jin Crocodile Douluo and others were also stunned by Yeliang Chen's pet soul beast. Your Holiness, is it inappropriate for a 100,000-year-old soul beast to enter the sacred square of the Pope's palace? When Ning Fengzi saw the huge dark demon evil god tiger under Ye Liangchen's feet, he immediately remembered the scene where Ye Liangchen blackmailed him for 20 million gold soul coins. He was so upset, so he provoked Jian Daoliu and the others to see if they would take action. After all, no title Douluo could resist the temptation of a 100,000-year-old soul beast. Master Ning, you are ignorant. There are 100,000-year-old guardian beasts on the Sea God Island. This 100,000-year-old dark demon evil god tiger is Xiaoqin's pet. Now it is the guardian beast of Tenglong City. It is naturally no problem for it to come to our Wuhun city. Qian Rongxiu laughed, feeling that Ning Fengzi's brain was like being stuck in the door, and he was becoming more and more like a clown. Master Ning, last time you spent 20 million gold soul coins to take a look at the 100,000-year-old dark demon evil god tiger. Today, I won't charge you. Of course, if you keep talking nonsense, I will charge you. Ye Liangchen saw that Ning Fengzi, the old fox, dared to jump in front of him. It was really interesting. Did he think he was powerful again because he relied on Jian Douluo to become a level 99 strongman? Young Master Yat, the soul beast of the dark demon evil god tiger is very evil. It is not appropriate for you to bring it with you. Ning Fengzi was very unhappy, so he said to Ye Liangchen very stubbornly. Shua. You are evil, your whole family is evil. At this time, Ying Mei burst out with a black light and transformed into a hot beauty. Finally, she cursed Ning Fengzi. Wow! Seeing the 100,000-year-old dark demon evil god tiger transformed into a beautiful woman again, countless people were shocked. Ning Fengzi didn't expect that he would be scolded by a 100,000-year-old soul beast. If it were somewhere else, he would definitely kill this dark demon evil god tiger, but this was just a thought. Only, with Ye Liangchen, this monster, there is no chance at all. Master Ning, which soul master on the mainland does not rely on hunting soul beasts to obtain soul rings to practice? Without soul beasts, you are nothing. What qualifications do you have to say that the dark demon evil god tiger is an evil soul beast? On the one hand, you rely on the soul rings of soul beasts to advance, and on the other hand, you say that soul beasts are evil. To be honest, I have never seen such a shameless person. Ye Liangchen directly sprayed, and Ning Fengzi was stunned. What Mr. Ye said makes sense. Think about it, without soul beasts, where can we get soul skills? Yes. Yes, I, a soul master, really have no right to discriminate against soul beasts. Not only that, his other soul masters also felt ashamed under Ye Liangchen's spray. At this moment, everyone realized that without soul beasts, soul masters could not upgrade at all, which was a bit ridiculous to think about. Even Jian Douluo wanted to defend Ning Fengzi, but he found that he couldn't refute Ye Liangchen's words, so he just kept silent. Master, you are so right. As a 100,000-year-old soul beast, Ying Mei can especially feel the situation of soul beasts. Puff. Brother Yat, everyone is a little embarrassed by what you said. Jin Linger smiled playfully, and was very happy that Ye Liangchen could understand the difficulties of soul beasts. That's right, even we were criticized by him. Shui Binger and others were also speechless. When this little guy got ruthless, he even criticized his own people. Okay, stop talking. Everyone bowed their heads in shame because of what you said. Bibi Dong looked at Ye Liangchen with a smile. This kid was really good at talking. Even she was criticized because she only had 2 God-given soul rings on her body, and the rest of the soul rings were all obtained by hunting soul beasts. Great priest, it's your turn. Bibi Dong turned her head and signaled Jian Daoliu to preside over the ceremony. Nana, it's your turn. Seeing this, Zhu Douluo immediately signaled Hulina and others to enter the venue. Shua Shua. Hulina, Xiaoyu, Yan, Jin Yaoer, Qing Ming, Jian Guming, Jian Guxiao and others flew directly into the center of the square, waiting to be conferred. Congratulations on becoming Soul Douluo. I will confer you the title of Platinum Bishop today. I hope you will continue to work hard and create more glory. Jian Daoliu stood up and flew to the center of the square to present the Platinum Bishop token and exclusive clothing to Hulina and others. He was very pleased that so many young Soul Douluo masters appeared in the Spirit Hall at one time. Thank you, great worshipper. We will definitely work hard to become title Douluo. Hulina and others respectfully received the token and the exclusive clothing of the Platinum Bishop. Becoming a Platinum Bishop is only a short-term honor for everyone. Maybe in a few years, everyone will become a title Douluo. The golden generation of the Spirit Hall has become a Soul Douluo. This growth rate is too fast. Ning Fengzi, Hu Yansan, Longgong, Shipo and others are a little familiar with Hulina, Xiaoyu and Yan. When these 3 participated in the Soul Master competition, they were only Soul Kings. Unexpectedly, after just a few years, these young people have become Soul Douluo powerhouses. Pa pa pa. Ye Liangchen, Shui Binger and others immediately applauded to congratulate Hulina and others. Bibi Dong, Jian Rongxiu and other people from the spirit hall also applauded, causing a small climax. Thank you everyone. Hulina and others looked at Yeliang Chen with grateful eyes. Everyone, now please witness the historical moment. Tang Hao, who became a titled Douluo at the age of 44, was called the youngest titled Douluo in history. However, the record created by Tang Hao is nothing compared to the young people today. Shuer, come down and be titled with everyone. Then Jian Daoliu announced Jian Rongxiu, Yeliang Chen, Shui Binger and others to come forward to be titled. Shua. Jian Rongxiu stood up, showing the 8-winged angel martial spirit and 7 black and 2 red spirit rings, slowly landed on the square, and stood with Yeliang Chen and others. Jian Rongxiu, level 98, title, Angel Douluo. Shui Binger, level 98, title, Mysterious Ice Douluo. Shui Yuer, level 98, title, Beauty Douluo. Girl, your title is very unique. When Jian Daoliu saw Shui Yuer's title introduction, he couldn't help laughing. Puff. Jian Rongxiu, Shui Binger and others couldn't help laughing. Haha. Shui Yuer actually gave herself the name of Beauty Douluo, so interesting. When the crowd heard Shui Yuer's title, they also laughed. Do you think my name is not nice? Shui Yuer looked at the others and showed a quirky smile. It sounds good. Everyone nodded immediately. Anyway, Shui Yuer's martial spirit is a mermaid, so there is nothing wrong with calling her Beauty Douluo. Let's get back to the point. Jin Linger, level 96, title, Guanjiao Douluo. Zhu Zuking, level 94, title, Yuming Douluo. Swu, level 93, title, Bingling Douluo. Yu Hero, level 98, title, Hero Douluo. Yelingling, level 99, title, Shensin Douluo. Gu Qingbo, level 93, title, Qingbo Douluo. Duguyan, level 93, title, Filong Douluo. Chu Ruo Shui, level 93, title, Ruo Shui Douluo. Shen Liuyu, level 93, title, Liuyu Douluo. Finally, the most evil genius in the history of Soul Masters, Yeliang Chen, 20 years old this year, Soul Power level 99, title, Evil Douluo. Children, congratulations on becoming titled Douluo. I am proud of you. We, the older generation, have been beaten on the beach by you. The future belongs to you young people. Jian Daoliu smiled and awarded tokens entitled Douluo costumes to Yeliang Chen, Jian Rongxiu and others. Chapter 446 Shui Binger challenges Sword Douluo. Wow! The young master has reached level 98. He is worthy of being the young master of our spirit hall. Shui Binger and the others are also very powerful. 3 level 98, and they are as strong as the young master. Who is the beauty named Jin Linger? She is also level 96. Why haven't I seen her before? Didn't you hear it? Yelingling is also level 99, the same as Mr. Yet. It's incredible. When everyone heard the overall strength of Shui Binger's group of beautiful Douluo, they were stunned, especially for Jin Linger who suddenly appeared. Everyone was puzzled. It feels like we old guys have been practicing for nothing all our lives. We are old, this era is destined to belong to the young people. Golden Crocodile, Bear Lion, Kyunjun and others laughed at themselves. Fortunately, their descendants have established a relationship with Yeliang Chen. Now Jin Yaoer and others have become Soul Douluo, which can be regarded as a little soup. Hehe. How did Master Ye practice? This practice speed is simply a miracle. My eldest grandson Ali played a Soul Master competition with Master Ye in the past. Now he is only a level 58 Soul King, while Master Ye has already stood at the top. Isn't it? Our family's Yi is only a high-level Soul King now. Dragon Lord, Snake Lady, Huan Zhen and others compared their grandsons with Yeliang Chen and found that the gap was too big. Master Yu, it seems that we can't keep our position in the top 3 sections. That's right, these young people are too scary. It feels like the titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall can't compare to them. Ning Fengzi and Yu Yuanzhen used soul power to communicate with each other. Facing such a powerful Tenglong Pavilion, which force can fight against it? Although Jian Douluo was also shocked, his current strength was not bad. Except for Yeliang Chen, these girls could not pose any threat to him. Everyone, based on the current strength of Tenglong Pavilion, it is called the strongest sect on the continent. Do you have any objection? At this time, Bibi Dong stood up and announced to everyone that Tenglong Pavilion was the #1 sect in the world. No objection. Yes. The former Haoshan sect has become the Hammer sect and a subsidiary of Luosha Island. It has been removed from the top 3 sects. Now Tenglong Pavilion is the real #1 sect in the world. As for the 7 Treasures Glazed sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect, they are too bad compared to Tenglong Pavilion and Tianshui sect. Tenglong Pavilion is the #1 sect in the world, and Tianshui sect ranks second. Shenglong Douluo, Huan Zhen, Long Gong and others began to rank Tenglong Pavilion and Tianshui sect, while the 7 Treasures Glazed sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect were already ranked behind. everyone. Keep a low profile. Yeliang Chen smiled calmly. The people in the spirit hall openly slapped the 7 treasures glazed sect and the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus sect, making him a little embarrassed. Mr. Yat, don't be modest. Yes, Mr. Yat, with the current strength of Tenglong Pavilion, it is no longer possible to be low-key. If the 7 treasures glazed tile sect and the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus sect are not convinced, they can challenge you at any time. Everyone started to make a noise, and looked at Ning Fengzi and Yu Yuanzhen with provocative eyes. I admire Mr. Yi's strength. The world's #1 sect must be Tenglong Pavilion. Yu Yuanzhen directly stated that although he was very unconvinced in his heart, he was not strong enough, so he had to accept it. Yu Yuanzhen, the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex is known as the world's #1 beast spirit. Don't you plan to challenge it? We don't ask you to challenge Mr. Yat, because you don't have that strength, but challenging Miss Shui Binger should be barely qualified to see whether your blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex spirit is stronger? Or is the ice phoenix of the Shui family stronger? Seeing that Yu Yuanzhen was scared, Hu Yanzhen teased him a few times in a yin-yang way, trying to stimulate this old guy. Hu Yanzhen broke through to the titled Douluo a few months ago. Now that the Elephant Armor sect has the support of the Spirit Hall, he is very bold and is not afraid of offending the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect. Hu Yanzhen, aren't you known as the world's #1 defensive spirit master? Why don't you challenge Master yet? Although Yu Yuanzhen is a 95 level peak Douluo and has 3 spirit bones, he dare not stand out. Haha. I don't have the strength to challenge Master yet. Besides, we are not the top 3 sects, so we don't need to compete for the ranking of the section. Hu Yanzhen followed Bibi Dong's arrangement and was only responsible for stirring up trouble today. Fighting was not his mission. Hu Yanzhen, aren't you making things difficult for Thunder Douluo? With his strength, I'm afraid he can't even resist a single move from Master yet. Saint Dragon Douluo Tuoba Xi also teased beside him, constantly stimulating Yu Yuanzhen. You don't need to provoke me. I know my own strength. Yu Yuanzhen turned his head away, not wanting to talk nonsense with Hu Yanzhen and the others. Senior Yu, how about I challenge you? I'm level 94 now, which is a little short of you. At this time, Xuzu King stepped forward and showed her 6 black and 3 red soul rings, wanting to fight with Yu Yuanzhen. I am old and can't compete with you young people. Seeing Xuzu King's 6 black and 3 red soul rings, Yu Yuanzhen didn't dare to fight. If he couldn't beat him, he would lose face. Friend yet, I am also level 99 now. I wonder if I can learn from your strength. At this time, Jian Douluo stood up and showed his 8 black and 1 red soul rings, wanting to challenge Yeliang Chen. Wow! Jian Douluo is so powerful. A bunch of spectators were stunned again when they saw Jian Douluo's 8 black and 1 red soul rings. Chen Xin, you are so brave. Jian Daoliu, Jin Yu and others looked at Jian Douluo with a smile, thinking, this guy is really stubborn. Senior Jian Douluo, are you sure you want to fight with me? Yeliang Chen didn't expect Jian Douluo to be so stubborn. The attack power of the 7 killing sword spirit is known as the strongest attack spirit in the continent, but that is only relative to others. In front of a cheater like himself, it is not enough. Sure. Jian Douluo nodded. Senior Jian Douluo, please forgive us for being arrogant. I'm afraid you are not Ziokin's opponent. Why don't we ask you for your high-level skills? We won't bully you or beat you up. Seeing this, Shui Binger, Shui Yuer, Yu Hero, and Ye Lingling, the 4 girls, stood up and challenged Jian Douluo. Ye Lingling's second spirit has attacking ability, and now she is not afraid of any strong man. Xiao Chen, let me compete with Jian Douluo. Shui Binger and the other girls felt that with their own soul power, plus the practice of the 2 magical skills of Kaishan Seal and Fanhai Seal, it would not be a problem to challenge Jian Douluo. No problem. Yeliang Chen nodded. Shui Binger and the others were all cheaters, and they were fully capable of fighting against level 99 masters. Oh. I want to see the strength of you young people. Jian Douluo felt like he had poked a hornet's nest, and he immediately angered the 4 girls, but as a senior, he couldn't be timid. Let's fight outside Wuhun City. Everyone is very powerful. Fighting here will destroy the Pope's Palace Square. Space Shuttle. That's it. Yeliang Chen directly activated the space skill, and in an instant, a dark space channel appeared on the square. Come in if you want to watch the show. Yeliang Chen shouted to the onlookers, if everyone likes to watch the show, he will take everyone to the outside of Wuhan City. Thank you, Mr. Yat. Shua Shua. The leaders of various forces and a group of onlookers from the Wuhan Hall jumped directly into the space channel. Everyone didn't want to miss the big show of the Super Douluo battle. Swoosh. Kaka. Then Yeliang Chen activated his soul skills and took the group of onlookers directly to a valley outside Wuhan City. Chen Xin, did you see it? This is the strength of Mr. Yat. You should be glad that those girls challenged you instead of Mr. Yat, otherwise you would be defeated miserably. Jian Daoliu, Golden Crocodile Douluo and others glanced at Jian Douluo and signaled Jian Douluo to act quickly. Uncle Jian, this. Ning Fengzi was also stunned by Ye Liangchen's big move just now. Such strength is not comparable to Jian Douluo. Shua. Fengzi, since I have already said it, I can't be timid. Jian Douluo directly summoned the 7-killing sword martial soul, took Ning Fengzi, and flew out of the martial soul city. At this moment, Jian Douluo also felt that he was impulsive, but in order to save the face of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect, he could only accept the challenge. Shua Shua. Bibi Dong, Ghost Chrysanthemum Douluo, Jian Daoliu and others also followed and flew out of the martial soul city. When they arrived outside the valley, Ye Liangchen and his group had already been waiting, and of course there were countless spectators in the martial soul hall. Senior Jian Douluo, let me challenge you in this battle. As the leader of the Tianshui girl group, Shui Binger had to take on this challenge herself. Shua. Shui Binger then flew directly to 800 meters ahead, showing her Ice Phoenix Spirit and 9 Spirit Rings, 6 black and 3 red, ready to challenge Jian Douluo. Wow! Shui Binger's Spirit Rings are actually 6 black and 3 red? Too strong. Our young master's Spirit Ring combination is only 7 black and 2 red, how powerful is Shui Binger? The Spirit Masters of the Spirit Hall looked at Shui Binger's exaggerated Spirit Ring combination and were envious. Girl of the Shui family, you are very powerful. First Spirit Skill, Long Sword out. Jian Douluo did not dare to underestimate Shui Binger's strength at this moment, so he directly summoned his spirit, activated the first Spirit Skill, and made a tentative attack on Shui Binger. Fourth Spirit Skill, Ice Arrow Rain. A black soul ring lit up on Shui Binger's body, and in an instant, dense ice cones shot towards Jian Douluo like raindrops. So strong. Spirit Sword Guardian. Jian Douluo didn't expect that Shui Binger would use the 4th soul skill right away, so he immediately activated the defensive soul skill. Clang clang clang. In an instant, dense long swords surrounded Jian Douluo, and Shui Binger's ice cones collided with the long swords, making a crisp metal collision sound. Shua. Because the attack waves of Shui Binger and Jian Douluo were very powerful, Ye Liangchen, Bibi Dong, Jian Daoliu and other super masters had to use soul shields to protect the spectators in the Wuhun Hall, so as to prevent everyone from being accidentally injured by the aftermath. 5th soul skill, shocking all around. After the first round of confrontation, Jian Douluo immediately used his 5th soul skill. 5th soul skill, Mysterious Ice Phoenix Dance. Chirp bang bang. Shui Binger immediately used her 5th soul skill, transformed into a huge ice phoenix, flying in the air, spitting out a series of extremely cold attack waves, shooting at Jian Douluo. What a powerful ice skill. 6th soul skill, 10,000 swords return to the origin. Shua Shua. Seeing that Shui Binger's 5th soul skill was actually a burst skill, Jian Douluo immediately used his 6th soul skill, and in an instant, a dense rain of swords shot at the opponent. 8th soul skill, Frost Storm. Whoosh. Facing Jian Douluo's group attack skill, a red soul ring lit up on Shui Binger's body, and snowflakes flew all over the sky, like a tornado, directly blowing away Jian Douluo's sword rain. 7 Killing's true body. 8th soul skill, Move mountains and calm the sea. Seeing Shui Binger reveal her 100,000-year soul ring, Jian Douluo immediately displayed his martial soul true body, and then activated his 8th soul skill. Swish! The 7 Killing sword transformed into a huge blade and slashed towards Shui Binger. Martial soul true body. Ice pillar falling strike. At the same time, Shui Binger also immediately displayed her martial soul true body, blessed her own attributes, and then activated her 8th soul skill, another 100,000-year soul skill to meet Jian Douluo. Bang bang! The 2 attack waves collided, and a violent explosion occurred again. Girl of the Shui family, you have to be careful, this is my strongest soul skill. Seeing that his 8th soul skill was once again broken up by Shui Binger's 100,000-year soul skill, Jian Douluo had to use his 9th soul skill. Buzz! The only red soul ring on Jian Douluo's body lit up, and in an instant, it turned into a huge sword that slashed towards Shui Binger. Sea Seal! Just when Jian Douluo performed the 9th soul skill, Shui Binger had already made a gesture, and a golden seal covered with runes slapped towards Jian Douluo's giant sword. Since Jian Douluo's soul power was higher than hers and he performed a soul skill of 100,000 years, Shui Binger did not dare to be careless and could only use the magic skill of Sea Seal to deal with it. Bang! The golden seal collided with the giant sword, making a violent explosion, and the whole valley seemed to be shaking. Shua! The Sea Seal shattered Jian Douluo's giant sword and rushed towards Jian Douluo with the remaining power. Bang ah! Puff! Jian Douluo was directly knocked away, and his whole body felt like it was falling apart, and a mouthful of old blood gushed out. Uncle Jian! Ning Fengzi looked at Jian Douluo spitting blood and doubted his life. At this moment, he found it hard to believe that Jian Douluo, who was level 99, would actually lose to Shui Binger, who was level 98. How could this be possible? Binger, you are so awesome. Big sister is so awesome. Rongxiu, Shui Yuer, Jin Linger, Shui Wu, and others excitedly waved their fists and cheered for Shui Binger. Wow! Douluo actually lost. It seems that the people around Mr. Ye are all monsters. The people in the spirit hall also felt incredible. Shui Binger was so powerful that it exceeded everyone's imagination. Xianbing Douluo. Jin Yaoer, Qing Ming, Jian Gu, and others led a group of young people in the spirit hall, shouting Shui Binger's title and cheering for this proud girl. Girl of the Shui family, what skill is that? How can it be so powerful? At this moment, Douluo was confused. He didn't expect that his 100,000-year soul skill would be so vulnerable. Turning sea seal, as the name suggests, has the power to turn the sea upside down. This is a magical skill. Senior Douluo, I'm sorry. Shui Binger was also surprised at this moment. The power of the turning sea seal was as strong as ever. Compared with this magical skill, the 100,000-year soul skill is not at the same level at all. However, after performing the turning sea seal, Shui Binger's soul power was also drained by 90%. It seems that this strongest trump card should not be used easily unless it is a critical moment. Turning sea seal? What a great turning sea seal, I deserve to lose. Douluo is right. This era is destined to belong to you young people. Seeing that Shui Binger actually mastered the magical skill, Douluo felt that he deserved to lose. After seeing Shui Binger's powerful strength, Douluo no longer had the confidence to challenge Liang Chen. He was an old man challenging a young man, but he couldn't beat him. How could he put his face? Brother Yet, did you know that Sister Binger could defeat Douluo? Jin Linger was worried about Shui Binger before, but Liang Chen didn't seem to worry about Shui Binger from the beginning. What's there to be proud of? Sister Binger's soul power is level 98, only one level less than Douluo, but she has more trump cards than Douluo. Liang Chen didn't feel surprised that Douluo was defeated. This old man only had a soul skill of 100,000 years, and he didn't seem to have mastered the magic skill yet. He seemed to have only 2 soul bones on his body, which was far inferior to Shui Binger's. In the original plot, Douluo seemed to have no soul bones. The 2 soul bones he had now should have been brushed out in the soul beast forest. This time the old man came out of the mountain, he should want to continue brushing soul bones in the soul beast forest, otherwise he would not be able to inherit the throne of God. Master. Ning, Tenglong Pavilion, and Tianshui Sect have become the first and second sects in the world. Do you, the 7 treasures glazed tile sect, accept it? Bibi Dong looked at Ning Fengzi with a smile, thinking, the most powerful sword Douluo in your sect is not Shui Binger's opponent. Let's see if you dare to jump back and forth. I accept it. Ning Fengzi smiled bitterly. He originally thought that Sword Douluo's move would allow the 7 treasures glazed tile sect to compete for the second place in the world. Unexpectedly, he couldn't even defeat Shui Binger. However, it can still keep the title of 3rd place, which is a blessing in disguise. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect can't even keep the title of the top 3 sects. The sect's ranking has been lowered, and the sect's prestige has also declined. In the future, those civilian soul masters will definitely give priority to Tenglong Pavilion when choosing a sect. In the long run, it will be very disadvantageous for the 7 treasures glazed tile sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect. In this case, Tenglong Pavilion is first, Tianshui Sect is second, and your Kaibao glazed tile sect and Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect can only rank 3rd and 4th. As for the Hammer sect, it has long been removed from the top 3 sects, and now it has become a subsidiary sect of Luosha Island, so they can't be ranked. Bibi Dong then directly announced the rankings of several major sects. The Kaibao glazed tile sect also got to the 3rd place because of Douluo. Our Shenglong sect ranks 5th. Shenglong Douluo Twabaxi is now a level 94 titled Douluo, which is still a little worse than Yu Yuan Zhen. Then our Xiangjia sect can only rank 6th. Hu Yanzhen just broke through the titled Douluo some time ago and is only level 91 now, but it is not bad to let Xiangjia sect get the 6th place. The leaders of Fengjian sect, Ghost Leopard sect, and Dragon Snake Mansion behind are only Soul Douluo, so they can only rank 7th, 8th, and 9th. Your Holiness. Let's not participate in the ranking. Our strength is too low. The 2 beautiful women leaders of the Rock Antelope sect and the Sparrow Bee sect felt that they were just here to make up the numbers, so they could only rank last. Then work hard. Although you are a small sect now, you may become a big sect in the future. Bibi Dong encouraged the 2 beautiful women leaders. These 2 women were also her confidants. With the support of the Spirit Hall, they could survive in the Spirit Master world anyway. Chapter 447 The True Art of Controlling Thunder. After the sect ranking meeting ended, the leaders of the major forces left the Spirit City one after another. Douluo, who originally planned to compete with Douluo, lost to Shui Binger. Now he has no intention of challenging Douluo. If he loses again, it will be even more embarrassing. Bibi Dong held the sect meeting this time to promote Tenglong Pavilion and Tianshui Sect, so as to suppress the prestige of the top 3 sects. Now the goal has been achieved. As for the remaining sects such as Shenglong Sect and Xiangjia Sect, they are just here to make up the numbers. On this day, Yeliang Chen, Jianrongxiu, Shui Binger, Xiaoyu and others gathered in a pavilion on the top of the Angel Mountain to drink tea and chat. Pavilion Master, what are your plans now? Hulina poured a cup of tea for Yeliang Chen, and then asked curiously. You all should find your own place of inheritance. As for the place of inheritance outside Douluo Star, I will take you there after I become a god. Yeliang Chen asked everyone to find their own opportunities. When the gods descended to the world, these guys all got the inheritance of the gods. Among them, the worst Zhuzuyun and Zhuzulin also got the third-level god inheritance. Now Feng Xiaotian, Hua Washuan brothers and sisters, Bai Chen Xiang and Zhu sisters have all started the assessment, and these people should also take action. We have done our best to pacify the Xingluo Empire. Now we have to start our own divine examinations and improve our strength as soon as possible, otherwise the gap with Binger will be too big. Yes. At least we have to improve our strength to Super Douluo first, so that we can show our skills in the subsequent wars. Swu, Zhu Zuking, Gu Qingbo, Chu Ruo Shui, Duguyan, Shen Liuyu saw that Shui Binger could already defeat Jian Douluo, so they had to hurry up to improve their strength. Yes. Although our godhood is the second-level god, we are still gods after all. Becoming a god is just the starting point. After breaking through the 100th level, we still have to practice. Let's set off quickly. Otherwise, we will be too far away from Shui Binger and the others. Xiaoyu, Yan, and others nodded. Now they are only high-level Soul Douluo, and the gap with Shui Binger and the others is too big, so they have to improve their strength as soon as possible. My space godhood inheritance place is outside Douluo Star, but it can be entered from a secret realm deep in the Xingda forest. Zhu Zuking used her spiritual power to communicate the information of the inheritance of the space god position and found that it was not very difficult to get there. What a coincidence, my inheritance place is also entered from a secret realm in the star forest, and the three elemental gods also built the altar in the small world outside Douluo Star. My inheritance of the god of Star Dream is also in the star forest. My inheritance of the god of Star Mark is also in the star forest. My inheritance of the god of Yaoguang is in the Yaslan mountain of the Star Luo Empire. My god of Dongli is also in the Star Luo Empire. The inheritance place of the goddess Yuiao is also in the Star Luo Empire. Everyone, we're leaving first. Zhu Zuking, Jinlinger, Swu, Chu Ruo Shui, Gu Qingbo, Duguyan, Shen Liu and other women also left the Angel God Mountain directly and started their own god tests. Let's go too. Then Xiaoyu, Yan, Jin Yaoer, Qingming and Qiangu brothers also left the Angel Mountain and began to look for their own opportunities. Fortunately, everyone's inheritance place is on the mainland, and now everyone has the Soul Douluo cultivation, so it is not difficult to find. As for Hulina's inheritance place of the God of Charm, it is outside Douluo Star. It is impossible to go there now. You have to wait for Yeliang Chen or Bibi to come. After Dongcheng God, I will take her there. Xiao Chen, you stay and teach me how to practice the Soundwave skill and the mountain opening seal. I have plenty of time now. Qianrongxiu pestered Yeliang Chen, ready to let this guy teach her some tricks. Okay then. Sister Binger, the four of you go back to Xingluo Empire to calm down first. Yeliang Chen asked Shui Binger, Yu Hero and the others to leave Wuhun city first. No problem. Shui Binger and Yeliang Chen took a lot of 10,000 years of black ice marrow, and asked Shui Yuer, Yelingling, and Yu Hero to rush to Xingluo Empire. Now everyone's strength has exceeded level 98, and they have to take more responsibilities to prevent the strong men of Luosha Island from attacking Xingluo Kingdom. In a blink of an eye, everyone else left, leaving only Ying Mei, Jianrongxiu and Hulina with Yeliang Chen. Ying Mei, you have to help me comprehend the power of thunder element later. Yeliang Chen then checked the skills column of the game space and found a book, The Secret of Controlling Thunder God. He was surprised, but with Ying Mei, he should be able to quickly comprehend the power of thunder element. Master, do you want to comprehend my power of thunder? ZZ. Ying Mei activated the power of thunder element, and in an instant, a ball of thunder element power with sparks and lightning appeared in her hand. You want to comprehend the power of thunder? Qianrongxiu and Hulina stared at Yeliang Chen with their beautiful eyes, curiously. Yes. As a genius, you must master multiple powers. Go to the outskirts of Wuhun city to practice. Sister Shui wants to practice sound wave skills and mountain opening seals, and needs a quiet place. Space shuttle. Yeliang Chen directly activated the space skill and teleported the three people to a valley 10 miles away from Wuhun city. My pavilion master, please teach me how to practice the sound wave technique. I want to learn it, too. Hulina also wanted to learn Yeliang Chen's sound wave technique, after all, it's better to have more skills. No problem. Yeliang Chen nodded, teaching one is the same as teaching two. In the following time, Yeliang Chen began to teach Jianrongxiu and Hulina how to practice the sound wave technique. A few days later, Yeliang Chen taught Jianrongxiu how to practice the mountain opening seal. Hulina had already practiced the mountain opening seal on the Sea God Island, and now she was concentrating on practicing the Soundwave technique. Watching the two women practicing like crazy, Ye Yangchen finally made time and came to a quiet place, letting Yingmei guard outside, and then took out the true secret of controlling thunder from the game backpack space and began to comprehend. The reason why Ye Yangchen wanted to practice this technique was because he would forcefully break through the 100th level later, which would definitely attract thunder tribulation, so he had to prepare in advance. 9 Heaven's mysterious break, transformed into divine thunder, magnificent heavenly power, guided by the sword. Fuck. Isn't this the true art of controlling thunder in the world of Zhu Xian? Ye Yangchen understood the core of true art of controlling thunder and immediately shouted fuck. Drawing thunder into the body, tempering the flesh, forging the soul. After memorizing the practice formula of true art of controlling thunder, Ye Yangchen felt that this method would definitely beat all those who disobeyed in the world of Douluo. Shua Shua. Then Ye Yangchen began to practice true art of controlling thunder. After a day, he gradually found a way. Yingmei, use your thunder elemental power to attack me. Ye Yangchen had to borrow the thunder elemental power of Yingmei to adapt first. Master, be careful. Zzzi. Yingmei came to Ye Yangchen and directly pressed his palm against Ye Yangchen's palm, urging the thunder elemental power to pass to the other party. Zz. Drawing thunder into the body. Refreshing. When the power of the thunder element reached Ye Yangchen, he felt numb all over his body, and his hair stood up. Then he immediately activated the true art of controlling thunder to use the power of the thunder element to temper his body. Master, can you bear it? Yingmei saw that Ye Yangchen's hair stood up, and was extremely worried. I can hold on, Yingmei, increase the strength. Ye Yangchen signaled Yingmei to continue. Okay. Zz. Seeing this, Yingmei immediately increased the strength and urged more thunder element power to enter Ye Yangchen's body, and it lasted for most of the day. Shua. Ye Yangchen adapted to the power of thunder, and then began to fly into the sky, activating the true art of controlling thunder to see if he could attract thunder. On the other side, Jian Rongxiu and Hulina finished a day of practice and prepared to take a break. Where did this guy go? Jian Rongxiu looked around and didn't see Ye Yangchen, which was very strange. Boom! At this moment, a thunder sounded in the sky, and then countless lightning flashed in the sky. Why is there thunder in such a good weather? The two women didn't know that the thunder was caused by Ye Yangchen using the true art of controlling thunder, so they didn't take it seriously. At this moment, in the valley a few hundred meters away, Ye Yangchen was bathing in the lightning, using the power of lightning to temper his body. Master, are you okay? Yingmei was watching from a distance, terrified. At this moment, Ye Yangchen's clothes were shattered into pieces, his hair stood up, and his handsome face turned into charcoal. It's very cool, don't come over. Ye Yangchen told Yingmei not to worry about him, with the fairy method of true art of controlling thunder, he could completely handle it. Boom. Jian Rongxiu and Hulina felt something was wrong. It was too abnormal that there was only thunder but no rain. Nana, did you hear any sound? It was the voice of Yingmei and the pavilion master. Shua. When they heard the conversation between Ye Yangchen and Yingmei, Jian Rongxiu and Hulina flew away directly. The thunder is actually striking him. What's going on? The two women came to the valley where Ye Yangchen was and saw that Ye Yangchen was being baptized by thunder. They were immediately confused. The master is practicing the power of thunder. Don't get close. Yingmei stopped Jian Rongxiu and Hulina and prevented them from disturbing Ye Yangchen. Puff. Doesn't he feel any pain? Hulina couldn't help laughing when she saw Ye Yangchen's clothes being torn, his dark face, and his hair was blown up. Gurgle. However, when Hulina saw Ye Yangchen's perfect figure, she couldn't help but swallow her saliva secretly, thinking, no wonder Jian Rongxiu and Shui Binger are so obsessed with him. Which woman can resist such a perfect figure? Nana, how is it? Is Xiao Chen beautiful? Jian Rongxiu saw that Hulina couldn't help swallowing her saliva, so she used her soul power to force the sound into a line and sent it to Hulina. Too perfect. Hulina didn't think about it and responded directly to Jian Rongxiu. It seems that you are also greedy for him. Jian Rongxiu looked at Hulina's charming eyes and knew that this woman had ideas about that guy. Senior sister, to be honest, I am greedy. Hulina smiled brightly, then looked at Ye Yangchen who was being struck by lightning in the distance, and her face flushed slightly. Hulina had never intended to let that guy go since she was seen naked by that monster in the Soul Master competition. When he took her away from the pursuit of the deep-sea demon whale king, she was so moved that she wanted to give him to her for free. I have no objection, as long as Binger agrees. In addition, you should also tell my mother after you do it. Jian Rongxiu thinks Hulina is not bad. Anyway, it doesn't matter if it's good for others. One more is not too much. Sister, why do you have to tell the teacher? Hulina thought, do I have to tell the teacher about this kind of thing? Nonsense, when I did it to Xiao Chen, she almost beat me up when she found out. You know how important Xiao Chen is to her. I feel like her biological daughter is just picked up by her. Jianrongxiu thinks of what she did back then and now feels very excited. Puff. Senior sister, you've been spanked by the teacher. Hulina laughed wildly in her heart. She also knew that her teacher's current situation was all due to Liang Chen. If it weren't for the constraints of seniority, her teacher might have attacked that monster. You can do whatever you want. Jianrongxiu laughed, and then continued to watch Liang Chen being struck by lightning. Senior sister, I understand. Hulina was overjoyed to see that Jianrongxiu didn't care. It seemed that she had to find an opportunity to force herself on him in the future. At worst, she would let the teacher spank her. From Jinlinger, she learned that Jianrongxiu and Shui Binger took the initiative to force themselves on him, especially Jianrongxiu, who directly pulled that guy into the secret room and played a lot. Thinking of this, Hulina felt a surge of heat in her heart. With her own charm, it would definitely be no problem to take down that monster. Since Yingmei was also watching the show, Jianrongxiu and Hulina had been using soul power to force the sound to communicate, otherwise the tigress would have laughed at them if they heard it. Boom! It's so cool! At this moment, the thunder tribulation in the sky dissipated, and Liang Chen also finished practicing the true art of controlling thunder. After being struck by thunder for a while, he felt extremely comfortable. It turned into charcoal, ha ha ha. Master, you are furious. Jianrongxiu, Hulina and Yingmei saw Liang Chen's embarrassed look and laughed continuously. Xiao Chen, look at yourself. Jianrongxiu rushed over, took out the mirror, and let Liang Chen look at himself. Three of you, please step aside, I'll change my clothes first. Liang Chen looked at his clothes being torn and almost exposed. These three women didn't avoid suspicion. He was really speechless. Master, I didn't see anything. Yes. Me too. Yingmei and Hulina immediately covered their eyes and pretended not to see, but the two women's fingers were wide open, clearly intentional. Xiao Chen, what's there to avoid? Let's go over there, sister will help you check your body. Jianrongxiu smiled sweetly, then pulled Liang Chen to a small river in the distance to help him wash. Senior sister, we are still here. Looking at Jianrongxiu's operation, Hulina dropped her jaw in shock, thinking, Jianrongxiu is too impatient. Nana, I just helped him wash. Didn't you see that he was all black? Even if I want to practice with Xiao Chen, I have to go back to Wuhun city. Jianrongxiu turned around and rolled her eyes at Hulina. How could she do that kind of thing with a little guy in this wilderness? Puff. Hulina, don't think too much. Yingmei pulled Hulina and walked to a distance, started to boil water and cook, waiting for Liang Chen and Jianrongxiu. Time passed slowly, and 20 days later, the news that Tenglong Pavilion and Tianshui Sect became the first and second sects in the world spread throughout the continent. It feels that the current strength of Tenglong Pavilion is stronger than that of Wuhan Hall. Big. Yes, yes. People were not surprised that Tenglong Pavilion became the world's #1 sect. But the next major event directly caused an uproar on the continent. The reason was that Bibi Dong deliberately asked the Spirit Hall to publicize Shui Binger's defeat of Jian Douluo, in order to continue to reduce the prestige of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. Wow! Isn't Jian Douluo known as the titled Douluo with the strongest attack power? I heard that his soul power is still level 99, how could he lose to Shui Binger? I heard that Xianbing Douluo is now level 98, his strength is not low. This Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect is not that good. Countless people were very concerned about Jian Douluo's defeat to Shui Binger, so they secretly talked about it, saying that the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect was already declining. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect has now directly fallen into the top 3 sects, and its reputation is worse than that of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. However, Yu Yuanzhen did not dare to complain and had to urge the younger generation in the sect to practice hard. Is Binger so powerful now? These girls can all stand on their own, not bad. Shui Langzhen, Shui Lanyu and others almost jumped up excitedly after hearing that Shui Binger defeated Jian Douluo, and then held a banquet to celebrate. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. After the news reached Luosha Island, Tang San and Yua Gang directly doubted their lives. The people around Liang Chen were so powerful, how could they take revenge in the future? Tang San, although I don't want to admit it, this is a fact. Blood-Eye Douluo looked at Tang San's lost and dejected look, feeling a little disappointed. Xiao San, the great worshipper is right, you have to cultivate your soul power to level 99 as soon as possible, inherit the position of Rakshasa God, and then you can seek revenge on Liang Chen. Yua Gang paused for a moment, and began to instill spiritual chicken soup into Tang San again. Now Dai Mubai, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, Tai Long and others have entered their respective secret realms to cultivate. When everyone becomes a peerless strongman, they will take back what they have lost. In the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, countless people directly doubted their lives. In everyone's mind, Jian Douluo is the patron saint of the sect and has never been defeated. Now he has been defeated by a little girl, which makes them a little unacceptable. Sword Man, how could you lose? Douluo felt like he was dreaming, and didn't believe that Douluo would lose to Shui Binger, the yellow-haired girl. Old bones, defeat is defeat, and I have to admit it. The girl from the Shui family is a level 98 titled Douluo, with 6 black and 3 red soul rings, and her soul bones must be full. With such strength, few people on the continent can be her opponent. Although Douluo felt very embarrassed, failure was failure, and he had to admit it. A full set of soul bones? Where did Ye Chen find so many soul bones? At this moment, Ning Fengzi hated and envied Ye Chen. That monster made everyone around him strong. It was really not simple. The 7 Treasures Glazed Sect also lowered its reputation again because of Douluo's failure. No civilian soul masters were willing to join the sect, which directly made Ning Fengzi's face green. Sword man, the girls around Ye Chen must have a lot of soul bones. Otherwise, we can just assassinate them and strip their soul bones? At this time, Douluo thought of the scene where Ye Chen blackmailed Ning Fengzi for 20 million gold soul coins, and suddenly he was extremely resentful and had to find a way to get back at him. Old Bone, don't have any bad thoughts, otherwise the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect will be destroyed. I will go to see Rong's assessment level first, and then we have to go to the Soul Beast Forest to blast soul bones. Fengzi, Old Bone, you'd better keep a low profile now and don't make trouble. Sword Douluo warned Ning Fengzi and Douluo not to play those tricks, and then left the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect. Now he only has 2 soul bones on him, Ning Rong has 4, but if he wants to complete the inheritance of the godhood, he must go to the Soul Beast Forest to brush soul bones. Chapter 448 Becoming a God at level 100. Shui Binger is now famous, even more famous than Ye Chen, but she herself has ignored these rumors and stayed in a garden in the Xingluo Empire Palace, helping to review various memorials. The civil and military ministers in the court are also respectful to Shui Binger, a strong man, and dare not put on airs at all. In addition to the original ministers, Bibi Dong has also arranged some people to take up important positions in the Xingluo Empire. On the one hand, they can maintain cooperation, and on the other hand, the White Tiger family fled and lost a lot of talents, which the Spirit Hall can fill. Shui Binger plans to take this opportunity to learn more about government affairs. After conquering the Tiandu Empire, she will also become a being an empress for once is fun. Zhu Tianke saw this, so she gave instructions besides Shui Binger. After all, she was also the empress of the previous dynasty, and had been exposed to many court affairs and had certain work experience. Now that Zhu Tianke was conquered by Ye Chen, she was absolutely loyal to Zhu Zuqing, Shui Binger and others. Shui Yuer, Yu Hero and Ye Lingling were not interested in court affairs. They wandered around the major cities of the Xingluo Empire every day to prevent the masters of Luosha Island from infiltrating the Xingluo Empire. Binger, you are now famous. Now countless women regard you as an idol. Zhu Tianke looked at Shui Binger with a smile. This girl was really outstanding. Anti-Cai, why do you care about those things? Xiao Chen said that fame and fortune are like clouds in the sky, all floating clouds. Shui Binger smiled and did not take her fame to heart. Binger, why didn't the master come with you, Xingluo Empire? Zhu Tianke couldn't help but be curious when she heard about Ye Chen. He wants to do something in Wuhun City. Anti-Cai, Xiao Chen has conquered you. Are you dissatisfied? Shui Binger looked at the former queen who still had charm, but now became the pet of that little guy, and felt embarrassed. What's the dissatisfaction? The master didn't do anything to me. Zhu Tianke smiled brightly. Since being taken into the space treasure by Ye Chen, she has ushered in a new life. The past things are like the past. Miss Binger, you are really a wonderful woman. Need I say this? The women around Mr. Yat, which one is not a proud daughter of heaven? At this time, Zhu Tianli and his wife and a graceful lady came in from outside and praised Shui Binger. The lady's name was Su Junli, from the Xingguan family. After the Dai dynasty was overthrown, the Su family immediately turned to the Zhu family. Now she is still being reused and has a certain say in the court. Binger is outstanding, and everyone can see that she has the ability to be an empress. Zhu Tianke has been working as a secretary for some time, and has always seen Shui Binger's work ability. Don't praise me, or I will be proud of you. Shui Binger smiled sweetly, feeling a little embarrassed. Miss Binger manages the affairs of the court in an orderly manner, unlike our Zhu Qing, who can't do anything. Please continue to help Miss Binger. Zhu Tianli and his wife are busy managing military affairs now, and they are worried that they can't get away. Now Shui Binger and the former queen are helping to manage the government, which is like timely help. Uncle and aunt, don't worry. Before Sister Zuqing comes back, we will stay in Xingluo. Shui Binger nodded and agreed to Zhu Tianli's request directly. Anyway, managing the entire Xingluo Empire is also managing the rear for Tenglong Pavilion, and she can also learn the ability to govern the country, which is really great. Thank you Miss Binger. To be honest, without the help of Mr. Yet and several young ladies, our Zhu family was a little caught off guard. Zhu Tianli and Mrs. Zhu smiled at each other. The Zhu family was able to take control of the power, entirely relying on the support of Yeliang Chen, the monster behind the scenes. Uncle, aunt, we are all family, there is no need to say these polite words. Shui Bing'er nodded, thinking, Zhu Qing is my good sister, helping her is also helping myself. Shui Bing'er presided over the government affairs in Xingluo Empire, and Bibi Dong, who was far away in Wuhan Hall, also received the news from the Wuhan Hall staff. Bing'er is really capable. She manages the huge Xingluo Empire in an orderly manner. It seems that she also has the potential to be an empress. Xiaoxiu and Nana are still a little worse than Bing'er. Bibi Dong compared Jianrongxiu and Hulina with Shui Bing'er and found that Shui Bing'er was more reliable. Yueguan, Gaimei, Xiao Chen and the two girls have returned to Angel Mountain. Bibi Dong remembered that it had been more than a month since Yeliang Chen took Jianrongxiu and Hulina away from Wuhan City, and now she still misses them a little. Your Holiness, Master Ye and the others have not returned yet. Half a month ago, we met Dark Demon Evil God Tiger and Nana in Wuhan City while they were purchasing daily necessities. At that time, Nana said that she and the young master were learning unique skills from Master Ye, and asked us not to disturb them. Ghost Chrysanthemum Douluo told the news he had learned. To be honest, the two of them also wanted to travel around, but they had to share the work with Bibi Dong and could not play casually. Yingmei didn't show her true form, right? Bibi Dong felt it was quite interesting to hear that Yingmei, the tigress, actually came to Wuhan City with Hulina to purchase supplies. She didn't show her true form. She appeared in human form, otherwise the people of Wuhan City would definitely be scared silly. Ghost Chrysanthemum and the others felt that the dark demon evil god tiger next to Yeliang Chen felt almost like a human. Well. Then don't disturb them. Hearing that Yeliang Chen was going to teach Jianrongxiu and Hulina how to practice special skills, Bibi Dong didn't want to disturb them. Report to His Holiness the Pope, Master Ye and the others are back. At this moment, a golden knight ran into the Pope's palace excitedly and reported the news to Bibi Dong. Okay, you go down. Bibi Dong nodded excitedly. She was just thinking about Yeliang Chen and the two girls, and now they are back, so good. Tap tap. After a while, Yeliang Chen, Jianrongxiu, Hulina, Yingmei and others had already walked into the Pope's palace. Greetings to the young master, greetings to Master Ye. Ghost Chrysanthemum Douluo immediately stepped forward and saluted Yeliang Chen and Jianrongxiu. Two elders, get up quickly. Yeliang Chen quickly helped Gija Douluo up. The two old guys were almost 100 years old, and they saluted him. Yeliang Chen felt a little embarrassed. Thank you, Mr. Ye. Gija and the other two stood up and stood quietly beside him. Enough of wandering, I know I'm back. Bibi Dong looked at the people in front of her with a smile, and a trace of resentment flashed in her eyes. What do you mean by enough of wandering? Xiao Chen has been struck by lightning every day during this period. You don't know how painful he is. Jianrongxi rolled her eyes, then walked over and gave Bibi Dong pinching shoulders and beating legs. Puff. Hulina and Yingmei thought of how Yeliang Chen's hair stood up every time he was struck by lightning, and they found it particularly fun. Struck by lightning? What's going on? Bibi Dong and Guiju were stunned, wondering what tricks Yeliang Chen was up to. Of course it's to comprehend the power of the lightning element. Yeliang Chen nodded. Oh. You actually comprehended the power of the lightning element, let me see. Bibi Dong was extremely surprised when she saw this. Sure enough, this little guy gave her another surprise. ZZ. My move is called 9 Heavens Purple Thunder, and it's a magical skill. Yeliang Chen waved his hand, and in an instant, a purple light ball flashing with lightning appeared on his palm, emitting a powerful thunder force. After practicing for more than a month, Yeliang Chen finally practiced the true art of controlling thunder to a small success, and also mastered a move of 9 Heavens Purple Thunder, which felt a bit like the palm thunder of the Dragon and Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master, which was quite interesting. Hiss. Old Ghost, Master Yi's move is a unique skill, very powerful. I feel that Master Yi's move of 9 Heavens Purple Thunder can kill me instantly. Guiju and the others stared with wide eyes, looking at the purple lightning in Yeliang Chen's hand, feeling incredible, especially Ghost Douluo, because of his own martial arts, he was even more afraid of the power of thunder. You kid is really good, this move is very powerful. Bibi Dong saw that Yeliang Chen had come up with another magical skill, and felt that the magical skill was just a cabbage in front of this kid. It's so, I feel that it can blow up the Pope's palace. Yeliang Chen had tried the power of 9 Heavens Purple Thunder before, and it directly flattened a small hill, and the power was even greater than that Emperor Seal. So powerful. Hurry up and put it away. After hearing this, Bibi Dong took a breath of cold air. What about you two? Did you learn this trick from Xiao Chen? Bibi Dong looked at Jianrongxiu and Hulina next to her, wondering how the two girls were practicing. The Soundwave skill and the mountain opening seal have already exhausted them, so how can they have the energy to practice the master's other skills? Besides, practicing the power of thunder and being struck by lightning every day, do you think they can bear it? Yingmei teased beside her. Qianrongxu and Hulina might be geniuses in the eyes of others, but compared with the master, the gap is too big. Yingmei is right, we can't practice this thunder power. Qianrongxu and Hulina smiled at each other. The two were not very good at the way of music. After practicing for more than a month, they could only learn a little bit of Yeliangchen's fur, and had no time to learn other skills. Okay. Let's go back to my manor first. After a few pleasantries, Bibi Dong took Yeliangchen and others back to her residence for a good gathering. When they returned to Bibi Dong's residence, Tang Yuehua and Jin Xuzu immediately came up to greet them respectfully, serving tea and water for everyone, and serving everyone like two maids. Then Bibi Dong tied an apron and started cooking to prepare dinner for Yeliangchen. Hulina, Qianrongxu, Tang Yuehua and Xiao Xuzu immediately helped, and the scene was very warm. After dinner, Yeliangchen told Qianrongxu that he was going to use the power of faith in the angel temple to directly break through the 100th level. Will this work? Bibi Dong and Qianrongxu were stunned, thinking, isn't this kid going to inherit the throne of the goddess of life? Master, isn't it too risky? Hulina remembered that Yeliangchen said on the Sea God Island that the God realm set rules to restrict human soul masters from becoming gods, and humans cannot break the rules. Once Yeliangchen breaks the rules, it will definitely cause a huge shock. Practice itself is an adventure, and I am sure I can succeed. Before, I absorbed the power of the Sea God Temple on the Sea God Island and directly accumulated my soul power to level 99.5. Now I plan to use the power of the Angel Temple to accumulate my soul power to level 99.9, and then break through the 100th level in one fell swoop. Yeliangchen has enough plugins to help him break the rules of the plane and become a 100-level strongman. Then you have to be careful. The three girls of Bibi Dong knew that Yeliangchen never did anything he was not sure of. If this guy said it would work, then it must work. Early the next morning, Qianrongxu, Bibi Dong and Hulina accompanied Yeliangchen to the Angel God Mountain to see how this little guy would create miracles. Senior, I want to use the power of faith of the Angel God to break through the 100th level, don't feel bad. When he arrived at the Angel Temple, Yeliangchen directly told Jian Daoliu his purpose. Xiao Chen, just absorb it. He dare not have any opinions. Qianrongxu and Bibi Dong felt that Yeliangchen was too polite. Everything in the spirit hall could be used by this little guy. What was a little angel power? Is this possible? Jian Daoliu, Golden Crocodile Douluo and others were all shocked and felt that Yeliangchen's method was too crazy. Xiao Chen, the power of faith is the strongest here. Qianrongxu pulled Yeliangchen to the angel statue and let him absorb the power with peace of mind. Buzz Hunyuan Wuji, Kyunkan created, all things return to the origin. Yeliangchen sat cross-legged, silently reciting the Hunyuan Ju Volume 2 cultivation method in his heart, and began to absorb the power. Shua in an instant, the Tai Chi Yin and Yang dual soul core appeared in front of Yeliangchen, and the golden energy in the entire temple flowed directly to the Yin and Yang fish black hole in front of Yeliangchen like flowing water. Can he really absorb the power of the angel god's faith directly? Jian Daoliu, Jin Crocodile Douluo and others were stunned as they watched the endless golden energy pouring into Yeliangchen's body like a tide. 2 hours later, the golden energy in the angel temple was directly absorbed by Yeliangchen, and his soul power reached level 99.99. Sister Shuet, I'm sorry, I absorbed too much. Yeliangchen looked at the entire angel temple hall dimming, and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. It's okay, the power of faith will gather again later, don't worry about anything. Qianrongxu didn't care about this matter at all, as long as it was helpful to Yeliangchen. If you force a breakthrough to level 100, it will attract a heavenly tribulation, and the angel temple may be damaged. At this time, the voice of the goddess of life sounded in Yeliangchen's mind. Goddess sister, isn't that the heavenly tribulation controlled by you? Yeliangchen had guessed before that if he forcefully broke through, it would definitely trigger the rules set by the god realm and might trigger a heavenly tribulation, but he didn't expect it to be true. We control the heavenly tribulation, but if you really want to break through the 100th level directly, you have to accept the test. Some time ago, when Yeliangchen used the true art of controlling thunder to attract the thunder tribulation, the goddess of life also woke up, and knew that this little guy had mastered the power of thunder, so she planned to test him. No problem, I accept the test. Yeliangchen practiced the true art of controlling thunder before, the purpose was to deal with the heavenly tribulation, but he didn't expect to really use it. Shua. If I break through the 100th level, it will trigger the plane rules and attract the heavenly tribulation, so I have to break through outside the Wuhun city. If you want to watch, then come. Space Shuttle. Yeliangchen said to everyone, and then activated the space skill to teleport everyone to the wilderness 10 miles away from the Wuhun city. Stay away. Shua. Yeliangchen asked everyone to retreat a few thousand meters away, and then rushed directly into the sky, running the Hunyuan art, and breaking through the shackles with all his strength. Crack. Shua. After a while, Yeliangchen seemed to hear the sound of shackles breaking, and then his whole body was covered with golden light, illuminating the sky. Boom. At this time, a thunderclap sounded in the clear sky, and the sky was covered with dark clouds, and lightning struck directly at Yeliang Chen. Why is it thundering? Countless people on the mainland were also frightened by this thunder. Everyone didn't understand why there was thunder in such good weather. No. Qian Daoliu, Bibi Dong, Qian Rongxiu, and others who were thousands of meters away saw the world-destroying thunder calamity striking Yeliang Chen, and they were immediately shocked and their hearts were in their throats. This little guy actually forcibly broke the rules of the plane? What is he going to do? How could the goddess of life let him do this? The moment Yeliang Chen triggered the heavenly tribulation, Gu Yuina immediately rushed to a mountain outside Wuhun city and watched quietly. If Yeliang Chen couldn't bear it, she could only help him block it. Let the heavenly tribulation come more violently. Yeliang Chen looked at the rolling thunder and immediately activated the true art of controlling thunder and rushed towards the thunder tribulation. Awesome! At this moment, Yeliang Chen's whole body was shining with lightning. When the thunder power transformed from the heavenly tribulation struck his body, it was like an ant bite, extremely sour and refreshing. Then, under the effect of the true art of controlling thunder, those thunder powers turned into their own power and merged into their bodies. At the same time, in the hall of the God Realm Committee, Life, Destruction, Shura, Poseidon, and others watched Yeliang Chen's performance through the projector with their eyes wide open. This heavenly tribulation hit him like a tickle, it's incredible. Goddess of life, how did he do it? The gods also doubted their lives at this moment, and then they all looked at the goddess of life. During this period, he comprehended the power of the thunder element through the power of the thunder element on the dark demon evil god tiger, but the thunder power he comprehended seems to be more powerful than the dark demon evil god tiger, and he can also actively attract heavenly tribulation and use the power of thunder to temper his body. The goddess of life described the commotion that Yeliang Chen had made to the gods in a vivid and moving way. Xiao Lu, in this case, it seems that the position of the god of thunder is also suitable for him. The king of destruction felt that with Yeliang Chen's talent, it seemed that any position of god could withstand it. Not bad. The goddess of life nodded. This heavenly tribulation is already the most powerful. Any beast that is close to 1,000,000 years old would have been wiped out long ago, but he is fine. The Azura god also wanted to increase the power of the heavenly tribulation at this moment, but it has reached its limit. It seems that the power that Yeliang Chen has mastered has exceeded the level of this world. Since he has broken through the rules of the plane, let's turn off the heavenly tribulation. To avoid unnecessary damage. The goddess of life saw that it was almost done, and directly turned off the instrument that created the heavenly tribulation, otherwise it would damage the mountains and rivers of the lower world. Buzz. As the heavenly tribulation dissipated, Yeliang Chen officially promoted to a 100-level strongman. A huge golden light slowly condensed and then stood behind him. Shua. Golden light burst out from Yeliang Chen's body, rushing straight into the sky. Within a radius of 100 miles, everything was shrouded in golden light. Chapter 449 The Inheritance of the Three Gods. Shua. At this moment, Yeliang Chen burst into brilliant light. Beautiful golden light shot straight into the sky. For a moment, half of Douluo star was shrouded in golden light. What is that? Countless people on the continent were stunned by this strange phenomenon. They stopped and looked up at the sky. Could it be that Xiao Chen broke through the 100th level? It's a pity that I couldn't see it in person. Poseidon, who was far away on the sea god island, quietly watched the golden light shooting straight into the sky, knowing that this might be the movement made by Yeliang Chen. This guy became a god without a word, and didn't even notify us. Let's go to Wuhun city to have a look. In the territory of Xingluo Empire, Shui Binger, Shui Yuer, Ye Lingling, Yu Hero and others stood on the top of a 1,000-meter-high mountain, looking at the golden light in the sky, and then quickly flew towards Wuhun city. On Luosha Island, Blood-Eye Douluo stood quietly on the roof, looking at the golden light emanating from the continent, and had a bad premonition in his heart. Could it be that someone has become a god? I hope Tang San will fight for his strength. Otherwise, Luosha Island is in danger. Blood-Eye Douluo said to himself, and then quietly captured some fallen soul masters, wolf thieves and wind demon wolf soul beasts into the Luosha secret realm for Tang San and Yu Xiao Gang to practice. Blood-Eye Douluo was puzzled as to why Luosha God wanted Yu Xiao Gang to enter the Luosha secret realm for practice, but since it was Luosha God's arrangement, he could only obey and provide practice resources for the master and apprentice. In the Luosha secret realm, Tang San and Yu Xiao Gang practiced with fallen soul masters, and then directly devoured their cultivation to improve their strength. As for the wolf thieves and wind demon wolves, the master and apprentice killed them directly and then devoured their cultivation. Through this practice, Tang San and Yu Xiaogang's strength improved rapidly, especially Yu Xiao Gang, whose soul power was about to reach level 90, and he would soon become a veritable fart Douluo. After Yeliang Chen broke through the 100th level, he felt that his own strength had changed greatly from before. 9 Heavens Purple Thunder. ZZ. Yeliang Chen stretched out his hand and used the ultimate move in the Yulei Zhenju. In an instant, a purple light ball flashing with lightning flew towards the valley in front. Boom! There was a loud noise that shook the earth. Several hundreds of meters high mountains around the valley were directly blown up. The scene was very shocking. Is this the power of God? Too powerful. Bibi Dong, Jian and others who were thousands of meters away were stunned. If this hit them, they would definitely be blown into pieces. The destructive power of the nine heavens purple thunder that the master is using now is more powerful than before. Yes. Before, Xiaoqin's move only blew up a small mountain, but now the power has increased several times. Shua. Yingmei and Qian Rongxiu were shocked when they saw Yangchen directly blow up several mountains in the distance. So fierce. Yangchen felt that the destructive power of the nine heavens purple thunder was too strong and could not be used carelessly. Your magic skill is too destructive. Don't use it carelessly in the future. At this time, the incarnation of the goddess of life emerged from Yangchen's eyebrows, quietly looking at the mountain in the distance that was razed to the ground, and shook her head helplessly. Goddess sister, don't worry. I know my limits. Yangchen nodded. Although the Douluo plane of this era is very strong, it certainly cannot withstand the attack of the peak first level god. It's good that you understand. Bear with it. I'm going to help you peel off the soul bone. Then the goddess of life used her divine power to peel off the 6 million soul bones on Yangchen's body, preparing to use them to form a divine suit. Hiss. Goddess sister, you're really heavy-handed. Yangchen felt as if he was cut by a knife. The next moment, the torso bones had been peeled off by the goddess of life. You've become a god, so what's the point of this little pain? Crack. The goddess of life laughed and then began to peel off the soul bones on Yangchen's head, followed by the soul bones on his limbs, and then began to fuse together to form a divine suit, attached to Yangchen's back. Shua. After the divine suit was formed, 9 rays of light emanated, illuminating the sky, looking extremely gorgeous. Not bad, your set of divine suit is already a divine weapon, and your external soul bone wind and thunder wings have also evolved into a divine weapon. After combining Yangchen's soul bones into divine equipment, the goddess of life mobilized the divine power in Yangchen's body and added it to the remaining 2 10,000-year soul rings, directly increasing the age to 100,000 years. Shua. Yangchen felt the changes in the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th soul rings of the goddess of life's martial soul, so he summoned the martial soul directly and found that the 3 black soul rings had become red soul rings. Okay. Get ready to accept our inheritance of the throne. With your current strength, you can easily fly out of Douluo Star. Xiao Ziai and I will wait for you in a small world, where we first met. The goddess of life reminded Yangchen, then turned into a green light and drilled into Yangchen's soul sea. Okay. Goddess sister. Yangchen soared into the sky and flew out of Douluo Star. You return to Wuhun City. I will go to accept the inheritance first. Yangchen shouted to Bibi Dong and others in the distance, telling them not to wait for him. Sister Na, you are here too, hurry back to the Star Forest. Yangchen's consciousness accidentally scanned Guyuina who was hiding in the mountains, so he directly sent a message to her with his soul. Okay. That's it. Guyuina nodded with a smile, and then immediately used the power of space to return to the Lake of Life. This speed is so fast. The speed is too fast. Bibi Dong, Qian Rongxiu, Qian Daoliu, and others who were thousands of meters away were surprised to see Yangchen fly directly into the sky and disappear in a few seconds. Did you feel the space fluctuation? After Guyuina left, the space fluctuation attracted the attention of Bibi Dong and Qian Daoliu. Who is coming? We didn't feel it. Where is it? Qian Rongxiu, Golden Crocodile Douluo, Hulina, and others also looked around curiously and found that there was no trace of any strong man. No need to look. It must be her. Bibi Dong thought that the big commotion Yangchen made would definitely attract Guyuina's attention. However, Bibi Dong was a little confused as to why Guyuina didn't want to see her. After flying for a while, Yangchen had already arrived outside Douluo Star, overlooking the entire Douluo Star's mountains, rivers, land, and oceans, and found that Douluo Star was not very big. There were many meteorites floating in the starry sky, some of which were very huge, half the size of Douluo Star. In the depths of the distant starry sky, there was also a fireball emitting blazing light, which was the sun of this world. Shua. At this time, a vortex appeared in front of him, and a dark hole appeared, like a portal. Go in. Then, the voice of the goddess of life sounded in Yangchen's mind, asking him to enter the vortex. Shua. Seeing this, Yangchen flew directly into the cave. The next moment, he saw a palace in the distance. The projections of the goddess of life and the god of destruction were sitting on the chairs in the hall, looking at him with a smile. You are the first person on Douluo Star who did not rely on the power of faith to become a god. It really shocked us. Xiao Lu told me that you don't like to become a god through faith. I want to hear your opinion. The god of destruction looked at Yangchen with curiosity. To put it simply, the power of faith is poisonous. Because the human heart is the most complicated, full of greed, anger, ignorance, and other complex emotions, too much faith power absorbed by believers will be affected to a large extent by the beliefs of believers, and may even be backfired. People, after all, still have to rely on themselves. Yeliang Chen had no choice but to use the reason that incense is poisonous to seriously fool the god of destruction. As for whether the other party believed it or not, that was his business. Well, what you said makes sense, but the god realm now needs the power of faith to transform into the spirit of immortals, which is also the foundation of our god realm. The goddess of life and the god of destruction looked at each other and felt that this little guy had a higher opinion than them. You absorbed a lot of faith power from the god of the sea and the god of angels this time, but you were not affected at all, which caused a great shock to the gods in the god realm. Now accept our inheritance of the throne. We hope that you will grow up as soon as possible and bring changes to the god realm, especially the disaster prophecy of the god realm you mentioned before. The goddess of life and the god of destruction decided to pass the throne to Yeliang Chen. With the ability of this kid, he can definitely bear the dual throne. By the way, this is the godhood of Thunder God. Try to see if you can absorb it. At this time, the god of destruction took out another ball of light with lightning and handed it to Yeliang Chen. In addition, this is the fairy spirit we brought from the god realm. You should improve your strength here during this period of time. Shua. At this time, the goddess of life opened a space treasure, and in an instant, a steady stream of fairy spirit flowed out, filling the entire hall. There is also the throne of the god of thunder. Seeing this, Yeliang Chen was stunned. Is this going to make a third throne for himself? It's directly taking the fairy spirit to absorb it. These two are openly cheating themselves. The god of thunder fell in the war in ancient times, and his godhood was preserved by us. Now you have comprehended the power of the thunder element, and it should be no problem to absorb the godhood of the god of thunder. The god of destruction spared no effort to help Yeliang Chen, because this little guy was the inheritor chosen by the goddess of life. As a henpecked husband, destruction believed in his wife's choice. Absorb it now. Other is also a top-level god, with the same strength as the sea god. The goddess of life asked Yeliang Chen to absorb the godhood of Thor to see if there were any changes. Okay then. Ibuzz. Yeliang Chen took over the godhood of Thor and directly operated the Hunyuanju to refine the godhood of Thor. It trademark S called a godhood, but in fact it trademark S just a ball of thunder elemental power. Oshua. Half an hour later, the godhood of Thor had been refined by Yeliang Chen. So fast? Do you feel any discomfort? The god of destruction saw that Yeliang Chen had successfully absorbed the godhood of Thor in such a short time, which was just like cheating. I didn't trademark T feel any discomfort, it was very comfortable, and it also made me much stronger. Yeliang Chen felt that the godhead was a carrier of laws, but under the effect of the immortal method of Hunyuanju, the godhead was transformed into the purest law power. Yeliang Chen had that game ID in his body, which was completely different from the path of the gods. To be precise, he was cultivating immortals now. The heavenly tribulation he brought about when he broke through the 100th level before was the best proof. Okay, as for the 7 emotions and 6 desires assessment, it should be for you. It doesn't work. Then accept our inheritance. The goddess of life and the god of destruction looked at each other, condensed a green and purple divine power of the origin law respectively, and injected them into Yeliang Chen's body together. When the two powerful energies entered his body, Yeliang Chen felt that the couple wanted to force him to cultivate. Shua. When the destructive power of the god of destruction entered his body, Yeliang Chen felt the violent power in it, which kept running around in his body. Shua. However, the endless life power of the goddess of life was offsetting the power of destruction to achieve a balanced state. Buzz. Yeliang Chen immediately activated the Hunyuanju, directly instilling the law power of the two into him, and at the same time accelerating the absorption of the fairy spirit in the temple. This was a benefit given to him by the goddess of life, and he couldn't miss it. When he came into contact with the power of the law of destruction, Yeliang Chen immediately understood why the god of destruction could not have a child with the goddess of life. This power of destruction directly killed the little life, and he was born infertile. 3 days later, Yeliang Chen completed the inheritance, and the fairy spirit in the temple was also absorbed by himself, and his strength was greatly improved. You are really good. Seeing that Yeliang Chen successfully inherited the 3 positions of Thunder God, Life and Destruction without any discomfort, Destruction and Life nodded with satisfaction. The surprise brought by this little guy was too big. Since our artifacts are all super artifacts, handing them over to you now will cause the Douluo plane to collapse. After becoming a god, you can only stay in the lower world for 100 years. At that time, the guiding light of the god realm will descend and guide you to the god realm. We will then hand over the artifact to you. Life and Destruction also wanted to hand over the artifact to Yeliang Chen in advance, but considering the reasons of the Douluo plane, they could only wait. Those 2 super artifacts are yours. In fact, you don't need to give them to me. I will make one myself in the future. Yeliang Chen has the skills of Emperor Seal Art and Imperial Thunder Art, which are dimensionality reduction techniques. He doesn't care much about artifacts. You are ambitious, but as our successor, if we don't hand over the artifact to you, wouldn't it make us look too stingy? Life and Destruction looked at Ye Liangchen's calm appearance, and always felt that this boy looked down on his own artifact. Brother Destruction, do you want to have a child with the goddess sister? Ye Liangchen looked at the god of destruction and directly told him the biggest regret in his heart. How do you know? Xiao Lu, did you tell him about this? The god of destruction was stunned for a moment, and then looked at the goddess of life. Xiao Zi, you know I have always wanted to have a child of ours. The goddess of life looked at the god of destruction affectionately, and did not hide her thoughts. Xiao Lu, I'm sorry. The god of destruction lowered his head helplessly. He was in charge of the power of destruction, but he made himself an infertile god. Xiao Chen, to be honest, the reason why I asked Xiao Zi to pass the throne to you was to have a child with him. The reason why the goddess of life chose Ye Liangchen was not only because he had the goddess of life spirit, but also because she wanted to see if the king of destruction could have a child with her after he handed over the throne and the scepter of destruction. You two are both incarnations of the law, and the power of the elder brother of destruction is destruction. Under the influence of his law of destruction, the little life can't survive at all, which is why you have been unable to give birth to a little life. But it's not a big problem. When I go to the God realm in the future, I will help the elder brother of destruction solve the problem of controlling the power of the law of destruction. At that time, you can have as many children as you want. Since these two big guys helped him so much, Ye Liangchen also planned to help them solve the regrets in their hearts. This is called not returning the favor. Are you serious? When the god of destruction heard this, he excitedly pulled Ye Liangchen's hand. If this little guy can really solve his infertility problem, the position of the king of gods is not important. Don't worry. I can do it if I say it's okay. Ye Liangchen nodded. As long as he used the Hunyuan Ju to refine the power of the law of destruction in the body of the god of destruction into the power of Hunyuan, this guy's infertility would be cured immediately. If it doesn't work, then he can rebuild his body. There will be no problem. Xiaolu, your choice was right at the beginning. Is there any need to say it? Xiazi, you have to believe in my judgment of people. Life and destruction were ecstatic. The surprise brought by this little guy was really too big. You go back to Douluo Star first. We will wait for you in the God realm. Life and Destruction asked Ye Liangchen to return to Douluo Star. After all, this little guy still had a lot of things to do in the lower world. Okay, see you in 100 years. Ye Liangchen waved to the two and flew out of this small world. Chapter 450, Rubbing Soul Rings. Ye Liangchen had never expected that Life and Destruction would directly infuse him with so much divine power. It was so generous. In order to repay the generosity of the couple, he had to ensure that the couple could fulfill their wishes. Ye Liangchen urged his divine power, and in an instant, in addition to the 18 soul rings, 4 more divine rings appeared behind him. Fuck. 4 divine rings, this is already 1 more ring than the 3rd level god. Ye Liangchen was very clear about the level division of the god realm. The 1st and 2nd rings were priests, the 3rd ring was a 3rd level god, the 5th ring was a 2nd level god, the 7th ring was a 1st level god, and the 9th ring was a god king. As for the 12 rings, it should be the supreme god king like the dragon god back then. After I reach the god realm, it is estimated that it will not take a few years for me to directly sweep across the god realm. As his consciousness spread out, Ye Liangchen could clearly feel everything in the entire Douluo plain below. Sure enough, after becoming a god, his soul strength became stronger again, and the range of perception was also larger. What is this? As his consciousness continued to spread out, Ye Liangchen saw the plain barrier outside Douluo Star again, and there was a sealed space channel far above, which should be the channel set up by the god realm. In addition, many small planes were found, hidden in the space cracks. Hey! Is this the power of law? At this time, Ye Liangchen felt the power of law in the universe. Now that he has absorbed the godhood of Thunder God and inherited the throne of life and destruction, that is, the 3 gods are in one, he can naturally feel the power of law in the universe. Shua! Ye Liangchen flew to a dead star suspended in the starry sky and began to comprehend the power of the law. Although life and destruction passed the throne to him, the power was forced into him by them. He still had to master it and innovate. Shua! A few hours later, Ye Liangchen urged the power of the law of life to hit the earth. Buzz! In an instant, the rich life power moistened the earth within a radius of 1,000 meters, and flowers, plants, and trees broke out of the ground and began to grow. Ye Liangchen knew that this was a plant materialized by the power of the law of life, just like the real thing. It was amazing. Not bad. With flowers, plants, and trees, Ye Liangchen felt much more comfortable. Buzz! Then Ye Liangchen began to comprehend the power of the elemental laws of destruction, thunder, and the 9 dragon kings. Under the effect of Ye Liangchen's Hunyuan Ju, all the powers of various laws, such as life, destruction, thunder, wind, water, fire, and lightning, were integrated into one, becoming the power of Hunyuan. Shua! Half a month later, Ye Liangchen finally comprehended the power of various laws. As a hacker, he had to develop in an all-round way. ZZ. Then Yeliang Chen mobilized the power of the law of destruction, and in an instant, a ball of purple light appeared in his hand, emitting a powerful destructive force. Hey! Interesting. Yeliang Chen felt that this magical skill was a bit similar to Juxiao Purple Thunder, both of which carried thunder attribute power. Shua. Then Yeliang Chen slapped this magical skill towards a meteorite in the starry sky to see how powerful it was. Bang! In an instant, the meteorite with a diameter of about 10,000 meters exploded directly. This power is comparable to the 9 heavens purple thunder. Yeliang Chen looked at the meteorite in the starry sky exploding like fireworks, and immediately felt good. Whoosh! ZZ! Voila! Immediately afterwards, Yeliang Chen used the power of wind, thunder, water, fire, earth, space, and other elements, and had a lot of fun. Shua! Yeliang Chen flew to the starry sky and found a meteorite with a diameter of dozens of kilometers to try the power of the 5 seals of the Emperor Seal. Buzz! As Yeliang Chen formed a hand seal, 5 golden seals appeared, and then combined together to form a seal of more than 1,000 meters in size, flying towards the meteorite 10,000 meters away. Shua! Boom! A loud noise was heard, and the meteorite exploded directly, turning into rubble and scattered in the starry sky. It's powerful, but it's too physically demanding. Although the power of the 5 seals of the Emperor Seal is great, it's too physically demanding. This attack directly drained 60% to 70% of his divine power. Shua! Then Yeliang Chen flew to the previous planet, swallowed a handful of soul power pills, and began to replenish his physical strength. At the same time, in the center of the God Realm, destruction and life were surprised to see the movement made by Yeliang Chen through the detection equipment. This kid's divine skill is too powerful, Xiaolu, remind him not to use it casually on Douluo star. Although the strength of the Douluo plane is okay, it can't withstand the destruction of this kid. The god of destruction didn't know what kind of divine skill Yeliang Chen used. If they were in the same realm, he would definitely not be the opponent of this little guy. Okay. I'll remind him now. The goddess of life smiled, and then communicated with the divine thoughts in Yeliang Chen's soul sea. This skill of yours is too powerful. You can't use it casually, especially on Douluo star. Just as Yeliang Chen was quietly recovering his strength, the voice of the goddess of life rang in his mind. To be honest, the goddess of life herself was also shocked by the power of Yeliang Chen's skill. Goddess sister, your divine thoughts haven't left my soul sea yet. Yeliang Chen was speechless. The divine thoughts of the goddess of life hadn't left yet. How long would she delay? I said before that I must ensure that you grow up to have enough strength. Your becoming a god this time broke the restrictions of the plane rules and caused a great shock to the gods in the god realm. Some gods may become greedy. I don't want you to have any accidents. The goddess of life finally found a successor, so she naturally had to take good care of him, especially since this little guy could cure her old if the male is infertile, then he must not have any accidents. But I always feel that you are a little uncomfortable staying in my soul sea. Although the goddess of life is very good to him, Yeliang Chen still doesn't like her to stay in his soul sea all the time. Don't worry, I won't peek at your private life with those girls. Unless you call me, I won't wake up. The goddess of life laughed and thought, anyway, you don't know when I peek, alas. I'm just playing. Then the goddess of life closed her eyes directly, turned into a statue, and sat quietly in Yeliang Chen's soul sea. Forget it. Yeliang Chen shook his head helplessly. Anyway, this woman would not harm him, so let her stay for a while. Yeliang Chen also knew that he had said before that he could cure the infertility of the god of destruction. The goddess of life definitely didn't want him to have any accidents. After all, having a child is her greatest wish in life. After recovering his strength, Yeliang Chen began to return to Douluo continent. This time, Yeliang Chen has been away from Douluo star for more than half a month, and has not returned yet, which has made Qianrongxiu, Shui Binger and others anxious. During this period, everyone often gathered in the Pope's hall, looking forward to Yeliang Chen's return. Shui Binger and Qianrongxiu even flew directly to an altitude of 10,000 meters, but they were not strong enough to fly out of Douluo star. On this day, Bibi Dong, Jiandaoliu, Shui Binger and others gathered in the Pope's hall of the Wuhun hall as usual, and walked out of the door from time to time to observe the sky thousands of miles away to see if Yeliang Chen has returned. Master won't go to the god realm, right? As a pet soul beast, Ying Mei is most worried that Yeliang Chen has gone to the god realm. Without the master by his side, it will be troublesome for him to overcome the heavenly tribulation in the future. Ying Mei, don't worry, wait for him patiently. Bibi Dong told the tigress not to worry, because Yeliang Chen accepted the inheritance of the dual god position, which would definitely not be so fast. If Xiao Chen goes to the god realm and can't come back, we all have to hurry up and practice and become gods as soon as possible. Sister Shui is right. Anyway, we also have the inheritance of the god's throne. Qianrongxiu, Shui Binger, Shui Yuer and others were discussing their own plans to become gods to deal with future wars. SHH. At this moment, a space crack appeared at the gate of the Pope's palace, and then Yeliang Chen walked out of it. Master, You are back. Ying Mei was overjoyed when he saw Liang Chen coming back. Why did you go for so long? Is the inheritance of the god's throne going smoothly? Shui Bing'er, Jian Rongxiu, Ye Lingling, Yu Haro and other women immediately surrounded him, pulled Liang Chen into the Pope's hall, and asked about the situation. The inheritance of the godhood was very fast, it only took 2 days, but it took me half a month to comprehend the power of the law outside Douluo star. This time, the god of destruction also allowed me to absorb the godhood of the thunder god. Now I am considered to be the third godhood. Shua. Liang Chen summoned his martial soul and showed his 18 soul rings. Shua. Then, a set of godly clothes emitting 9-color light was put on Liang Chen. 4 god rings of gold, purple gold, green gold and purple gold slowly rose and stood behind him. For a moment, the entire hall of the Pope's palace was shrouded in golden light, blinding everyone's eyes. Inheritance of the third godhood. Is this what it looks like after becoming a god? The 4 golden circles that appeared behind him should be the god rings. Everyone was stunned when they saw Liang Chen's current appearance, especially when they heard that this little guy had also obtained the godhood of the thunder god, they were even more shocked. Too strong, just the feeling of oppression makes my soul tremble. At this moment, Qian Daoliu finally understood the gap between gods and mortals. No wonder people want to become gods. This kind of power is indeed sought after. Xiao Chen, what is your current strength? Bibi Dong asked curiously. The level division of the god realm is represented by the number of god rings behind me. 1 and 2 rings are priests and hunters, which are the most common in the god realm. 3 rings are third-level gods, 5 rings are second-level gods, 7 rings are first-level gods, 9 rings are god kings, and as for the 12 rings, that is the supreme god, which is the realm of the dragon god in ancient times. When I inherited the throne, the goddess of life brought me the fairy spirit of the god realm, and the 2 of them infused a lot of divine power. After I absorbed and refined it all, I am now considered the peak of the third-level god. Liang Chen popularized the level division of the god realm in detail to everyone. Level 3 god peak. Everyone was numb at this moment. This little guy was so powerful just after inheriting the god position. His luck was simply too good. Now that you have become a god, what abilities do you have? Can you rub the god-given soul ring with your hands? Qian Rongxi wanted Liang Chen to show the god's means. Let me try. Liang Chen remembered Gu Yuina's method of rubbing the god-given soul ring with her hands, so he began to mobilize the divine power in his body, and then compressed the energy to create the god-given soul ring. Swish! In an instant, the golden divine power gathered in Liang Chen's hands, forming a ball of light, which then gradually became smaller and compressed into a golden bead. It's done, find a peak soul Douluo to try it. This was the first time Liang Chen rubbed the god-given soul ring with his hands, and he didn't know how it would work, so he asked Bibi Dong to find someone to try it. Gu Yuina once said that the god-given soul ring is actually a ball of compressed energy. Under the rules of the Douluo plane, after the soul master absorbs it, the soul ring will react with the absorber's martial soul and automatically generate a soul skill. There is nothing too complicated. Do we have a suitable candidate in Wuhun City? Bibi Dong asked Ghost Chrysanthemum Douluo and Hulina. Liang Chen's ability to rub the god-given soul ring is a great benefit for everyone. Your Highness, it seems that no one has reached the peak of level 89 at present. Pavilion Master, Bishop Yunhua in charge of Blacksmith City seems to be level 88. I wonder if he is suitable. Ghost Chrysanthemum Douluo and Hulina thought about it and did not find a suitable candidate. As Bibi Dong's assistant, they naturally knew the strength of the high-level people in the Wuhan Hall. Level 88 is also fine. I have a way to make him break through to level 90 within an hour. Liang Chen has become a god now, and it is a piece of cake for him to improve the soul power of others. Then I will call him right away. Swoosh. Seeing this, Chrysanthemum Douluo left the Pope's Hall and rushed to the Blacksmith City district. Shua. Half an hour later, Zhu Douluo brought a spirited old man to the hall of the Pope's palace. Your subordinate Yunhua greets His Holiness the Pope, and greets Master Yat. When Yunhua saw Bibi Dong, Liang Chen, Qian Daoliu and others, he immediately half-knelt on the ground and saluted respectfully. Bishop Yunhua, I called you here today to let you test the god-given soul ring I just made. How is it? Do you have the courage to try it? If you are willing, I can help you break through to level 90, and then you can directly absorb this god-given soul ring. Liang Chen waved his hand, helped Yunhua up, and then explained the situation to the other party. Thank you Master Yat, I am willing. When old man Yunhua heard that there was such a good thing, he agreed without thinking. He learned from Zhu Douluo that the age of the god-given soul ring can reach 100,000 years. It was really great that such a good thing would fall on him. Then you get ready. Liang Chen nodded. It seemed that the old man was still willing to believe in him. Yes, Master Yat. Old man Yunhua immediately sat cross-legged and adjusted his state. Shua. Liang Chen took out some 10,000 years mysterious ice marrow from the soul guide, directly refined it into pure energy with the Hunyuan Ju, and then poured it into old man Yunhua's body. Originally, he could use a little divine power to make this old man break through, but divine power is too precious in Douluo Star and cannot be easily given to others. What is this? Bibi Dong and Douluo were very curious about the white jade ice that Yelliang Chen took out. 10,000 years mysterious ice marrow, this is a treasure we got in the extreme north. This treasure is a natural treasure for ice-type soul masters. If Xiao Chen hadn't refined it, Bishop Yunhua might have been frozen to death. Shui Binger and Shui Yu explained to everyone nearby. Did you meet the legendary ice snow girl when you went to the far north? Douluo asked curiously. There were also records of the snow girl in the ancient books of the Spirit Hall. He also went to the far north to explore, but did not meet that strong man. Yes, we met the snow girl, named Shui Di. She has 600,000 years of cultivation. Her real combat power is equivalent to that of a human 99th level titled Douluo. She also fought with us, but was easily defeated by Xiao Chen. There is also an Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion, which has 300,000 years of cultivation and is named Bing Di. In addition, there is the Titan Snow Demon Ape, which has a cultivation of more than 100,000 years and a body of dozens of meters tall, which is larger than the Titan Giant Ape in the Star Forest. They are called the Three Kings of the Far North. It is because of their existence that the place is called the Human Forbidden Zone. Now the Three Kings of the Far North are very familiar with Xiao Chen, and they are also our friends. Shui Binger and Shui Yu described the horror of the Far North Human Forbidden Zone to everyone. The two girls also specifically said that Shui Di was Yelliang Chen's friend, so that the people of the Spirit Hall would not miss it. It is indeed a human forbidden zone. Bibi Dong, Guiju Douluo, Hulina and others had heard of the horror of the Far North Forbidden Zone, but they did not expect that there would be a beast with a cultivation of more than 600,000 years. Shua. Half an hour later, the soul power of Old Man Yunhua had broken through to level 90. Now that your soul power has broken through to level 90, you crush this God-given soul ring. Yelliang Chen handed the God-given soul ring bead to Bishop Yunhua, and also told the old man the method of absorption to see how it works. Thank you, Mr. Yat. Crack. Old man Yunbai took the golden bead, crushed it directly, and began to absorb it. No matter what, he had to push the soul ring to 100,000 years. Buzz. After the golden bead was broken, it immediately turned into a ball of golden energy, and then formed a white soul ring. As Old Man Yunhua absorbed it, the color of the soul ring changed from white to yellow, then to purple, and then to black. Everyone was watching quietly on the side. After all, this was the first divine soul ring that Yelliang Chen had made, and everyone wanted to see if the age of this soul ring could reach 100,000 years. Shua. 4 hours later, the soul ring had reached more than 90,000 years, and red lines had appeared. Ah! With a roar from Old Man Yunhua, the soul ring finally reached 100,000 years and turned into a red soul ring. Seeing this, Old Man Yunhua tried his best to fuse the soul ring. Shua. After a while, a strong breath rushed into the sky, and Old Man Yunhua also successfully promoted to titled Douluo, soul power reached level 91. It's done. Everyone was surprised to see this. I got a 100,000 year soul skill called Thunderbolt Dance. Old Man Yunhua's martial soul is a thunderbird. He is almost 80 years old now. It's so cool to be promoted to titled Douluo. Very good. From now on, Bishop Yunhua will be promoted to elder and titled Thunderbird. Seeing this, Bibi Dong immediately named Old Man Yunhua as an elder and handed him an elder order. Thank you, His Holiness the Pope, thank you, Mr. Yat. Old Man Yunhua took the token respectfully, and then knelt down to Bibi Dong and Yelliang Chen. He was so lucky to get such a good fortune.